I woke up and found myself reborn in a goblin nest. I was just born by an elven girl, although giving birth drained all her strength. But in her hazy eyes, they were full of fear and disgust towards me. Seeing this, I was shocked and tried to raise my right hand in front of myself, only to see a malformed green claw. At that moment I felt like being struck by 5 thunders. What an explosive start is this? My mother was an elf ravaged by goblins, and I was born in a filthy underground nest. I myself am an ugly goblin. But just as I was mentally collapsing, I suddenly felt my appetite getting stronger and stronger, and my body began to show signs of weakness, which meant I had to eat as soon as possible. It would be great if I could just starve to death like this. If you have the ability, let me restart again, I muttered to myself. But along with the intense hunger in my stomach, my expression became extremely painful. So I tried to divert my attention and turned my eyes to the side. As a result, I saw other goblin cubs had already climbed onto their mother's body and were about to eat. This made me even hungrier. I could no longer endure the burning sensation in my stomach, and my body moved on its own. No wonder I heard before about people jumping off buildings or hanging themselves, but almost no one chooses to starve to death. Trying to resist instinct is extremely foolish. Whoever wants to starve can starve. I climbed onto the elven mother's mouth and my mouth split open instinctively. Hunger completely occupied my brain, and feeling my touch, the elf girl's amber eyes became even more panicked and terrified. Seeing this, I was shocked and froze in place, staring blankly at the elf, looking at the ugly self. The elf didn't resist, or she couldn't resist, she was still extremely weak after giving birth. I finally realized what I meant to my mother now. She gave birth to a goblin that had brought her endless terror and pain, gave birth to a little monster just like the monsters that hurt her. So when I noticed the elf's rejection and hatred, it would be impossible for me to let the mother who gave birth continue to suffer like other goblins. After all, I was a human being before rebirth. I really can't do such an inhuman thing. It's also because of my moral bottom line as a human being, as my ability to think as a human being, that prevents me from becoming a goblin acting solely on instinct. Thinking of this, I smiled bitterly, slowly slid down from the side of the elven mother, curled up in a position away from the girl's back. I decided to just accept my fate like this. But changes came faster than fate. Before I could starve to death, a goblin cub crawled towards the elven girl, with a lumpy, pitted head like a potato. With eyes closed, sniffing the elf with its long nose. Just as she was about to crawl next to the elf, I also saw the drooling greedy expression on the cub's ugly face. I couldn't help feeling disgusted. She's my mom, not yours. Even if I don't eat her, I won't let you eat her either. Get lost. I instinctively let out a sharp, short cry, trying to threaten the approaching goblin cub. As a result, the cub crawled even faster. This is just perfect. I've been wanting to vent my resentment for a while now. I don't have any kinship with these creatures. Barely enduring the discomfort caused by hunger, I crawled towards the cub. Having not eaten yet, I was far weaker than the cub, and not as fast. But I had a brain. I was in no hurry to collide with the cub. But when it had almost touched the elf's body, and was gleefully opening its big mouth to enjoy the feast, I made it poke its eye into my long finger, viciously jabbing into the cub's closed right eye. The cub immediately collapsed to the ground with a loud scream, waving its limbs wildly like the air. Its eye was pierced and bleeding red. Then I decided to take advantage of it to take its life before it could take mine. I timed it right, avoided the cub's random attacks, exerted all my strength, and slapped its injured area with one claw, slapping the goblin cub unconscious at once. Its screams stopped. The originally noisy cave fell silent. The other goblin cubs no longer screamed wildly and even ate gracefully, smelling the blood in the air. I still didn't stop attacking, as I hadn't grown teeth yet. I could only keep attacking its injured area with my hands. I was going to just starve to death alone, but now I have a burial companion. I released all the strength since rebirth on it until I looked at the motionless goblin cub, feeling happy but slightly regretful sitting down. If not for my overly weak body, I might have been able to kill it. Then I instinctively glanced back at the elf, only to find the elf looking at me even more terrified. When she noticed me looking at her, the elven girl even closed her eyes in panic and trembled. A newborn goblin cub killing its own kind, let alone elves and humans. Goblins who saw this would probably find it very bizarre. Wait, can I survive by drinking its blood? Can goblin cubs digest blood? I quickly licked my bloody claws. Maybe because I was just born. The blood had no fishy smell and was a little sweet. Just as I was elated and decided to start eating, suddenly there were voices coming from the cave passage, smelling the blood of cubs. Did human assassins break in? Damn, goblins have keen sense of smell. For the first time I smelled the unique sour odor on the bodies of adult goblins, and couldn't help but wrinkle my nose. I was going to just hunt down all the cubs in the cave, but now I had to face 2 adult goblins rushing in. What surprised me was, these 2 goblins were both wearing large dark brown cloaks, hiding their faces in the shadows of their hoods. One was holding a large brown wooden staff, on top of which an unusual white light was blooming at the moment. The other held a silver dagger. I could even feel the ominous aura emanating from the dagger. Judging from their conversations and outfits, these 2 goblins were very unusual. The 2 goblins looked around, but they didn't find any enemies. The goblin holding the staff chanted something in a low voice. The white light on the top of the staff became brighter and brighter, until it formed a sphere, like a small sun, illuminating every corner of this cave. The goblin cubs, afraid of the light, stayed away from the light sphere one after another. I could also clearly feel my skin resisting the stimulation of the strong light, wanting to leave here immediately. Goblins are indeed creatures naturally inclined to darkness, but they are not harmed by ordinary strong light, except for some lights. Like blessed light, this is holy light. Indeed, there are no enemies. Divination also yielded no results, said the staff-holding goblin in a low voice. With a gentle shake of the staff, the light sphere disappeared. It must have been these 2 cubs. The dagger-wielding goblin had already lowered himself, looking at me still in place, and the injured unconscious goblin cub, killing its own kind right after birth. This cub's talent should be good, but too bloodthirsty. The tribe doesn't need this kind of extreme guy. Let me divine, said the staff-wielding goblin, raising the staff and continuing to chant. The next second she laughed and said the other cub was going to eat her mom. So she hit hard to protect her newborn mother without restraint. Don't worry, the one on the ground is not dead. I'll take it to the shaman to take a look. What if this cub takes initiative to kill other cubs? Asked the dagger goblin. I'll kill it with my own hands, said the staff-wielding goblin without hesitation. The king doesn't need warriors who can't control their killing instinct. She picked up the unconscious cub, waved her staff and sprayed out white mist, clearing all the blood from my body. Then the 2 goblins disappeared into the darkness. They didn't realize I could understand the goblin language. Although the 2 goblins inadvertently revealed a lot of information, I no longer had the energy to think about it. I had exhausted too much strength and didn't get any food. Gradually I got through the most painful stage. I felt my body getting lighter and lighter. I was starving to death. After some more unknown time, I faintly heard the sound of the girl sobbing. I felt myself being gently picked up, feeling the warmth. It was a soft candy. I almost unconsciously started sucking. At this moment the elven girl sobbed, "Don't die, my only child." The elven girl finally took me as her child on her own initiative. After that, the mothers and their children were assigned to live in small stone caves with a locked wooden door. A goblin shaman cast control spells on each mother to make them willing to feed their cubs, instead of killing them directly. When she walked into the cave where the elf and I were, and saw the elf girl tenderly taking care of me, radiating maternal glow all over her body, she was stunned for a moment, then went to the next cave without casting any spells. In a blink of an eye, it was 2 months. Due to the fast growth of goblins, plus the elf girl's careful guidance, I could now barely walk independently. These days, the girl had done her best to take care of me. Although clumsy at times, she did almost everything a new mother could do. She frankly accepted everything about me, even though I didn't match the elf's appearance or aesthetics at all, just an increasingly ugly goblin. Out of gratitude for the elf's thoughtful care, with my mature mind left over from my previous life, I tried my best to reduce the pressure on the elven girl to raise me. Naturally, I didn't think about restarting anymore. I keenly sensed that the elven girl saw me as an endless imprisonment, the only spiritual comfort in her life. If I died, her collapsing on the spot would probably be the best outcome. It's not that I'm kind-hearted and can't bear to see a beautiful girl die. It's just that the elf was gracious to me, so I was willing to play this mother-son game with her. She probably knows this too. How could a normal person really take a little green monster as her child? She must be just finding a reason to keep going. Just a game of pretend. But I was almost used to my goblin identity. One day the elven girl tried to teach me to speak. With nothing in the cold, bleak stone cave, she could only sit on the ground, holding me in her arms. In addition to the warmth, I could also feel the steady heartbeat of my mother. I noticed since rebirth, whether it was the goblin or elven language, I could understand them without obstacles. This should be an ability or talent that comes with my reincarnation. Such talents usually have a way to check, such as appraisal skills. But I was too young now and had no way to learn, so I could only make a mental note. Thanks to this ability, my otherworld language learning was much less troublesome. Yes, the elf girl's gentle voice interrupted my thoughts. She pointed at me, then pointed at herself, and said mother softly in Elven again. The amber eyes of the girl were full of expectation, looking at me. It seemed to encourage me to repeat it. I see, mother has the same pronunciation in Elvish. I cleared my throat and tried to say mother. It went pretty smoothly, but the goblin voice sounded like a duck, even polluting the ear. But the elven girl didn't mind at all. Her eyes even showed some surprise, and she smiled slightly at me. So I said mother again. The elf gently stroked my head as a reward. My child is so great. I still couldn't get used to the girl always talking to me like a toddler. I couldn't help frowning. My age in my previous life was probably older than the elf's, but I never protested. That night, as usual, the elven girl fell asleep hugging me. But before I could fall asleep, she had already started breathing evenly. Immersed in her warm embrace, I was getting groggy when I heard the sadness in my mother's sleep talk. Little angel Gina from the neighbor's house is really so cute, Mom. It seemed she was dreaming back a few years ago. I sympathized. It sounded like my lowly elven mom had a happy time. Maybe she also fantasized about a bright future. But all the beautiful bubbles burst. In the goblin nest, death may be the only escape for the abducted women from this eternal despair cage. The girl murmured unconsciously, Mom, can I have such a cute child in the future too? I was stunned, feeling my heart being clutched tightly by something. In the silence of the narrow, cold stone nest, perhaps tears dripped onto my face. Or maybe it was my own. From the gossip of the lower goblins who delivered food and water, I learned. This goblin nest didn't only have the few female slaves I saw. There were also a large number of female slaves scattered in different places under similar surveillance. Their task was to breed offspring for the goblins until they died. In order not to deplete the breeding machines too quickly and maintain high racial efficiency, the goblins would spare no resources to prevent them from getting sick as much as possible and keep their bodies relatively healthy. After all, raiding the settlements of other subraces to replenish new slaves would cost a lot. If the adult goblins grew too large in scale, they might even get targeted and exterminated by the army, church, and even elite adventurer teams. The foolish goblins who didn't understand this were either lowly nomadic goblins who would never amount to anything, or they had already been wiped out by other allied races for their unprofitable raids and long-term seclusion in remote caves and other places with severely scarce survival resources. This even forced them to learn farming to meet basic survival needs. Therefore, compared to the massive demons, cultists and other more destructive races, the outside world would rather ignore the goblins who didn't make much trouble. After all, goblins were relatively weak and good at hiding. Using mid to high level forces to deal with those imminent threats was clearly more cost-effective. Therefore, although goblins coveting elven beauty had been lurking outside the door for a long time, they did not harass her in the end. This allowed the girl and I to have a relatively peaceful living environment. But the calm life would not last too long. Once the elven girl recovered, she would be taken by the goblins again to start another breeding cycle. In fact, mothers from the same period had already started a new cycle. The elven girl obviously didn't want to repeat that hellish experience again. Wanting to repay her kindness, I was naturally also helping to think of countermeasures. 2 from your batch are pregnant again. It's your turn soon, said the lower goblin, staring at the elven girl with a lewd laugh. The elven girl didn't understand the language, but guessed the meaning from the goblin's lewd gaze. She ignored it, and just carefully combed my little head. Feeling boring, the lower goblin turned to me and laughed, Child, enjoy it while you can, your happy time with your mom will be over soon. Then she strode away. Sensing that the lower goblin seemed to have said something unpleasant to me in her arms, the elven girl quickly stroked my head and shouted, Mom won't leave you. It's okay, I said silently, staring at the shabby wooden door locked by the goblins. Throughout the history of the nest, countless women were trapped by this door and died in the tragic fate loop. I must change the fate of the elven mother. The day should be coming soon. In the middle of the night, the 2 elder goblin brothers were once again lingering near the entrance of the cave where Yi Chen and the elf girl lived, intoxicated by the faint and elegant fragrance emanating from the sleeping elf girl. The elder goblins were an evolved form of the common low-level goblins, with a physique similar to that of normal humans and the ability to easily kill inexperienced ordinary people. They had long coveted the beauty of the elf girl, and were not concerned about her current inability to conceive. However, one of them couldn't resist when passing by the breeding cave yesterday, so now it patiently said to its restless companion, There's nothing we can do. We can only touch her when the shaman says so. Damn it, the king must have come up with this ungoblin-like, human-like, rule in his wise time. The companion goblin cursed. The king has a top-notch queen, so naturally he doesn't have to care about the needs of us lower-class kin. What else does it do besides monitoring and controlling us? It had a necklace hanging around its neck, made from a preserved part of an adult human male that had been magically treated to prevent decay. Although human organ tissues were not uncommon in the goblin's trading market, this kind of toy that maintained its potency was still quite rare. This elder goblin was passionate about using this very realistic toy as an aid in self-reward or in creating new life, and it had paid a considerable price to obtain it. Hush, the other elder goblin glanced at the surroundings, making sure there were no spies from the king, and then whispered with its yellow teeth, "Are you crazy?" The necklace-wearing elder goblin spat disdainfully, "Bah, I know my limits. It's just that this lowly is truly a rare top-quality item. Even among the elves, she's considered high-end. The longer we wait, the more competition we'll have. But there's nothing we can do. If we act now, we'll be caught red-handed." While the two elder goblins were arguing, a somewhat immature and hesitant voice came from behind the wooden door, "Gentlemen, it seems like you're troubled." The elder goblins were startled. They quickly looked around to the west and finally spotted Yi Chen observing them through a crack in the door. The necklace-wearing elder goblin curiously asked, "Kid, can you speak?" "Yes." The yellow-toothed elder goblin was puzzled. "I remember that a kid who hasn't been weaned yet doesn't have the goblin language talent, so how can he speak? Normally, it takes until they're 1 year old for the priests to implant the talent." The necklace-wearing elder goblin recalled and suddenly thought of something. "Kid, has any other goblin taught you how to speak?" "No, none." "Well, you're quite clever," the yellow-toothed goblin casually praised, squatting down. The friendly expression on its face disappeared without a trace, revealing a ferocious face. "Kid, if you're smart, you should know not to tell anyone else about our discussion of the king, otherwise, I'll tear you apart first." Yi Chen quickly nodded and bowed, trying to smile smoothly as he said, "Elders, I would never dare. If I were to secretly report, there would be no need to chat with you, revealing myself, right? The reason I disturbed you two elders is because I wanted to ask for your help in conveying a message to the king. I am the goblin sage that the king has been searching for." Yi Chen chose to recommend himself. He had learned from the gossip of the low-level goblins who worked as cleaners in the cave to prevent the elves from getting sick that the goblin king was looking for a special goblin, the goblin sage. So far, there have only been 2 instances in history where goblins with the talent of the goblin sage have appeared, but each time it has greatly changed the fate of the goblin tribe. This is not because the goblin sage is particularly powerful, but because of its special ability, foresight. Foresight itself is not extremely rare. Other races such as humans, elves, and demons can also roughly predict the future through complex rituals, but it comes at a great cost and there is a high probability of severe backlash for the practitioner. Therefore, it is only used for very important events, such as locating the future hero/demon king or predicting the destruction of a nation. The goblin sage's foresight does not come with a cost. Although its ability to predict the future is not under its control and only occurs occasionally in a state similar to a charlatan, it is already sufficient for the goblins. To describe it in terms of fate, humans and other races try to comprehend or even interfere with fate, which easily leads to backlash, while the goblin sage only occasionally senses the leaked information of fate. Of course, Yi Chen knew that he was probably not the goblin sage. Pretending to be a sage was indeed a risky move, but he had to take the chance. He needed to create an opportunity to meet the ruler of this goblin nest, the Goblin King. Based on his ability to understand Goblin and Elven languages without any barriers, Yi Chen deduced that he also had some kind of special talent. Coupled with his experience as a company director who had weathered storms, Yi Chen was confident that through negotiation, the art of language, he could appease the potential anger of the Goblin King and make him take notice. Only when he was no longer a transparent little goblin and had a higher status would he have the ability to protect the elven girl and repay the kindness of his mother in this world. So, the 2 big goblins scratched their heads. "Do you believe this brat is the legendary goblin sage?" The big goblin with the necklace asked in doubt. "I don't believe it." "You might as well believe that I am the Goblin King," the big goblin with yellow teeth chuckled. "Little brother, I can tell that you are indeed extraordinary. But if you are identified as not being a sage, then we would be deceiving the king, which is a great sin that I cannot bear. Is this really the intelligence that goblins should have? Is the other world getting involved too?" However, Yi Chen remained calm and composed, and said, "Big brothers, if you don't want to take the risk of meeting the king and committing the crime of deceiving him, there is actually another way. The king has his spies everywhere, right? You can go to a lively place, have a few drinks, and loudly say that you passed by a place and happened to hear a goblin cub who hasn't been weaned yet not only speaking, but also claiming to be the goblin sage. Big brothers can treat it as a joke and spread it around. Even if it reaches the king's ears through the spies, it will be because the king himself became interested. If he summons me and finds out that I am not a sage and gets furious, he won't blame you too. After the matter is done, I will definitely show my gratitude. If I really become successful, the two big brothers will benefit. If not, Yellow-Tooth Goblin said, then your mother won't be able to protect you. Ha ha ha. The big goblins burst into laughter, and Yi-Chen also laughed symbolically. Well, how do the two big brothers consider it? The two big goblins exchanged glances and muttered in a place where Yi-Chen couldn't hear, there really isn't much risk. Over at the cave where they sell alcohol, the drunk idiots there love to repeat what others say. If the king really investigates, it can also avoid tracing it back to us. Anyway, it doesn't require much effort, just tell a few jokes. If he's really a sage, then we'll make a killing. Even if he's not a sage, this kid is so clever, he doesn't seem like an ordinary goblin. But there are plenty of extraordinary guys under the king's command, they might not think much of this kid. The big goblins had no concept of how absurd it was for Yi-Chen to be so young and articulate. They had no historical cases or reference points to compare to, so they just thought Yi-Chen happened to be unusually smart. It's like mistaking an SSR for an R due to lack of exposure. When faced with an extremely unlikely event, they would think it's not that rare. There's nothing to lose by trying. Then let's do it. The necklace goblin turned around and said with a smile, little brother, you just wait for the news. If you really become rich and successful in the future, don't forget that we once helped you. Yi-Chen bowed, I will always remember the kindness of the two big brothers. Watching the backs of the two big goblins as they left, Yi-Chen fell into deep thought. Low-level goblins have average intelligence, at least the ones he had encountered so far were simple-minded in all aspects except for gossip, similar to the intelligence level of a 10-year-old human. They couldn't wait to blurt out everything they heard, even adding exaggerations, regardless of whether it was credible or not. But the big goblins were different. Their intelligence was close to that of normal adults, with mature thinking patterns, knowing how to seek benefits and avoid harm and assess risks. They were not the stupid and evil goblins that Yi-Chen knew from his previous life. Their intelligence seemed to have been elevated as a whole. By extension, what kind of extraordinary existence was the Goblin King who ruled over this nest, at the top and feared by the goblins? Yi-Chen subconsciously turned his head and looked at the scattered, silky gray hair, immersed in a deep sleep, occasionally murmuring unconsciously, the elf girl. His expression also unconsciously softened. It was not in vain that he had studied hard this month, matching the syllables of the low-level goblin's idle chatter with the translated Chinese characters in his mind, gradually learning to speak Goblin. Yi-Chen found that he seemed to have gained the motivation he had when he struggled alone in his previous life, facing the unknown and challenges. He must protect his lowly mother. Several days passed, everything was normal. One day at noon, while the elf girl was eating black bread for lunch, a masked goblin shaman burst in with two low-level goblins. The shaman glanced at the wary girl, then looked at Yi-Chen and said coldly, this brat can be weaned now, let her drink thin porridge from now on. Take the elf away now. What? Wasn't it said that they would only be taken for mating after they regained their fertility and menstrual cycle? Yi-Chen quickly stepped forward and fluently and concisely said, please forgive me, shaman, she is not able to conceive at the moment, it's not time yet. The goblins looked at Yi-Chen in surprise. The shaman was also surprised. You can talk at such a young age? Little brat, of course I know it's not time yet, but it's not up to me to decide. A goblin knight has taken a liking to your mother and wants the elf to be its exclusive star fury. Your mother is lucky, she's about to have a better life, I think you should worry about yourself. No, what the hell is a goblin knight? Before Yi-Chen could respond, the shaman ordered the low-level goblins, take her away. The other side didn't even intend to give Yi-Chen a chance to negotiate. Seeing the two low-level goblins approaching, the elf girl seemed to know what was about to happen and started trembling all over. No, don't separate me from my child. Yi-Chen also hurriedly stepped forward. Wait, the low-level goblin suddenly kicked him. With the scream of the fairy girl, Yi-Chen flew out and rolled on the ground a few times before finally stopping. He quickly got up and suddenly realized that he was not seriously injured. Strange, it doesn't hurt much? The sharp, curved goblin foot left only a few shallow white scratches on his body. The low-level goblin on the opposite side didn't expect to exert such a great force, and Yi-Chen seemed fine. It paused for a moment, then angrily rushed towards Yi-Chen. Enough! No! The goblin shaman and the fairy girl exclaimed at the same time. The girl quickly ran to Yi-Chen's side and protected him in her arms. Don't hurt my child. The shaman glared at the low-level goblin. The king said goblins are not allowed to harm each other. What are you doing? I'm just teaching this brat a lesson, making him learn to respect us elders. the low-level goblin said with a smile, it's education. On the other side, Yi Chen whispered in Elvish to his mother, don't worry about me. As a result, the fairy girl hugged him even tighter. The shaman looked at Yi Chen and said, kid, why are you protecting the elf to such an extent? She only gave birth to you and nursed you. Are these reasons not enough? Yi Chen responded, she is my mother, that's enough. Mother? Goblins pledge allegiance to the king, to the entire tribe, not to other races. In this goblin nest, other races are slaves to the goblins and should always be trampled underfoot. The shaman angrily said, kid, this is my final warning. Your actions will be a betrayal of the goblin tribe. This was the funniest joke Yi Chen had ever heard. He had never treated these beasts as his own kind, let alone talk about loyalty and betrayal. In this situation, there was no point in further conversation. Fortunately, he also noticed that his physical strength seemed extraordinary. So let's give it a try. Yi Chen sneered, that's why I have a mother, and you all don't, orphans. Since you choose betrayal, you are no longer a goblin, the shaman snorted. It ordered the two low-level goblins, step back. It began to mutter something quietly in its mouth. Yi Chen felt something was not right. He had to interrupt the shaman's spellcasting prelude as soon as possible. He suddenly broke free from the fairy girl's embrace and rushed towards the spellcasting shaman. What are you trying to do? A loud roar came from the door, accompanied by a loud bang, freezing Yi Chen and the shaman's movements. The goblins and the fairy all looked towards the door and saw a goblin wearing a full suit of iron armor. The armor protected its entire body tightly, with only a slit revealing its eyes. The style was similar to the armor of medieval Europe. It should have been stripped from a human heavy armored soldier? Yi Chen analyzed silently. He immediately understood the intention of this goblin. He had won the bet. The armored goblin held a shiny polished long-handled axe. It was the one who had hammered the axe handle against the wooden door, making that loud noise. The shaman nodded. What brings you here, Sir Knight? The goblin knight completely ignored it. It scanned the goblins present and locked its gaze on Yi Chen. It must be you. Kid, the king wants to see you tomorrow. The shaman was dumbfounded. He has already betrayed the king. I suggest you execute him first. Enough with the talk of betrayal or not, everything is based on the king's command. The knight impatiently shouted, do you want to defy orders? Then I'll execute you right now. The shaman shrank its neck and retreated behind the two low-level goblins. It whispered, as for the elf, I'll dash this time. Yi Chen interrupted the shaman, respected Sir Knight, may I bring my mother to meet the king? In this situation, without him there, the fairy girl would be in danger. The shaman became anxious. That was reserved by another knight, Your Excellency. The goblin knight grew impatient. That guy you're talking about lost interest in her as soon as he found out she had a child. Old fool, get out of here now. The shaman fell silent for a moment. Then, it awkwardly bowed and quickly led the low-level goblin away. The knight slammed the door shut. Gradually, he calmed down and looked at the elven girl with interest, circling her with his eyes. Little one, why do you want to take your mother with you? Before Yi Chen could answer, the knight suddenly realized, I understand, you like playing this game, right? If you really are a goblin sage, then anything goes. You can have 10 mothers if you want. Ha ha ha. The goblin knight swiftly opened the wooden door and disappeared. The cave became silent once again. After a while, the elven girl regained her senses. She ran towards Yi Chen and hugged him tightly, unable to say a word. Yi Chen gently patted her back and whispered in Elvish, Mother, it's all right. You don't have to worry about being captured by goblins anymore. You won't have nightmares anymore. Yi Chen knew very well that every night, the elven girl would have nightmares, begging for mercy, sobbing, crying out for her parents, and screaming in agony. These were the lifelong traumas inflicted on her spirit by the goblin's humiliation and torture. He wanted to tell the girl that the nightmares she feared would never appear in reality again. Yi Chen didn't hear his mother's response. He only felt a few warm drops of liquid falling on his back. That night, before going to sleep, the elven girl sat upright, facing Yi Chen, and solemnly used a wet cloth to wipe his face several times. Yi Chen didn't know what she was trying to do, so he imitated her and sat upright as well. The elven girl wiped and looked at him, staring at his face, until she finally smiled with satisfaction. She extended her fair and slender fingers and pointed to her own iris, which was the color of Rita, and slowly said, Rue, ta. My mother's name, Rita. This was the first time Yi Chen had learned the elven girl's name, and his mother's name. These syllables were quite complex. He tried to say, Rue she. Rue, ta. Rita patiently corrected him. Rue she. This was not a simple matter. It took Yi Chen 5 tries before he could say it perfectly. During this time, Rita often encouraged him with a smile. He had never seen his mother smile so much before tonight. Rita's smile was gentle, her soft lips and crystal-clear eyes of Rita combined to create a sweet and elegant feeling, making her smile more and more charming the longer he looked at it. Perhaps she used to be an elf who loved to smile. Rita once again pointed solemnly to the oil lamp outside the wooden door, and then to the slowly burning candle inside. Then, she said seriously, "Ja-ku. Light. Ja-ku." Oh, Ja-ku meant light in Elvish. Yi Chen also pointed to the flame on the candle and said, "Ja-ku." Rita nodded, but gently took Yi Chen's hand and turned his finger towards himself. She whispered, "I hereby bestow upon you your true name, Ja-ku." Yi Chen was stunned. This was the name his elven mother had given him, and it was also the name he had obtained in this world, his second life. For some reason, his voice trembled, but he still tried to say it clearly, "Ja-ku. My name is Ja-ku." Ja-ku, meaning light. The next morning, Yi Chen, or more accurately, Zack, was taken out of the narrow cave by the impulsive Goblin Knight, along with Rita, to meet the Goblin King. As the wooden door closed behind them with a click, Zack had a surreal feeling. This door had allowed them to pass through months of endless confinement. Thanks to the low-level goblins who brought them meals on time, Zack hadn't completely lost track of time. He had thought about slowly destroying this wooden door, but it was enchanted by the shaman, solid as a rock. Not a single splinter would come off no matter how hard he hit or scratched it. Now, they easily walked out of this door, crossing the threshold that countless slaves had hoped to escape from. Zack looked at the intricate network of tunnels, watching a few rays of natural light seep through narrow cracks in the rocky layers above, sprinkling onto the stone and moss, carrying countless shimmering, freely floating dust. He heard the sound of flowing water coming from deep within the stone walls and smelled the moist, fresh air. Rita, on the other hand, felt somewhat uneasy suddenly being in such a vast space. She had grown accustomed to the cramped living quarters for the past few months. Zack held her hand, her small hand gripping his big hand. He calmly said in Elvish, "It's okay, Mum. Let's go." They took their first step together. This goblin nest was composed of an abandoned ancient city buried underground, along with the complex network of caves surrounding it. The Goblin Knight led them to the central area of the nest, where the ancient city was located. Judging by the number of goblins they encountered along the way, there were at least tens of thousands of goblins in this nest. Zack carefully held Rita's hand as they stumbled along, also carefully memorizing the terrain along the way. After circling for a few miles, they finally arrived at the grand hall where the Goblin King resided. A delicate red carpet stretched from the throne deep within the hall to the entrance, with goblin knights in full iron armor standing on either side, wielding broadswords, long spears, or battle axes. Behind the knights stood goblins of various attire and postures, whispering to each other. Their clothing was relatively exquisite, especially compared to Zack and Rita, who were barely clothed. However, most of the goblins themselves were hunched over, ugly and hideous, and no matter how nice their clothes were, they couldn't hide that fact. This reminded Zack of a saying he had heard in his previous life: animals dressed in fine clothes, sitting high in the hall, thinking they are human. The Goblin Knight leading the way changed his previous attitude of coming and going, and cautiously lowered his voice, saying, "When facing the king, you must kneel on the ground and only raise your head when permitted by the king. Do not look at the king for too long." Zack nodded silently. He had heard many things about the Goblin King. Some goblins believed that he was too strict and never forgave those who violated the rules. Some believed that he was a tyrant, with spies and lackeys throughout the nest, monitoring and controlling all goblins, and some believed that he led the tribe to thrive and was a good king. Without exception, all goblins felt awe or fear towards the king. However, Zack was not nervous. He didn't underestimate the Goblin King, but he had fundamental confidence in his outstanding intellect as a former company director who had repeatedly turned the tide. As long as the other party was a smart person who could negotiate. When they were about 10 steps away from the throne, the Goblin Knight stopped in his tracks. He bent down and retreated to the edge of the red carpet, humbly saying, "Reporting to our king, it seems that the Wise One and his mother have arrived." Zack suddenly realized that now only he and Rita were standing in the center of the red carpet. He carefully glanced at Rita and then knelt down. Rita blinked in confusion and followed suit, imitating his actions. She had never believed in these goblins, but she trusted Zack. A low, hoarse voice came from the throne, "You may rise." "Thank you very much." The knight swiftly moved into the queue on the side. Next came a brief and unbearable silence. Yi Chen could feel the gaze from the throne carefully scrutinizing him. "Look up," said Zack, slowly raising his head and giving Rita a slight nudge with his leg, signaling her to do the same. On either side of the throne stood two goblins dressed in white robes and red ceremonial crowns, holding thick books. However, Zack's attention was completely drawn to the goblin on the throne. It was not dressed in extravagant clothes, but rather wore a relatively plain gray chainmail and a black cloak. its golden crown was not adorned with gemstones, but only embedded with a cat's eye stone. The Goblin King's appearance was particularly ugly and detestable. Scars covered its face, a piece of its nose was missing, and the terrifying aura emanating from its body made Zack shudder involuntarily, instinctively shifting his gaze to the silver boots of the Goblin King. He noticed that Rita also dared not meet the king's gaze, her petite body trembling slightly, seemingly unable to move. This was probably not a power targeted at him by the Goblin King, but rather a natural suppression that came with the king's high position. It stemmed from the hierarchical suppression of higher races over lower races, such as the dragon's dragon might. The Goblin King was truly a superior race. The king observed Zack's reaction and spoke again. "Child, you claim to be a sage?" Zack raised his gaze slightly and replied clearly, "Yes, your majesty. But you are only impersonating a sage." The hall immediately became restless. The goblins' discussions filled the air. The king casually raised a hand, and the hall returned to a deathly silence. It briefly said, "Reason." Zack raised his head and met the sharp gaze of the Goblin King, feeling as if an ice spike had pierced his heart, sending a chill through his body. He calmly stated, "I inform your majesty that this daring act was a strategy to take the risk and offer myself as a tribute, allowing the guilty to have the opportunity to meet your majesty. The guilty one is filled with knowledge and is willing to serve your majesty and the tribe, but has long been lacking the opportunity. Upon hearing that your majesty was seeking a sage, this strategy was born. The guilty one is willing to accept punishment. But please, your majesty, listen to the guilty one's words before making a decision." The other goblins in the hall fell into a deathly silence. Was this really something a few-month-old cub should say? Even if he wasn't a goblin sage, he was still a new and extraordinary species, right? Goblin cubs of the same age had not yet acquired the goblin language talent, and understanding their own kind's language was still a problem, let alone speaking. The Goblin King remained calm and said, "Although young, you speak well. It is clear that you possess true talent and knowledge, and are not just speaking empty words. But there is no need to use formal language. I appreciate it, but these fools cannot understand it." It glanced at the goblins, scratching their heads with confusion under the throne. "Please continue." "Your Majesty, I have observed your subjects and army along the way. They mainly use cold weapons or magic, but I have not seen any cannons or firearms. I wonder if your majesty is interested in firearms." The goblins became even more confused. What was this thing? The king pondered for a moment and said, "I have seen human armies use cannons to bombard fortresses. Are you saying that you know how to make such weapons?" Zack nodded, "Indeed. The most important material for igniting cannons is gunpowder, and your majesty's territory is not lacking in its raw materials." On his journey, he had observed that some parts of the cave walls were covered with a large amount of white crystalline minerals, saltpeter. In addition, when passing through an area with a higher ambient temperature, he had also smelled a faint, distinctive scent of sulfur. This goblin lair was partially hidden near a volcano. Without the conditions to exploit resources such as oil, the active volcano was the most convenient way to obtain sulfur. And after purifying saltpeter into potassium nitrate and mixing it with sulfur and charcoal in a certain proportion, the most primitive gunpowder could be made. Zack relayed the above information to the Goblin Queen, and there was silence in the hall. The queen asked with interest, "I do indeed have a collection of Shemin cannons, which were confiscated from humans in my early years. I didn't know the principle before, so they were left unused. If I entrust them to you, can you make the guards use the cannons in a short period of time?" "Yes," Zack nodded, "not only cannons, but I also have some insights on the tribe's food, water, and other aspects. If the king needs it, I can explain it to you one by one." The Goblin King smiled and said, "Very good, very good. With such courage and insight, child, where did you learn all this?" Zack respectfully said, to the king, "All this knowledge came naturally to me when I was born." "Ah," some of the goblins below couldn't help but exclaim, "Don't be too absurd. In a sense, it's not wrong to say that it's the knowledge from my previous life that I was born with." Zack felt that the Goblin King's aura became somewhat unstable at that moment. After pondering for a while, it said, "If what you say is true, child, you are indeed very special. Let me assess it myself." In the hall, all the goblins pricked up their ears. After a while, the Goblin King spoke, "You are indeed not a goblin sage, but you have an extremely rare and exceptional talent, which can even be said to be once in 1,000 years. Child, starting today, you will move to a certain place in the back hall to live. I will personally teach you." The goblins in the hall instantly erupted in excitement. The king actually intends to take a disciple? A big goblin's eyes widened. What's happening today? First, a brat not only speaks, but also makes incomprehensible remarks, and then the proud Goblin King, who doesn't even have a son, actually intends to take this brat as a disciple. It even suspected that it might have been unknowingly drugged and everything it saw now was an illusion. The Goblin King swept a cold glance around, and all the goblins in the hall instantly fell silent. It continued, I will give you 2 high-level female slaves as a reward, and they will be responsible for your daily life. Any problem? The hall almost erupted in noise again. If the goblins' previous emotions were mainly confusion and shock, now it was pure jealousy. Most of the goblins present would never come into contact with such a level of reward in their entire lives. Zack hesitated. Although he had speculated on all possible reactions from the Goblin King, the king's behavior still surprised him. Judging from the reactions of the other goblins, such a scale of reward was extremely unusual even in goblin society. It didn't sit well with him as an infant. One thing was certain, this was a hot potato. If he accepted, he might end up being enemies with the other goblins in the hall in the days to come. If he refused, it would be disrespectful to the king. Zack quickly figured it out. For him, this was a perfect opportunity to achieve his true goal. He sincerely said, to the king, I am grateful beyond words for your kindness, but please allow me to decline the reward. I request a different reward. The Goblin King remained calm and said, tell me your request. I request to be taken care of by my mother. This time, not only the goblins in the hall, but even the Goblin King felt slightly surprised. Its gaze carefully scrutinized Rita again, as if trying to identify something special about her. Compared to the extraordinary Zack, she was obviously just an elf lowly with good looks but mediocre talent. The Goblin King spoke again, so, you wanted to do your mother? The hall instantly erupted in vulgar laughter. Zack noticed Rita, who was already somewhat uneasy due to not understanding, tremble greatly and almost collapse to the ground. Zack understood. She must have extremely painful memories associated with similar goblin laughter. He quietly held Rita's hand, exerting a little force and warmth, trying to make her feel a little more at ease and gradually stabilize her condition. Nothing will happen, trust me. The Goblin King deliberately waited for a while before raising his hand to signal silence. You should know that the reward I gave you is a high-level female slave, she. The implication was that this reward was much better than Rita. Zack replied succinctly, I inform your majesty that my mother has taken care of me and taught me diligently since I was born. She has taken good care of me. I want to repay my mother and I don't want to be separated from her, so I made this request. The Goblin King fell silent for a moment. It seemed to be confirming whether Zack's words were trustworthy. It finally spoke, fine. I will reward your birth mother to you. She is now your private property. You may leave. A knight will lead you to the residence in the rear hall. Zack quickly stood up and saluted, thank you very much. As long as Rita no longer had to be forced to participate in the goblin's reproduction and endure torment, his goal would be achieved. After the goblins left, only the Goblin King sitting in the hall remained, along with the 2 goblin priests wearing red ceremonial crowns beside it. Actually, I never expected anything from a goblin sage from the beginning, the Goblin King lazily said. I just happened to hear a joke from a little brat who claimed to be a sage and wanted to have some fun. I didn't expect to be pleasantly surprised. The 2 priests glanced at each other. One of them spoke slowly, Your Majesty, please speak. The rare talent is just a pretext, right? What is the brat's true talent? The king casually leaned back in his chair and said lightly, Goblin King. The second Goblin King, other than the king himself? Despite following the king for a long time and witnessing many storms, the 2 priests still trembled. This can't be said explicitly, the other priest couldn't help but lower his voice. One mountain cannot have 2 tigers. A human kingdom can only have 1 king, and the same goes for a goblin kingdom. Are you secretly trying to eliminate a potential threat? I can't bear to do that either. Although this brat is young, its knowledge and courage far surpass my useless subordinates. It even knows things that I don't. Even if we remove the Goblin King's talent, it is still a true strategist. The Goblin King said with interest, however, this brat has one special quality that truly makes me completely reconsider killing it. The priest pondered for a moment but still didn't understand what was special about Zack. It asked, why? This brat has a unique character. It knows how to be grateful and will actively repay its birth mother. This is not like a goblin, but more like the characteristics of humans, dwarves, and elves. However, the dark side tells me that this brat almost killed its fellow siblings who competed for milk when it was born, which means its character has indeed been influenced by the Goblin King's talent, making it far more cruel and brutal than its kin. 2 extreme opposites have been united in one young cub. Don't you find that interesting? The priest suddenly realized, so that's why you gave it the highest reward and want to personally educate it? If the king treats it well, it won't betray. Even if it becomes violent, it can still be controlled.
Almost, the king smiled. The Goblin King's talent means it will have strength no less than mine, and knowing how to be grateful means it will have absolute loyalty. Add to that its sharp mind and mysterious knowledge reserve. The priest suddenly understood, so, it will become the king's most loyal and powerful sword. The Goblin King just smiled and didn't answer. It lazily waved its hand. I've been pretending all day, and I'm tired. You may go back now. 2 goblin priests bowed in turn and left in an orderly manner, leaving the ugly Goblin King alone in the dilapidated yet still majestic hall. It lifted its head and looked up at the magnificent ceiling of the ancient city, at the thick layer of soil above the ceiling, and beyond the soil, the brilliant and vast starry sky. The king's gaze grew deeper. Have you heard? Goblin traces have been found near the volcano. It's said to be a large nest they're looking for. Please don't tell me it's another false rumor. I still remember the last time we mobilized and said we found their lair. What happened? We ended up catching a dozen low-level goblins like chickens. It was laughable. Well, you got it wrong. The receptionist lady secretly told me that this time it's military intelligence, very likely to be the real deal. On the border of the kingdom, in a bustling town, there was a branch of the Adventurers Association. Adventurers sat in groups of 2 or 3 on chairs that had been repaired many times, gulping down ice-cold wheat beer and engaging in lively discussions. Adventurer teams came and went, exchanging quests and bounties with the receptionists at the front desk, handing over coins and precious materials such as fur and fangs from their hunting targets. In a corner of the association, several adventurers of different races and forms were sitting. One of them, a lizard man dressed as a monk, said, I remember this time. It's near the volcanic complex that borders the demon territory, right? Are you sure there won't be any problems with the demons? If they dare to come, we'll just fight them together, muttered the dwarf, holding a beer in his hand, not knowing which cup it was. As a dwarf, he rarely wore a wizard's robe. Still drinking? Why don't you just take a bath in beer tonight? Scolded a slender elven archer, displeased. Everyone, there's no need to worry about the demons. I received news not long ago that the garrison has already sent envoys to negotiate with the demons. They made it clear that as long as we don't attack their realm, they won't interfere with our goblin extermination operation. In the matter of eradicating goblins, the demons' attitude was surprisingly consistent with that of humans, elves, and other races. Goblins have been a nuisance for far too long. Ignoring the dwarf's exclamation of bathing in beer suits me just fine. A petite priest in a pristine white robe said, the church will also send multiple priests to participate in the operation. In addition, the church asked me to deliver something. She took out a letter. It was an invitation from the military. She then handed the invitation to a person who hardly spoke and was silently examining a magic scroll. He was clad in thick iron armor, wearing an iron helmet that concealed his face, with traces of rust and scars on it. Compared to his teammates, this person seemed to have nothing special about him. He accepted the invitation and quietly said, thank you. The petite priest smiled mischievously and said, as a professional, this is a joint goblin extermination operation invitation specifically for you from the military, Mr. Goblin Slayer. Boom! Accompanied by the flames and deafening roar of the cannon, a projectile flew out of the barrel, whistling through the air and creating a beautiful parabolic arc, smashing a pile of neatly stacked stones. The goblin craftsmen around immediately cheered and jumped with joy. How many times have we emphasized not to use cannons inside the cave? Zack shook his head helplessly. Then, he was grabbed by the excited craftsman and thrown high into the air. It had been almost a year since Zack was born. The Goblin King ordered Zack to lead the best goblin craftsmen and fully research cannons, but the plan didn't go smoothly at first. There were many factors that affected whether gunpowder could be ignited as required. In terms of the ratio alone, if there was too much sulfur, the gunpowder would indeed be prone to explode, but it would explode in the barrel. If there was too much charcoal, the gunpowder would tend to burn slowly, not to mention the choice of charcoal, the purification of saltpeter and sulfur, and the process of gunpowder production. Every aspect is crucial. In his previous life, Zack had a detailed understanding of the history of gunpowder manufacturing due to personal interest, but one can only truly understand it by attempting to make it oneself. Theory and practice are completely different. So, he took the bewildered goblin craftsman and proceeded step by step, making mistakes and occasionally blowing himself up, only to be healed by the goblin shaman who was squatting nearby. The first few months were almost ineffective, but the Goblin King was patient as always, providing them with resources. Finally, after finding the right formula and processing method for stable gunpowder, the cannon was successfully launched. What's there to celebrate? We need to increase the loading speed, use water magic to quickly cool and clean the barrel, calibrate the trajectory. Only then will this cannon have practical significance. Zack was forcefully stuffed with a piece of roasted pork by an excited goblin craftsman. Stop babbling. Just eat, eat, eat. Another craftsman poured a jug of rough brewed beer into his mouth. After the celebration banquet, with a round belly and a basket of fruits in hand, Zack returned to his room with Rita. On the same day that Zack volunteered, he and Rita moved into a room in the rear hall of the ancient city, not far from the Goblin King's bedroom. They slept on stone beds with 2 layers of bedding. The room had scattered furniture, and even an independent toilet and bathroom with clear and sweet groundwater. Zack speculated that it came from the water supply system built before the ancient city. Rita no longer had to rely on tattered cloth to cover her body. She now had a few barely fitting dresses and nightgowns, a few pairs of women's silk underwear, several intact knee-high socks. There was even a pair of very provocative white lace stockings. Zack suspected that it was the Goblin King sneaking in some personal items, and a pair of deerskin boots. These clothes were new when they got them, and Zack speculated that they probably came from a hapless adventurer rookie teen recently captured by the goblins. Their living standards had made a qualitative leap. Sometimes in the morning, sometimes near dusk, the Goblin King would come to their room and teach Zack a series of knowledge, including learning Goblin language, imparting basic combat skills, understanding the Goblin tribe and even the related knowledge of the otherworld, as well as ideological education. Zack's learning speed naturally did not disappoint the Goblin King. Based on the astonishing talent of this body and his diligent attitude towards learning, by the time he was almost 1 year old, he was already familiar with Goblin close combat techniques, proficient in some weapons, and even showed a high affinity for magic and witchcraft. In terms of knowledge, Zack had also initially mastered several languages, including the common language of the demon race, and had a further understanding of the common sense of this other world. Meanwhile, most of the low-level goblins who were at the same stage as him, after initially learning Goblin language, quickly indulged themselves and rapidly degenerated after reaching sexual maturity, spending their days in mating caves seeking pleasure. On the other hand, the Goblin King did not make a move on Rita, nor did he allow other goblins to approach her, considering her as Zack's sacred and inviolable private property. The king even occasionally gave small gifts to this petite elf. However, Rita mostly rejected its kindness. Not only the Goblin King, but she also had a quite cold and disgusted attitude towards all goblins, only showing her gentle side in front of Zack. As for the other goblins' opinion of Zack, at first, there were indeed many goblins who had some complaints about his special treatment, but as Zack's excellence gradually became apparent, coupled with his ability to adapt and socialize wherever he went, the majority completely accepted the king's decision and recognized Zack's talent and treatment, some even jokingly calling him the king's adopted son. Except for a low-level goblin who was blind in his right eye after timely treatment by the shaman, it miraculously survived from the life-threatening injuries caused by Zack's attack. Its right eye was covered with radial white scars, so the goblins got used to calling it One Eye. Naturally, the fear of Zack was deeply engraved in its memory, accompanied by deep resentment and hatred. When One Eye saw that Zack not only did not receive any punishment, but was even valued by the king and became the focus of the goblins, its jealousy and animosity were beyond words. However, One Eye believed that it disguised itself well. It had never had a direct conflict with Zack, and it was very friendly during conversations, even to the extent of being surface-level friends. If you ignore the scars on its right eye, it is just one of the many ordinary goblins who are happy to befriend Zack. One Eye was waiting in the dark for an opportunity, waiting for a chance to turn the tables on Zack. It wanted to severely injure Zack and render him powerless, and then make Zack watch helplessly as it violated his most cherished mother, Loli. What it didn't expect was that Zack had already noticed it. In the late autumn, the nest was gradually becoming cold. The goblins did not have the habit of wearing thick clothing, so they lit roaring bonfires in many places and asked the goblin shaman to use smoke-absorbing magic. Groups of goblins gathered around the bonfires to keep warm. On this day, the Goblin King was teaching Zack as usual. When it saw a small water ball condensing in the palm of Zack's hand, it nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good, you have completely mastered the steps of extracting water vapor from the air with magic and condensing it into liquid. We will continue with the next step tomorrow." Zack spoke up, "King, I have a personal matter that I need to consult with you." The Goblin King furrowed its brows imperceptibly. It rarely saw Zack bring up matters outside of the curriculum. "Speak. You know that I injured a goblin cub when I was born, right? It lost its right eye and its name is One Eye." Zack sighed. "I also understand my mistake very well and have thought about compensating it and reconciling with it, but it has already expressed that it doesn't care anymore." The king immediately understood the implied meaning behind Zack's words. It casually asked, "Zack, there's no need to beat around the bush in private. Do you want me to personally deal with it?" "No need, Your Majesty." Zack knew very well that unless the other party violated the rules of the nest, the Goblin King would not personally intervene. I just want to ask, can I take action when the time comes? The king pondered for a moment. You cannot initiate an attack on another member of the same clan. Otherwise, even if you are my proud student, I will not lessen your deserved punishment. Very well, with this assurance, Zack felt relieved. He had never openly quarreled with One Eye, but he still decided to play it safe. If it was only him, it would be fine. With the absolute difference in strength between Zack and One Eye wouldn't be able to do anything fancy. But One Eye's target probably also included Rita, and he couldn't ignore potential threats. Rita was his only weakness. Zack bowed gracefully. I have taken your teachings to heart. Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. Drink, drink. In the cave where One Eye lived, several goblins sat on the ground, drinking together. Ordinary goblins couldn't afford, nor were they qualified to enjoy the fine wines brewed by humans, dwarves, and orcs that they had plundered, so they drank the inferior beer brewed from their own wheat. The taste was indeed not great, but it was better than nothing. That cannon is really powerful. A low-level goblin burped and began boasting about some news he had heard from somewhere, which had changed several versions. You guys don't know, one pull of the rope, a burst of fire, and boom, the ceiling of the cave was pierced. This shit is much better than magic. Come on, why don't you say the sun was pierced too? Another goblin mocked. The one-eyed goblin chuckled. Big brother, you're exaggerating a bit, but that cannon is indeed powerful. The king appreciates it. He sighed. We were born in the same batch. Why is there such a big difference between goblins? The low-level goblin thought of something and asked drunkenly, by the way, it seems like you were blinded in one eye by the king's adopted son when you were born. Don't you hate him? The one-eyed goblin paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. I stopped hating a long time ago. After all, I didn't know anything when I was born. He later apologized to me and made amends. I've gotten used to seeing things with one eye. Of course, if he blinded both my eyes, I wouldn't let him off easily. You truly are broad-minded, my one-eyed friend. With such a mindset, I believe you will achieve great things in the future. However, the low-level goblin quipped, if you were truly blinded, you wouldn't be able to drink with us now. Ha ha ha. How can we drink without some snacks? I brought some to liven up the party. A new and familiar voice sounded. The one-eyed goblin was about to respond when it instinctively opened its drunken eyes and was startled awake. The Goblin King's popular adopted son, Zack, had somehow silently sat among them, holding a basket of roasted pork. Although the goblin nest also raised pigs and sheep, the low-level goblins rarely got to eat meat due to limited supply. The goblins naturally didn't hesitate to grab a piece of juicy roasted pork, sprinkle some salt on it, and start gnawing away. Kid, you're on the right track. The goblins praised. They couldn't turn against this beast now. It wasn't the time for betrayal yet. The one-eyed goblin reminded itself and quickly adjusted its facial expression, even remembering to take a piece of roasted meat. It couldn't tell the truth to Zack, so it pretended, isn't this the famous person of the king? Why are you here too? Zack replied, I'm just here to join the feast. Actually, without you, I wouldn't have achieved my current position. What's going on? The other goblins perked up their ears, ready to enjoy the show, while the one-eyed goblin was taken aback. It asked in confusion, what do you mean? Zack sincerely said, one-eyed brother, I must apologize for my past actions. Over a year ago, when we were just born, I blinded one of your eyes. Damn it, this damn creature knew all along, and now it wants to make amends because it's scared? The one-eyed goblin couldn't just let go of its grudge like that, but it politely replied, no worries, we were all young back then. I stopped caring a long time ago. Today, hearing your apology, any remaining dissatisfaction has also disappeared. Keep this idiot at ease first, let it think that I don't care, and relax its guard. Then the probability of assassination will be even higher. The other goblins sincerely praised, one-eyed little brother, you're so magnanimous. Thank you, one-eyed brother, for your generosity. I also feel guilty about this. Now that it's been said, it feels great. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Zack sincerely thanked, even stood up and bowed. Now, let's continue our previous topic. The king told me something. It didn't decide to summon me only when I pretended to be a wise goblin. It had noticed me since we were born. What? The goblins were shocked. They didn't expect to have unexpected gains while drinking today. Even the one-eyed goblin was momentarily confused. It couldn't understand what Zack was trying to do. The low-level goblin, who was burping from the alcohol, scratched its head and asked, was it the fight between you and One-Eyed that caught the king's attention? Zack nodded earnestly, yes. Fortunately, Wang's secret team was nearby at the time and saved the One-Eyed brother's life. Otherwise, I would have felt guilty for killing my brother for the rest of my life. What he said was partly true. Zack also later learned that those two figures wearing black cloaks, who were skilled goblins in the use of holy light magic, were Wang's trusted confidants and usually did not appear in the goblin's sight. Mixing truth and lies in his storytelling made the content he fabricated more believable, achieving the effect he desired. The one-eyed brother gradually remembered that there were two powerful individuals who saved him when his memory was hazy. It furrowed its brow imperceptibly and continued to listen to Zack's sincere narration. It is extremely rare for newborn cubs to fight each other, which piqued Wang's interest. Wang secretly evaluated me, the victor of the battle, and discovered that although I had some talent, it was not enough to warrant its attention or personal guidance. However, Wang believed that my ability to severely injure my own kind shortly after birth was uncommon in the history of goblin nests. Therefore, it believed that I possessed potential that could not be specifically identified, surpassing mere surface talent, and deemed me worthy of cultivation. At that time, Wang was also troubled by the general lack of scarce talent among the young goblins, so it decided to focus on cultivating me. The underlying meaning of this passage is that if it had been the one-eyed brother who won instead of Zack, the one-eyed brother would have also gained his current position and resources. By using the one-eyed brother as a stepping stone, Zack was able to enjoy the special treatment he receives today, setting him apart from the majority of low-level goblins. This was fine for the goblins watching the scene. They were not the unlucky one being stepped on, so they didn't have to empathize. However, it was different for the one-eyed brother. Someone had blinded one of its eyes, yet not only did they face no punishment, they even achieved great success, status, and quality of life surpassing its own. And now, that person had come before it, telling it that he was somewhat sorry and owed his success to it. Any ordinary low-level goblin would have long turned hostile and caused a scene. The one-eyed brother could feel its blood pressure rising, and its fists clenched tightly. Was this scoundrel here to apologize or to show off? But it forced itself to endure. It wasn't the time to turn hostile yet. Zack, my brother, you underestimate yourself, it interjected. Although it was indeed our fight that caught Wang's attention initially, your subsequent position and achievements were entirely due to your own abilities. The low-level goblins on the side also woke up as if from a dream and chimed in agreement. That's right, if it weren't for our dear Zack, how could we have the cannon? Zack, my dear friend, you're selling yourself short. Zack put down the meat and smiled bitterly. Big brothers, you don't know the truth. These things really aren't Zack's merits. In fact, it involves Wang's secrets. Ah, secrets? The onlookers stopped drinking and eating, their ears perked up. Was something big about to happen? Zack solemnly said, I need all of you to promise that what I'm about to say must stay within us. Not a word should be leaked. After the goblins all made their promises, he continued, have you ever wondered why Wang and those high-level goblins know so much more than us? Aren't they the same goblin race as us? Why is that? The one-eyed brother pondered for a moment and replied, because they are naturally more talented than low-level goblins, so Wang increases their training efforts, widening the pre-existing gap in intelligence and creating a class divide between high-level and low-level goblins. No, that's not it. Zack shook his head. I can tell you that all the goblins under Wang were just like us when they were born, without any inherent talent. If the king only focuses on cultivating goblins with rare talents, the quantity would be insufficient to support the ruling institution of this vast underground kingdom. The real reason is that the king, or the previous generation of kings, found a batch of demon fruits after going through hardships in the demon realm. Zack continued to weave the story using the setting from a manga he had read in his previous life, hoping that the manga author and publishing company wouldn't come to another world to accuse him of copyright infringement. All the goblins were dumbfounded. Zack said seriously, these fruits are the absolute secret of the nest, the true artifacts that determine the dominance of the lower-level goblins under the rule of the upper-class society. Once you eat a demon fruit, your intelligence, strength, and other abilities will greatly increase. You will gain an exclusive talent of an advanced goblin, such as Goblin Knight, and there is also a chance to acquire knowledge that the goblin tribe has not yet mastered, like the canon I mentioned. Even the outside world, including the demon race and humans, are mostly unaware of its existence, otherwise the king wouldn't have obtained it. As long as you catch the king's interest and pledge your loyalty to it, preferably willing to kneel down and lick the king's toes, it will grant you a demon fruit, allowing you to rise to prominence and become wealthy. As for the day I recommended myself to the king, it was just a play acting, helping me gain popularity. Zack even patched it up carefully. I believe that you big brothers must think what I'm saying is absurd. When I first learned about it, I thought it was too far-fetched. But reality is just that absurd. Big brothers, you should have experienced it. Someone who was originally on the same level as you suddenly gets chosen by the king, moves to the ancient city district, and then becomes a goblin knight or something,
and basically stops contacting you.
The low-level goblins began to ponder. After Zack's reminder, they realized that it seemed to be true. I knew Big Fawn wasn't much smarter than me. How did he become a goblin shaman and then turn his back on me when we met again? I'll kick his ass. Damn, you too? I used to have a drinking buddy, a dumbass who often drank with me.
After becoming a goblin knight, his nose was so high up in the air, he told me that he was the king's most loyal and capable right-hand man, no longer the same as trash like me, and kicked me out.
The low-level goblins exchanged words, astonished to discover that they had indeed ignored this strange phenomenon on their own. It was Zack's words that awakened the goblins from their dream.
Zack nodded. Brothers, this is because of eating the demon fruit.
We must keep it a secret, so we feel guilty. I have achieved my current position all thanks to this demon fruit.
So, I am deeply ashamed of myself. My one-eyed brother suffered a serious injury, and I not only didn't receive the corresponding punishment, but also obtained a position that I didn't deserve at all. It's like a thorn deeply embedded in my heart, making me increasingly ashamed. Therefore, I sincerely apologize to my one-eyed brother.
Zack bowed deeply.
Before the one-eyed goblin could speak, the surrounding goblins urged, Zack, you don't have to blame yourself too much. You have become a goblin above all goblins, yet you still remember your original intentions and are willing to humble yourself to apologize to the one-eyed brother, explaining the truth, instead of becoming a complete scoundrel like my drinking buddy. You truly are a prodigal son who has returned. I envy the one-eyed brother for making such a good friend. Perhaps this is what they mean by no pain, no gain.
The one-eyed goblin's face turned green.
It felt like these idiots were roasting it over a fire, so it had to force a smile and say to Zack, Zack, my brother, I had already let it go, but now that I've heard your heartfelt words, I am even more moved.
You are a friend worth having. Cheers.
Putting down his wine glass, Zack couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Cyclops. This guy was definitely not an ordinary person, being able to hold on to his grudge since birth. At the same time, he reminded himself not to underestimate Cyclops as an enemy. He must have prepared himself to betray Zack or Rita.
However, Zack's killer move was just about to begin.
A low-level goblin with a cloth wrapped around its head took a big gulp of wine and said boldly, Cyclops, it's such a pity for you. If you had one back then, you would have become the right-hand man of the king. Cyclops looked at it strangely, took a few bites of pork, and then said, Big brother, what you said makes sense, but reality doesn't have so many ifs. I am satisfied to be able to drink and eat with you, big brothers, and Zack today. Another goblin with a missing ear, reeking of alcohol, scratched its head with its greasy claws and said, but if Cyclops had eaten the devil fruit, maybe it could cure his impotence.
All the goblins present sprayed their drinks. Zack was surprised and said, Big brother, you're drunk. It's best not to talk. The goblin with the missing ear burped and waved its hand, I'm not drunk.
Cyclops was quite famous for this matter in the breeding cave a while ago, and I just mentioned it today out of goodwill.
Zack, that devil fruit you mentioned, can it treat or enhance that aspect?
Zack pondered for a moment and tried to recall. I don't know if it works for impotence, but it can definitely enhance that aspect. The king relied on the devil fruit to become stronger and completely conquer his top-notch queen.
The low-level goblins present gasped. The devil fruit was a secret, and knowing about it meant losing their heads. The goblin with the missing ear asked with concern, so, do you think you should give Cyclops a devil fruit to cure him? Zack hesitated and said, Big brother, not now.
Let me have a higher position first, and I'll try to get one for Cyclops.
No need. As compensation for my sincere apology to Cyclops. I'm telling you, I really fucking don't need it.
Cyclops suddenly exploded, slamming his wine glass on the ground and startling the goblins. His forehead veins bulged, his face twisted in a ferocious manner, and his remaining eye seemed to want to burst out of its socket, as if it wanted to tear Zack to pieces even without sharp teeth. It was a look of deep hatred, wanting to devour Zack alive. Cyclops was indeed smarter than the average goblin, but it was precisely because of its intelligence that it realized that most of the low-level goblins who were drinking with it today, whom it thought were friends, had become lackeys of the bastard Zack at some point. So this group of bastards had the audacity to bring up its unpleasant past and hypocritically ask Zack for help. Zack's purpose for coming here today was to take advantage of the opportunity to apologize, but in reality, he was just showing off and mocking Cyclops.
What's wrong with Cyclops all of a sudden? The goblin with the wrapped cloth exclaimed in surprise. Isn't it an opportunity for all of us to help you while Zack is here?
Zack quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. We've all had a bit too much to drink today, emotions are running high.
Cyclops, just take a break.
Even without the devil fruit, your body is still developing, and maybe it will naturally get better in the future.
Get lost.
A loud roar shook the flame of the candle in the oil lamp.
Cyclops trembled all over like a madman. Its malicious and hateful gaze swept over every goblin present, like an impending storm, suppressing and lowly issuing the order to leave. "I'm not feeling well, let's disperse today." Although the one-eyed goblin didn't kill anyone on the spot, Zack confirmed that he had provoked him to the extent he wanted. Every minute Zack struggled now was a torturous ordeal, like being pricked by needles, and he feared he wouldn't be able to sleep at night until his revenge was successful. He quickly made his exit. "Today, I treated everyone as friends, so I said a lot of things I shouldn't have. Let's keep it to ourselves, don't spread it around." "Well then, I'll be going. One-eyed brother, don't be angry, I'll compensate you as soon as possible. Goodbye." He even politely waved to the one-eyed goblin. After all the goblins left, the already battered heart of the one-eyed goblin completely collapsed. Its face twisted severely, its teeth grinding with a creak sound, and finally it grabbed the few pieces of furniture and violently smashed them to the ground. "You damn bastard, I'll kill your mother. I'll tear you and your whore mother into 1,000 pieces." In a certain tunnel, Zack walked with several low-level goblins. They were the ones who had just been drinking together. The coiled goblin whispered, "Boss, we did pretty well, didn't we?" Zack nodded, "Not bad. How about a few of us take care of it?" The earless goblin suggested, "It's been going on for so long, I'm getting impatient." No. Under the rule of the Goblin King, Zack couldn't break the rule that they couldn't kill each other in the nest. He couldn't personally kill the one-eyed goblin or send his subordinates to do it. The king might spare him because of his special status, but he didn't dare to bet on the probability that Rita wouldn't be thrown back into the breeding cave again. That's why he personally provoked the one-eyed goblin, to make it attack as soon as possible. The one-eyed goblin wasn't stupid, and it was better at hiding its true feelings than the average goblin. Ordinary provocation methods, such as confronting it face to face and saying, "So what if I dug out your eye, do you have the ability to kill me face to face?" might not only not work, but even make it more determined to endure for a longer time. As the saying goes, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river, don't bully the poor youth. Zack didn't want to give the one-eyed goblin this kind of protagonist template. He simply used the green tea rhetoric he had seen in his previous life and coordinated with his subordinates, just to discuss the one-eyed goblin thoroughly. If the one-eyed goblin's hatred was only directed at him personally, Zack actually didn't want to be so annoying. After all, he still couldn't completely identify with the identity of a goblin subconsciously, and he didn't care about this miserable life. But since it involved Rita, he couldn't let the one-eyed goblin, this source of potential betrayal and instability, survive for too long. Zack looked at the goblins and said, "What happens next has nothing to do with you, I'll handle it. Follow me and work well, and you won't be short of benefits." After speaking, he gave each goblin a few silver coins. After the subordinates thanked him and left, Zack casually rubbed his hands, and the fire on a distant torch weakened slightly. At the same time, the flames condensed into a ball and appeared in his hand. He was looking forward to what tricks the one-eyed goblin, who had a huge gap in strength compared to him, would come up with next. Today's lesson is over. I have taught you all the water-related spells I know. Starting tomorrow, we'll move on to ice. After the Goblin King stood up, he glanced coldly at Zack. "Huh, what devil fruit? Kid, don't make up stories to slander me too much." Zack smiled and said, "Your Majesty has always been perceptive, I willingly confess. What I mean is, do a better job next time. The rumor that the Goblin King relies on devil fruit to regain his power has fucking reached my ears. Do you think I won't dare to flay you alive?" The Goblin King cursed, "I think you're just naturally incapable, otherwise why are you still a fledgling? Reporting to your Majesty, this servant knows his mistake as for the issue of chicks. It's just because I learned from you and decided to be as dedicated as you are. If I meet someone I can mutually like and spend my life with, then we'll see," Zack said seriously. This made the Goblin King laugh. "It's not something you can seek, it's something that happens by chance. Do you really think there will be a second woman who will fall in love with you, a goblin, other than your mother? You can dream all you want." Zack didn't reply, he just smirked. Both he and the Goblin King understood each other. Intelligent goblins with natural talent or rare abilities are indeed rare in the nest. These high-ranking goblins who faithfully follow the Goblin King are mostly trained from the vast number of low-level and big goblins. Of course, it's not random selection, usually they have made significant contributions, such as successful looting, or they are individuals with special qualities noticed by the king. Goblins don't have any miraculous medicine to improve their intelligence or physical abilities. The decisive factor in cultivating a large number of high-ranking or special goblins and managing the nest in an orderly manner is the unique nature of the Goblin King as the ruling goblin of the race. The Goblin King has a natural talent. The intelligence of all individuals in the goblin tribe under his rule is moderately improved,
and goblins who sign a contract with the Goblin King can further enhance their physical attributes in all aspects. There is also a small probability of obtaining rare talents on the spot, such as goblin shamans, goblin knights, etc., making it easier to evolve into high-ranking goblins. The price is that their minds are completely devoted to the Goblin King and the concept of loyalty to the tribe. They become emotionless and disregard their own kin. In other words, these goblins who have signed the contract have been tightly controlled by the Goblin King while gaining power. Of course, the Goblin King did not sign a contract with Zack. Even if he did, his extraordinary ability would have no effect on Zack. On one hand, although Zack is still a low-level goblin, he possesses the talent of the Goblin King, so the king cannot control him. On the other hand, Zack is a reincarnated person from another world and has a mature mind from his previous life. This kind of mental control has little to no effect on him, at least it is like an ant trying to shake a tree. The king doesn't know Zack's identity as a reincarnated person, he thinks it's because of the Goblin King's talent that Zack can completely resist its power. In other words, the most likely to betray the entire nest right now, besides the low-level goblins and big goblins who like to complain all the time, is Zack. The reason the king decided to keep him is because of my kindness towards Rita. Zack stared at the Goblin King's departing figure and thought to himself. The Goblin King believed that he was different from ordinary goblins, that he would repay kindness, which is why he didn't choose to end his life immediately and eliminate the potential threat. That's why the Goblin King personally became his teacher, providing him and Rita with the best living conditions and fully supporting him in making cannons. There's a reason why other goblins call me their adopted son. Zack thought to himself with self-mockery, and greeted the elf girl Rita who had been hiding in a small room since earlier and now poked her head out. "Mom, I'm going out." Rita smiled and gently opened her lips, her small tiger teeth looking especially cute. "Zack, be careful on the way." Zack carried the milk and porridge and walked into the bustling mating cave nearby. He walked to the end of a hidden path in front of a rusty iron gate and smelled a special, decadent scent. There were no goblin guards here, and the stone lock on the iron gate was not locked, it could be easily opened. This is where the women captured and plundered by goblins live. When they are not working in the mating cave or pregnant, they rest here. In the vast goblin nest, there is more than one place like this. Zack sighed and opened the iron gate. The cave was filled with pale, lifeless, and weak women. There are beastmen with furry tails and ears, elves with pointed ears and golden hair, sturdy dwarves with small stature, and a large number of humans. They have all been subjected to control techniques, and many people's mental states have deteriorated, with some even lacking timely cleaning of their bodies. Zack silently raised his right hand and reached into the air, quickly condensing a pure water ball in his palm. The water ball spun rapidly, changing its texture to a gel-like state, and then shot towards a woman's body, starting to help her wash. He commanded the water ball like this, helping one person after another to bathe, as if washing moving corpses. Afterwards, he squatted down and fed each person milk and porridge one by one. When he fed a black-haired cat-eared loli, Zack was somewhat surprised to find that this child still had a lot of vitality. She instinctively and greedily sucked on the milk, opened her eyes, and looked at Zack somewhat bewildered. It was a pair of clear, ruby-like eyes. If this child was taken out in time, there might still be hope. Just as Zack was thinking this, he watched as the cat-eared loli smiled warmly at him, tilted her head, and rubbed his hand with her cat ears. Then, she reflexively crawled on all fours and turned her back to Zack, forming a rather unsightly posture. Zack was stunned. He felt as if his heart had been torn open, overflowing with infinite sadness. He half advised, half muttered to himself, "You don't have to sell your body to get food." Zack didn't consider himself a saint. He was only helping these victims because of the moral influence of the remnants of human society from his previous life, as well as empathy for what happened to his mother. Because he wasn't a saint, he couldn't save the women or give them a release, which undoubtedly violated the rules of the goblin lair. Once the rules were violated, even if he could barely escape with his life, he couldn't guarantee Rita's safety. He was still too weak at the moment. As long as he had enough strength, he would dare to confront the Goblin King head-on, to confront the entire goblin lair. Zack couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be fair, the Goblin King was his teacher and had never mistreated him or Rita. He wasn't the kind of person who repaid kindness with enmity. This seemed to be a dilemma. Zack wanted to say something more, but he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He simply touched the cat-eared loli's head and said, "Wait for me, I will take you away." The Goblin King looked at him, somewhat puzzled. "Have you figured it out?" "Yes, my king, I have figured it out," Zack said with a playful smile. "After careful consideration, I think it's foolish to leave women unused and be a lifelong virgin. Pure love is only suitable for a great and charming king like you, not for someone like me who is a loser." However, I don't want the women I've touched to be touched by other goblins, so I request your reward."
The Goblin King glanced at him. "You brat," it said coldly, "I overestimated you.
Since you have indeed invented the canon, which is beneficial to the entire tribe, you can choose 3 as your exclusive harem.
If you make important contributions to the lair in the future, I won't hesitate to reward you." Zack solemnly bowed. "Wise king."
After a few days of silence, in the evening, the One-Eyed appeared in the Goblin Tavern. Besides the breeding cave, the tavern was the favorite place for idle goblins to go. They often crowded the tavern and its surroundings, buying a cup of beer for 2 copper coins, and then starting meaningless conversations, loudly boasting about their prowess.
"What's that? I can shoot dozens in a day." "Dozens in a day? Is your egg bigger than your head?"
So, compared to hidden caves that goblins don't know about, this bustling market is actually the best place for some underground activities. It's too noisy for the Goblin King's spies to monitor everyone.
As they say, hide in the wild, hide in the city.
One-Eyed casually glanced around the West Week, bought a glass of wheat beer with foaming bubbles from the bartender, and sat next to a big goblin. The big goblin had a hooked nose and was focused on drinking fruit wine, with his mouth stuck to the cup as he finished it in one gulp. Then, he turned his head and looked at One-Eyed, who was drinking normally.
"You drink so slowly."
The big goblin with the hooked nose pushed the cup to the bartender, indicating for a refill, and muttered to himself, "What happened?" One-Eyed mumbled vaguely, "You're right.
Zack is a complete bastard. He apologized insincerely just to show off and mock me." The big goblin with the hooked nose took the refilled cup of fruit wine and said, "That's normal. All of the king's lackeys are like that. So, do you think you can kill Zack or his mother?"
One-Eyed looked down at the poison dagger hidden in his waistcloth, which he had bought with almost all of his savings. It had believed that as long as it had enough patience, it would eventually wait for an opportunity. But through observation, it had witnessed how Zack's aura was growing crazily, causing even the low-level goblins to fear him unconsciously, and some even voluntarily called him boss. The gap between it and Zack was already like a chasm, and this chasm was constantly widening. Coupled with Zack's sneaky behavior of exposing its scars, pretending to care but actually mocking, One-Eyed couldn't bear to let this bastard live any longer. It couldn't stand the rest of its life, where it could potentially encounter Zack and be subjected to his performances every day.
One-Eyed looked at the big goblin with the hooked nose. "I can't do it. Even if it's a cunning elf, I can't kill her.
She's hiding in the heavily guarded rear hall of the ancient city, where not even a fly can enter."
The big goblin with the hooked nose sympathetically clicked his tongue.
"One-Eyed, this is not your fault, but the fault of the arbitrary and self-willed king. It doesn't care about the victims but rewards the perpetrators, turning them into hawks and dogs to oppress more unlucky ones.
This tyrant will eventually destroy the tribe. It doesn't deserve to be the king." One-Eye didn't say anything, just nodded and stared at the beer glass in its hand with a sinister gaze. "You should be mentally prepared this time, right?" The big goblin with the hooked nose smiled.
"Our rebel army is composed of low-level goblins and big goblins who have suffered from unequal treatment.
We will make the unfair fair.
As long as you join the rebel army, we will help you with your grudge against Zack. When we overthrow the tyrant's rule, we will divide all the beautiful women, and we will have power, wealth, and treasures.
The king's position should be taken turns by the brothers." One-Eyed finally made up its mind. It whispered, "I, One-Eyed, join the rebel army."
On the other side, in the rear hall area of the ancient city where Zack and Rita resided, when the Goblin King returned to his own palace early and focused on enjoying his favorite queen, it was followed by Rita's time to educate Zack. If the king taught the universal language of the demon race, various combat skills, and how to efficiently kill enemies and eliminate potential threats, then what Rita taught was something completely different.
For example, the language of the elves.
Although Zack could understand the Elven language, he later learned that it was a gift from the Goblin King. It was still challenging for him to learn to speak and understand it. Rita also required him to read and write. This increased the difficulty significantly when Zack started writing in Elvish, the beautiful yet complex script. He complained that it was so mind-boggling that even Arabs would find it mind-boggling. Although Rita was usually easygoing, she had a firm line when it came to Zack's education and an extraordinary amount of patience. Zack, Elvish is actually a language spoken by humans, dwarves, and orcs. Some demons can also speak Elvish. It is the most commonly used official language in the main continent.
It will be very useful in the future.
I understand all of this, but I'm just a goblin, my dear mother. Zack looked at the intertwined Elvish words on the slate, which had a sense of beauty, and sighed, normal goblins don't need to learn this.
Then be an abnormal goblin. Rita smiled playfully. Qualified goblins don't need to learn this either. Then be an unqualified goblin. Zack looked up, looking somewhat skeptical at his mother. Is it okay to be an unqualified goblin? Rita tilted her head, and her light gray hair, with a hint of elegant fragrance, fell naturally on Zack's neck. Her beautiful turquoise eyes stared at Zack seriously, and she smiled lightly. Why not? Mom is also an unqualified elf. Life doesn't have to strive to be qualified or normal. Not everyone does that, so you don't have to either. My dear Zack, Mom just hopes that after learning Elvish, you won't be limited by dark caves and goblin habits, and have the opportunity to see a broader world with your own eyes. To witness the emerald-like forests, golden deserts, sapphire-like oceans, obsidian-like peaks, diamond-like glaciers, and several magnificent kingdoms built by countless creatures. Rita rubbed Zack's head and said softly, Mom hopes you have more choices to decide your future path. Zack noticed that Rita used the color of golden gemstones to describe the colors. She carefully considered that her child had never left this vast cave, so she used the colors of the precious jewels in the Goblin King's collection that Zack had seen to describe everything. He felt that there was something more to Rita's words about being an unqualified elf. He suppressed his doubts and nodded in response to his mother's earnest teachings. She had been teaching him about beautiful things and telling him to learn to respect life, guiding him to yearn for this vast and colorful world. Unfortunately, if only he wasn't a damn goblin. After obtaining the Goblin King's approval, the next morning, 3 children selected by Zack were brought over. The Goblin Knight in charge of transportation, dragging the slave cart, expressed his confusion upon seeing Zack. Zack, brother, why did you choose such small ones? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Zack smirked, I just like small ones. The knight clicked his tongue a few times. If I were you, I would have brought one of each size. What's the point of just playing with one kind? He opened the wooden gate of the slave cart and took hold of the ropes tied around the necks of the 3 children, dragging them out. Double check. Oh, this one is practically skin and bones, almost dead. Are you sure you don't want to exchange? Thank you for your hard work, brother, I'll take it from here. Zack was polite with his words, but a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. He took the barely alive children and carefully carried them out one by one. The knight looked at them with disdain. They look like they're about to die. There's hardly any meat left to eat. Only that little black-haired orc is somewhat decent. I will raise them to be healthy and chubby. Zack interrupted the knight decisively. Brother, you're done here. The knight shrugged, and his iron armor made a clanging sound when it left. Zack heard it muttering to itself, what kind of cultivation gameplay? The 3 children were a dwarf girl, a human girl, and the black-haired cat-eared lowly. When the cat-eared lowly was picked up, she opened her eyes and looked at Zack with interest in her ruby eyes. The other 2 had no reaction, like 2 corpses that only breathed. It can only be said that we should start by saving the children first. Saving one is saving one. He sighed invisibly. Looking at the lowly staring at him, Zack subconsciously smiled at her. The lowly blinked her eyes and then bloomed with an innocent smile, softly calling out, meow, such a silly child who knows nothing. Zack carefully placed her on the blanket and then shouted, Mom, I need help. How could these bastards have the heart to drug such young children? This is the first time Zack has seen Rita so angry since he was born. Her brows were furrowed, her lips tightened, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably, but she gently applied herbs to the children. When she wiped the lower body, her pupils in Rita's eyes were about to burst into flames. Beast! Scum! Damn goblin! They should all be cut off. Elves really know how to curse elegantly. Zack sighed while helping to pass the ointment, and then saw Rita turn around and apologize to him with guilt. Mom, I didn't scold Zack. Zack is a good child. Ah, I don't mind. Zack spread his hands indifferently. By the way, Mom, herbal medicine alone is not enough for that area. Because it's delicate, the wounds inside are also troublesome. Can I use holy light healing? Rita was somewhat surprised. My child is so powerful. You really have no self-awareness for your son who is like a cheat code, my silly mother. Zack shook his head helplessly, reached out his hand above the child's abdomen, and whispered, Great Light God, you are the original God, the God of all gods, the meaning of existence, the guiding beacon of all things. I pray to you here, begging for a trace of your revival radiance. Zack's hand bloomed with pure white holy light, like a mother embracing a baby, gently wrapping the child's body. Although the contents says it's for devout believers, this healing spell has nothing to do with loyalty or faith. It all depends on whether you have the talent for light attributes. As long as you have talent, even a goblin can use it. Zack thought sarcastically. After healing all 3 children, Rita fed them milk, cobbled together 3 small beds, and coaxed them to sleep peacefully. You are safe now. As long as Zack and I are here, nothing will happen in the future, she murmured, gently stroking the children's heads. Then, she looked at Zack. Zack, the holy light didn't hurt you, did it? Zack waved his hand. Only fools would let their own magic hurt themselves. Rita chuckled softly.
she said with emotion. In the blink of an eye, the baby who was still breastfeeding in his mother's arms has become much stronger than his mother. Unlike Zack, Rita is just an ordinary elf with no talent. Zack elegantly bowed. Mom, you are the most powerful and greatest in my heart. Okay, stop flattering, hee. Rita said with her mouth, but couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she said, actually, Mom also knows a magic, although it's just one, although it's not very useful. Zack, are you interested? Zack saw the slightly evasive look in the elf girl's eyes and smiled sincerely. I'm very interested, Mom. The two walked to the other end of the room, avoiding disturbing the sleeping children. Rita, unusually, walked in front of Zack with some awkwardness. She was clearly the instructor, but she seemed like a young girl performing in front of industry professionals. She cleared her throat nervously and said, look, pay attention. Zack patiently watched, giving his mother an encouraging smile. Rita leaned forward, hands extended, fingers crossed and clenched. She focused intently on her hands and softly sang, the wind brings the child of the flower god, the forest's gift makes it sprout. The story begins here. Zack looked at Rita's small hands, feeling a bit dazed. Unconsciously, these hands that held his and led him out of the narrow cave, the first hands to step before the throne, were now smaller than his own. He remembered the morning he met the Goblin King. Then Zack noticed something growing from Rita's clenched hands. It was a bunch of forget-me-nots, a deep blue color. Success! Rita breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed with joy. Then she looked at Zack and said, recite this spell, think of the name and shape of the flower you want to transform, and you can make the flower appear. Mom's favorite is the forget-me-not, so I transformed it. Isn't it beautiful? She remembered something and quickly added, you can see this kind of flower outside, under the blue sky, and it won't disappear. Mom will take you to see it when we have the chance. Zack took the forget-me-nots and immediately recognized that they were fake flowers, with only color and texture, no fragrance, and blurry details. He watched as the forget-me-nots gradually became transparent and dissipated into the air. But Zack still praised, it's really beautiful, I like it too. I'll definitely go see it next time. Rita nodded with a smile. Zack, why don't you give it a try too? Okay. Zack clenched his hands and imitated, chanting, the wind brings the child of the flower god, the forest's gift makes it sprout. The story begins here. He felt the magic in his blood accelerating. Some of it flowed into his hands. Then the magic erupted between his hands like a fountain. Zack watched as 1, 2. Until his hands couldn't hold anymore, a large cluster of forget-me-nots, either deep blue or light blue, filled the gaps between his fingers, emitting a faint, fresh fragrance. Wait, I remember forget-me-nots don't have a scent. Zack suddenly noticed that there was still some unused magic. The magic couldn't find a place to stay, so it dispersed into the air and floated to the ground around Zack. In an instant, the stone floor around him was covered with flowers, forming a soft flower carpet. Seems like a bit too much. Zack remembered something and looked at Rita with concern. She was initially too shocked to say anything, but then her eyes sparkled. My son is really amazing. I thought she would be depressed, but I worried for nothing. Zack watched as Rita rolled happily on the flower carpet with a face full of happiness. It's not bad either. One day later, the Goblin King came to Zack's room, but unexpectedly didn't teach any spells. Sit. There are some things I need to talk to you about, the king said seriously as Zack and the king sat face to face. The king, no longer casual and seemingly indifferent to everything, asked, do you remember the Cyclops? Zack nodded. Yes, your majesty, I'm always on guard. The Goblin King pulled out a fancy smoking pipe. After flicking the pipe head with his thumb, smoke billowed from the pipe. He took a puff and said, pay attention in the future, there's more than just that one you need to guard against. This guy helped me find something good. Zack chuckled, ask for outside help? The best support it can find is just some low-level goblins and hobgoblins. How can they compare to our king, the strongest? The Goblin King held a cigarette gun in his mouth and spat, I am not your support, and you are no longer a child. Rely on yourself. Zack was now confident that he could easily counter-kill a large group of hobgoblins, and he just smiled in response. He even hoped that the one-eyed guy and the others would use even more sinister tricks to carefully test his current limits. But, it's hard to say. The Goblin King's expression became serious again. Zack paused for a moment and asked, are there really experts? The Goblin King didn't immediately answer his question, but silently exhaled smoke. After a long time, it spoke, currently, there is only a very small possibility. Hopefully, it's just my imagination. If it's true, then it's really something. Of course, you don't need to worry. Why does he speak in riddles at critical moments? Zack knew it was inconvenient to ask in this situation, so he had to say, thank you for your guidance, my king.
I will definitely keep it in mind.
The Goblin King nodded and blew a smoke ring.
It didn't mean to leave, but continued, your birth mother, that elf. You haven't used any mental manipulation on her, have you? Zack's heart skipped a beat.
He quickly came up with an excuse and respectfully said, my king has also seen it.
Mother doesn't need to be controlled.
She loves me, and I love her too.
The Goblin King blew another smoke ring and said, I know.
My love and I also have a relationship of trust, so I can understand that rare feeling for goblins. I can understand why you don't manipulate her.
Why does it sound like there's something wrong between me and Rita?
Zack listened to the king continue, feeling somewhat speechless. However, I haven't deeply understood your birth mother, and you don't have my power at the moment. Just to be safe, I have decided to give you something. The Goblin King handed Zack a pair of hand-like objects.
At first glance, these hand-like objects were not much different from ordinary silver bracelets, but they were densely engraved with unknown ancient magical characters.
After holding them, Zack felt a slight difference and a slight attraction to the magic flowing in his body, giving him a first impression. This was an extremely precious item, and if he guessed correctly, it was not only valuable to goblins, but also to the outside world.
The Goblin King really went all out for this.
The king calmly introduced, I call it the bonding rings, and it is one of the rarest items in my collection. As far as I know, the method of making bonding rings has been lost to the outside world, and they can only be occasionally found in ancient ruins. Therefore, the price of this thing is astronomical.
The usage is simple. You just need to trick your mother into wearing one of the rings, and you wear the other one. As long as one of the wearers is unwilling, neither of you can take it off. The two wearers will share one life. If you die, the elf will die too. The Goblin King took a big puff of smoke.
This can maximize the prevention of your birth mother killing you.
Zack looked down at the two rings in his hand and said,
Zack is extremely grateful for the king's kindness.
However, the king is worrying too much.
Rita would never do such a thing.
Don't trust other races too absolutely, Zack.
The king sighed, even if she has accepted you as her child, there may come a moment when she suddenly attacks you.
The hatred of goblins is deeply engraved in the blood and even the marrow of other races. If you come into contact with other races in the future, you will understand what I mean. Zack asked in a low voice, do you think this hatred is their fault?
They were already familiar with each other, and he knew that asking this question wouldn't cause any trouble. The king remained silent. He silently smoked, blowing smoke rings, and only spoke in a low voice after the tobacco burned out. Don't say these things to any goblin other than me.
If I were younger, I might have flown into a rage and even executed you on the spot.
But now, all I can say is that your idea is not wrong.
However, goblins are only males, so this is the only way to continue the tribe.
Many things are never about right or wrong, only about doing or not doing. Let me remind you one last time, it's best for your mother to wear this pair of matching rings. The Goblin King then left, leaving Zack staring at the shiny matching rings in a daze. In the end, Zack handed one of the matching rings to Rita. He briefly explained its purpose and said to her, the Goblin King wants us all to wear these matching rings. I've already put one on, but I don't think my mother needs to wear it. He had grown up as a goblin mainly to repay Rita's kindness. If Rita wanted to kill him, Zack wouldn't mind. As the saying goes, if there's a will, there's a way. Zack could never identify with the despicable behavior of these goblins, nor did he identify himself as one of them.
Rita didn't say anything. She found a small box and put the ring in it, casually saying with a smile, since Zack said so, then I'll keep this precious gift safe, Mom. Could this guy only understand that this thing is valuable? It shouldn't be. Zack couldn't help but facepalm. After that, the two seemed to have an unspoken understanding and didn't continue the serious topic of the matching rings. They patiently took care of the three children, watching their bodies gradually recover. Among them, the black-haired lowly with beast ears recovered the fastest and could now walk on her own. She walked up to Rita, who was preparing dinner and simmering cream vegetable soup, and called out crisply, Mom. Rita responded with a smile, stroking her head and caressing her trembling cat ears. The little one clearly enjoyed being touched on the head, closing her eyes and rubbing against Rita. This scene was really nice, a beautiful moment of family happiness. Before Zack could finish his thoughts, he saw the beast-eared lowly bouncing over and sweetly hugging his leg, saying, Daddy. Wait, why do I suddenly have a goddaughter? For a moment, the atmosphere fell into a very awkward and brief silence. No, you got it wrong. Call me Big Brother, Zack said helplessly. He didn't dare to look at Rita's expression and quickly whispered, Daddy. What's wrong with this child? Rita's somewhat teasing voice came from behind. By age, she's older than you, Zack. You should call her little sister. Zack grumpily said, Mom, stop teasing me. Come on, be good, call me Big Brother. Daddy. After multiple efforts, coaxing and persuading, Zack finally succeeded in not being able to change the stubborn Loli's way of addressing him. However, she was clever and noticed Zack's reluctance, so she started calling Rita Big Sister instead. Zack couldn't help but ponder, are all orcs this unyielding and unchangeable? As for Rita, she didn't really mind and laughed heartily at the spectacle. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the door to the room was rudely knocked. Before Zack could respond, someone boldly opened the door. Zack's face darkened. It was the Goblin Knight who had transported the 3 children before it happened to be patrolling by, and suddenly had the idea to see how the children Zack had chosen were doing. It was always impulsive and didn't care about etiquette, so it opened the door without permission. When it caught sight of the 3 healthy and rosy-faced children, it stood still in place. Zack, you really managed to raise them like this. They look good. Zack asked them and Rita to hide in the small room, then looked at it expressionlessly. What are you doing? Don't you know you should wait for the owner's response after knocking on the door before entering? The Goblin Knight said carelessly, following these rules is only necessary when meeting the Goblin King. You're not the king, so why bother with all these formalities? But I really didn't expect that it would be so easy for you to take care of these little brats. Easy? Even the holy light healing spell couldn't immediately cure them. It took weeks of conditioning and care for them to barely recover. If I hadn't taken over, 2 of the children might not have survived until today, Zack sarcastically remarked. Isn't the nest supposed to ensure that women live as long as possible? The Goblin Knight had an indifferent attitude. It's just a nice sounding claim, but in reality, who has the energy and resources to take care of them? At most, mature women who can immediately give birth to offspring will pay some attention, take care of themselves before mating, and eliminate potential diseases. They don't care about children who can't reproduce. The investment doesn't match the return. It's better to let the brothers work until death and have an extra meal. It didn't notice that Zack's face was getting darker and continued cheerfully. So, Zack, how do you feel about these children? Are you enjoying yourself? I admit that I'm actually interested now and want to have some fun. Bang! Zack suddenly erupted, fiercely punching the knight's chest plate. The Goblin Knight flew out, accompanied by the sound of metal impact, crashing into the corridor pillar, causing the surrounding walls to tremble slightly. However, the armor provided strong protection, with various enchantments to protect against blunt weapons, so the knight wasn't injured much. It immediately got up and was shocked to find a fist-sized dent on its chest plate. It cursed in fear and anger. Damn it, did you really want to kill me? Are you breaking the prohibition against killing each other? The sound of footsteps came from all directions, and the Goblin Knights patrolling or stationed nearby were all alarmed by the loud noise and ran over. It's nothing, Zack said with a fake smile, looking at it. According to the rules, one of the exceptions is when someone violates a goblin's exclusive slave without permission, the owner can kill the violator. I spared your life after you just had the idea of hitting on my woman, which was already merciful. I was just talking casually. Normal goblins know not to take it seriously. The Goblin Knight looked at its colleagues who had arrived and regained some confidence. It shouted, these mixed-blood bastards have been taken care of before. Why are you so obsessed with cleanliness? I finally figured it out. You like to play the hero. Insulting in front of the owner is also a form of violation, Zack said coldly, taking a step forward. Although his face remained expressionless, a sudden burst of invisible aura spread out, causing the knight to pause in its breath. It realized that this guy's true strength was already close to that of a superior race. He really could kill him. The Goblin Knight immediately turned around and fled with the other startled knights. Even if the king punished him, it would only happen after he lost his life. It still didn't feel like dying yet. Zack stood in place, silently estimating his current strength positioning as he watched the knights' retreating figures because there haven't been many opportunities to fight. The only Goblin King he has sparred with is still overwhelmingly powerful to him and has no reference value, so he has no rough concept of how strong he is. Taking advantage of the opportunity to vent his anger today, his previous ordinary punch was already able to break through the defense of multi-layer enchanted armor, and with a burst of power, he raised his aura to the extreme, causing the Goblin Knight to be so frightened that he fled without a fight. This shows that he can kill the Goblin Knight with a single blow. Apart from the Goblin King and a few close confidants who have similar strength to the upper races, Zack is now stronger than most of the advanced goblins in the lair. Zack absorbed the aura that permeated his body and turned back into the room. In addition to learning the combat skills taught by the Goblin King, he is also gradually comprehending and mastering his own Goblin King talent. When he fully masters his talent, he will become the new upper race, the new Goblin King. The appraisal ability is exclusive to the upper races. At that time, he will no longer have to rely on memory to use his abilities blindly, but can accurately check his own and others' skill talents.
At this point, the three children cautiously stuck their heads out of the small room. Although they didn't face him directly, they could feel Zach's terrifying aura behind the door. Rita came out and coaxed them, saying, "It's okay, Daddy is protecting you." "Ha? What's going on again?" Zach was stunned for a moment and said, "Then what do you let them call you?" Rita mischievously smiled and said, "Grandma." "All right." At the border between the demon realm and the human realm, there is the Blackfire mountain range. Due to the abundance of volcanoes and the black soil, the people on both sides named this vast mountain range, which stretches for thousands of kilometers and covers a large area, the Blackfire mountain range. Although the mineral resources are rich, the mountain range is located at the border between the two realms, and with the demon and human races not having a ceasefire for nearly 100 years, both sides have deployed large armies to the several military strongholds on the edges of the mountain range, resulting in frequent small-scale military conflicts. As a result, the exploitation of resources in the Blackfire mountain range has been suspended for decades. The Goblin assassins are heading to the most famous military stronghold in the area, Blackfire Town. The dwarf warlock looked at the vast uninhabited area and the gradually decaying vertical shafts exposed to the outside, and couldn't help but say, "If we completely take control of the Blackfire mountain range, these abandoned mines can be reopened, and how many families can be supported then?" The lizard monk shook his head and said, "Difficult. In this century, the Demon King and the hero have never had a direct confrontation. Without defeating the Demon King and completely crushing the main force of the demon race, any efforts to advance the front line of the border will be in vain and will soon be pushed back." The elf archer stretched and yawned, saying, "It's none of my business. My goal is only goblins. It's not completely unrelated. It is because of the confrontation between the human realm and the demon realm that goblins have the opportunity to survive." The lizard monk shook his head. "Are you suggesting that defeating the demon race would make it easier to completely eliminate goblins? Goblin extinction? I might as well hope for cockroaches to go extinct. As long as even one of these beasts can survive, if we let our guard down for a moment, they will reproduce and spread everywhere," the elf archer said with deep hatred. "You're right." The goblin assassins walking in front remained silent, carefully observing the mountains along the way. "The goblins here are very good at hiding their tracks." He finally spoke. "I observed roughly for a while, but there are no obvious signs of goblin activity. Even if it's the demon and human races, as long as they live and move on the surface, there will always be traces to follow. I suspect that they don't move much on the surface. This is very unusual." The young priest beside him worriedly said, "Perhaps that's why there have only been reports of suspected goblin lairs in the Blackfire mountain range until now." The elven archer was taken aback for a moment. "It sounds like these goblins have unexpectedly high overall intelligence, huh?" The goblin slayer nodded and continued, "There is only one possible explanation for this phenomenon. There must be at least one goblin king in this nest." Everyone fell silent for a moment. The elven archer sighed helplessly. "Now I understand why the army invited us." A few hours later, the elven archer angrily cursed, "I don't understand why they invited us? Just to be spectators?" After they arrived in Blackfire Town, they met with the commander of the 5th Legion stationed there, a newly appointed noble count who had connections and whose father was one of the kingdom's influential figures. The count's attitude seemed friendly, but his every move revealed a certain arrogance towards adventurers who were used to facing hardships. His intention was clear: to invite these renowned goblin-slaying experts, the silver-ranked adventurer party, to appreciate his troops annihilating this goblin nest. "It's not like I'm forbidding you from participating in the battle," the count explained with noble grace. "Besides you, I have also invited some famous adventurers. You just need to help clean up any fleeing goblins." The goblin slayer muttered, "Your Excellency, don't underestimate goblins." "No, of course not, esteemed Mr. Goblin Slayer. This is just noble etiquette towards guests who have traveled from afar. Excellent nobles would never overwork their guests." The count spread his hands. "I have also trained the 5th Legion rigorously, training them in the ability to fight in narrow caves. Rest assured, none of the soldiers will foolishly use long swords." The adventurers exchanged glances in silence. They were somewhat prepared, but not fully. The dwarf sorcerer said anxiously, "If it was just a group of ordinary goblins, then there wouldn't be a problem. But this group of goblins seems to have a goblin king among them. That's not a problem at all. I know that goblin kings are a superior race, so we can't take them lightly. Please rest assured, the 5th Legion is a renowned elite legion that has long fought against the demon army led by the superior demon race. They have extremely rich experience. How can the experience of dealing with demons be applied to dealing with goblins?" The group thought of this at the same time, but tacitly chose not to mention it. Even if they did, it probably wouldn't make a difference.
The Goblin Slayer didn't oppose it anymore and instead asked, "Your Excellency, since you have made sufficient preparations, do you have a map of the cave tunnel distribution in this goblin nest? It doesn't have to be too detailed, just a rough one will do." The Count hesitated for a moment and said somewhat unhappily, "I'm sorry, but I have to refuse, it's a military secret." There was no point in staying any longer. After politely thanking the Count, the Goblin Slayer led the party to leave. They divided their tasks, with the cleric going to the local church to inquire about the participation of clergy members, while the others quickly headed to the local adventurer guild to meet up with the unfortunate ones who had also been invited. As they entered the guild's doors, all the resting adventurers looked over. Someone joked, "I guess that the Goblin Slayer would also be invited, but it doesn't seem to be going smoothly?" The elven archer was taken aback. Could it be? "That's right, we were also turned away politely. They politely turned my party away at the door. Let me imitate, beautiful lady, a gorgeous dress suits you better than heavy armor. I swear I really want to punch that idiot and turn him into a goblin. Ha ha ha." Everyone laughed somewhat helplessly. The Goblin Slayer remained silent. He instinctively walked to a corner of the guild and sat down. As if realizing something, everyone quieted down and looked at the Goblin Slayer, who was wearing heavy armor, his face hidden, and not saying a word he began, "Actually, I have an idea. Black Volcano Vein, Goblin Lair, Ancient City Palace." As usual, Zack was receiving guidance from the Goblin King. "The nature of dark magic is extremely unique, and we don't have much time left today, so I won't explain it in detail. I'll teach you its various manifestations tomorrow." The Goblin King casually mentioned another matter. "A knight reported to me that you attacked a member of our tribe." Zack calmly replied, "I inform your majesty that it violated the rules, as it attempted to harm my woman first. If there is no unauthorized, substantial harm, and it is only based on verbal judgment, your claim of violation is not valid," the king said indifferently. "Considering that this is your first offense and no casualties were caused, it won't set a precedent." Zack cunningly asked, "What if some fool dares to disrespect the queen in front of your majesty?" Even the Goblin King was momentarily stumped. It hesitated for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Only you would dare to ask me such a question in the entire lair. If there really is such an idiot, I would naturally make it disappear on the spot. I am the pinnacle of this lair, the one and only supreme ruler, and I don't need to abide by any rules in my actions. No one dares to challenge me. If you think it's unfair, then it's unfair." Zack remained silent and rolled his eyes in response. The Goblin King was amused. "Don't be too upset, kid. When you become the Goblin King, you will understand what I'm saying today." Zack was taken aback. "Rule the tribe? Isn't it said that one country cannot have two kings?" The Goblin King didn't immediately answer, but rather comfortably crossed his legs and said leisurely, "Of course, I'm not asking you to take over my position. After all, I am a superior race with a long lifespan. The reason I feed you well, teach you so much, is not to make you my subordinate. A born king cannot willingly become someone else's subject. When the time is right, I want you to go out independently and establish a second Goblin Kingdom." "Ah." This answer was indeed unexpected for Zack. After considering for a moment, he said, "But what benefit does it bring to you, your majesty?" "Benefit? I don't need any benefit." The Goblin King leaned back in his chair and said leisurely, "If everything needs to be considered in terms of immediate interests and disregards the overall situation, then it is easy to have a narrow vision, just like my subordinates. Kid, imagine this: if you successfully establish and stabilize the second Goblin Kingdom, what will be the overall strength of the goblin race?" Zack imagined the emergence of numerous advanced goblins like mushrooms after rain and said, "Report to your majesty, I believe it will increase dramatically." You've also realized that compared to other intelligent races, goblins themselves are relatively weak and foolish. It is I, the Goblin King, who has nurtured this huge tribe and cultivated numerous advanced goblins, even capable of competing with the regular armies of human kingdoms. But to truly create a power that other races in the outside world fear, this is not enough, far from enough. That's why I ordered that no one goes out unless it's for a mission, hiding this massive tribe underground. If discovered, even if I am strong, it will be useless against the retaliation of other races. My abilities have limits after all. The Goblin King closed his eyes. "My true desire is for goblins to one day no longer have to survive underground, hiding in the shadows, but to possess vast land and fertile resources on the surface, and have a foundation among the major powerful tribes in the world. If the overall strength is not sufficient, then all of this is just empty talk." The Goblin King's words today were unexpectedly numerous. Zack pondered. "I am grateful for the king's earnest teachings, and I will always remember them." The Goblin King waved his hand. "We're familiar enough now, no need for formalities in private." "You wouldn't refuse to be the king, would you?" Zack replied naturally, A goblin who doesn't want to be the Goblin King isn't a good goblin. The king nodded slightly and remained silent.
He closed his eyes, reclined, and rested his head on his hands. It seemed like he had fallen asleep, yet also deep in thought. Zack then decided to check on the progress of the craftsman. After the successful cannon firing, as the chief in charge, Goblin, he didn't stop the project but instead began improving the cannon's various shortcomings, upgrading the gunpowder.
For example, the issue of loading efficiency.
In a world of miracles and magic, a slow-loading cannon would be impractical in combat, not as convenient as chanting fire magic to create fireballs. There was also the issue of power. If it only fired regular solid iron balls, even the enchanted armor of goblin knights could withstand it. So Zack ingeniously incorporated magic into the cannon, constructing magic circuits in advance on the barrel, engraving reusable fire magic arrays to ignite the propellant, greatly reducing the firing time. The propellant changed from gunpowder to ground grain-like powder, and then using magic to connect the propellant with the projectile, eliminating the need for loading. The projectiles became diverse, preloaded with different elemental magic arrays, ranging from incendiary to corrosive. He couldn't help but sigh, magic may not be omnipotent, but without magic, it would be impossible. Similarly, the musket was gradually developed. Initially, the principles were similar to cannons. Its advantages were its lightweight nature, easily carried and used by low-level goblins, simple production, low cost, and convenient bullet loading. Currently, the goblins had formed a Western musket team and 2 artillery teams. While Zack was inspecting the latest rough shotgun produced by the craftsman, a low-level goblin hurriedly ran over and said, "Zack, we've discovered another nitrate cave in the lair, and the estimated reserves are not low." Without looking up, he replied, "Tell the craftsman, they will send miners to dig." The low-level goblin hesitated, but, "Speak up. That nitrate cave has some troublesome ancient relics. I've already asked the craftsmen, and they said you're the most capable of dealing with it, so they suggested I come to you for a solution." Zack raised his head. Not all areas of the lair were completely safe. Those rarely visited caves posed a certain danger to low-level goblins, such as the possibility of still active ancient relics. Due to his interest in the ancient remains of the otherworld, Zack usually personally handled such matters and effectively resolved several potential sources of danger. So when this group of goblins encountered a similar situation, their first reaction was to seek him out. Zack nodded, "All right, lead the way." The low-level goblin held a torch, and Zack followed behind. They walked for almost an hour, already leaving the main activity area of the goblins. The torch flickered, casting an uncertain light on the surrounding stalactites and stalagmites, giving them the appearance of menacing fangs. Zack felt the air becoming increasingly damp and cold and casually remarked, "It's quite far, isn't it? It's not easy to find that place." Yes, the low-level goblin stuttered in response, then closed his mouth tightly. Zack jokingly said, "Running this far, even if you kill a goblin, the king probably wouldn't easily find out, right?" The low-level goblin remained silent and nodded in response. "You dare to nod your head?" Zack joked, "Don't be afraid, I might actually kill you." Before he finished speaking, something suddenly cut through the air from behind and shot towards him. At the same time, Zack's body felt like rusty joints, becoming difficult to move, and even his thoughts started to feel sluggish and blocked. He could see that he was about to be pierced by the attack from behind. Suddenly, Zack's whole body was covered by a burst of white light, flowing like liquid on the surface of his body, completely illuminating the dark cave and quickly restoring his body to normal. Holy magic, divine light protection. He immediately turned his body around and swiftly reached out his hand towards the air, grabbing the object that was shot at him, a sharp arrow firmly held in his hand. Then, with the momentum of the arrow, Zack's body also rotated half a turn, rushing forward and leaping into the air, fiercely inserting the arrow into the back of the fleeing low-level goblin's neck. The low-level goblin was impaled by Zack and nailed to a stalactite pillar, dying instantly without even a whimper. Zack glanced at its body without feeling anything, surveying the now calm West Week. Just now, an enemy had used a similar curse of sluggishness on him. Fortunately, he was prepared and had already silently chanted the spell for divine light protection in advance, waiting only for the final activation. An enemy capable of casting curses. This was not something that low-level goblins or even high-level goblins could achieve. Maintaining divine light protection, Zack shouted loudly, "Long time no see, one-eyed brother, it seems you've really found a good backer." Westweek remained silent. He taunted, "Let me guess how you found such powerful help. Did you offer it your first time? You fucking dare to die." A roar came from the darkness. Before the words had completely fallen, Zack immediately extended his palm, and a fiery red flame bird shot out from his palm, pouncing towards the source of the sound. Boom!
An explosion sounded, splashing intense flames, shattering a large pile of stalagmites, and blasting away 2 hiding goblins. They quickly rolled on the ground, howling in pain, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. Boom! An even larger flame bird followed closely behind, exploding on their faces, completely turning the 2 goblins into charcoal. Zack rushed forward, shaking his head with some disappointment. Oh well, it's not the one-eyed brother. One-eyed brother, you have to explain the sacrifice of your 2 teammates, right? Are you sure they won't hold a grudge against you? In response, arrows and flying stones shot out from all directions in the west. Zack took a deep breath, pressed both hands firmly on the ground, and a circle of ice-blue ice walls quickly grew from the ground with his body as the center. Hidden weapons struck the ice walls, making a crisp sound. Zack said coldly, "Stop playing tricks. Like playing hide and seek? Then I'll let you hide enough." He reached out his right hand into the air and quickly condensed a large water ball. He rubbed his thumb and index finger of his left hand, and a white flame burst out. Then, Zack pushed the white flame into the water ball, and the 2 violently merged. The water tried to extinguish the flame, but the white flame grew stronger and filled the entire water ball, causing it to boil rapidly. Add some pressure. Zack flicked his left hand's fingers again, and the air around the water ball quickly compressed. This reduced the boiling tendency of the water ball, but it also caused the temperature to rise sharply, making it boil again. After repeating this process several times, Zack threw the water ball, which had reached a terrifying temperature, outside the ice wall, grinning, "Good luck to you all." He sealed the ice wall into a dome shape, flicked his fingers, and released the air compression. His high-temperature steam instantly burst and filled the entire cave. The hidden goblins were scalded and screamed in pain, but immediately lost their ability to make sound. As they inhaled the steam, the high temperature instantly destroyed their lungs, throats, and other parts. These goblins were the first to be scalded to death. Zack removed the gradually melting ice wall and walked out, maintaining a barrier of cold air around him. In the steam-filled cave, goblin bodies were scattered everywhere, emitting a fragrant smell after being cooked by the steam. However, there were still a few enemies unharmed. They had managed to protect themselves from the steam attacks by establishing magic barriers of different attributes, but the conspicuous magic barriers exposed their positions to Zack. Zack took a closer look and saw several big goblins, as well as a low-level goblin named Cyclops who closely followed one of the big goblins with a hooked nose. He bowed and politely smiled, saying, "After countless calls, you finally agreed to meet me, Cyclops brother. My sincerity is not bad, right?" Sincerity? What kind of new concept is sincerity? Cyclops was shocked and fearful. In just a few minutes, this troublemaker had instantly turned the tide and only a few elite goblins remained from their ambush. If it weren't for the protection of the big goblin with the hooked nose, it wouldn't have survived this wave of attacks. And why did Zack use so much magic without needing to chant? The big goblin with the hooked nose touched his nose and said, "The ability to use magic without chanting is only possible for those with extremely high magic affinity. Cyclops brother, you have indeed encountered an extraordinary guy. I even thought about inviting him to join our side. TSK. Actually, it's not completely without chanting magic. Certain special magic, such as holy magic, still required Zack to recite the incantation." The big goblin next to him frowned and said, "This kid killed so many of our brothers. Big brother, we can't let him join." The big goblin with the hooked nose shrugged and said, "If our brothers are gone, we can recruit more. It's hard to find such a genius, but considering this person's special relationship with the Goblin King, we really can't let him stay." Zack looked at the big goblin with the hooked nose and said, "Did you cast the curse earlier?" "Curse? What curse?" The big goblin with the hooked nose laughed, "Curse you and your mother to die? You should ask Cyclops' brother about that. I didn't do it." Zack fell silent and focused on observing this seemingly good-tempered big goblin. Despite killing so many of his comrades, the other enemies were wary of him, but this guy still had a smile on his face. Although he didn't notice anything unusual, Zack felt that something was off. Where did this guy's confidence come from? Was it just an act, or did he really have a lot of tricks up his sleeve? "Zack brother, that wasn't your limit just now, right?" The big goblin with the hooked nose said in a friendly tone, as if they were not enemies but friends having a pleasant conversation. With such strength at such a young age, not to mention a limitless future, becoming a goblin king in the future would be no problem. Zack immediately felt a strong sense of danger. He had a secret talent as the Goblin King, which only the king and his trusted confidants in the nest knew about and had never been revealed. Although it seemed like the big goblin was just flattering him and happened to hit the mark, considering the situation where the big goblin with the hooked nose was at a disadvantage after their failed ambush, Zack was more inclined to believe that this guy did it intentionally. It should have known about his talent as the Goblin King a long time ago. The Goblin King couldn't have leaked the secret, and his confidants couldn't have leaked it either because they were bound by a contract and had a high level of loyalty. There was only one possibility. This guy, like the Goblin King, possessed the appraisal skill, which was exclusive to higher races. Although the presence of the Goblin King increases the chances of advanced and special goblins in the lair, it is still impossible for them to reach the level of superior races. In other words, the suspected superior race in front of us cannot be a goblin. This big goblin is probably a disguise. Zack cautiously takes a step forward with his left foot, assuming a fighting stance, while his peripheral vision secretly observes the environment in the cave, preparing for a strategic retreat. He currently has no knowledge of enemies other than goblins, especially superior races. He is not capable of dealing with enemies of this level. The big goblin with the hooked nose smiles and says, "Oh, Zack, have you figured something out? Are you ready to fight with all your might?" The other big goblin whispers, "Big brother, I've already sent a signal for reinforcements. When the rest of the rebels arrive, we should be able to." "No need for that trouble, brother." The big goblin with the hooked nose remains calm and places its right hand naturally on its head. "I just need to borrow your body for a moment." "Ha!" The big goblin exclaims in surprise, then looks clearly below its neck, and suddenly its whole body explodes, splattering blood and flesh that intertwine into countless thin lines. Bones scatter and deform, transforming into sharp bone spearheads. Countless bloodlines wrap around the many spears, carrying with them sudden thrusts, forming a spectacular rain of spears that instantly pierce in front of Zack. At the same time, Zack leaps backward and instantly disappears into the darkness of the cave. The bone spearheads lose their target and deeply embed into the stone wall. Instantly, the flesh and bones of living creatures deform. Zack immediately recalls the teachings of the Goblin King. This is the characteristic of blood and flesh magic. And blood and flesh magic is a standard feature of the demon race. The big goblin with the hooked nose is somewhat surprised. "Oh? You even know how to hide in the shadows to avoid my blood spears. That old thing has indeed taught you quite a lot, even shadow magic. He really spoils you like a son, doesn't he?" It grins, "If you die now, that old thing should cry for a long time, right?" The other big goblins and the one-eyed goblin tremble all over, showing fear on their faces. After witnessing the gruesome blood and flesh magic of the big goblin with the hooked nose, they understand that this kind-hearted elder brother doesn't care about their lives at all, and he might not even be a goblin. They remain silent and immediately start running. The big goblin with the hooked nose stares at the shadow where Zack disappeared into the cave, and casually raises its left hand, saying, "Come back." The big goblins suddenly find themselves in terror as their bodies are no longer under their control. They obediently run back and stand beside the big goblin with the hooked nose. It chuckles, "How can my followers flee in the face of battle?" This is another standard feature of the demon race domination magic. "I admit that I have underestimated you, Zack, but unfortunately, once the shadow magic is known, the mouse can no longer hide." The big goblin with the hooked nose grabs the terrified head of the big goblin with its right hand. It mutters something under its breath, and in an instant, the flesh on the head begins to melt, dripping onto the ground, leaving only a white skull. Black flames ignite in the eye sockets of the skull, and from it, a black halo ripples out, enveloping the entire cave. Zack's figure, moving in the shadows, suddenly becomes prominent, with a white mark surrounding him, shining brightly in the darkness. The big goblin with the hooked nose makes a decisive decision, saying, "Go." The blood and flesh bone spears that were previously embedded in the stone wall suddenly shoot out, as if they have come to life, following twisted and eerie trajectories, aiming to kill the swiftly moving Zack. These spears are automatically tracking. He decisively turns around, quietly and quickly chanting the preliminary part of a sacred spell, raising his right hand, and shouting, "Grant your devout followers the power to dispel evil and filth, O son." In the next moment, a large ball of light rose slowly from Zack's right hand, bursting with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the cave as if it were daytime. As soon as the spear of flesh and bone was exposed to the intense white light, it exploded into black smoke, instantly breaking free from the control of the goblin big brother with the hooked nose, completely falling apart and dropping to the ground. Dealing with the dark magic of flesh and blood requires more than just ordinary spells, it requires divine magic. Even the goblin big brother with the hooked nose couldn't help but cover his eyes, with signs of corrosion and burns appearing on his body, starting to rot. He said in surprise, "Not only have you learned it, but you dare to use Holy Sun magic? Do you think you'll be fine? Hurt the enemy 800, harm oneself 1000. Holy magic specifically restrains and purifies evil creatures, including demons and goblins." Then the goblin big brother with the hooked nose saw that the sun-like ball of light was being controlled and shot towards him.
The ball of light created by holy magic can only stay in the hands of the caster and cannot be thrown away. Once it is too far away from the caster, it will dissipate. In other words, this guy was willingly enveloped in the purifying ball of light, holding it and charging towards him.
Are you fucking crazy? The goblin big brother with the hooked nose couldn't maintain his composure anymore. Zack was clearly intending to go down with him. He quickly looked at the few remaining immobile goblins, and despite his body being corroded, he grabbed the one-eyed goblin next to him and decisively said, "Sorry, brothers, let me borrow this." In an instant, the few goblins melted away, their flesh and bones revolving around the goblin big brother with the hooked nose, with the bones acting as steel bars and the flesh as cement, forming a flesh wall as strong as copper and iron. Although this was also flesh magic, it was restrained by holy sun magic and couldn't resist for long. However, without protection, the caster Zack would definitely be purified and killed by the ball of light first. But Zack didn't give the goblin big brother with the hooked nose a chance for a war of attrition. From the ball of light came his weak and hoarse, yet resolute voice, "Great God of light, I beseech you here, show the power of crushing stars to evil. When a star that meets the quality requirements is about to die, it will become a supernova." In the next moment, the ball of light in his hand completely exploded, engulfing Zack, the goblin big brother with the hooked nose, and the entire cave in endless white light and heat. The cave shook violently, countless stalactites turned to dust, and the intense explosion completely leveled this area. If it weren't deep enough underground, the shockwaves from the explosion would even reach the surface, startling the people on the ground. This was the strongest and most extreme attack Zack had used since he was born, reaching the power level of an advanced spell, almost depleting his magic reserves. Zack himself was not an advanced race, and there was a big gap in strength between him and the opponent. Only by seizing the opportunity for close combat and decisively using the strongest attack that restrained demons, was there hope of injuring or even killing this advanced demon. Struggling to get up from the center of the explosion, Zack's whole body was severely burned, his blood almost boiling, emitting bursts of black smoke. Many of his internal organs were also damaged, and he couldn't even cry out in pain now. Zack felt the intense pain all over his body, and the pain made some of his nerves go numb. He had just passed through the gates of hell. If he didn't receive treatment immediately, he would soon return to the gates of hell. But he survived. Since he learned holy magic and realized that goblins were also evil creatures, objects restrained by holy magic, Zack began to use holy magic on himself every day, hoping to enhance his resistance to holy magic. However, the initial purpose was not to reduce his own weaknesses, but to use holy magic to heal Rita without burning his own hands. This was indeed a very long process. After repeatedly corroding and burning his own skin, and seeking treatment from a shaman, Zack was noticed by the Goblin King. The king explained to him that evil creatures that are susceptible to restraint have no way of gaining resistance to divine magic, as has been the case throughout history. Just when Zack was about to give up, a miracle happened. During one usage, he discovered that divine magic did not corrode his skin as usual. Although it still caused serious damage, the severity was reduced. And when Zack used divine magic on himself, the intensity remained unchanged. This meant that his body had developed a slight resistance to divine magic. After this, his resistance to divine magic continued to increase. Even the Goblin King couldn't explain why Zack became an exception to the norm. This couldn't be explained by the so-called talent of the Goblin King. Zack became addicted to increasing his divine resistance, using divine magic on himself whenever he had the chance. This is why he dared to take a gamble and deliver the strongest blow to the higher-ranking demon disguised as the Goblin King. Zack looked at the spot where the higher-ranking demon originally stood. The flesh and blood wall disappeared without a trace, and the Goblin King with the hooked nose was burned to nothing but a skeleton covered in a little blackened flesh. It wobbled and fell to the ground with a clang. Inside the skeleton was a low-level goblin that was severely burned but still trembling slightly. It was the one-eyed goblin. Zack was surprised. He seemed to understand why the hook-nosed goblin didn't care about the lives of its companions, but saved the one-eyed goblin several times. The one-eyed goblin muttered an incantation, and a black smoke emerged from its mouth, wrapping around its severely burned body, instantly restoring some of the burned flesh. It spoke softly, "The compatibility between me and my little one-eyed brother is really good. Zack, you have indeed exceeded my expectations several times. With your strength, threatening me to this extent, it wouldn't be a loss if you died." This was still a standard move for demons' possession. Zack suddenly fell to the ground, his heart felt like it was being tightly squeezed, and his skin was covered with circles of red and black demon language spells. The one-eyed goblin coldly said, "Consider yourself lucky, I will give you the reward of quickly dying with a curse." There was really no way out now. He had delivered the strongest blow, his magical power was almost depleted, and he could only say that even with all his strength, he couldn't bridge the gap between himself and the higher-ranking race. Zack accepted his impending death calmly. He didn't have the strength to match others, so dying was only natural. If he could start over, he definitely wouldn't become a goblin again. Couldn't he just be a proper elf? Speaking of elves, he suddenly remembered something. Although he saw Rita put the matching ring into a box, what if she put it back on later? Damn it, I have to take off that damn matching ring first. Big brother, senior, please help me. I beg you. Zack couldn't move, he could only try his best to speak intermittently. Why is this guy suddenly begging for mercy? The one-eyed goblin chuckled. Now you know to beg for mercy? Where were you earlier? Zack struggled to say, no, please, take off the ring on my arm. What? Not only is this guy's fighting style unexpected, but even his last words are unexpected? The one-eyed goblin couldn't help but look at the ring on Zack's arm. It hadn't paid attention to this seemingly ordinary silver ring before, but now it suddenly realized that the ring did indeed have a fade aura. It frowned. I don't even have a reasonable reason to help you. It wasn't a stupid goblin, so it didn't foolishly help Zack take off the ring on his arm just because he asked. Zack became anxious, cough. No, there isn't. The one-eyed creature lost patience. It was too lazy to listen to Zack's rambling, so it took out the poison dagger it had bought with all the belongings of its previous owner from its waistband, intending to shut him up once and for all. But just as the dagger was about to reach Zack's neck, it suddenly stopped. The one-eyed creature froze in place, as if its entire body had been locked in place by an invisible thread. Its single eye widened in astonishment as it looked at Zack in disbelief. Was it you? No, it wasn't you. The body of the low-level goblin exploded in an instant, showering Zack with its contents like fireworks. It was I. A dignified and deep voice came from a distance. Zack felt the restraint on his heart disappear in an instant. He quickly looked towards the source of the voice and saw a figure wearing chainmail and a crimson cloak. And this figure was no stranger to him. It was the Goblin King. Deigning to disguise oneself as the goblin you despise the most on a daily basis, and inciting the younger generation to form a rebellion against me, the Goblin King approached step by step, and the pressure Zack felt grew stronger and stronger. Is this all the higher demons can do now, playing house with the little ones? A sinister laughter echoed above Zack. Hee. Isn't playing house fun? I am guiding the oppressed subjects to resist the tyrannical king. This is the trend of the times. Oh, it's not fun for you, old man. After all, you are the targeted main antagonist. Ha! Zack looked up and saw a floating humanoid figure gradually appearing above him, with a pair of tattered wings on its back. It was surrounded by a faint black mist, making it blurry and difficult to see more details. The Goblin King did not stop his footsteps. Kid, this is a rare opportunity for a practical lesson on demons. Let me tell you. You must have noticed that higher demons can possess lower races without their consent, as long as their bodies are compatible. During possession, they can still use demonic magic, but the downside is that their personalities are temporarily influenced by the original host. To kill a higher demon, you must completely destroy the possessed body and fight against their true form. By the way, the original host dies the moment they are possessed. The demon sneered. Hee, old man, why are you only lecturing your precious student and ignoring me? The Goblin King paused. Kid, when you encounter demons like this in the future, don't try to understand or communicate with them. Most demons have no other purpose, their only interest is to amuse themselves. It's futile to have a normal conversation with them. Woo-woo, you're so mean, I might cry. The demon even pretended to cry a few times, then laughed again. But compared to demons, it's the goblins that everyone wants to get rid of. I am the righteous ambassador who eliminates evil in the world, doing something that will be remembered for generations. Old man, I really want to see. The demon suddenly plummeted downwards, pressing towards Zack's head. If this precious thing dies, will you shed a tear? A sharp scream echoed through the cave. Zack felt something whizzing past his head, leaving a half-circle tear in the air. He looked up again and saw that in that split second, the demon's body had already been split in half, instantly turning into black smoke and dissipating. At the same time, a curved weapon spun rapidly and automatically returned to the Goblin King's hand. It was a lightning-shaped, double-edged, but less sharply defined boomerang, shimmering with a platinum glow. The king said coldly, if you encounter a demon, either don't attract their attention, or kill them immediately. In the distance, another figure quietly appeared. It was the previous hired demon. He continued to sneer as if nothing had happened. If I were just a lower demon, that blow would have completely annihilated me. What a pity. Keep up the good work. Old thing dashed behind the demon. Footsteps could be heard in the distance. A large group of low-level goblins and hobgoblins rushed over.
They ran behind the demon and stood in a neat line, staring indifferently at the Goblin King and Zack.
The rest of the loyal followers have arrived just in time. Today's actors are all in position.
The upper demon shouted excitedly, "All members of the rebellion, attention! Today, I will lead you in the righteous cause of killing the tyrant."
The Goblin King snorted.
It leaped up, spinning its body around, and swung its spinning blade horizontally, sending a golden light towards the demon and the row of goblins.
The upper demon remained calm and raised 2 fingers with its right hand. 1, 2.
2 goblins in the line instantly dissolved, their bones and flesh turning into 2 blood-colored tornadoes that compressed in the air, forming 2 sharp blood rays that collided with the Goblin King's light. A blood ray and a golden light met and vanished with a sizzle, splattering blood and filling the air with black mist. The other blood ray pierced through the mist and headed straight for the Goblin King. Zack could clearly feel that this flesh and blood magic was faster and more powerful than when it was used against him earlier. This was probably the full power of the upper demon. The Goblin King calmly said, "Ordinary spells can block flesh and blood magic, but they consume a huge amount of magic power, which is not cost-effective. The most cost-effective way is to use holy magic that restrains demons. Since you are not yet the Goblin King, I haven't taught you the holy magic of the upper ranks. Today, I'll let you witness it. Sacred Storm." The Goblin King muttered a long incantation in a low voice, so fast that Zack couldn't make out what it was saying. Then, it held the spinning blade and tapped it against the oncoming blood ray. Countless platinum pillars of light shot out from all directions like twisted lightning, instantly engulfing the blood ray. Before the upper demon could react, it struck him and the rebel goblins. The burst of light was like the wrath of a god, completely engulfing the area and turning it into an ocean of light. However, this scale did not cause the cave to tremble, nor did it cause the extensive terrain destruction like Zack's previous detonation of the light sphere. When the light dissipated, there was nothing left of the demon and goblins, as if they had been completely wiped out.
"Did we win?" Zack asked tentatively. He could no longer sense the nauseating aura of the demon. Of course not, the survival skills of the upper demons are strong.
"At most, I severely injured it," the Goblin King replied coldly, without even turning his head. Suddenly, it swung the spinning blade towards the right side of its body. Accompanied by a loud noise, the spinning blade blocked an incoming long sword, even creating a small shockwave upon impact. The upper demon appeared behind the Goblin King without warning. The long sword in its hand had a deep green and blood-red pattern, filled with irregular circular shapes. Upon closer inspection, Zack realized that they were the faces of wailing goblins. In that moment, the upper demon had turned the rest of the rebel goblins into this long sword. The Goblin King frowned. In the blink of an eye, it sidestepped with the long sword, rotating the spinning blade at a speed that the naked eye couldn't follow, leaving behind several afterimages, and slashing or stabbing at the upper demon. The 2 upper races clashed their blades, creating countless explosions in an instant. The residual force of the blades sent rocks flying in all directions. "Ha ha ha! The Goblin King is still as strong as ever, exhilarating." The upper demon laughed madly and said, "I am looking forward to tasting the delicious and loyal half-elf queen after I kill you." Haha dash. Before he could finish his sentence, his body burst into a platinum flame, starting from his head and burning violently. Along with his long knife, it turned into scattered black ashes in an instant.
The Goblin King stopped and calmly said to Zack, "Kid, the upper demons have the ability to resurrect unless their magic power is completely depleted."
On the other side of the cave, the arrogant laughter of the upper demon rang out again. "Old man, you were in such a hurry just now. Don't be sad, Zack. This treasure of yours is far inferior to a woman in its heart." Ha ha dash. But there is a way to ignore this ability and completely end him, although it also involves upper magic, which you cannot learn at the moment, the king continued calmly, "but it takes a long time to prepare, and it is easy to be countered if discovered during the process. However, once it starts to take effect, you have already won. This move is suitable for dealing with enemies who only know how to have fun and make themselves look foolish for a lifetime." The laughter subsided, and the upper demon could no longer laugh. He suddenly understood something and quickly began to recite an incantation, but it was too late. White and golden words appeared on his body, layer upon layer, entwining each other, gradually dyeing his body with a sacred platinum color. This was an unavoidable curse, and it was the purification curse belonging to divine magic. "Damn it, what the hell do you think you're doing, you old bastard? It's not a skill to plot against me. You malicious old beast, sooner or later I'll make you explode with gold coins." "Look, he's getting anxious," the Goblin King said calmly. The upper demon seemed to remember something and changed his attitude again, starting to laugh loudly. "I remember now, I know, the all-knowing deity has already brought down the Oracle of Destruction. You're finished, you're all finished. You will be crushed, and all the goblins here will have no place to be buried, everything will turn to dust. Ha 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 dash in a frenzy of laughter, the upper demon completely turned into a golden light and exploded like fireworks. The cave returned to calmness once again. There was no more noise from the demons. Zack breathed a sigh of relief and tried to get up, but found that his body still couldn't move. The Goblin King looked at him, his face devoid of the joy of killing a powerful enemy, replaced by a seriousness Zack had never seen before. Kid, you went too crazy earlier, and this extensive burn is not good. Get some rest and sleep well for now. Before Zack could speak, he watched as the Goblin King reached out his hand towards his head. He immediately felt his head become heavy, and tiredness and drowsiness flooded his body. He quickly fell asleep. The Goblin King still had a serious expression, staring into the darkness deep in the cave. After the upper demon disguised himself as a goblin and entered the nest, he probably reported the location of the nest to the human realm long ago, which is why he made those incomprehensible remarks just now. This also fits the characteristic of demons enjoying playing with fire and even provoking wars. Based on the time, it's too late for the tribe to relocate or escape. The human army and elite adventurers should have already set up a tight net around the Blackfire Mountains. And there may be more than just humans participating in the war. War is coming. It sighed imperceptibly. Blackfire Mountains, Blackfire Town. Before the extermination of the Goblin army, the Count invited the adventurers to come and appreciate the training achievements and excellent equipment of the 5th Legion. The Goblin Slayer and his group strolled on the city wall, looking down at the multiple formations below, neatly arranged, with an oppressive atmosphere like a dark cloud pressing over the city. Indeed, they have trained well. The Goblin Slayer nodded. The Count beside him gently swirled the red wine in his hand and proudly said, with the double high of intense training and high welfare benefits in the aristocracy, this is the inevitable result, esteemed Mr. Slayer. This is a formidable army, capable of tearing apart not only goblins, but even the armies of the demon race. The Goblin Slayer muttered, I don't know the specifics of fighting the demon race, but as for this goblin extermination mission, without actual experience of infiltrating and killing goblins in their nests, even the strongest team can easily suffer losses, esteemed Count. I suggest. The Count's face showed a constipated expression. In the Goblin Slayer's team, the other adventurers who were lucky enough not to be chosen by the Count for conversation quickly distanced themselves. If I were Mr. Slayer, I would have shut my mouth long ago and let the Count entertain himself. He has indeed persisted seriously until now, quite impressive, said the lizard priest with emotion. The dwarf warlock looked at the soldiers below the city wall and said, the individual quality of these soldiers is quite good. They are indeed the human army that has been confronting the demon army for a long time. Each person is big in stature, with well-developed muscles. The elven archer sarcastically remarked, soon to be goblin food, I'm sure they'll taste delicious. The dwarf warlock laughed heartily and said, why did you blurt out what I was thinking? You stinky elf. Who cares what you're thinking? I said it first, so it's mine. The young cleric looked at the two bickering individuals and smiled, these two really have a good relationship. The lizard priest silently nodded in response, looking at the army below. The young cleric also looked down, expressing some concern, I hope these soldiers can all come back alive as much as possible. The lizard priest muttered to himself, it's difficult. If it were just some special goblins, it would be fine, but this is the Goblin King. Most of these soldiers think they are dealing with the stereotypical goblins with the intelligence of a 5 or at most 7 or 8-year-old child, cruel but foolish low-level goblins and big goblins. Do you remember what happened the last time we annihilated the Goblin King? The young cleric turned her head and looked at the Goblin Slayer's back, her eyes softened. She calmly and firmly said, with Mr. Slayer here, if we all work together, we will definitely succeed this time too. The setting sun was blood red, casting a halo of burning light on everyone, shining on the neatly arranged, high-spirited soldier's armor, dyeing it with a reddish glow. They still didn't know what they were about to face. Zack opened his eyes again. What caught his eye was the soft, light gray hair hanging down, and Rita's beautiful face, filled with anxious anticipation and traces of tears. She saw Zack wake up and smiled with relief. The Goblin King has already told me, as long as you're okay, as long as you're okay. Zack also smiled, I'm fine. I'm back, Mom. After receiving the holy healing spell and Rita's careful care, Zack recovered quickly. In just a few days, his body was completely back to normal. During his rest, the Goblin King swiftly eliminated the remnants of the rebel army, completely quelling the turmoil caused by the uprising of the upper-class demons. When the Goblin King had finished dealing with everything and came back for class, Zack was somewhat surprised to find that it seemed to be in a bad mood, speaking particularly seriously, Kid, today I'll give you the final lesson, curses. Of course, I've mentioned the characteristics of being cursed before, so I won't repeat them. This time, I'll mainly talk about how to use them. If spells like divine magic are prayers to the gods, curses are the complete opposite. You have to offer something that belongs to you as a sacrifice to the gods, in exchange for imposing a certain state on your cursed target. It includes negative states such as sluggishness, blindness, dizziness, sleepiness, petrification, and disease, as well as curses that cause instant death and purification. In addition to the strength of the caster, the effectiveness of the curse is also closely related to two factors. The first is the value of the sacrificed item. It can be a specific treasure like gold, silver, and jewelry, or abstract concepts like one's vision. The higher the value of the sacrifice, the better the effect of the curse. In the previous battle, in order to completely purify the upper demon race, I sacrificed the lives of 10 goblin knights. The Goblin King said with a hint of regret, the resources spent on training 10 knights are not a small number. All the advanced goblins who have signed a contract with the Goblin King belong to the king. Zack nodded slightly, indicating that he remembered everything. The Goblin King continued, the second point is the difference in strength between the caster and the cursed target. If the strength of the cursed person is far inferior to yours, then the cost of cursing him is minimal, and the time it takes for the curse to take effect is very short. Compared to the upper demon race, I only paid the price of a few strands of hair to curse the Cyclops to death and save your life. Curses are exclusive to evil creatures. External races, such as humans, generally cannot use curses, but I suggest you not to use curses when fighting them head-on. The king paused for a moment and said, the holy practitioners of these races, such as priests and priestesses, have sacred spells that can immunize their own troops against curses or even reflect the curses back to the caster. Once you curse them, the effects or damage will be completely rebounded to you. When you curse other evil creatures, you should also be careful of their anti-curse abilities. The preparation time for curses is very long, and if the enemy discovers it during this period, they can immediately use zero-cost anti-curses based on the sacrifice you provided, returning all the contents of your curse to you. Therefore, the best way to use curses is through ambush. Negative state curses can still be cleared with divine magic, but if instant death curses take effect, unless you kill the caster immediately, there is no way to save yourself. Next, the Goblin King taught Zack the specific incantations and other knowledge in detail. When the class was over, the candle in the lantern was almost burned out. The king glanced at it and said slowly, I have taught you everything you should know. When you become a true Goblin King and join the ranks of the upper races, you must use the appraisal skill to plan the direction of your future abilities. You should be aware that fully mastering an upper-level magic requires a lot of time and effort, far beyond what lower-level magic can compare to, so choose carefully. Why does it sound similar to choosing a major and research direction in my previous life? Zack sincerely nodded. I will remember your teachings, Your Majesty. The Goblin King waved his hand, no need for excessive courtesy. Although I vaguely guessed that the rebel army was not that simple before, I thought it was a good opportunity to train you, so I decided to let you deal with it, which indeed caused you a lot of trouble. So, what compensation do you want? Nothing, I am grateful for Your Majesty's life-saving grace. Zack politely declined. The Goblin King stared at him. Stop beating around the bush, speak up. Zack said seriously, if there is really any compensation, I would like to go and pick a few more women. Don't you already have 3? You can never have too many, you can never have too many. They are all my wings. He chuckled. Don't let women affect your daily energy and fighting spirit, that's the real loss. Go ahead. The Goblin King said coldly. Zack stood up and, as usual, bowed before turning around to make a quick escape, but he was suddenly stopped by the Goblin King. Wait, there is one more important thing I need to tell you. The most important thing? He turned around, puzzled, and respectfully said, I am all ears, Your Majesty. The king said calmly, Kid, do you remember that most magic spells have a prelude that involves praying to the gods? Zack nodded, like the gods of light and darkness, I have memorized them. Very good. The Goblin King suddenly sat up straight, resting his elbows on the table and intertwining his hands under his chin. He said solemnly, first, those gods actually exist. They really exist? So, there are gods responsible for reincarnation in this world. While lost in thought, Zack continued to listen as the Goblin King said, second, do not believe in or worship those gods. All gods are untrustworthy. Ah, Zack couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Why would he say that? After pondering for a moment, he asked, is it because the goblins are not welcomed by the gods? The king shook his head slowly. If I and you were elves were humans, I would also tell you not to believe in gods. I cannot tell you the detailed reasons. Those who speak too much will be known. While Zack was still contemplating, the Goblin King revealed the last point. Third, only fallen gods are good gods. The room fell into a long silence, until the candles went out and darkness engulfed everything. Zack felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, with a chill creeping up his spine and into his brain. He seemed to sense the towering and majestic gaze from high above, penetrating through rocks and soil, reaching the depths of the earth, observing him and the Goblin King, both insignificant. At this moment, the Goblin King broke the silence and calmly said, "Let's go.
This is the advice I give you. It's best not to discuss anything related to gods with others in the future. Remember it well."
"Yes."
Zack nodded and cautiously left the room. The quiet room was now only occupied by the Goblin King.
It remained silent for a long time, murmuring, "In the end, I still treat this kid as my own son." When Zack entered the room again with a few children, Rita was teaching the black-haired cat-eared loli how to say her new name. She softly said, "Come on, say it with me, Hong Do." The cat-eared loli sat on Rita's lap, her ruby-colored eyes blinking. She pointed at herself and parroted, "Hong Do."
Rita smiled and patted her head, "Great job. From now on, your name is Hong Do."
Then, she noticed Zack entering with a few dirty and naked children and exclaimed in surprise, "My hero Zack, you've saved a few little angels again, haven't you?" Zack grinned mischievously, "My dear mother, you better get used to it.
There will be more of these things in the future."
Zack and Rita's room gradually became a sanctuary for the kidnapped children, the only warm place in this goblin-infested lair. During this time, Zack continuously achieved great feats. He was a genius in the fusion of magic and technology. On one hand, Zack learned alchemy-related magic from the goblin craftsman and combined it with his knowledge from his previous life to independently research and improve various magical weapons, such as magical explosives, shoulder-mounted flamethrowers, and magic-sensing landmines, all of which sounded fantastical just by their names. For the processes he didn't understand, he simply used versatile magic to solve them. The Goblin King also tilted resources to support Zack's invention of new weapons. Once successfully tested, it would instruct the craftsman to mass-produce them based on the situation of the lair's army and quickly equip the goblin troops under the vigorous promotion of the king. Zack led the invention of new weapons that had already penetrated the hearts of the goblins, who still plays with swords and magic.
It's better to use explosives and cannons.
On the other hand, Zack was also studying the issue of food. Due to the scarcity of sunlight in the lair, most of the wheat relied on the light from the geothermal stones to meet its photosynthesis needs, resulting in low harvest efficiency. Zack didn't have much time or the technical conditions to select shapes and develop high-yielding hybrid wheat, so he began to look for other crops that could yield well in low-light conditions. He specifically taught the low-level goblins responsible for planting food. "I have roughly looked at the overall process of planting food in the lair, and it can be said to have perfectly replicated the model of human crop cultivation. This proves that you have indeed made efforts to learn, but it has actually fallen into a misconception.
The lair does not have sufficient sunlight conditions on the surface, so the yield of wheat cultivation is very low."
"Ah, of course, I'm not asking you to give up on growing wheat. On the contrary, the lair has a damp and dark natural environment, with high humidity and geothermal energy in some volcanic areas, which are advantages unique to the underground. We need to adapt to the local conditions and make good use of the unique environmental advantages of the lair to find and cultivate crops that meet the conditions in order to better solve the food problem." After a few days, when a low-level goblin presented Zack with a plump, shiny, edible mushroom, his eyes lit up. "Yes, this is what we need. Various kinds of mushrooms, cave fruits, and rock berries."
Zack led the goblins to try to expand their cultivation of all kinds of strange and edible plants.
After a period of time, some species of plants achieved great success in expanding their cultivation. Although it didn't completely solve the problem of food shortage, it did effectively reduce the food pressure in the lair.
But Zack felt that it wasn't enough. The second step is to improve the environment if it's not suitable.
Inside the lair, the main food crops like wheat don't receive enough light. So we need to find a way to enhance the brightness of the geothermal stones or use instruments to collect the light of sacred magic and maintain stability, ensuring the light exposure time for the crops. He patiently explained to the goblins below the stage. Of course, this step is not so easy to achieve, and it is still in the research stage. As the food problem gradually improved, the overall quality of life for the goblins in the lair also improved, and the living conditions of the captured women improved as well. Walking on the road, you can see goblins everywhere nibbling on mushrooms or berries as snacks. The tavern also introduced new varieties of commoners' wine, such as mushroom wine.
Now, Zack's prestige in the hearts of the goblins is not much lower than that of the Goblin King.
Most goblins recognize that he is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime genius who leads the goblin tribe to thrive, but he is also an extremely perverted lolicon collector. Because every time Zack receives a reward from the king, he only asks for one thing: I just want a few children. Once the children are rewarded, teenage girls are also acceptable. Once teenage girls are rewarded, adult women are also acceptable. Regardless of beauty or ugliness, regardless of height or weight, regardless of health, all are accepted. After a routine reward, the Goblin King privately complained to Zack, "Kid, are your kidneys made of iron, or is that thing made of iron?" Zack patted his chest and said, "Reporting to your majesty, they are." "You, kid," the king said helplessly, "I'm starting to doubt whether the so-called devil fruit that greatly enhances male function really exists. Even among the goblins, who are known for their lust and reproductive power, your level is extremely rare." Zack said seriously, "To me, this is no different from breathing and drinking water. It is an important part of my daily life." The king didn't say much about his poverty of words, just shook his head. "Zack has saved so many women, and the most difficult and troublesome one is Rita, but she never complains. She diligently takes care of the children's lives and is called Little Mother by them. The only regret she has is that it's difficult to have alone time with Zack anymore. After all, no matter how many children she saves, Zack is her own child, the one who gave her the motivation to keep going. If at first she took care of Zack for her own emotional comfort and support, after naming him, Rita truly considered Zack as her own child, her closest kin. On the other hand, apart from the cat-eared lowly Hondo, who persistently calls Zack daddy, most of the children refer to Zack as Big Mommy. Why is there not a single normal nickname? But Zack has become too lazy to correct them one by one. When it's time for dinner, the table is filled with an unprecedented lively atmosphere. The children play and frolic, vying to be spoiled by Rita and Zack, occasionally climbing onto Zack. It always takes Rita and Zack a long time to coax them, waiting until everyone's hungry before gradually starting to eat. Feels like a noisy kindergarten, Zack sometimes subconsciously complains to Rita. Rita, being pulled by a few children, is making them happy and turns around with a smile, saying, "Is that a bad thing?" Zack thinks for a moment, thinking about the miserable state the children were in before in the dark cave, and now seeing them lively and playing at the dining table, he genuinely smiles from the bottom of his heart. It's good. After finishing a day of research, Zack returns to the back hall carrying a fruit basket when he is stopped by a few excited low-level goblins. One of the goblins, with a missing ear, holds a jug of wine and greets him enthusiastically. "Zack boss, aren't you going to the extra meal today?" "Extra meal?" Zack is somewhat puzzled. "What are we eating?" The goblin with the missing ear winks at him. "Boss, you're probably too busy to know. The extra meal refers to eating human flesh, the best human flesh." Another goblin with a head wrap adds, "Since the king recently prohibited goblins from hunting human adventurers on the surface and plundering villages, we haven't had an extra meal in a long time. Today is a rare occasion." Zack's heart sinks. Pretending as if nothing is wrong, he asks, "Where did the human flesh come from?" The goblin with the missing ear is somewhat confused. "Boss, you don't even know about this major event? Maybe the king didn't specifically inform you to not disturb your research." This morning, besides the guards and researchers, the king gathered almost all the high-level goblins and said that the secret department has already detected the human army from Blackfire Town marching towards us, claiming to exterminate the goblins. They will probably arrive at the nest within 3 days. The king announced preparations for war. War? Suddenly going to war with humans? This news is so sudden that Zack is stunned in place. The goblin with the head wrap enthusiastically says, "According to tradition, we have a good meal before a big battle, so everyone decided to slaughter some women and roast them. We even brought out some aged wine. Now there's a human flesh feast happening all over the nest." The fruit basket in Zack's hand falls to the ground with a thud, and the fruits and vegetables roll all over the floor. His fingers tremble slightly, and he stammers, "How many people died?" The goblin with the missing ear misunderstands Zack's meaning and laughs. "Boss, you don't have to worry about supply and demand. We did slaughter around 100 people, but the nest will soon be replenished with new women through the human army." Boss, I can't help but feel sorry for the humans. After all, this time they will experience the terrifying weapons you invented. But unfortunately, human flesh becomes too wasted once it's burnt. Headscarf Goblin eagerly asked, "Boss, if you don't join us for the meal, us brothers have been discussing and planning to eat less later, leaving more human flesh for you. Do you want the fatty and juicy buttock meat or the best quality thigh meat?" Before the one-eyed incident, these low-level goblins had already been following Zack closely, helping to provoke the one-eyed goblin and playing a role in luring out the rebel army. At this moment, they were enthusiastically trying to save their portions to give to Zack, offering him a rare delicacy in their eyes. What they didn't know was that the more enthusiastic and generous they were, the greater the psychological pressure they were putting on Zack. Zack didn't know how he managed to stand there and listen to their words.
He felt his body becoming heavy and his mind absent-mindedly said, "No need, you guys can eat it yourselves." "Oh, boss, you haven't tasted human flesh yet?" Human flesh is also known as divine meat. Once you take a bite, you'll understand. Earless Goblin turned around and laughed. "We know your taste, we'll grab a smaller one for you." Another goblin joked, "Aren't all the small ones already taken back by the boss to sleep with? Where are the small ones now?" Ha ha ha. The low-level goblins held their wine and surrounded Zack, laughing happily and recklessly. Occasionally, someone would pat his shoulder to show friendliness. Zack unconsciously grinned, his mouth slowly curling upwards, as if he wanted to laugh along, but he couldn't. His facial muscles seemed frozen. He wanted to say something, but his throat felt dry and bitter, choking back the words that had surged to his throat. He looked past the low-level goblins towards the western week, towards the distance, where everything was pitch black and narrow, with cave walls as cold as iron. He felt the small cave pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Finally, Zack struggled to say, "No need. I don't like eating human flesh." Earless Goblin wanted to continue being polite, but was stopped by the headscarf goblin's gaze. It noticed that something seemed off with the boss today. Maybe the research had failed and he was tired? Or perhaps he had heard news of the upcoming war and was feeling uneasy? In any case, the current Zack felt very unfamiliar to them, giving off a distant and rejecting vibe. Headscarf Goblin waved his hand. "All right, boss, we won't disturb you. Rest well." It wasn't worried about the war. In fact, none of the goblins believed that the brave and skilled Goblin King would lose. After the low-level goblins left, Zack slowly sat down on the ground, staring blankly at the scattered fruits. For a long time, he whispered, "I remember, the king wanted me to become the second Goblin King and establish a new Goblin Kingdom?" Ha! Zack forced a bitter smile, ruling a bunch of goblins who eat humans, leading them to plunder innocent humans and forcing women of other races to bear their offspring. He couldn't do such a thing. Even though he had fully integrated into Goblin society, had a harmonious relationship with the Goblin King, and was trusted by the goblins in the nest, he couldn't. If the concept of a soul truly existed, explaining Zack's situation with soul theory, it would be that the human soul named Jichen was forcefully twisted and stuffed into the body of an inherently evil goblin. As a goblin, he was cold-blooded and bloodthirsty, killing without hesitation, befriending his kin, and actively contributing to the strengthening of the goblin tribe. As a human soul, he actively helped Rita in treating the children and women violated by goblins, unable to identify with and hating their beastly actions. He couldn't become a human, nor could he become a truly despicable goblin. Therefore, when Zack heard that many innocent humans were being slaughtered and eaten like livestock by goblins, he didn't feel sad or angry, but rather suddenly awakened. He realized that he had become indifferent to such tragedies, only left with a numb state of mind. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed too many tragedies since birth. When he discovered that his inventions were being used to fight against human armies, he could only force a bitter smile. Remembering Rita's gentle words, Zack muttered to himself, "Perhaps it's not so bad to be an unfit goblin." Black Volcano Range, Blackfire Town. The 5th Legion lined up under the main gate of the city wall, their golden armor shining brightly. They were receiving the final inspection from Count and others before setting off. Onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the kind of army we need to fight and defeat the crazed demon army." This time, wiping out the goblin nest is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Look at those adventurers. Someone looked towards the group of adventurers who were packing their belongings and chatting in small groups. They had prepared a large number of supplies and equipment, so their carriages were filled to the brim. It seems like they are well prepared. I heard that these adventurers are experts in eliminating goblins, and there are several famous silver-ranked adventurers among them. Someone analyzed with a serious tone, Count is quite cautious, he even specially hired experts to cooperate with the army, fearing that the goblins won't be completely eradicated. Now I feel some sympathy for those goblins. A young man who was just there to watch the excitement said strangely, "Why did they bother sending the army to fight the goblins? They could have just hired these expert adventurers to deal with them." The situation this time is special. It is said that there are thousands of goblins, including many high-level goblins, in their lair. Adventurers alone cannot handle such a scale. Someone kindly reminded. "I see." The young man scratched his head and said somewhat dissatisfied, "But wait, if there were really so many goblins, I would have heard about their attacks on humans or farms a long time ago." After the inspection, the Count on the city wall made his final speech using amplification magic. "Excellent warriors of the 5th Legion, after weeks of specialized training, I know that each of you is well prepared and full of fighting spirit, ready to shed blood and achieve great deeds. But I must make one final reminder. The enemy we face this time is cunning. They are small in size, hiding deep underground, and the narrow and low caves present a challenge that we must adapt to and overcome.
There is no need to show mercy to any goblin underlings.
They are evil creatures who do not believe in gods, pure scum that slaughters villages and shamelessly abuses women. On this mission, we not only have to defeat the goblins, but also completely annihilate them. The legions from other towns have already surrounded the goblin nest, waiting for those goblins who escaped due to the negligence of the 5th Legion, waiting to see our jokes. The 5th Legion bears the glorious task of being the main attacking force. Do our warriors have the confidence to not let a single goblin escape? A goblin slayer, who was silently packing valuable magic scrolls, couldn't help but mutter, "The besieged will surely surrender." His words were naturally drowned out by the deafening roar of the soldiers shouting, "Yes, yes, yes." The Count nodded in satisfaction. Not only goblins, our excellent warriors of the 5th Legion won't even let a fly escape. The above is the content of my speech. I solemnly announce the military operation to annihilate the goblins has officially begun. The entire army, march. The soldiers, standing in a dense formation, raised their weapons and shouted with a thunderous voice, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Even the onlookers were infected by this atmosphere, with someone shouting, "Declare war on the goblins! Kill them all! Humans will prevail!" The waiting adventurers watched everything calmly. The elven archer naturally placed his right hand on the shoulder of the young priest and asked with interest, "I don't really understand human military tactics, so I wanted to ask you, how would you evaluate them?" The young priest tilted his head slightly and earnestly recalled, saying, "I haven't really studied it. If I were to make a comparison, it would probably be at the level of the military training speeches I had the privilege of witnessing at the Noble Military Magic Academy." The elf chuckled, "So you mean it's still at a student level?" The young priest nervously gripped his staff and said, "Well, yes. I don't really know how an excellent commander should give a speech." The dwarf warlock said sharply, "Regardless, the Count should have done his best if he hadn't foolishly said, 'Do you have confidence?' That's something you say to encourage little brats." Everyone chuckled knowingly. As the legion formed a long line and set off, the carriages of these adventurer teams also departed in a relaxed atmosphere. The lizard monk and the goblin slayer chatted, saying, "It would be great if the army really wins, then we can relax and just help clean up the battlefield." The goblin slayer carefully wiped his equipment. He looked up and said in a somber tone, "No, I think the 5th Legion will fail. Let's prepare for the worst." Now, whether it's the goblins or the human army, both believe they are the side that can easily achieve victory. Zack is well aware that as a high-end combat force in the nest, he is definitely going to the battlefield. He hesitates not because he is afraid of war. Even when facing superior demons, Zack has never flinched. The real reason he can't make a decision is that this time, the enemy is humans. He doesn't know whether to ignore his own human moral conscience and kill, or to choose to beg for mercy, please. Zack knows very well that he has received the favor of the Goblin King and has led the craftsmen to develop many weapons, which officially belong to the Goblin camp. Even if he wants to help humans, as a goblin, humans will not spare him. Surrendering is not a good outcome for either the goblins or the humans. And if he were to completely abandon being human and focus on killing, then what does it mean for him after saving so many children all this time? Speaking of the children, at the very least, he must send Rita and the children to the human army to ensure their safety and return to a normal life. Regardless of who wins or loses, for the other suffering women in the nest, this is also a chance for them to possibly escape. Just as Zack was contemplating, the Goblin King came to find him privately. "I have already taken care of everything, now it's only you who hasn't been arranged," it said seriously. Zack decided to volunteer, reporting to your majesty, "I voluntarily apply to defend the Great Hall of the ancient city. Its position is in the center of the nest, the Goblin tribe's command center, and can be said to be the most important stronghold. As long as he can defend the Great Hall, it will be convenient for him to protect Rita and the children, and also convenient for him to make some small moves, such as covering their escape." The Goblin King shook its head slowly and resolutely. "No, I have no plans for you to participate in the battle. You, young man, inform your elven mother and female relatives to quickly pack their belongings. Only I know that there is an extremely hidden secret room in this ancient city. Hide there, and no matter how intense the fighting outside becomes, do not come out." Zack was stunned. "May I ask why?" The Goblin King did not immediately explain it, slowly walked to the door and stared at the exquisite relief on the door panel, as if it had become the owner of these antiques for the first time, reaching out to gently touch them. After a long time, it sighed and said, "It's just my selfishness. I hope to leave a spark for the Goblin tribe. You have the talent of the Goblin King. As long as you can escape with your life and your many women, you will soon be able to create a new goblin lair." "What does this mean?" The goblins are bound to lose this battle? Zark tentatively asked. Your Majesty, didn't the lair equip many new weapons?
Coupled with the advantage of terrain, as long as it is well commanded, this battle should not be difficult.
Child.
This was the first time the Goblin King called him a child. Zark suddenly noticed that the face of the Goblin King, which he had seen countless times before, seemed to have aged a lot. There were a few more wrinkles on its forehead, and some of the hair on its head had become mottled. It said calmly, if it were only the army of Blackfire Town, it would be fine. However, many adventurers from the Adventurers Association have also joined the battle. The Goblin Slayers team has also come.
The human army may underestimate the goblins, but the Goblin Slayer won't.
There is one more thing, I roughly observed with the Sky Observation Stone. Not only in the direction of Blackfire Town, but also in the direction of the Dwarf, Orc, and Elf settlements, there are secret armies converging towards the Blackfire Mountains. I have only mentioned this to you for now, and have not said a word to my most loyal subordinates.
Once I do, the Goblin Lair will fall into chaos without fighting. Zark didn't know what to say.
His emotions were mixed at this moment. If the Goblin Lair were to lose, then all the suffering women would be saved, and Rita and the others could return to a normal life. Similarly, these goblins would also pay the price for their beastly behavior with their lives. But the defeat of the Goblin Lair also meant that the Goblin King would undoubtedly die. Zark's feelings towards the Goblin King were complicated. He knew the goblins deserved to die, and the Goblin King, who allowed the goblins to rule in such a way, deserved to die even more. But the Goblin King had been good to him. Perhaps at first, the Goblin King really just wanted to cultivate another Goblin King. But after a long time together, it had truly come to regard Zark as its own. It was still a truly good teacher, teaching him everything without reservation. Seeing Zark silent, the Goblin King said, the Sky Observation Stone is an extremely precious disposable item, and can only be found in ancient ruins. It is something that can be encountered but not sought after. I have one left, and I will give it to you as well. By infusing magic into the stone, you can enter a state similar to astral projection for a period of time, obtaining real-time information about intelligent creatures within a radius of 200 miles centered around yourself. The Goblin King stuffed a rough pebble into Zark's hand. He lowered his head and glanced at it, and saw that it was covered with sunken and densely packed ancient magic spell circuits. Zark bowed. I am grateful, but I have nothing to offer in return, teacher. The Goblin King waved its hand. There's nothing else, go and prepare. The sooner you leave, the better. When you're ready, come to the main hall to find me. It turned and left. Zark suddenly remembered something and called out to it, won't you hide in the secret room with the queen? The Goblin King's figure paused for a moment, then it looked up and laughed loudly. How can a king of a country, a leader of a tribe, abandon his people and flee before the battle? Boy, rest assured, if we win, I will come knocking on the door of the secret room myself. In the ancient city area, the king's bedroom. The overall layout of the room was a huge circle, but it was not empty. Various exquisite furniture was placed in a messy but orderly manner. In the center was a huge round bed covered with luxurious velvet. The Goblin King, as usual, pushed open the door and the half-elf queen who was sleeping on the central bed woke up. Her upper body was barely covered in a nearly transparent white chiffon skirt, highlighting her stunning figure and snow-white skin. Her lower body was wearing milky white lace stockings, delicately showcasing her well-shaped legs and feet. Her silver hair, like that of a half-elf, was not tied up, but fell silkily, almost overflowing half of the bed. Underneath her hair, a pair of pointed ears were hidden, as well as a captivating beauty that would put even the most stunning succubus to shame. The half-elf lifted the silver strands from her forehead, lazily gazing at the Goblin King who had entered. She stretched lazily, naturally raising one of her ice cream-like feet and said, "Darling, welcome back." The Goblin King sat down beside her and skillfully caught her foot with his large palm, gently caressing it. However, he did not say a word. Sensing that the king's mood was off, the half-elf queen tentatively asked, "King, what's wrong? Did that boy Zack make you angry?" The Goblin King hesitated and said, "My love, I want you to change into some torn clothes for the next few days, preferably ones that barely cover your body. Are you willing?" A teasing look flashed in the half-elf's eyes. "It seems like my dear wants to play this kind of game." She propped herself up on the soft bed, lightly pushing her lithe body forward, and sat in the Goblin King's hands. She leaned against the king, her body pressed tightly against his muscular body, her slender and nimble fingers caressing the muscles on his abdomen. The half-elf provocatively said, "Since I am your mistress, I will reluctantly agree, my dear. However, torn and dirty clothes might be a bit smelly. Although I don't mind, will the king be willing to accept it?" The Goblin King sighed. He said seriously, "My love, I'm sorry, but this time I don't have the intention to flirt with you. I am serious. The human army is coming soon.
I want you to wear torn clothes and blend in with the women. After all, you are a victim. They will rescue you and give you a new life." The ambiguous atmosphere disappeared in an instant. The half-elf froze, stopping her movements. Her rose-red eyes stared at the Goblin King's eyes, as if trying to figure out if he was joking. The king remained silent. "Victim? Rescue?" she murmured, then said excitedly, "King, don't you also know? Who is the victim and who is the savior? It was you who saved me from the stake, gave me a second chance at life and true love. It was you who told me that even in a world where we are not forced to serve those damn gods, we still have the right to truly live." Tears shimmered in the half-elf's eyes. She slowly controlled her breathing, calming her rapid body as much as possible, and said calmly, "I'm sorry, my dear, I lost control for a moment." The Goblin King whispered, "It's okay." The half-elf queen rested her head on the Goblin King's solid chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat, and softly said, "We've considered all the options, but we still can't win, can we? We can't win. How is the enemy situation?" The 5th Legion of the human army, consisting of the unknown legions of dwarves, elves, and orcs, as well as dozens of elite adventurer squads, including goblin slayers and the Church's holy order. The Goblin King said calmly, "If the enemy encounters initial difficulties, the 2nd, 6th, and 11th legions of the human army, which are surrounding the Blackfire Mountains, will also join the battle. I even suspect that the demons might also participate." The half-elf snorted, "The Church? Just the lapdogs of the gods. Even if we use the many new weapons invented by that boy Zack, can't we win?" The Goblin King smiled bitterly and said, "The Goblin tribe's system has fallen behind, their culture has not progressed, and their thinking has not kept up. Even though modern weapons can create temporary advantages, they are useless in the grand scheme of things. I actually anticipated this outcome. The fact that this nest was able to develop in secret for so long is already quite impressive. In history, there have been powerful goblin nests that dominated for a time, but in the end, they were destroyed by numerous strong tribes joining forces. Once the Goblin tribe is discovered by external strong tribes, it is destined for destruction." The half-elf fell silent. She was only thinking about the Goblin King's imposing figure. "What if we escape together?" she suggested. "You don't have to be a king, and I don't need to be a queen. We can go to a more remote and unknown place to spend our lives." The Goblin King couldn't help but smile bitterly. The enemy has already deduced that the Goblin King is in this nest. They won't give up until they see my corpse. The half-elf couldn't find the words to speak. She furrowed her brows and after much thought, asked, "So, are you destined to die in battle?" The Goblin King didn't answer, he just nodded slightly. "You want me to live? To leave you and live on my own?" This time, the king remained motionless, seemingly forgetting to respond in any way. In the silence, the half-elf suddenly stood up and knelt on the Goblin King's large hand, skillfully embracing his thick neck with both hands. She closed her eyes slightly and gently kissed the Goblin King's lips. However, the half-elf didn't actively use her tongue, she just lightly pressed her lips against his. After what seemed like 10 seconds, she reluctantly pulled away, her rose-colored pupils filled with a smile as she softly said, "Zack." This was the Goblin King's true name, known only to her. The half-elf smiled, her eyes moistening like the morning dew on a rose. She whispered, "You are my Zack, and mine alone. Do you remember when I first saw you? You were so small, huddled in a corner of the pigsty, dirty, thin, and ugly, with many wounds." The Goblin King's voice was particularly deep, "I remember. At that time, you fed me a dish of milk, although it was originally meant for the piglet. Zack, there's no need for any more explanations. It was indeed delicious. It was the most delicious milk I've ever had." The half-elf pouted slightly, showing some dissatisfaction. But in reality, she was just pretending to be angry and quickly returned to her usual state, saying, "At that time, I was thinking that you were an unwelcome goblin, and I was a half-elf who polluted the noble elven bloodline, defying the will of the gods. We were both unwanted. Maybe we were destined to be together. But Zack, you were too stubborn. I wanted to invite you to live together, but as soon as you recovered and could move around, you said something like, 'I promise I will repay you in the future,' thinking you were so cool, and then you ran away." The Goblin King whispered, "At that time, if it was discovered that you saved a goblin and lived with an evil goblin, you would have been captured, judged, and tortured to death. And so what? Even if I didn't want to atone for my birth, serve the gods, and give up my virginity for a lifetime to satisfy those bastard sexual desires, they still tied me to the stake for execution. Oh, I remember now, the reason I was quickly sentenced to death by burning was because I made one of those guys unable to have children anymore. That was definitely the most disgusting thing I've ever done in my life. Ugh. Oh, but Zack is an exception. Claiming to exterminate all goblins, yet doing things even more despicable than goblins. This is the hypocritical upper society, this is what the revered gods expect and allow.
The Goblin King silently listened to the half-elf's curses, quietly imbuing his fingertips with magic, patiently combing her hair that was standing on end.
The half-elf also calmed down and said affectionately, "But Krozak kept his promise and rescued me."
I never expected Krozak to grow so quickly, suddenly becoming taller than me, but still as ugly as ever. Well, I have to point out that I didn't fall in love with you just because you saved me, although I am truly grateful. It's not a cliché prince rescuing princess falling in love with prince scenario.
Do you want to guess when I started liking you, Krozak? The Goblin King whispered as quietly as possible. Could it be the first time you called me master? The half-elf chuckled. Impossible. I'm not that kind of person. The two fell silent again. They seemed to be immersed in memories. After a while, the Goblin King muttered to himself, "Goblin tribes are also a bunch of beasts." The half-elf nodded gently, "Yes.
When I decided to marry you, I was mentally prepared to share the sins of the Goblin tribe, even if it meant going to hell. I'm lucky that my first time was with my dear, and your first time was with me." She smiled tenderly, exuding a charming aura, and looked at the king, saying, "Do you remember the vows we made on our wedding night?" The Goblin King said in a deep voice, "Even in death, we will not be separated." "Very good, Krozak, very good."
The half-elf murmured, "I will wear tattered clothes and make myself look dirty. I will put on a collar and wait for you to come back, calling you my master for the night." The Goblin King thought for a moment and unconsciously stroked the half-elf's head. The half-elf closed her eyes affectionately, allowing the large fingers to glide over her hair and skin. "All right."
After the Goblin King left, the half-elf knelt on the bed, closed her eyes, and whispered a prayer. "My king, my Krozak, my deity,
please return safely." In the Black Volcano Basin, in the primeval forest, the 5th Legion and several adventurer teams were marching.
The forest was rarely visited by people, not even a blind alley.
The twisted and tangled giant tree roots, the twisted and entwined old vines, and the tangled thorns made the army's progress slower than the Count had anticipated.
"Oh, by the light god, this place is so stuffy and hot." The young Count, who had deliberately worn expensive and exquisite noble chainmail for the expedition, as expected, had won the favor of countless women in the town, but now he regretted it. "Tell the vanguard to clear the way and move faster." The wind mage conjured up a gust of wind, dispersing the miasma that had accumulated at the bottom of the basin. The axemen quickly chopped off the thorns and tree roots, throwing them to the sides, and the earth mages behind them repaired the uneven rocks and soil. In this way, the Legion forcibly created a flat road in the primeval forest that could accommodate a carriage.
"Your Excellency, Count, may I ask if it's possible to create cold air?" The ice mage in the army asked for the umpteenth time. The Count had previously disagreed with wasting magic power on such trivial matters, believing that it could train the army.
But now, sweating profusely, wrapped in heavy chainmail, feeling itchy and restless all over, he couldn't care less about principles. He hurriedly shouted, "Permission granted." A blast of cold air swept over the equally hot soldiers, calming their restless expressions.
Far behind the Legion, many adventurer teams followed. Elite adventurers were not allowed to participate in the actual goblin extermination operation.
In the words of the Count, they only needed to observe the 5th Legion's heroic battle against the goblins. Through their fame and first-hand verification of the goblin experts' skills, they would spread the Count's heroic deeds far and wide. So, the adventurers waited in the rear to witness the army's performance. "I didn't expect the temperature to drop so suddenly when we're all bundled up," said the lightly armored elf archer, feeling at ease in the jungle environment.
"If these clumsy guys get ambushed later, should we help them or continue to admire their brave fight?" The young cleric nervously looked at the dense forest on both sides of the road. "Will the goblins ambush us?" The goblin slayer, clad in heavy armor, shook his head. "Not for now. If there's no goblin king and only a large group of ordinary goblins with no enhanced intelligence, then we should be prepared for ambushes."
For the Goblin King, instead of confronting the humans and their superior ground and excellent army head-on, it's better to wait for the humans to enter the underground. We can then use the complex and ever-changing caves with sufficient depth to divide the human army into smaller groups and engage in guerrilla warfare, gradually wearing them down.
"The narrow and pitch-black caves are the goblins' domain."
The elf archer next to him sarcastically remarked, "I don't think that idiot Count is that smart."
"No, he's not. Although the Count is well-connected, he did graduate from the prestigious military academy, so his command abilities are decent." The Goblin Slayer observed the surroundings of the Western Zhou environment.
Apart from lacking experience in dealing with goblins, the real trouble lies in another reason. The newly appointed commander of the 5th Legion by the Count hasn't achieved any notable feats yet, nor has he established a good relationship with the soldiers. From what I've observed, he hasn't completely gained the trust of his subordinates. Although he uses high salaries to make the soldiers risk their lives, under normal circumstances, the 5th Legion will obey his orders. But if unexpected situations arise, such as being trapped, the army can easily disintegrate quickly, and it becomes difficult to command them according to the Count's instructions.
The Goblin King's control over the goblins is something the Count can't compare to. As long as the Goblin King is alive, the goblins will fight to the last one.
The surrounding adventurers listened with fascination. One adventurer exclaimed, "Looks like we'll have to work overtime." Another adventurer pondered, "Capture the leader first, kill the Goblin King, and the rest of the goblins will scatter."
A lizard monk sitting in the carriage opened his eyes. "Should we quickly penetrate the nest and engage in a decapitation battle to minimize the losses of the 5th Legion?"
The Goblin Slayer shook his head. "No one knows the situation inside the caves around here.
We can't risk everyone's lives.
Let's not go into the caves for now. I will try to delay the Count's descent as much as possible until the reinforcements from various races arrive." After reaching the surface near the coordinates of the nest, thanks to the persuasion of the Goblin Slayer, the Count did not launch an attack that day. The army conducted explorations in the area and discovered multiple hidden cave entrances. After careful surveying and estimating the coverage range of the nest, they set up camp and rested for the night. The next morning, eager to achieve military merit, the Count ignored the adventurer's advice and began arranging for the army to descend into the caves. The soldiers lowered themselves one by one using ropes. The Count, from above, continuously encouraged them, "Brothers, let's go all out and not let a single goblin escape." The army did not encounter any goblin attacks during the descent. The soldiers who had already reached solid ground quickly formed their formations, arranging their shields neatly to protect the descending soldiers.
I didn't expect the goblins to have such a sense of honor.
The Count, who was following behind the descending group, did not encounter the expected sudden attack, and his tense mood relaxed a lot.
After the assembly was completed, the vanguard troops advanced along the tunnel without any forks.
Apart from the sound of footsteps and the clashing of armor plates, there were no additional sounds in the cave.
Several clerics raised their staffs and created light orbs to continuously illuminate the path ahead for the soldiers. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone's adrenaline was soaring.
They tightly gripped their shields and weapons, nervously scanning the dimly lit western Joe that appeared blurry due to the moving light source.
Behind every stalactite and stalagmite, there could be a goblin lurking in the darkness. The clerics attempted to divine the dangers they might encounter ahead, but they didn't receive any useful information.
"Maybe there are no goblins in this area, and we still have a long way to go," they reported to the captain of the vanguard, "or it could be the interference of the superior Goblin King, disrupting all divinations." The captain used telepathy magic to inquire with the rear, and after receiving a reply, he said, "Continue trying to divine, and the troops should continue advancing."
The clerics nodded.
Suddenly, under the illumination of sacred magic, one of them noticed something in the center of the tunnel ahead. Accompanied by a few armored soldiers, he cautiously approached to observe. It was a wooden cross wrapped in tattered cloth, with a ragged cow skull inserted on top.
The cleric turned around and telepathically transmitted, "I found a goblin totem. There is a goblin shaman in this cave."
Before he could finish speaking, an arrow suddenly whizzed through the gap in a soldier's shield, piercing the unguarded cleric's throat in an instant. The light orb on his staff went out.
In the surrounding darkness, rocks and arrows rained down. The soldiers quickly huddled behind their shields, shouting, "Ambush! Ambush! Are we encountering enemies ahead?"
The Count anxiously asked, listening to the commotion from the vanguard.
"Yes, Your Excellency. It has been detected. It's a group of dozens of low-level goblins led by a goblin shaman," the guard respectfully replied. The Count's tense expression relaxed once again.
"I thought we had encountered the Goblin King. It seems that their leader has made the mistake of underestimating us.
Crush those goblins who don't know any better."
With a significant disparity in combat strength, after just a few fireballs were launched, the ambushed goblins began to scatter and flee to the west.
Following military orders, the army did not pursue their victory.
They proceeded more cautiously along the winding tunnel, clearing every corner and gradually delving deeper into the nest.
Soon, they encountered a complex network of tunnels and faced more and more forks.
After careful consideration, the Count decided to divide the soldiers into multiple units, breaking them down into groups of 10 soldiers each, working together to clear each fork, draw maps, and make markings until the entire nest was completely cleared. This greatly increased the efficiency of the army in annihilating the goblins and occupying the cave.
Faced with well-equipped and experienced enemies, the low-level goblins began to frequently launch ambushes and harass the various squads, but with the humans being prepared, they did not achieve the desired results and instead continued to perish.
In a short amount of time, the Legion had eliminated nearly 100 low-level goblins. Faced with this one-sided situation, the Count naturally felt delighted. They say how cunning and dangerous the Goblin King is, but these underlings are nothing special. Whoever brings me the Goblin King's head will be richly rewarded. The soldiers deeply understood the Count's generosity. They worked even harder to eliminate the goblins and advance their positions. In the ancient city area, in the Grand Hall, a goblin, wearing a pitch-black cloak, knelt on one knee. In its right hand, it held a wooden staff. Reporting to our king, as per your plan, some of our brethren's sacrifices have eliminated the humans' concerns. They are now falling into the trap we have carefully prepared. The Goblin King sat on his throne and casually said, "You have to sacrifice something to achieve your goal. How large is the enemy force?" "It's quite large. I estimate it to be the entire 5th Legion." "So, the Count has also joined the battle?" The Goblin King was somewhat surprised. "I thought he was just a pampered noble, but he does have some courage. Have you observed any adventurer groups entering our lair?" The goblin with the wooden staff shook its head. The Goblin King fell into deep thought. It seems that there is a conflict between the adventurer groups and the human army. Makes sense, if it's a goblin slayer, he wouldn't let the army charge in so recklessly. It sat up straight and said with authority, "Spread the order, the original plan remains unchanged. Devour the 5th Legion." "Understood." The goblin with the wooden staff quickly turned and disappeared into the shadows. The Goblin King stood up. "Before the real decisive battle, I might as well warm up a bit." The 5th Legion's advance was even faster than the Count had expected. Each combat unit cooperated skillfully. 3 shield bearers defended against flying arrows as they advanced through narrow tunnels, 2 spear wielders stabbed at approaching goblins, and sword and axe wielders finished off the goblins that reached the shields. Mages and archers provided long-range support, bombarding clusters of enemies, while 2 clerics were responsible for illumination and healing, countering the enemy's spells and curses. This was the formation that the Count was proud of, a formation similar to the Mandarin duck formation, which he had deduced through a lifetime of study. Numerous combat units advanced through the complex tunnels, inflicting great casualties on the chaotic goblins with minimal losses. Some units had even reached the core area of the lair, approaching the region near the ancient city ruins. Under the suppression of the army, the goblins became increasingly unable to withstand attacks. Some even fled without engaging in combat. At this point, the human army began to discover groups of imprisoned women and the goblins' small food storage warehouses, which were strategically important positions. They skillfully burned down the food storage, rescued the women, and after receiving simple treatment from the clerics, they were escorted to safety by different combat units, one after another, until they reached the surface. The women couldn't believe they had regained their freedom before their deaths. After being freed from captivity, they reluctantly wrapped themselves in robes, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The Count watched all of this with great satisfaction. "This is the most central area of the goblin lair," he analyzed. "The food storage and other important places are all here. I suspect the Goblin King has already fled in another direction. These goblins have truly been defeated. Pursue the victory." But just when the situation seemed to be going well, an unexpected event occurred. Many combat units discovered the goblins' small treasure troves while exploring. The glittering piles of gold coins captivated everyone's eyes. This was the enormous wealth accumulated by the goblin lair through plundering and exploring ruins. Although the goblins also used these coins as currency, such as buying a cup of cheap beer, they were unable to trade with the outside world and were unaware of the immense temptation these riches held for humans. The so-called high salary offered by the Count naturally couldn't compare to this vast amount of gold coins. Furthermore, the soldiers and commanders believed that the battle had already been largely won, and the next task was simply to pursue and eliminate the remaining goblins. Many combat units were unwilling to carry out the troublesome mission and instead began to fight over the treasure with other squads. The 5th Legion gradually lost control and discipline on the battlefield, descending into chaos. The Count himself realized that something was wrong, but he felt confident of victory and only saw the remaining goblins as a minor threat, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Besides, he couldn't command the soldiers anymore, as all they cared about was gold and silver treasures. "Look at you, acting like a poor devil who has never seen money." The Count laughed at the guard who brought a box of gold. "You were the one who advised against me taking on the task of eliminating the goblins before. Do you understand now?" The guard gasped for breath and nodded. "I understand now. I admire your foresight even more, my lord." The rescued women, who had been kept in the dark caves and under control for a long time, were mostly unable to walk temporarily. When they sat in baskets with blindfolds over their eyes and were carried out of the cave, it caused a cheer from the soldiers who remained behind.
Someone asked. I didn't expect them to be rescued so quickly. Have we already won? The soldier in charge of transporting the rescued women nodded, unable to contain his joy. The Count and the adventurers overestimated the goblins. They're just a bunch of misfits. Our main forces have already taken control of the core of the nest, and all that's left is to clean up the remaining goblins. Let me tell you, this group of goblins has hoarded a pile of treasures. The people below are going crazy trying to grab them. I'm going back soon. If I'm late, there won't be any money left. Treasures? Asked one of the soldiers, his eyes widening. Yes, do you know what it means to have a mountain of gold and silver? I'm not exaggerating, there really is a mountain of gold and silver down there, and there are many of them. You can't even fill a sack with them all. Damn! The soldiers of the 5th Legion, who had previously been relieved that they didn't have to risk their lives in battle, now regretted it. They no longer cared about the orders to guard and treat the victims, and instead sent baskets of women to the nearby adventurers' camp, saying, "You adventurers have quite a few holy priests, right? It would be great if you could take care of the follow-up treatment. The situation underground is urgent, we need to go support." How could they be so eager and cheerful in such a critical situation? One of the adventurers who was watching sneered, "We came all the way here, it wouldn't be good for the 5th Legion to monopolize the treasure, would it?" "What treasure? I've said it many times, you adventurers were never allowed to participate in the battle by the Count, and he has already given you a lot of money, hasn't he?" The soldier said arrogantly, "Take the money and fulfill your duty, cooperate with the army's work, treat the women, and mind your own business." This was too much. Even the most well-mannered adventurers couldn't help but frown upon hearing these words. The adventurer who was retorted on the spot showed a hint of anger on his face, but the adventurers didn't confront them on the spot. They silently watched as the soldiers of the 5th Legion rushed into the underground, leaving no one on the surface. Of course, they couldn't just refuse to save the people out of spite. The junior priest opened the wooden boxes on the transport cart and took out loose clothes. The adventurers used the nearby trees to build simple filtration devices, filtering the nearby stream water and washing the bodies of the rescued women skillfully. After taking a bath and putting on clothes, each person was treated again by the holy priests among the adventurers, and they each drank a bowl of stewed herbal medicine. As they drank the soup, tears couldn't help but fall into the bowls. Many of them cried like newborn babies, unable to say a word even if they wanted to express their gratitude. They had escaped from a hellish life and regained a new life. The elven archer turned away and said to the goblin slayer who was counting magical items, "Do you think the 5th Legion has completely defeated the goblins?" The goblin slayer didn't look up, but shook his head slightly in response. The young adventurer next to him, holding a long spear, said, "They should have been defeated, right? This time, even the woman and treasure that the goblins have always hidden the deepest have been found. Unless they are defeated, they will not easily give up these things. We haven't lost anything, let's just consider it a trip to the Black Volcano Range." A magician suddenly thought of something and changed his tone angrily. "It would be perfect if we could give the Count and his stupid subordinates a slap in the face." The lizard monk interjected, "Losing the women used for reproduction is indeed a devastating blow to the goblin tribe. They will definitely not give up easily. But that doesn't mean they won't temporarily give up these women. As long as we can take them back later, it will be fine." A chill ran up the spines of everyone present. The magician said with some fear, "Are you saying that this is a delaying tactic by the Goblin King? A scheme to make the 5th Legion drop their guard?" The lizard monk didn't answer, but looked at the goblin killer and asked, "Is it still possible to go down and rescue the 5th Legion?" The goblin killer shook his head again. "It's too late. If the ambush hasn't started yet, the soldiers who are blinded by victory and only care about money won't listen to advice. If the ambush has already started and it's a situation that even the army can't handle, it's very likely that we, as a team of adventurers, will be buried along with them if we go in to support. All we can do now is to secure the surface position, ensure the safety of the victims who have already been rescued, and wait for the support troops from the other 3 major races." The dwarf warlock raised his gourd and interrupted, "In summary, let go of the desire to help others and respect the fate of others." A group of soldiers were advancing rapidly in the ancient city's corridor. They were composed of 2 combat units, totaling 20 people, and chased the fleeing goblins all the way to the ruins of the ancient city. This made them very excited. The edge of the goblin nest unexpectedly had such a large ruin, there must be more gold and silver treasures. As they went deeper, a female cleric said anxiously, "This path is too winding, I feel like we're getting lost." The divination result said there was no danger. "No, if the Goblin King is not dead, the divination result is unreliable," the female cleric reminded. The archer said optimistically, "Hey, maybe the Goblin King has already been killed by someone without even knowing it.
Believe me, Gina, we should be the ones who have run the farthest now, and the rewards we'll find later will definitely be richer. She's right, I'm indeed not dead. A low voice came from the darkness ahead, although it was not loud, it made everyone tremble. 6 shield bearers quickly lined up, followed closely by the spearmen.
They skillfully formed a formation to deal with the goblins. The female cleric named Gina trembled. King, Goblin. King? Don't be afraid, we've already killed so many goblins, the procedure is the same. The archer saw that there was only a goblin wearing a plain crown in front of them, and became even more confident. The count said that whoever obtains the head of the Goblin King will be rewarded with a Viscount title. Someone comforted, you're a newcomer, so you don't know. The Goblin King is still just a goblin. If it's strong enough, it wouldn't be hiding in a cave. Taking advantage of the fact that the Goblin King seemed to have no defenses and was just focused on listening to their conversation, the archer focused and shot an arrow. But the expected headshot did not happen. In the blink of an eye, invisible to the naked eye, the Goblin King had already raised his right hand and firmly grasped the arrow. Everyone was stunned in place. They had never seen such a scene before. This was an arrow with speed enhancement. Although many human powerhouses could block arrows, they either had armor enchanted with multiple spells, protective spells, or a body that had been tempered through countless battles. Who could catch an arrow with their bare hands? The Goblin King crushed the arrows but did not let go of his right hand, as if it wasn't what he wanted to grab. He said lightly, "Come back." Suddenly, the priests and mages in the team felt an extremely strong sense of danger. They quickly chanted spells, but before they could finish half a character, a piercing scream echoed around them. They looked closely and saw that the Goblin King's right hand had an additional lightning-shaped boomerang. The priests and mages wanted to continue chanting spells, but found that they couldn't speak. They watched as the shield in front of them split in half, and the heads of the shield-bearer, spearman, and axeman rolled to the ground, their faces filled with fear and their eyes wide open. Then, they realized that they had also fallen to the ground, gazing at the still-standing figure slowly crawling on the ground. In an instant, only Gina was left in the entire team. She knelt down with a thud, allowing the blood from her teammates next to splatter all over her. She wanted to scream, to cry out, to fight back, but she couldn't do anything. A huge fear gripped her heart, causing her body to spasm and convulse involuntarily. "Don't worry, if it's a captive, goblins usually don't kill women," the Goblin King said slowly. "Take her away." At this moment, the 2 big goblins emerged, stealthily lifting up the terrified Gina who couldn't move. One of the big goblins even stuck his head under her skirt and sniffed. She really wet herself out of fear. "Report to our king, can we have some fun with her first, brothers?" The Goblin King calmly said, "You have seen the consequences of humans celebrating prematurely. Do you want to repeat their mistakes?" No. We'll talk after we win. The big goblins laughed, quickly carrying Gina away. The Goblin King continued to stride forward. "Before the real decisive battle, we must clean up the bugs," it said coldly. In order to seize the gold and silver treasures, the soldiers of the 5th Legion ran farther and farther, becoming more and more scattered. They no longer followed the rules of combat tasks and military discipline, and the command system completely collapsed. Some squads even fought among themselves in order to claim the treasure for themselves. In a hall-like cave somewhere, the waiting count began to feel uneasy. He realized that the number of soldiers within his effective command range was decreasing without him noticing. Is the goblin nest really this big? He started to sweat on his forehead. "Fortunately, I've already basically won, but it might be a bit difficult to regroup later." Just as the personal guards were about to comfort him, they suddenly heard screams in the distance. "Something's wrong." Everyone present shuddered and quickly abandoned their bags of gold coins, forming a formation. The count was startled. "What's going on? Aren't the goblins almost dead?" Before he could finish, several soldiers turned into piles of meat with iron fragments, flying out from the front passage and sticking to the walls on both sides. Everyone fell silent. In an instant, the Goblin King walked out confidently. "It was still alone. The one who put a bounty on my head, hiding here all alone. I've killed quite a few to find you," the deep voice of the Goblin King echoed throughout the hall. "Humans usually say capture the thief first, and I think that's quite right. The same principle applies to you." The count felt like his breath was freezing, and he couldn't even understand why a goblin would understand human language and idioms. He stammered, this, then. He even lost his usual eloquence. "Protect the count." At this moment, the captain of the guard shouted loudly, breaking the deadlock that had intimidated everyone. Everyone suddenly woke up and gathered around the count, forming a defensive formation with their shields. Although the Goblin King was of a superior race, it was an evil creature, and dealing with it naturally required holy magic.
The captain of the guards hurriedly muttered, "Great god of light, you are the primordial god, the ruler of all gods." His face suddenly turned red, he grabbed his own neck, unable to say a word. The red and black incantations piled up, entwining his neck. The Goblin King even lazily said, "Although I despise the gods, I must thank the god of light now." Even the hero must recite the incantation before using holy magic. The captain of the guards covered his neck with one hand, unable to make a sound but glaring angrily. Suddenly, he disappeared from the spot. The Count only reacted at this moment. He unfolded the high-level magic scroll hidden in his right hand, and the engraved magic array immediately flickered. A pillar-thick lightning bolt struck in an instant. The captain of the guards reappeared behind the Goblin King, disregarding the suffocation on his neck. His face had turned purple, but he firmly locked onto the Goblin King with his dying body, making it impossible for it to escape. He intended to perish together with the Goblin King under the lightning. However, the expected intense thunderstrike did not occur. The lightning dissipated on its own when it was an inch away from the Goblin King's nose. The Count took a closer look and saw that the scroll in his hand had already been split in two, the magic array completely destroyed, along with his own arm. "Ah!" He let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, the intense pain causing him, who was used to a life of luxury, to fall to the ground with a thud, and no one caught him as usual. The Count then forgot about the pain, his eyes wide with terror. He watched as his guards, one by one, turned into several pieces, including the captain of the guards who had locked onto the Goblin King. The Goblin King flicked the captain's remains away as if brushing off dust. It once again clenched the returning throwing knife in its right hand. Only those of the superior races, silver-ranked adventurers, and the like could keep up with its speed. The difference between ordinary people and those of superior races is like a chasm. The Goblin King said slowly, "Even if you use a high-level magic scroll, it's useless." The Count had long lost his usual arrogance, and he began to shout, "Don't kill me. I have a lot of money, and many women. Goblins like women the most, don't they?" "Oh." The Goblin King approached with interest. "It was an unintentional act. Sparing your life is actually a good thing." "The Count is indeed extraordinary. State the condition that I cannot refuse." Veins bulged on the Count's forehead, and the pain made his speech intermittent. "I can give you 300 women." He suddenly made a desperate move. When the Goblin King was very close, he fiercely slapped what he had hidden in his left hand onto the Goblin King's body. "You trash goblin still wants women? Hell is full of them." The Count's face twisted in a grimace. He roared, "Die." The thing he slapped onto the Goblin King's body was the ancestral treasure of the entire Count's family, extremely rare in existence. Its symbolic significance was even prohibited from circulating in the market by the country. It was a cross that stored the blessing of the Thunder God, with a drop of diluted divine blood in its center. Once it touched an evil creature, it would completely erupt, releasing a terrifying power. Humans called it the divine punishment. Of course, being so close, the Count would also bear the brunt of the power and be annihilated in ashes. But he had long disregarded life and death. Today, he truly realized the strength of the superior race, the Goblin King. If this level of enemy were to go to the outside world, not only would the remaining expeditionary force be destroyed, but even the entire town of Blackfire would be completely devastated. Although the Count was a dandy and arrogant, not very popular, since he held the title of Count and sat in the position of Legion Commander, he could not disgrace the family in the name of the Legion Commander. He had to pay the price for his carelessness and not let the sacrificed guards die in vain. In that instant, the Count clearly saw that the Goblin King seemed to be unresponsive, just calmly looking at the cross that was slapped on his body, staring at the blood of the gods inside it, which was violently agitated. Then, the cross burst into pieces and shot out countless golden divine thunderbolts. "Die!" The Count exclaimed with joy, his voice hoarse and exhausted, but he could no longer hear his own voice. The thunder shattered eardrums, engulfed the Goblin King, and filled the entire hall. With the cross as the center, the divine thunderbolts entwined into a huge ball, colliding with each other. Within a radius of 1 mile, all matter was annihilated by the divine thunderbolts. Many low-level goblins and soldiers of the 5th Legion were unable to escape and were affected by the divine punishment, leaving no trace behind. The earth shook violently, trees fell, birds flew in panic, and even the adventurers on the surface couldn't stop trembling. Many people fell to the ground with a cry of pain. "What happened?" someone asked in a panic. The elven archer pressed his long ears against the green grass and listened carefully to the aftershocks of the earthquake. Was there a violent explosion underground? "This power is the highest level among high-level magic, right?" the magician said in horror. "If the magnitude were greater, the surface could be torn apart." The goblin killer said in a low voice, "It's the Count. He must have triggered the divine blood cross."
Divine blood? Is it the blood of a god with extremely high power, erupting like a divine punishment?
I thought it no longer existed.
How do you know? I had a chat with the Count some time ago.
Besides the 5th Legion, he also likes to show off his family's wealth. In the end, he showed me the family heirloom, the Divine Blood Cross, on the condition that I keep it a secret unless I die or he dies.
The Goblin Killer's voice was particularly dull.
At that time, I took it as a joke, but I didn't expect it to come true.
The Lizard Monk speculated, I guess he was forced into a desperate situation, so the Count used it. Did he encounter the Goblin King?
Everyone had nothing to say, their faces filled with frustration. The Goblin Nest had indeed been accurately predicted by the Goblin Killer, and it was extremely dangerous.
The 5th Legion alone could not solve it.
But this was precisely the worst news.
No matter the cost, they had to completely eliminate the goblins here.
Otherwise, if they allowed these goblins to continue growing and becoming stronger, the disaster would be endless. Someone encouraged optimistically, don't be too pessimistic. The Count's sacrifice attack probably took care of the Goblin King, so it should be easier from now on.
I hope so. Right, the goblins must have suffered huge losses this time. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to?
I also hope that the Goblin King perished in this divine punishment, but it's best to prepare for the worst. The Goblin Killer analyzed, my suggestion is to stick to the original plan, stay on the surface, and wait for reinforcements to arrive. The divine thunder raged for a long time before gradually dissipating.
The goblins and soldiers of the 5th Legion who were not affected by the shock immediately fled.
In the center of the divine punishment, there was no longer a hall, but a large spherical space, with a pile of rubble and dust at the bottom of the sphere. After a moment, the rubble exploded, and the Goblin King slowly stood up. Apart from the crown on its head, its clothes had long disappeared, revealing its muscular and powerful body, which would make any troll who valued muscles feel ashamed. This old man guessed that he had a backup plan, but he really underestimated this guy's determination. It muttered to itself. If it were a human legion commander who had been in the military for decades, that would be a truly fearful old guy. Young people still have some courage to sacrifice themselves. The Goblin King observed its body, and all the wounds disappeared without a trace. Its body was refreshed as if it had shed a layer of skin. It previously collected the powder residue of the purified upper-level demon, using its residual immortality characteristics, mixed with various precious materials that were collected, and brewed a life-saving potion with its accumulated knowledge over the years. After taking it, it can neutralize a fatal attack for a period of time.
Of course, the side effect is that it temporarily cannot use magic. The Goblin King looked at Shizhou and whispered, Dark Division.
Here.
2 goblins wearing black cloaks jumped out of the darkness, one holding a dagger and the other holding a wooden staff.
They had never seen the Goblin King's naked body before, and they were momentarily stunned by its muscular and robust appearance. The dagger goblin turned his head and took out new clothes from the small bag behind him and handed them to the Goblin King to put on. The king said coldly, I will take a rest for a while.
Notify the standby goblins, shamans, knights, and priests. They can move out and eliminate all the remaining humans in the nest.
The staff goblin suggested, report to our king, if we use the troops equipped with Zack's new weapons, we can move faster.
The Goblin King said decisively, no.
Also, notify all the goblins, not to kill them all, let a few humans escape. The 2 black-cloaked goblins heard this seemingly inexplicable order and were initially stunned, but then they understood and sighed in admiration, our king is truly far-sighted. The Goblin King intended to use the new weapons as hidden weapons, allowing a few deserters to report the situation to the enemies on the surface, causing them to misjudge the overall strength of the nest again.
The Goblin King nodded, it's good that you understand. There's one more thing. The soldiers of the 5th Legion were struggling to hold on. Since the intense explosion that shook their souls, the battlefield situation in the entire nest suddenly reversed. The low-level goblin trash they had dealt with before had all escaped without them realizing it, and they were now facing much larger goblins wielding wooden shields. The soldiers near the ancient city ruins even encountered goblin knights with multiple layers of protection, wrapped in heavy iron armor.
Although they were often alone, ordinary physical attacks and spells had no effect on them at all.
This rendered the Count's formation for annihilating goblins in narrow caves ineffective.
The goblin knights were like tanks, not slow in their movements and quite oppressive. Approaching the shield bearers in defense, with a swing of their giant axes, the shield bearers and their shields shattered together.
What the hell is this monster? This is not a goblin at all. Why? Why doesn't holy magic work? Help!
Screams filled the cave. Except for the women and a few who managed to escape, the majority of the people were killed on the spot. This was no longer considered a war, but had turned into a one-sided massacre. Sadly, even in this situation, many soldiers were unwilling to give up their heavy bags filled with gold coins, and as a result, they were caught up by the goblin knights and hacked to pieces with an axe or a sword when they tried to escape. Blood splattered all over the scattered gold coins on the ground. People die for wealth, birds die for food, the saying is really true. The Goblin King was resting in the palace, recovering his magic power, and telling the queen about the situation on the battlefield. The silver-haired half-elf had changed into dirty and tattered clothes and skillfully rested her head on the king's muscular thigh. "Why are you only wearing one piece of clothing? Isn't it too worn out?" The Goblin King frowned, noticing that the half-elf queen's coarse cloth clothes had too many holes and were too loose, revealing her round and fair skin and the fact that she was not wearing anything underneath. "Don't you like it?" "I think it's just right," the half-elf smiled, playing with the collar around her neck with her fingers. She then expressed some concern and said, "Hasn't the enemy's main force been dealt with yet?" The Goblin King shook his head, "Not yet. However, we still have some tricks up our sleeves. Everything is still uncertain." The half-elf buried her face in the king's arms. She said in a muffled voice, "Zach. During the time you were away, I've thought a lot. Are the Goblin tribe really that important to you?" The expression on the Goblin King's face was mixed. It thought about many things, but didn't say anything. Its feelings towards the Goblin tribe were complicated. Finally, the king spoke, "Well, even if I don't die in the war, I won't live for much longer. I won't be able to accompany you for long. I promise you, if we win, I will pass the throne to Zach and we will leave the Goblin tribe, away from humans, away from war. We will live a secluded life." The half-elf looked up, silver strands falling. Her rose-colored eyes looked earnestly at the Goblin King. "Then I want a small wooden house surrounded by roses and a few piglets." "You still love pigs so much." Both of them laughed unintentionally. The Goblin King bent down and lightly kissed the half-elf's soft lips. On the surface, the adventurers were now waiting for reinforcements. "The reinforcements haven't arrived yet." "Oh, they're here," the elven archer sitting on a tree exclaimed. Where? The dwarven warlock looked to the west, but didn't see any other army. "Can't you recognize the reinforcements you requested yourself?" "Oh right, you're a dwarf after all," never looking up. "Ah." The elven archer was accurately hit on the buttocks by the dwarven warlock's wine gourd. Several airships gradually emerged from the side of the Blackfire Mountains. At the same time, the roar of propellers grew louder and louder. They were dwarven airships. When the airships flew directly above the crowd, a small dot suddenly leaped out, growing larger in their field of vision, descending rapidly, and finally crashing onto the ground with a loud thud, stirring up a cloud of dust, causing the surrounding trees to tremble slightly. The laughter of the newcomer was even louder than the sound of impact. "Ha! I have arrived." The elven archer rubbed his buttocks and complained, "He really won't kill himself by falling. The superior race naturally cannot be treated with common sense." The dwarven warlock said proudly, "It's Dwarven Chief Harden. I knew it was you. Nice to meet you." The excited adventurers crowded around the dwarven chief. His face was covered in a tangle of beard, and his mouth couldn't even be seen. His eyes were bright and sharp. He wore a deep purple dragon scale armor made from the scales of a wyvern, emitting a faint purple light, and carried a large double-bladed axe with a wyvern bone handle on his back. Harden shouted proudly, "Am I the first to arrive? Ha ha ha. I knew Mel would be later than me." The elven archer muttered dissatisfiedly, "Fits perfectly with my stereotype of dwarves." Due to the lack of suitable landing sites, the airships did not land, but instead dropped many ropes. Well-equipped dwarven warriors descended one by one along the ropes. "Harden, who are you looking for?" A clear but majestic voice startled everyone. They immediately turned around and realized that behind them, a male elf wearing a pristine white robe had silently appeared. The elf had an extremely handsome face, but his male features were distinct, not the androgynous face of a male elf. Everyone was amazed, except for Harden, who continued to laugh heartily. "Huh, Mel, you didn't disappoint me." The sound of hooves echoed. A large number of elves riding white horses quickly arrived, forming a massive battle formation behind the elven lord. The dwarven warlock, dissatisfied, said, "Humph, they don't look like they have any muscles. They'll fall over with a gust of wind." The lizard priest looked at the bickering between the dwarven warlock and the elven archer with some helplessness. "Alright, you two. The lizard chieftain is the farthest away and should still take some time to arrive here." Lord Mel, the lord of the elves, scanned the surroundings and finally locked his gaze on the goblin slayer. "How is the situation?" he asked. The goblin slayer shook his head. "The 5th Legion didn't listen to advice and has already been defeated." "The entire army is wiped out?" "Most likely." Haddin shouted, "A bunch of fools, they have no idea what superior races are." "I had a feeling something like this would happen when I received the news," and I rushed here as fast as I could, but I was still too late."
At this moment, several disheveled soldiers struggled to emerge from the underground. "Help! Help!" This caught everyone's attention.
The dwarven warlock was somewhat surprised. Fortunately, some people managed to escape.
"Quickly explain the situation." "Gentlemen, I understand. Naturally, I understand,"
the soldier said with a mournful face, gasping for breath. "Except for a few of us, including Count Sama, the 5th Legion has been completely wiped out."
The adventurers present felt a chill in their hearts.
If there were still some who held on to hope before, thinking that the Goblin Slayer was exaggerating, and only temporarily obeyed his orders because of his silver-ranked adventurer status, now everyone completely agreed with his analysis.
Haddin couldn't help but curse. "That's obvious."
"We asked you about the Goblin defenses. What other special types are there besides the Goblin King?"
"Calm down, dwarf. He's not in a good state right now."
Mel extended his slender fingers and lightly touched the soldier who was barely maintaining his sanity.
The soldier's fear and exhaustion instantly vanished. "All right, you should feel much better now."
As the Lord of the Elves, Mel bent down without any airs, and kindly spoke to the soldier. "You've worked hard.
Could you please give us a brief overview of the Goblin intelligence? We will avenge your comrades."
The soldier looked at the elegant white-robed Lord of the Elves, seemingly unable to believe that such an elegant figure would value a lowly soldier like him so much, and was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly reacted and began to tell everyone about what he had seen and heard while barely escaping with his life. When he mentioned a goblin that was heavily armored and almost impervious to any attack, the dwarven Lord Haddin stroked his beard and eagerly interjected, "It's not that the attacks are ineffective, it's that its armor has multiple enchantments. If your attacks, as small fry, don't exceed a certain level of power, at most, they can only wear down or consume a bit of the armor's durability, and won't be able to harm it. I didn't expect there to be rare goblin knights in the goblin nest. It seems I arrived just in time. I was worried that there wouldn't be any durable punching bags, haha." The soldier looked at the dwarven leader, who was laughing boisterously and swinging his fist the size of a sandbag in the air, and instinctively shrank his head into his armor, afraid of getting hit.
"Haddin, calm down, don't hit the youngsters."
Lord Mel quickly stopped him, then turned politely and said, "Don't be afraid, Haddin and I have been partners for a long time, he won't cause any trouble."
"Do you remember any other special goblins?" After the soldier finished recounting his experience, the Lizard Lord arrived with his troops. The sun was already setting. The Lizard Lord had a sturdy figure, but he was relatively silent and didn't have much information due to arriving late. Therefore, most of the time, he just listened to the discussions of the other two superior races. There are a large number of goblin shamans, a certain number of goblin knights, and there's even a goblin high priest. Mel calmly made himself a cup of tea. "The last time we encountered goblins of this scale was over 100 years ago, right?"
Haddin chugged his beer and said, "I remember. Back then, I was still a spirited young lad, not yet a superior race, and I almost died in that battle. But times have changed, both of us are now superior races, and with our lizard friend, even the Goblin King can't make much of a splash."
"Drink less, Haddin."
Mel turned to the silent goblin slayer beside him.
"Mr. Silver-ranked adventurer known for killing goblins, I'd like to hear your opinion." The Goblin Slayer calmly said, "Haddin's idea is fine. Because of the Goblin King's existence, the selfish and scattered goblins have formed a huge threat. If we can swiftly decapitate them and kill the Goblin King, we can remove the intelligence boost the Goblin King gives to the goblins, accelerate their defeat, end the battle quickly, and greatly reduce our casualties." However, the Goblin Slayer roughly recounted how the Count, the Legion commander, had seemingly used the Divine Blood Cross, but it didn't change the fact that the 5th Legion was annihilated. Since he didn't participate in the actual battle, some details could only be inferred. The silent lizard man chief asked, "Even if it's diluted divine blood, the power is not something the superior races can withstand, unless it's the superior demons and dragonoids with the undead trait. Does the Goblin King have some rare life-saving item? This is divine blood we're talking about. Only legendary artifacts with uniqueness can withstand it without any harm. Only monsters like the Dwarf King, the Hero, and the Demon Lord are qualified to use it. As for the higher ranks, although there are many ways to save their lives, they all have significant side effects. The Goblin King must have paid a considerable price, such as being unable to move for a certain period of time after saving his life." Dwarf Chieftain Haddin tugged at his beard with some regret. "It's a pity. If that count had exploded later, I could have easily killed the Goblin King." Elf Lord Mel lifted his teacup and took a sip. "Look on the bright side, Haddin. At least the Goblin King lost one trump card. We must not overlook the Goblin Shaman either.
Although it lacks the destructive power and protection of the Goblin Knights, its threat lies in its ability to greatly enhance the magical power of the Goblin tribe within a certain range.
It's deadly for the younger ones.
Hardin waved his hand.
Simple.
I've long anticipated that the Goblin King's lair would be filled with monsters and demons, so the warriors I brought this time are wearing specially crafted high magic resistance armor to compensate for the dwarves' lower magic defense capabilities.
As for you elves, a group of elves who grew up playing with magic shouldn't be afraid, right? Mel nodded. That's reassuring. How about the orcs?
The lizard man chief clasped his hands together.
We have prepared many magic protection formations that can be maintained for a long time.
Very good. Very good.
Hardin took another big sip.
As for the Goblin Knights, just don't let them get close. Use large area slow magic formations, and even if it's a long-range battle, we can wear down these guys.
After discussing a rough attack plan, the superior races asked the Goblin Slayer, "Do you have any suggestions?" The Goblin Slayer shook his head. "Just let us adventurers join the battle. Don't worry, even though we're old, we're not narrow-minded humans."
Hardin patted his armor heavily, making a dull sound.
"I see that the warriors are well rested. Let's strike while the iron is hot and start the attack tonight."
As the last rays of the sunset on the horizon were wiped away by the deep blue night, they moved.
Armed to the teeth, the dwarf warriors and musketeers, the elven sorcerers and archers with multiple layers of protection on their clothes, and the strong orc team with various magic formations descended from the dungeon in an orderly and efficient manner.
The Goblin Slayers team and the rest of the adventurers, along with the clergy sent by the church, entered the underground from another passage. The second round of the crusade against the Goblin Extermination Army has officially begun.
The cave is filled with deep red bloodstains, and the remnants of clothes and weapons are scattered on the ground, along with fragments of human tissue.
"The goblins have already cleaned up the battlefield," said the Goblin Killer.
"They will drag the human bodies back and eat them." The dwarf warlock sighed. "Now goblins have made human corpses their specialty food."
"It's better not to speak recklessly anymore, my elven lady."
The elven archer glared at him and said, "Didn't you say you thought the same way?"
The cold atmosphere brought about by the traces of slaughter everywhere was dispelled by these two jokers.
The suppressed expressions of the gloomy adventurers improved somewhat.
"You have a good attitude," someone praised the elven archer. The elven archer said somewhat embarrassedly, "It's just that I've dealt with goblins so much that I've become numb."
"Wow."
From the nearby stone wall, a rumbling sound came closer and then faded away, heading towards the core direction of the goblin nest. The lizard monk said, "It should be 3 superior races clearing the way for our army." The Goblin Killer nodded. They've decided to fight quickly and decisively, first completely killing the Goblin King to reduce the difficulty of annihilating the goblins later. I estimate they went in the direction of the Goblin King.
"Let's speed up too."
The lizard chieftain waved his diamond-like sharp claws and quickly dug through the rock layers, followed closely by the dwarf leader Hardin and the elven lord Mel.
"Lizards are really convenient." Hardin laughed. "Whoever wants to go through the maze can go, I won't accompany you."
Mel closed his eyes slightly, sensing the faint, unique aura of the superior races ahead, occasionally allowing the lizard chieftain to adjust their direction. They were determined to kill the Goblin King completely.
After finishing with the half-elf queen, the Goblin King's magic power had fully recovered.
It covered the silver-haired half-elf who had exhausted herself and fallen into a deep sleep with a blanket, took one last deep look at her, and walked out.
Sensing the approaching first wave, its eyes suddenly turned ice-cold.
"They're here."
The Dark Division. The black-cloaked goblin emerged from the shadows and knelt on one knee, bowing his head. "I will follow your orders, your majesty. I will leave the nest. You guys take over the command. From now on, do everything possible to defend the Great Hall for me," the Goblin King said.
"Understood. You can use those weapons now," the Goblin King added. "Entertain these guys who came from afar."
The eyes of the black-cloaked goblins instantly became fiery. "We will not disappoint you." The Goblin King nodded silently. Then, it disappeared into the darkness. "They've moved up."
Mel opened his eyes and said with great certainty, "They're moving fast, almost as fast as us."
"The Goblin King must have sensed us." Hardin laughed. "No need to explain, I can feel it now too.
We're very close to it."
"This guy wants to escape. We absolutely cannot let this menace run out of the Blackfire Mountains and into the towns. What's the point of coming here to exterminate goblins? Chase after it."
The 3 superior races, filled with increased confidence, chased after the Goblin King with even greater determination. Dwarves, elves, and orcs marched quickly towards the goblin nest along the large road dug out by the lizard chieftain. Soon, this army encountered a large goblin force that had voluntarily come to resist.
The big goblins quickly regretted it.
These guys were completely different from the previous 5th Legion, with better coordination and much stronger strength and defense than the soldiers before. Dwarven warriors wearing specially made armor are able to take on 10 opponents in close combat, not to mention the magical protection bestowed upon them by elven sorcerers. The sorcerers and archers have deadly accuracy, with their arrows hitting the mark every time, often killing a goblin with just one shot. The orcs, with their muscular bodies covered in thick fur or tough scales, also possess impressive regenerative abilities. What the hell is this? A desperate goblin raised his wooden shield for defense, only to be pierced through the head by an arrow the next moment. The battle once again became completely one-sided. Unlike their lower-ranking counterparts, the higher-ranking goblins value their lives more and have not made a loyalty pact with the Goblin King. As a result, they quickly retreat after suffering heavy losses. Push forward. The warriors' morale soared as they pursued the retreating goblins, advancing their front line into the ancient city district, killing any goblin that dared to stand in their way. They gradually infiltrated several grand ruins in the city streets, with towering walls on both sides and neatly arranged arrow slits for shooting. However, at this point, the higher-ranking goblins mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Not a single goblin could be seen on the streets. The commander of the troops immediately ordered his subordinates to halt their advance and remain vigilant, fully activating their magical defenses and enhancements. This must be a trap, analyzed one elven commander. So what if it's a trap? The dwarf commander confidently replied. Even if the goblin priests and shamans are ambushing us with magic formations, our layered magical defenses and barriers can withstand it. Elven sorcerers, quickly search for any nearby goblins. As soon as these words were spoken, goblins on both sides emerged from the arrow slits, all eyes fixed on them. Activate the magical defenses. Ha! The commanders stared in disbelief. How come they were all low-ranking goblins? This couldn't be possible, right? The low-ranking goblins seemed to be trembling and didn't even have stones or bows and arrows. They were just holding sticks, seemingly harmless. Slowly, they aimed their sticks at the army. The commanders were all dumbfounded. What kind of surrender ceremony is this? Forget it, sorcerers, archers, fire! Bang! A volley of shots erupted, and flames suddenly burst forth from the front end of the stick-like objects. Accompanied by deafening sounds, a large number of shotgun pellets easily pierced through the thick protective magic formations, penetrated the dwarves' magically enhanced armor, and pierced through the fur of the orcs, either passing through or lodging in their bodies. Some lucky elves, dwarves, and orcs instantly died on the spot without making a sound. Unfortunate individuals who didn't die immediately had their flesh torn apart by the impact and high temperature of the projectiles, some even embedded in their bones, causing blood to gush out like a fountain as they screamed and groaned in pain. Most of them didn't even understand what had happened. Immediately provide cover for the wounded and create earthen barriers. Mages and archers who can still move, fire at will. After the initial chaos subsided, the experienced commanders quickly reacted and skillfully directed their well-trained warriors to counter the second round of attacks from the stick-like objects. The fact that they could bypass magical defenses indicated that this was purely a physical attack. The orcs pulled out stones from their packs and pounded them on the ground, causing several sturdy stone walls to break through the bricks, rumbling as they rose up, tightly enclosing everyone and resisting the shotgun attacks. The elven sorcerers chanted incantations while reaching into the air, gradually forming a small cloud of mist in the center of their palms. Some elves took out small bottles containing colorless liquid, carefully unscrewed the caps, and quickly dripped a few drops onto the mist swoosh. A large amount of extremely dense white mist billowed out, quickly covering the streets of the ancient city, enveloping the goblins and the expeditionary force on the city walls. The low-level goblins who were about to take their turn to shoot suddenly lost their sight. Retreat! Seeing the situation, they quickly put away their weapons and retreated. The few water orbs suspended in the hands of the elven sorcerers reacted with the colorless liquid, releasing a white mist to obstruct the line of sight. After compressing them into solid little liquid balls, they shot them towards the higher areas on both sides. A large number of little liquid balls fell onto the city walls where there were no goblins, corroding the bronze bricks. These were highly concentrated strong acids. They ran away. Not hearing the expected screams, the commanders were somewhat surprised, but still resolutely commanded the troops. Some maintain a normal frequency of attacks on the city walls. Sorcerers who can use wind magic disperse the white mist. Orc warriors create more earthen walls. Everyone continue to advance under the cover of the earthen walls. Clerics quickly heal the wounded. Logistics team follow up. Wounded soldiers fall back. Very well, throw flaming bottles towards the high walls on both sides. Accompanied by the blazing fire on the city walls, the troops created earthen walls while cautiously advancing. They soon saw a goblin at the end of the road ahead, wrapped in tightly fitted armor. Various magical attacks hit its armor, but had no effect on the goblin's body. The commanders decisively shouted, "It's a goblin knight! Slow spell!" The orc warriors once again cast a spell, and soon, several yellow glowing spells overlapped on the tall goblin knight, making its movements extremely slow, like a frame drop. But the goblin knight was not panicked. It put its giant axe aside and slowly pulled out a small rope from its hand, the other end of which was connected to the floor. The goblin knight slowly pulled the rope. It paid no attention to the concentrated attacks, even as spider-like cracks rapidly appeared on its armor. It seemed to have been standing here waiting for this army for a long time. Wait! The commander suddenly felt something was wrong. Focus fire on that rope, but it was too late. Boom! Several deafening explosions. The bricks under the feet of the expeditionary force all exploded, accompanied by intense flames and smoke. The bodies of many soldiers shattered into pieces and flew into the air along with the debris. A series of violent explosions spread from the vanguard position and swept through the entire ancient city street. The expeditionary force, unprepared for the explosions, suffered a devastating blow. The sound of the explosions served as a signal, reaching the ears of other troops and the lurking goblins. Is it an explosion? Which direction? Bang! The bricks under the feet of the other troops also exploded one after another. The western part of the ancient city ruins was filled with such explosions, causing the entire city to tremble and shake. Even Zachary and the children hiding in the secret room deep in the ancient city could feel it. The children trembled as they huddled together, squeezing around Rita. Rita gently stroked their heads and whispered softly, trying to stabilize their emotions. Although she herself was also frightened and couldn't stop trembling slightly. "Daddy!" Even the usually brave black-haired cat-eared lowly, Hongdo, anxiously burrowed into Zachary's arms, clinging to him like an octopus, shivering. "The Earth God is angry again. I don't want you and Mommy to leave." Zachary knew very well that it was the effect of those strange and wonderful inventions that he and the goblin craftsman had jointly created. Of course, it's not good to explain too much to a child, so he could only pat Red Bean's back and comfortingly say, "It's okay, it's not an earthquake, just some fighting outside, playing around." No! The others used to deceive me like this, but they were all eaten by the Earth God. Sob. Sob. Red Bean's eyes were filled with tears, and his tears wet Zach's clothes. It seems that this girl has also had some unpleasant experiences. In the shaking of the ancient city, while comforting Red Bean in his arms, Zach looked at everyone huddled together and couldn't help but think of the scene when the Goblin King left. After leading them to the secret room alone, the king turned to leave and suddenly said to him, "Boy, you've never reproduced with these women, have you?" Zach immediately broke out in a cold sweat and smiled apologetically, "Reporting to your majesty, they haven't reached the age of pregnancy yet, so they won't have offspring for the time being." However, the Goblin King just looked at him coldly, his sharp eyes as if they could pierce through his thick skin and dig into the depths of his mind to find his true thoughts. Rita and the children, although they couldn't understand goblin language, understood the situation and realized that it was not favorable for Zach. Faced with the pressure from the superior race, Rita and Red Bean, though involuntarily shrinking, still stood by his side without hesitation. Zach was very nervous. He had a clear understanding that although he had the strength close to that of the superior race, there was still a huge gap between him and the Goblin King. This was not a novel where he could rely on the protagonist's halo to defeat enemies of higher levels, or rely on some ridiculous power of love and hope. If a real fight broke out, he would be easily crushed by the Goblin King like a fly. Any means would be futile in the face of absolute power disparity. However, the Goblin King did not make any further moves. It stared at Zach for a long time, and finally spoke slowly, "I hope I didn't save you in vain. You really are as I thought." Zach nodded and thanked. "I, as your student, will always remember your majesty's kindness and never change my original intention. I will not fail the mission entrusted by your majesty." This time, the Goblin King did not nod, nor did it speak again. It turned around and walked away quickly, disappearing at the exit of the secret passage. Watching this familiar figure, Zach had an inexplicable premonition. This was the last time he saw the Goblin King. On the other side, the adventurers' team entered the ancient city from another direction. As they skillfully formed several attack formations and were about to enter the empty streets, the goblin assassin raised his hand. "Wait!" The adventurers stopped. Although they didn't understand the goblin assassin's intentions for the moment, many of them had worked with him before and knew that he was trustworthy. The goblin assassin squatted down and tapped on several bricks on the street with his hand. The soil between the cracks of these bricks is newly applied, not the kind of weathered soil that has been there for hundreds of years. The lizard monk pondered, "A trap?" The dwarf warlock cast a spell and then shook his head. "There is no magic array detected under the bricks."
There is also no aura of advanced or special goblins nearby. If it's just an ambush by ordinary low-level goblins, it's not a big deal.
However, the goblin assassin said, use earth and stone magic to seal the city gate, and everyone retreat to a safe distance.
I'll try using explosive magic. Ha! You should smell something.
He turned his helmet towards the lizard monk. The lizard monk lay down on the ground and nodded. Now that you mention it, I couldn't notice it without getting close, but there is a very faint, unfamiliar smell that I've never encountered before.
I can't say what it is. The goblins have indeed done some treatment, the goblin assassin said, otherwise, the orcs with sensitive sense of smell would have noticed it when they walked, rendering the trap ineffective.
He took out a magic scroll inscribed with the explosive spell from among many scrolls and stuck it on the bricks. Although most people were confused, they followed suit and activated earth magic, raising multiple layers of thick stone walls to block the city gate. They quickly retreated to a safe distance, huddled behind cover, and watched the ancient city.
The goblin slayer nodded and said, now we need to activate the explosive magic array. It might be a bit loud, so be prepared. 3, 2, 1. Boom!
Everyone was startled because it wasn't the city gate in front of them, but explosions were coming from elsewhere, with consecutive and massive blasts that shook the walls and mountains like an earthquake.
Is the explosive magic array causing such a commotion? No. Why is it coming from a different place? The goblin slayer stopped in his tracks. He whispered, it seems that the armies of dwarves, elves, and orcs triggered a trap. These explosions.
The sorceress with the big hat was already stunned.
This is the power of high-level explosive magic, right? Wasn't there no trace of a magic array detected?
In the next moment, explosions rang out from all directions, as if a dormant dragon in the rock layers was roaring, the impacts overlapping and causing the cave to shake violently, with dust falling.
Oh my god! The adventurers had to crouch down and cover their heads. After everything calmed down, the goblin slayer looked at the still-sealed city gate, blocked by rocks, and said, prepare for the impact. He resolutely activated the explosive magic array. Boom!
The layers of rocks collapsed with a loud crash, and a huge amount of smoke and dust burst out, accompanied by faster shockwaves that rushed towards the adventurers. They quickly huddled behind cover, and the mage activated a wind barrier to prevent them from being choked by the smoke and dust. Because they were closest to this explosion, the sensation was most vivid for them.
Someone was dumbfounded.
This was not the power that an explosive magic scroll should have. What had triggered the explosive magic?
The young priest quickly asked, is anyone injured? No, but...
Everyone looked at the aftermath of the explosion, and the former city gate was now in ruins, barely recognizable as a door. The strong shockwave had shattered the gate. The young priest felt a bit sad. We were the first to be hit by such an explosion. What about the dwarves, elves, and orcs?
Let's think about ourselves first. The dwarf warlock frowned, the goblins are coming. After the intense explosions, the punitive force suffered heavy losses. Although many people quickly took precautions and protected themselves from the shockwaves before the explosions, they still suffered varying degrees of injuries.
However, no one died on the spot. Some lucky ones were in positions that were not affected by the blasts, but they were still dazed. They tried to regain their senses from the chaos and ringing in their ears. The remaining clerics quickly treated the wounded, while the mages dispersed the lingering smoke and dust. The able-bodied helped transport the seriously injured on stretchers, or kept watch towards the direction of the goblin knights. They mostly communicated through simple hand gestures, as most of them couldn't hear anything for the time being. The commanders stood up again. Their physical strength and reflexes were excellent, so their injuries were not too severe. They quickly cleared away the rolling dust in front of them and hurriedly searched for the goblin knights. The goblin knights were still in their original positions, seemingly unaffected by the explosions.
But they were not alone anymore.
Several goblin knights were wielding meteor hammers, broadswords, or giant axes, marching like a solid wall. Behind them were a large number of goblins. Most of them were low-level or high-level goblins, some wielding firearms, others pushing cannons on carts, and some cooperating to activate various types of magic. Masked goblin shamans were evenly distributed among them, and in the center, there was even a goblin priest dressed in attire similar to that of a bishop, walking slowly. They seem to have emerged from hell. This is a true depiction of hell. Even the most experienced commanders feel deeply suffocated when they see this scene. Now this heavily wounded unit has no chance of fighting back.
Retreat! Retreat! Retreat in an orderly manner. Escort the wounded. Attack the enemy at will.
The commanders shout hoarsely, making gestures to retreat, standing at the forefront, activating magic, facing the goblins. They want to lead by example and ensure that the wounded are evacuated first. On the other side, when the ambushed goblins approached the adventurers, they unexpectedly find that the adventurers seem to have suffered little loss. Since the main force is focused on dealing with a numerous and well-trained army, these adventurers are just ordinary low-level goblins or hobgoblins. After the Goblin King no longer takes command, they think that the undisciplined adventurers here are the easiest to deal with, so they don't pay much attention to them. The goblins blink their eyes, look at the well-equipped adventurers holding magic circles, and turn around and run. In the midst of the chaos in the ancient city ruins, the Goblin King has already emerged. It takes a glance at the lush forests of the Western Week and immediately turns its body towards the direction of the exposed ridge and rushes over. It is deep in the night outside, with no stars in the sky, pitch black like ink. But this natural darkness does not affect the vision of the superior races. Everything still appears as clear as daylight to them. 3 superior races appear one after another, chasing closely behind it. The dwarf leader, Hardin, almost touches the ground, shouting at full volume, "Mel! The trees!" Although he didn't finish his sentence, the tacit understanding between old partners instantly made the Elven Lord understand his meaning and respond, "All right." With that, Mel raises his right hand high, and a soft green light blooms in the palm of his hand. All the large trees and vines near the Goblin King begin to grow and transform at an astonishing speed. Numerous tree trunks twist into thick and sturdy thorns, shooting towards its direction. Countless leaves detach themselves and curl into sharp needles, revolving rapidly around the swiftly moving Goblin King, forming a green tornado that stretches for miles. The green tornado and nearly 100 giant thorns press towards the Goblin King's body. Just as it is about to be pierced into minced meat, the Goblin King's figure freezes. Then, centered around the Goblin King, scattered orange-red flames resembling stars gradually appear, rotating, and quickly converge into a cluster of flames, stretching into a strip, and finally forming a huge flaming whirlwind. The flaming whirlwind quickly engulfs the green tornado, turning most of the needle-like leaves into ashes, condensing into a flame giant sword hundreds of meters long. The Goblin King leaps into the air, grabbing the hilt of the sword with its right hand, and then its body flips in the air, wielding the burning red giant sword, sweeping in a circle, splitting the thick darkness, and cutting off all the approaching giant thorns. The Goblin King successfully neutralizes the Elven Lord's spell, but because of this momentary delay, the distance between it and the 3 superior races is halved. Very good. The lizard chieftain, who is also running at high speed, stops his feet, and due to the huge inertia, his body moves forward, leaving several deep grooves on the ground, and then he plunges his claws deep into the ground. The lizard chieftain injects magic power into the earth along its claws. At the same time, 8 snake-like creatures with crocodile-like heads and covered in spikes burst out of the ground in front of the Goblin King with a loud rumble. The earth dragons open their mouths wide and bite towards the Goblin King. The Goblin King furrows its brow. It rises into the air again, assumes a posture in midair, and at the same time, the flaming giant's sword rapidly shrinks towards the hilt, eventually wrapping around the king's right fist. It swings its right fist, striking with a loud boom, pulverizing the first earth dragon that pounced on it. Wang crouched down, then leaped high into the air, narrowly avoiding the attacks of several earth dragons that were chasing after him. In midair, he flipped his body upside down, with his feet pointing upwards and his left hand clenched tightly. Above his body, a floating white circular magic array appeared out of thin air. Wang's feet landed perfectly on the solid magic array, and then he exerted force, his flaming right fist descending like a falling meteor, smashing the connection between the earth dragons and the ground. Bang! This strike shattered all the earth dragons, causing a large cloud of dust to rise up, enveloping the small patch of land in a haze. Before the Goblin King could even stand up, a massive fist instantly dispersed the dust, striking him in the back. It was the dwarf chieftain, Hardin. Wang quickly turned his body, pouring all his strength into a fierce flame punch that collided with Hardin's fist with a loud thud, creating a shockwave. The 2 upper-class races fought with all their might, causing the muscles on Hardin's entire arm to bulge and the deep purple dragon scales to expand, while the Goblin King's arm was covered in prominent veins. Good. It's been a while since I've encountered someone who can take my punch, Hardin exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he continued to exchange blows. The ground beneath their feet couldn't withstand such force, resulting in a spiderweb-like network of cracks. Just as the Goblin King was about to speak, he suddenly felt a warning, and with a slight distraction, he glanced over to see the Elven Lord Mel chanting in the distance, casting a curse on him. But Mel's curse was completed at an extremely fast speed, not giving the Goblin King any time to react. Almost at the same moment he realized it, his eyes plunged into complete darkness. It was a brief moment of blindness caused by the curse. This short amount of time was enough for the dwarf chieftain to take action. At the same time, Hardin agilely shifted his body to the side, evading the Goblin King's punch, and then delivered a spinning kick, instantly adding layers of strength and speed, accurately hitting the Goblin King's abdomen. Boom! The Goblin King flew into the air like a puppet with its strings cut, soaring high and crashing into the ground halfway up the volcano. The effect of this kick is even better than I expected. Hardin roared, I must have caused it some serious internal injuries. Let's quickly catch up to it and finish it off, not giving it a chance to use its trump card. Of course, Mel said, staring at the Goblin King in the distance as it climbed up seemingly unaffected, and decisively activating a spell. In an instant, a huge purple magic array emerged beneath their feet. The arriving Lizard Lord also leaped into the magic array, and Mel swept his large white robe, causing the 3 upper-class races and the purple magic array to disappear simultaneously. They reappeared in mid-air above the Goblin King, who was fleeing at high speed. The 3 of them leaped in different directions, perfectly surrounding the Goblin King as they landed. The king was forced to stop in his tracks. At this point, they were very close to the mouth of the volcano. Everyone could feel the intense heat emanating from inside the volcano. The Goblin King had nowhere left to run, and silently took out the platinum flying knife. I admit, among the upper-class races, you are indeed formidable, Goblin King. Hardin drew 2 dragon bone giant axes from his back. If you weren't a goblin, I would have loved to spar with you in the future. What a pity. Let this volcano be your funeral pyre. In the ancient city, adventurers and goblins were engaged in a chaotic battle. The scene was extremely chaotic, with low-level goblin grunts and big goblins taking advantage of their familiarity with the terrain to roam in the west, forcing the small teams of adventurers to split up. In a narrow corridor, an elven archer was running forward quickly, with a group of weapon-wielding big goblins chasing after him. Hurry, chase after him. Little beauty, don't run away, we won't harm you. Don't be fooled by her speed now. Once she's asleep, she won't want to leave. Ha. The elven archer couldn't understand the goblin language, but she could guess the general meaning of their words from their expressions of disgust. She turned right and crawled into a passage with a small door, opening the bag of dust she was carrying and continuously sprinkling its contents as she ran. A cloud of white powder filled the air behind her, making it impossible for the goblins to see her clearly. The big goblins were momentarily stunned, but then burst into laughter. She even used smoke. This idiot doesn't know how obvious her sweat and body scent are to us. It makes us so hungry. How come she wasn't stopped by this door? Oh right, she's a flat sprite, ha. They noisily followed her into the door. The passage became even narrower. The elven archer continued to sprinkle the dust while crawling at her fastest speed, reaching the end of the passage and throwing the bag towards the direction of the big goblin. She pushed open the small door on the other side and shouted, Mr. Assassin, hurry! The little priest quickly grabbed her waist and pulled her out, while the goblin assassin threw the burning torch he had prepared into the room and slammed the door shut. At the same time, the lizard monk quickly cast a spell to reinforce the small door. Boom! Ah! There was a loud explosion behind the door, followed by the agonizing screams of the big goblin being blown apart. It was a dust explosion. After a while, the goblin assassin and the lizard monk opened the door and went in, one by one finishing off the big goblins who were not completely dead. The dwarf warlock jokingly said to the elven archer, well done. But congratulations, you have now become a new race, the white elf. The elven archer looked at the white powder on her body and cursed, next time, you go in. The little priest laughed and patted the dusty elven archer, saying, all right, you just attracted a lot of goblins in this area and killed quite a few of them. The goblin assassin poked his head out again and said, well done. But considering the total number of goblins in this nest, we have only killed a few so far, and we haven't encountered any special goblins yet. I speculate that the goblins initially focused their main forces on dealing with the 3 major races, but as we adventurers advance, they will soon mobilize their troops to deal with us. Everyone, be mentally prepared. Of course, several team members said in unison. The Goblin King held a flying knife and faced off against 3 superior races. If you surrender, I guarantee, in the name of the Elven clan leader, that you will die without pain, Mel said seriously. As the Goblin King, you have lived for a long time and have a mind no less intelligent and mature than humans, even more so. You should have recognized the situation long ago. The Goblin King said calmly, what if I don't want to die? Give me a way out, and I will abandon my goblin tribe. In the future, I will not establish new goblin nests to harm the world. The 3 superior races were somewhat surprised by this answer. Are you afraid of death? If you're afraid, you couldn't have taken my punch just now. Hayden said sharply, or are you trying to deceive us? At this age, I have long accepted life and death, so it's not that I'm afraid of death. The Goblin King raised his head. I just have a promise to fulfill, that's why I can't die. a promise made to a silver-haired half-elf. The three superior races exchanged glances. Lord Mel, the elf lord, said sincerely, "If we were humans, I would have agreed to your request first, and then after you released the sealed magic, I would have beheaded you.
But unfortunately, we are not.
For us, I value life, and Hardin values strength.
So, I won't lie to you. You can only choose to die tonight."
The western named superior race is located near the volcano, at a higher altitude. At this moment, the clouds in the sky above their heads dispersed, revealing twinkling stars.
The Goblin King looked up at the stars in the night sky and calmly said, "If you were all humans, then I wouldn't even consider surrendering. Come on, do your best to kill me."
The lightning-shaped returning knife in the Goblin King's hand began to glow, shining brightly.
"I will give it my all too." Hardin laughed heartily and said, "Good. You are a worthy opponent to respect." He raised his double axes and swung them towards the Goblin King. There is a busy scene on the ground. Injured and deceased individuals are being continuously transported out, and the clergy members are busy setting up one temporary tent after another. After receiving information from below, the commanding officer on the ground begins to command more elite soldiers to go down and provide support. Several airships arrive in the night sky. These are airships from other human legions that have finally come after receiving the request for assistance.
The adventurers who came to support Blackfire Town and the surrounding military stronghold in the second wave are also on board. Among them is an elite duo composed of 2 silver-ranked adventurers.
Loner, even a team of goblin slayers couldn't handle this nest. They had to request assistance from the Adventurers Association. "It's quite rare," said a female silver-ranked adventurer dressed as a swordsman.
She had shoulder-length black hair and facial features that leaned towards the people of the eastern continent. She had long pink curly hair, wore an expensive enchanted cloak, and her attractive figure was only covered by a beige bodysuit and leggings.
Unfortunately, her pretty face had a bit of baby fat, so she lacked the mature image of an older sister.
The magician Miss sighed, "It's normal to have a Goblin King." She was also a silver-ranked adventurer. "But with so much support coming, we should be able to completely clear out the goblin nest this time," said the swordsman, suddenly noticing something.
"What's flying over there?"
Loner, the magician, casually glanced over.
"Isn't that the airship from the dwarves? What's so special about it?"
The swordsman rubbed her eyes. "No, I mean it looks like something is flying towards the dwarven airship."
"Ha!"
The determined look on the swordsman's face made Lana realize that there was indeed something she didn't understand.
She silently cast night vision and long-range magic enhancement on her eyes, which were weakened due to her love for lying in bed and reading, and looked in the direction the swordsman was pointing. There was a long object that seemed to have been launched from somewhere, turning and emitting flames as it sped towards a dwarven airship. The magician Lana activated her magic perception and her face changed. "This thing has a faint magical aura. It's a goblin attack."
The dwarven airship on the other side also noticed the rapidly approaching long object. The dwarven wizards on the airship immediately focused their attacks on the flying object, launching various magical projectiles at it. The flying object seemed to be manipulated by someone and slightly deviated from its flight path, evading a few shots, but it was still hit by the dense barrage. It exploded violently in the air, and in that instant, Loner felt like she saw a small sun.
Boom!
The shockwave from the explosion caused the dwarven airship to shake slightly, but it quickly corrected itself. Soon, all the dwarven and human airships began to sound their alarms, and the magical alarms echoed across the surface.
"Enemy attack! Enemy attack!"
The airship that Loner and the swordsman were on also became noisy. Adventurers who were resting rushed out of their rooms with weapons in hand and began searching for enemies to the west. However, the night sky returned to silence, with no more flying objects being launched. The dense primitive forest to the west of the campsite returned to pitch black, so the expeditionary force did not immediately find the launch site of the flying object. These goblins dare to attack on the ground without the Goblin King. They're quite bold. The swordsman tied up her hair, drew her long sword, and stared coldly at the chaotic ground campsite that was now filled with explosions and alarm sounds. She said, "Loner, the Elven Lord and other superior races have gone to hunt down the Goblin King, so you should be the strongest for now. Use your perception to figure out where the goblins are hiding on the ground."
Loner? Loner!
She turned to look and saw that the pink-haired magician had a fascinated expression on her face, completely absorbed in staring at the spot where the flying object had exploded.
She spoke rapidly. "If I'm not mistaken, this thing should have an control array engraved on it, but how did it fly? Why is there fire coming out from behind? The control array and the explosive array are not compatible, so how did it explode? Or is it that different components with different arrays were cleverly combined together, and how did they assemble in this long object without any repulsion reaction?" "That's enough.
The annoyed swordsman knocked the scabbard on Lanar's head, causing her to cry out in pain. Don't mess up in this urgent situation.
That hurts, be gentler, you brute who only knows how to use brute force. Lana rubbed her head and glared at her, sounding a bit dissatisfied. Isn't your brother good at searching? Be a good girl and go find him, he's resting, not to the extent of being called out yet. The female swordsman said impatiently. Alright. Compared to your terrifying brother, it's easier to bully a complaining bookworm like you. Lana closed her eyes helplessly and began to sense the creatures on the surface. The warriors in the surface camp formed a battle formation, but there were no goblin individuals. There were many small animals in the surrounding forest, but no goblin individuals either. Strange, that thing clearly came from the ground, it can't possibly be hiding on the ship. Lana muttered to herself, scanning the magically powered airship hovering in the sky, but she didn't find any obvious traces. Wait a minute? After careful searching, she noticed something wrong on a distant dwarf airship. There was a faint and elusive aura of darkness that she pulled out from the tangled mess. It's shadow magic. This level of mastery would require at least a superior race or a silver-ranked adventurer to detect. Someone who has such a skilled mastery of shadow magic, this guy might be. Lana quickly pondered, her mind flipping through a goblin encyclopedia, browsing through the special goblin species she had discovered. Goblin Shadow Assassin. She whispered, pretending to be nonchalant, and looked towards the ground camp as if searching for traces of goblins. Although this goblin hadn't reached the level of a superior race, it was not easy to deal with. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to completely kill them, and they possessed several strange abilities. How did the Goblin King of this lair manage to produce such a creature? Shadow Assassin? The swordsman was somewhat surprised, but also whispered, I remember the last time Goblin Shadow Assassins appeared on the main continent was in the previous century, right? Where is it currently hiding? On which ship? It can't be ours, judging by your reaction, right? Lana casually picked up a book from the table, pretending to flip through it, and said even more quietly, on the dwarf command ship. So far away? The swordsman's face immediately relaxed, then he tapped her head with his hand. You're so nervous for nothing. I just didn't want to see you all anxious and worried. Lana's head was hit again. Alright, no more joking. I suspect the Shadow Assassin is hiding on the command ship to observe the underground combat deployments of the dwarf troops and other races, and then command the goblin ambush underground in a targeted manner. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so intense. It's very likely that it has been there long before our airship arrived, otherwise its movements wouldn't escape my perception. There's a time gap without high-end combat power on the surface after sending a superior race to hunt down the Goblin King. The swordsman glanced at the dwarf command ship, a classic case of being caught off guard. If we hadn't received the call for help, this expeditionary force would have lost in confusion. Perhaps the goblins didn't expect to be taken so seriously. Besides the 3 superior races and the goblin slayers, there will be new reinforcements coming. However, the goblin slayers have accumulated their silver rank through long-term elimination of a large number of goblins, at the cost of not having time to go to the academy for further training to enhance their strength, so it's better not to mention them. Laner smiled mysteriously and said, Fortunately, I have always been interested in dwarf airships and have knowledge of their internal structure, so I can now implement my plan. I have located the position of the Shadow Assassin in the command ship's room. You can infuse your sword with the holy magic flame, and I will use the teleportation magic array to accurately move us into the room. It's up to you to finish it off with a single strike, without giving it a chance to react. But I don't know the exact position, the female swordsman questioned, and I don't have your strong perception abilities. Laner shook her head and clicked her tongue, only relying on brute force, unreliable fellow. Forget it, let's call your brother. The black-haired swordsman lowered his head in thought, his expression serious. Alright, he reluctantly said, his tone suddenly softening, brother? Are you awake? Yes, a male voice suddenly resounded in her mind. But soon, more different and overlapping voices emerged from her mind, while the swordsman's own lips did not move. I woke up early. I woke up when the flying object exploded. I slept comfortably. I'm awake. And Laner, be careful with your words. You know about Yar's situation, no need to mock her like that. The female swordsman named Yar carefully placed her right hand under her right ear. In an instant, one after another milky white worms shook their heads and wriggled out of her right ear, falling neatly into Yar's palm, forming a cluster of a dozen or so worms. The milky white worms had multiple pairs of small legs, and their bodies were almost transparent, sparkling and translucent. After entangling for a while, they all turned their heads towards the mage Laner. Laner smiled cunningly and said, After all, you did eat her brain, so it's not too much to say that you only rely on brute force, right? It doesn't matter.
I have preserved her original brain's consciousness, but I'm just considering using my many bodies as substitutes, so it's a bit slow," one of the worms in Yar's palm spoke.
At this time, another milky white worm emerged from her left ear.
It stuck out half of its body and spoke in Yar's voice with a hint of grievance. "Brother,
why are you also siding with Laner?"
The important thing is the task at hand. This pile of worms clearly ignored the sisters' words. They suddenly twisted their bodies and leaped into the air. At the same time, the exposed skin and flesh on Yar's legs, abdomen, heart, arms, back, ankles, and wrists split open, forming mouths that swallowed the worms with strands of blood. The dense blood threads quickly wrapped around the milky white worms and swallowed them, closing up as if nothing had happened. Soon, the elegant swordsman Yar gracefully finished the last movement, standing up without a trace.
"We're ready," Yar and her brother's voices said simultaneously.
Lena rolled her eyes in a habitual manner and nodded slightly. "Alchemy is really convenient."
"Alright, let's teleport then."
She silently recited the incantation, and a circle of intricate purple magic runes appeared on the floor, about to take shape. But then, several sharp whistles shattered the peaceful night sky. Lena instinctively looked up and saw one blurry light after another rising from the dark primeval forest in the distance on the ground. There were also scattered lights rapidly ascending in other directions. Some of these launch positions were even behind the ridge on the other side. All these lights formed a huge circle with a radius of several kilometers, with a small ground camp and airship in the center. These lights resembled flying meteors, heading towards the airship and camp.
"It's the goblins' unidentified flying objects." Laner frowned. "So they can launch without goblins on the ground? Why is the sound so loud?"
The previous one was silent and invisible.
"Don't look!" Yar's overlapping voice exploded in her ear.
Lan regained her senses and quickly completed the remaining magic circle. It was crucial to kill the goblin shadow assassin. They disappeared as if dissolved in the air.
Dwarven airship command room.
A goblin in a black cloak silently concealed itself in the dark corner, continuously observing the senior dwarven commander's troubled thoughts on how to arrange the attack of the expeditionary force. It had been secretly communicating with its underground companions and informing the dwarven forces and the other two races' forces of the underground movements, which allowed the underground goblin army to repeatedly succeed in ambushes, traps, and surprise attacks, causing huge losses to the expeditionary force.
Suddenly, the dwarven commanders were in an uproar.
They discovered hundreds of flying objects being launched from the surface, with their airship as the primary target. The goblin in the black cloak understood that this was a batch of goblin rocket attacks, and it was a signal that it no longer needed to hide and observe the army's movements. It could now take the initiative to kill these dwarven commanders. Just as it was about to dispel the invisibility spell and go on a killing spree, a purple magic circle unfolded on the table, and a sword shining with white light swung down, cleanly beheading it along with the wall.
And all of this happened in less than half a second.
"Good." Yer stepped forward, turned around with a heroic posture, and swung her sword again, cutting the body of the goblin in the black cloak into two pieces.
"Like this. Don't stop, it's not dead."
Suddenly, her brother's voice rang out. The cross-section of the goblin's body in the black cloak did not spurt blood but oozed out a strange, contractible black liquid. Although it evaporated slightly due to the holy magic attached to the sword, the liquids from different cross-sections quickly connected, about to rejoin the body and head. At this critical moment, Yer opened her mouth and spat out a small white worm, which flew straight into the cross-section of the head, instantly disappearing into the black liquid. The recovery of the goblin in the black cloak was delayed for a moment, and then the black liquid continued to move, completely rejoining the body and head.
After patting its own head to check if it was solid, it spoke, "Goblin brains are not tasty, but this body's abilities are useful."
Yar looked down on it. "Brother, you can't have that worm back."
The goblin in the black cloak bowed. "I didn't plan on coming back."
"That's good. We also need to modify the memories of these dwarves."
"Where's Lan? Where did that lazy girl go?"
Yar suddenly remembered something and quickly looked around the command room, but besides the batch of dwarven commanders whose brains had crashed due to the scene before them, there was no sign of Lan. She went to intercept the flying objects, the goblin in the black cloak said in a deep voice, "to intercept those explosive things." In the dark night, the mage Lan flew in the air, looking at the numerous dots flying towards her, listening to the desperate sound of the airship and the magic being fired below to shoot down the dots. It was obviously futile to intercept these flying objects that were as numerous as raindrops and could dodge magic.
"Although it's a bit regrettable, we can't let them succeed again with the level of explosion just now."
She looked at the terrified faces on the ground, glanced at the dying wounded, and calmly said, "There have been enough lives lost today."
She quietly recited an incantation.
Around her body, numerous white magic circles unfolded in an orderly and overlapping manner, covering all the flying objects and launch points. They gradually combined to form a complete super-dimensional magic.
Lon softly said,
"Here, I pray for the revival of a corner of the ancient light outside this world, a peaceful land where the weapons cease, and the remnants of the paradise of the gods." The lost courtyard. After the last syllable was uttered, everything within range, including living beings, flying objects, and magical projectiles, seemed to freeze in time. Only the overlapping magic circles turned like gears, starting from Loner's feet and passing through the entire magic circle. The magic circle transformed into countless purple and red flowers, creating a sea of flowers. From there, a murmuring stream, ancient towering trees, and magnificent buildings emerged, along with numerous dancing, fairy-like children. The buildings played a grand symphony, producing tangible notes. The ethereal sun and moon rose from the stream of notes, shining together. All of this was both real and illusory. The children, following the rhythm of the music, approached the flying objects and touched them, causing the motionless objects to come to life, as if they wanted to dance to the beat. However, they quickly exhausted their short-lived lives, their tails extinguished, and they fell to the ground, lying quietly. After giving new life and death to the flying objects, the children turned their attention to the magical projectiles, neutralizing all the projectiles in the courtyard. As the sun and moon crossed paths, the music suddenly accelerated, and the children increased their speed, their bodies filled with strength, each sprint marking a heavy beat. They quickly reached the edge of the courtyard, hiding outside Loner's perception range, near two motionless goblins wearing black cloaks. Their faces were filled with fear as they stared fixedly at the outstretched hands of the smiling children. Each palm had a face, with 3 black holes representing eyes and a mouth after 3 pieces of flesh had been dug out. From the hole symbolizing the mouth, a blood-red forked tongue extended, while the hole symbolizing the eyes contained 2 bloody, split irises. As the music reached its climax, the innocent children laughed and circled around the goblins in their black cloaks, gradually wrapping their arms around them until the goblins were submerged in the children's hands. When the children dispersed, jumping and following the rhythm, nothing was left of the goblins in their black cloaks, as if they had been gently brushed away like dust from paper.
The finale.
With the last syllable, the children took refuge in the pavilions and towers. Everything in the courtyard collapsed and dissipated, ancient trees fell, and flowers withered.
Time gradually returned.
Amidst the cheers of the people below and in the airship, Loner closed her eyes and floated down weakly, like a rootless leaf drifting into the bushes. This was the transcendental magic, a higher level than advanced magic, and it had cost Loner almost all of her magic and energy. Have a good sleep, your sacrifice was worth it. A milky white little bug wiggled out of her pink hair. But please allow me to use your remaining magic to construct a teleportation array, to send me and Ur to the presence of the Elf Lord and the others. The little bug whispered, we need to completely crush the Goblin King. In the Blackfire Mountains, at the mouth of a volcano, the superior races were engaged in a desperate battle. The prolonged fight had left the Goblin King with numerous fresh wounds, as well as negative effects such as poison and weakness. On the other side, the 3 superior races, except for some minor injuries on the dwarf leader Haddon, were unharmed. It was too much to fight against 3 opponents, especially when they were cooperating well.
Haddon, the dwarf leader, and the Goblin King faced each other, wielding their dragon bone double-bladed axes.
The Goblin King could only continue to defend, losing the initiative in the battle.
Haddon seemed to have inexhaustible strength, becoming more courageous as the battle went on. The Lizard Lord's claws were flexible, easily cutting through iron like mud. In addition to inflicting new wounds on the Goblin King, the Lizard Lord occasionally used advanced earth magic to entangle its western limbs. The Elf Lord Mel wandered around the western area, providing multiple layers of protection and healing to his 2 companions. Whenever he had the chance, he cursed or attacked the Goblin King, causing it to fall into more and more negative states due to the possibility of the Goblin King having a hidden card. The 3 superior races did not choose a quick and decisive strategy. Instead, they opted for a steady and coordinated approach to gradually wear down the Goblin King's stamina and magic power while minimizing their own magic consumption. This ensured that even if the Goblin King played his trump card or unleashed his ultimate move, they would still have enough leeway. Impressive, truly impressive, Haddon exclaimed with exhilaration. His dragon scale armor, which boasted high defense, was in tatters, and his body was marked with numerous scars from the flying knives. However, his fighting spirit remained unaffected. I must admit, you are indeed slightly stronger than me. The Goblin King did not respond, or perhaps it simply had no time to respond. It dodged the Lizard Lord's sudden thrust, stomped on the recently raised head of the Earth Dragon, barely blocked the continuous axe strikes with a returning flying knife in its right hand, neutralized Mel's frost beams with a large flame beam released from its left hand, and annihilated Mel's solar storm with a dark ray emitted from its mouth. And all of this happened in less than a breath's time. The Goblin King could clearly feel its magic power rapidly depleting, its condition worsening, and yet it had no time to recover or counterattack with its ultimate move. Most of the magic that could be released instantly without incantations would be promptly nullified by the Elven Lord Mel. The enemy neither revealed any flaws for Mel to exploit nor intended to give it any unnecessary openings. Switch! The Lizard Lord shouted, replacing the heavily injured Dwarf Chief to continue the frenzied sword fight with the Goblin King. Din immediately received Mel's healing spell with his body, dispelling his accumulated fatigue, rapidly fading his wounds, leaving only shallow scars. If they continued like this, there was only one outcome for the Goblin King: being dragged to death by the enemy. Now it had no choice but to make a desperate move, using a truly unexpected tactic to break the deadlock and seize an opportunity. It had no other options at this point. After barely blocking the attacks from the three enemies once again, the Goblin King took a deep breath. When the Lizard Lord's claws thrust once more, attempting to inflict new wounds, the Goblin King did not try to dodge. Instead, it threw itself forward, completely removing all its defensive barriers, allowing the claws to pierce through its flesh and organs, emerging from its back. Ha! The Lizard Lord momentarily froze, then quickly seized this opportunity, crushing the pierced flesh, intestines, and kidneys into a pulp. Blood and intestines gushed out, and the Goblin King's body instantly lost its fighting power, kneeling down. Very well, smash its head. Din swiftly swung his axe, while Mel simultaneously stood still and chanted rapidly. For the next 10 breaths, blood sacrifice is forbidden, instant self-sacrifice curse is forbidden. A nearly transparent magic circle expanded at lightning speed, covering the superior races. With each prohibition uttered by Mel, his face grew paler. This special magic that affected the rules within a certain range consumed a significant amount of magic power and physical strength, but fortunately, he did not need to maintain it for a long time. All they had to do was kill the Goblin King completely within this period of time. These enemies were truly experienced and cunning. The Goblin King's thinking became increasingly sluggish. From Din and Mel's previous conversation, it was clear that they had cooperated to kill many powerful enemies, so they were fully prepared for similar situations. Unfortunately, just as the Lizard Lord was about to retract its claws and further enlarge the Goblin King's wound, it suddenly found that its claws were immobilized. Something tightly entangled its claws within the Goblin King's body. Still struggling in your dying moments? The Lizard Lord cursed, looking at the Goblin King's enormous wound caused by its own agitation, suddenly feeling invigorated. With the spillage of its internal organs, half of the Goblin King's heart was exposed, but there was also a goblin's head attached to it. The head had lost its eyes, and black viscous liquid continuously flowed from its empty eye sockets, as if it were crying. It was this eerie liquid that clung to its claws like tentacles, spreading black patches along its scales. Every time it tried to cast a spell to break free, its magic was absorbed. Mel and Hardin also noticed something unusual at this moment. They discovered the unknown liquid flowing. This pitch-black liquid could only be one thing. It was the head of a goblin shadow assassin. Elf Lord Mel quickly chanted a spell. The divine retribution bestowed upon us, the sacred storm. Countless platinum beams burst forth from the void of the Western Week, striking the Goblin King, who was undergoing a transformation. The Goblin King's body was immediately enveloped in thick black smoke, its skin rapidly dissolving and dissipating in the light, along with the exposed black liquid evaporating quickly. However, it managed to resist, holding onto the Lizard Lord's body in a broken state, wiping away its figure in the center of the golden storm, and instantly moving to the sky above the volcano. It could still escape and cast spells in this state? It didn't use instant teleportation magic before, just to catch everyone off guard this time? Hardin shouted, the Goblin King wants to take someone down with it, dragging the lizard buddy to be buried in the lava together. We absolutely cannot let it succeed. Mel swiftly moved, his white robe billowing, and also teleported next to the Goblin King, grabbing the falling Lizard Lord and quickly reciting, in the name of the Dark God, guide the dead back to the Grey Kingdom. Rest in peace. A spatial rift tore open, revealing a chaotic bluish-green space. Countless transparent long arms reached out from the rift, embracing the falling Goblin King and gradually dragging it into the rift. Mel guessed correctly. Although he wasn't clear about the specific means the Goblin King had just used, due to it being the first time he had seen it, its current state was indeed closer to that of a living corpse or a corpse puppet. So, it was appropriate to use a higher-level magic that correspondingly restrained it to end it completely. Hardin flew over with a flying magic circle under his feet, just in time to witness this scene, and he said somewhat regretfully, oh well, let me have another fight with it. When the Goblin King was about to be completely dragged into the rift, its dilated eyes suddenly returned to normal,
calmly gazing at the three superior races above.
Finally, it has come to this. It let out a long sigh, carrying a bit of exhaustion, a bit of relief, and a sense of ease that accompanied its entire body. When the Goblin King discovered that its opponents were three powerful and well-coordinated superior races in the palace, it knew that its chances of survival were slim. No matter how strong the Goblin King was, it was ultimately limited by the inherent capabilities of the Goblin race. Its strength could only reach the middle to upper levels of all the superior races in existence. In a direct confrontation, it was almost impossible for it to defeat three superior races at the same time, let alone the fact that all the superior races in the upper ranks were experienced old monsters. Therefore, the Goblin King secretly planned to fight to the death while quietly approaching the center of the volcano's crater, without being detected. It was the first to reach the center of the volcano's crater. It had moved its lair to the Black Volcano Range not only because it was desolate and convenient for hiding, but also because it had its eye on this active volcano. During the long years of ruling its lair, whenever it had the opportunity, it would go to the active volcano to make preparations, depleting its accumulated resources before the relocation. That's why Hardin's kick on the Goblin King had a greater effect than he expected, because the king was secretly assisting, allowing himself to fly closer to the volcano's crater. Similarly, the fresh head of the Black Cloak Goblin was hidden in his body after defeating the Count, using the undead property of the black liquid to turn himself into a zombie. This created a misinformation, unexpectedly creating an opportunity to bring the three superior races into the volcano. Of course, the damage to the body is irreversible. Even if they barely escape with their lives, they will forever be struggling as mere zombies. However, the Goblin King no longer cares about this since he realized that there is no way out and death is the only option. In an instant, the minds of the three superior races were filled with a crazy and intense warning. A tremendous amount of magic surged from the bottom of the volcano. Complex magic arrays and sacrificial objects were already buried deep below, and they began to rotate like a chain of mechanisms. The entire active volcano transformed into a huge magic array, with the eye and center of the array being the volcano's crater. This level is super level magic. No, this is. I can't interpret it for now, the Elven Lord exclaimed, feeling the level of the magic array. The Dwarven chief angrily shouted, "Charge forward!" However, he quickly collided with the magic array barrier that sealed the top of the volcano, and could only stare at the complex and incomprehensible patterns on it. They now understand the meaning behind the Goblin King luring them here. It's not just to use them as a shield, but to bury them all. As the Goblin King's body was dragged into the crack, it dissipated into ashes. At the same time, the magma below began to boil, and the bubbling magma rose like a fountain, eventually forming a giant lava hand. The Goblin King merged his consciousness with the entire active volcano. Realizing this, the Elven Lord, Mel, couldn't help but frown. He's truly a complete madman. Focus your attacks on the magic array. The three superior races unleashed their attacks on a specific area of the magic array above their heads, but the formation remained unaffected. Abundant magic power gathered from below, swiftly repairing the damage caused by their attacks. It seems that the internal attacks were designed to be ineffective. I speculate that only external attacks will work. Mel stopped trying and looked at the magma giant rising from the lava. Once the formation is activated, we won't be able to escape through teleportation. However, the Goblin King can't sustain the fusion of his consciousness with the active volcano for long. We just need to find a way to hold on until his consciousness dissipates on its own. Or, we destroy this volcano first. Hating roared, "That's exactly what I had in mind." "Very well, the two of you, cooperate with me." Before Mel could finish speaking, he noticed that above the magic array, the sky was covered in dark clouds, and several thick lightning bolts struck the surface of the active volcano, creating massive craters. "What is this?" Mel sensed the ever-changing environmental aura, and his expression changed again. "This is the heavenly thunder summoned when the superior races break through their limits. The Goblin King is about to touch the realm of demigods." At this moment, the lava giant opened its huge mouth, and a large blue fireball rushed towards the three of them. A strong sense of crisis surged from the depths of their hearts, and the three superior races took out their cherished artifacts and launched attacks at the fireball. However, without exception, their artifacts all failed. Their attacks, which lost the amplification of the artifacts, hit the fireball but were completely absorbed without any effect. The Goblin King prohibited the use of all magic-related tools within the magic array. They were now in the domain of the Goblin King, close to the level of demigods, and under this suppression, they had no way out. But this was not the worst part. The three superior races suddenly realized that their magical power was also rapidly draining, being absorbed by the volcano, and they had been completely unaware of it before. Let's give it our all.
Hudding spits out fresh blood from his mouth, and his whole body is covered with dense blood-colored circuits. Mel's skin becomes extremely pale, and a dark green halo emerges from his body. The lizard lord's figure suddenly increases, multiple long spikes grow out of his spine, and huge membrane wings unfold from his scapula, his massive body resembling an ancient true dragon. The three superior races form a layered formation under their feet, and a pure golden light from the infinite heights appears in the middle, spreading and covering their bodies, colliding with the incoming blue fireball. On one side is a blow close to the level of a demigod, on the other side is the trump card played by the three superior races in cooperation. They quickly annihilate, bursting out a dazzling flash. Boom! The entire volcano trembles violently, and a huge mushroom cloud rises slowly from the volcano, and the shockwave even spreads to the surrounding mountains, sweeping away all living beings, trees, and even soil. Obviously, the shockwave also spread along the mountain and affected the magic array preset by the Goblin King at the bottom. The lava giant collapsed. The consciousness of the Goblin King could no longer continue to support. The three superior races did not suffer too much damage due to the protection of the magic array under their feet, but the magic array bore the full power of the explosion and was completely shattered. They have completely lost their magic power. The lizard lord flaps his membrane wings and flies in the air, barely grabbing the other two with his claws. Just wait for the consciousness of the Goblin King to completely dissipate. Before the words could fall, they saw that all the magma in the volcano was rapidly surging up. At the critical moment, the Goblin King used up all his remaining consciousness and triggered the final move, volcanic eruption. The magic array on the top had not disappeared yet, and the three superior races had no way to avoid it, no means left, and watched the erupting high-temperature lava completely engulf them. In the dark night, this active volcano spewed out, making the world as bright as day. In the Goblin Nest, in the ancient city palace, a goblin in a black cloak stood in the middle, leaning on a wooden staff, silently listening to the report of the goblin priest. There is an obvious suture line on its neck skin, and the skin above the line is slightly different in color from the skin below. Obviously, this head is not its own. Underground, the adventurer team led by the silver-level goblin killer has invaded the ancient city area and is approaching the core palace. On the surface, the operation to eliminate the enemy's reinforcements has failed, and 3 goblin shadow assassins have been lost. It has been confirmed that 2 new silver-level adventurers from the enemy have joined the battle. The army composed of humans, dwarves, elves, and orcs has launched the 3rd round of total attack. A moment ago, the effects of forced loyalty, full-range intelligence enhancement, and other effects have disappeared. Except for the advanced goblins, most goblins are left with only instincts and can no longer use weapons such as guns. It has been confirmed that the Goblin King has fallen. The adopted son of the king, the elite goblin Zack, and his family have been missing since the start of the war, and it is not ruled out that they are carrying out secret missions. The goblin in the black cloak raised a hand, indicating that the priest did not need to continue. Enough. How is our casualty situation at the moment? Except for the 3 assassins in charge of the ground, all sacrificed, the casualty situation is still good. The key positions have not been captured, and most goblin shamans and knights can still act and are stationed in their respective positions. The real fatal problem is morale, the goblin priest said in a low voice. After the Goblin King's restraining ability disappeared, almost all low-level goblins and big goblins started to run away. If we take coercive measures, no need. The outcome is already determined. The goblin in the black cloak raised his wooden staff and said expressionlessly what all the goblins present were thinking. It looked at the goblins who were hanging their heads in despair and continued, "Those who want to stay and perish with the nest, stay. Those who want to survive, run." The underground natural cave layers of the black volcano range stretch for several miles, with multiple hidden entrances and exits in both the human and demon realms. The king has ordered that they not be used, except for the tasks of raiding villages and attacking adventurer teams. Without the king, there is no need to follow the rules anymore. The high priest has a complete map of the nest. Now, I will issue the final command on behalf of the king. Inform all goblins who are still on duty about the above content and let them decide whether to stay or leave before the vanguard of the enemy's 3rd round of attack reaches the ancient city. The exhausted goblins, who have experienced several battles, looked at me, and I looked at them. Some brave ones observed the reaction of the black-cloaked goblin while attempting to escape. The black-cloaked goblin did not show any intention to stop them. Suddenly, all the goblins scattered, including the high priest goblin, who began to pack his belongings and glanced at the motionless black-cloaked goblin. "Aren't you running?" It remained silent and shook its head slowly. In the end, only the black-cloaked goblin was left in the spacious hall. It looked at the empty throne, walked up to it, and sat down.
Its left hand reached under the seat and pulled out a spare pure gold crown, placing it on its head. Its right hand held a wooden staff. The black-cloaked goblin scanned the empty space below with a stiff face, as if it was filled with respectful goblin courtiers, goblins kneeling on the red carpet, waiting for its decree. It first opened its mouth, briefly laughed, and then trembled all over, bursting into loud laughter. The entire hall echoed with its unpleasant laughter. Murky tears rolled down from its eyes. The black-cloaked goblin's fingers touched the stitches on its neck and hoarsely cursed, crying, "Why are you crying? Indeed, the original head is still the best, ha ha ha." It cried and laughed for a long time. Mel, the elven lord, struggled to open his eyes. He saw the face of a woman with features of the eastern continent. "You are. Oh, you're awake," the female swordsman, Yar, was startled. "I'm a silver-ranked adventurer who came to support you. Just call me Yar." "Mel, you woke up much slower than me. Don't you know?" It was this girl who arrived just in time, broke the magic array at the volcano's mouth, and saved both of us. The voice of the dwarf chieftain, Hardin, sounded boisterously behind Mel's head. "Both of us." Mel seemed to realize something and asked, "Miss Yar, thank you very much for saving our lives. What about the lizard chieftain?" Hardin remained silent. Yar lowered her head slightly and said softly, "When I rescued you, his huge body shielded you and the dwarf chieftain, enduring most of the boiling lava. He died." Mel didn't say anything. He looked up at the sky, but all he saw was a chaotic cloud of volcanic ash. Yar continued, "You were also seriously injured. Although you have received divine magic treatment, your essence has suffered irreversible damage. It's best not to use magic for a while." Hardin said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I don't usually use magic. What about you, girl? What do you plan to do next?" Yar hung her sword at her waist, raised her head, and her gaze was determined. "I'm going to kill every last remnant of the goblin nest in the ruins of the ancient city." Goblin nest, ancient city ruins. After the baptism of goblin knights, goblin shamans, and musketeers, the adventurers suffered heavy losses. Although they were prepared for the goblin knights and shamans, they still suffered greatly from the muskets and cannons, just like the army. However, when the battle was intense, the goblins suddenly encountered a change and abandoned their weapons and injured comrades to escape. The adventurers did not pursue them, but quickly built fortifications and rescued their injured comrades. Lung lobe pierced, severe abdominal bleeding, he's beyond saving, go save someone else. The elven archer saw the young priestess desperately using holy magic to heal a dying adventurer and kindly reminded her. The healing power of holy magic was not fast. The young priestess watched as the adventurer gradually stopped breathing and lowered her head in sadness. "I thought there was still hope. If only I had learned advanced divine healing magic." She quickly composed herself and went to treat the next severely injured person. The elven archer nodded with some relief. "You've grown a lot since then, at least you won't cry over something like this anymore." She turned her head to the goblin slayer, whose armor was stained with blood, as he bandaged the arm of a lizard monk. It was he who had held off and killed the charging goblin knight, preventing the adventurer's defense line from collapsing and avoiding greater casualties or even total annihilation. She tried to ask, "Did the goblins suddenly flee because the goblin king died?" The goblin slayer nodded. The elven archer breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally, we've won. All we have to do now is chase down these goblins without their leader." "Can't say for sure." "Ha?" The elven archer looked somewhat dazed. "There couldn't possibly be any more skilled ones, right?" The goblin slayer added, "Although the goblin king's death will cause the bonus effect on the nest goblins to disappear, the special goblins won't be downgraded. We may still have to fight against the special goblins next." When the adventurers left some people to take care of the wounded, regrouped, and continued forward, they were surprised to find no resistance. In fact, there were hardly any goblins left in the ancient city. With the experience of the traps earlier, the adventurers were even more cautious in this situation. They searched their way through and arrived at the core of the ancient city. When they reached the entrance of the grand hall, they were astonished to find that the torches were still burning, and there was a goblin sitting on the throne wearing a crown and a black cloak. It leaned against the armrest, chin resting on the back of its right hand, eyes closed in rest. It slowly opened its eyes only when the adventurers' group entered. "I've been waiting for you." The goblin in the black cloak looked at the adventurers expressionlessly and spoke in the human language. "I'm the only one left in the entire nest now." "Who is this guy?" the young priestess asked quietly. "Goblin shadow assassin. Remember, raise my right hand as a signal," the goblin slayer responded. He took a step forward, separating from the crowd, and walked towards the throne. The goblin in the black cloak watched him and snapped its fingers when he was halfway there. The torches burning on both sides of the red carpet went out, plunging the grand hall into darkness. But before half a second had passed, multiple orbs appeared in the hall, illuminating every corner. The holy practitioners behind were prepared for this situation long ago. On the throne, the goblin in the black cloak slowly stood up, and under the illumination of the holy magic, black smoke began to rise from its body. It spoke with a fluctuating tone, "You are a silver-ranked adventurer. This appearance, are you the Goblin Slayer?" It then exaggeratedly raised its arms and laughed. "All our kind says that goblins cannot defeat the Goblin Slayer. Today, I'll have the chance to witness your fame." The Goblin Slayer did not respond. He slowly drew the sword from his right waist with his left hand, but there was no sound of the blade leaving the sheath. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, and a small ball was thrown into the air and exploded violently. The dazzling flash made the eyes of the goblin in the black cloak instinctively close, but the Goblin Slayer took advantage of this brief moment. Acceleration magic circles appeared under his feet, and he dashed towards the throne, then drew his sword and struck. The head of the goblin in the black cloak flew into the air. "We did it!" An adventurer was about to cheer, but he saw the headless body of the goblin in the black cloak suddenly jump up, taking advantage of the Goblin Slayer's close proximity, and fiercely stabbed the hidden poison dagger in its hand into his chest. Both of them are calculating each other. The Goblin Slayer's iron chestplate couldn't stop the dagger, which pierced through it and revealed a scroll inscribed with a magic circle. The activation condition for this magic circle is breaking the iron armor. The speed at which the formed magic circle activates is faster than the speed at which the dagger continues to stab forward. Several lightning bolts quickly crawled along the dagger, instantly paralyzing the Goblin Slayer in its black cloak, like a cage of thunder, immobilizing its body on the spot. The Goblin Slayer took a half step back, then raised his sword and slashed at the headless body of the black-cloaked goblin, cutting it and the throne in half. Mysterious black liquid overflowed from the cross-section, attempting to reconnect the body. At this moment, the Goblin Slayer pulled out another scroll and quickly pressed it onto the headless body. The scroll was inscribed with a divine magic circle. Similar to divine magic, the activation of the divine magic circle also requires the recitation of a prelude incantation, but the Goblin Slayer is not the caster of this scroll. He dodged to the side, and a small priest in the crowd focused her attention and just finished reciting the final incantation. Just as the Goblin Slayer raised his right hand to throw a flash magic projectile, he gave a signal, raising his right hand, to the small priest, indicating that she should start reciting the prelude incantation for the divine magic circle. The timing was perfect. Boom! The divine magic circle lit up and exploded, a small sun rising slowly on the broken throne, completely evaporating the body of the black-cloaked goblin. The Goblin Slayer took a step back, threw his sword, and nailed the head of the black-cloaked goblin, which had not yet landed, to a pillar. "We won!" At this moment, the vigilant adventurers finally relaxed and cheered. "Wait!" The Goblin Slayer suddenly shouted, "The skin color of the head and body doesn't match. But there are no shadows in the hall because of the sphere of divine magic. Pay attention to your own shadows." "Ha!" The adventurers were a little stunned. The dwarf warlock was the first to understand and shouted, "Oh no, everyone quickly enter the hall. Use divine magic to illuminate your whole body, quickly." Goblin shadow assassins can perform small-scale shadow jumps and shadow concealment, so at the beginning, they filled the hall with spheres of divine magic, depriving the shadow assassins of their greatest advantage. But what if the shadow assassin on the throne is not the real body, but just a decoy? When a goblin shadow assassin's body is cut open, it doesn't die immediately because its consciousness and life are in that pitch-black and eerie liquid. As long as a body part containing the black liquid is within a certain distance from the main body, it can be remotely controlled. What if this guy's real body was hiding near the entrance of the hall from the beginning? Although there are also spheres of divine magic around, there are many adventurers and they are all crowded at the entrance, so at most, they can only bathe their upper bodies in the holy light, while the ground beneath their feet is full of shadows for lurking. The adventurers quickly dispersed into the hall, each trying to cover their bodies with holy light from all angles, but it was obviously too late. When an adventurer ran into the hall, a tentacle-like sticky liquid suddenly extended from the shrinking shadow under his feet and quickly entered his loosely tied pants. The adventurer's face instantly twisted, howling in extreme pain. Almost at the same moment, before the others could react, one after another, adventurers appeared with the same reaction. These adventurers fell to the ground, screaming in agony, and black stripes appeared on their exposed skin. The others quickly ran around, washed their bodies with the spheres of light, and cautiously surrounded the unfortunate ones who were undergoing changes. The priests used magic scrolls to create more holy magic orbs and threw them at the adventurers. But it seemed to have the opposite effect. The adventurer's skin began to corrode and peel under the holy light. "Ah! Turn off the holy magic. Please, help us!" They shouted in panic,
covering their faces with their hands to prevent the holy light from melting their eyes.
The lizard monk exclaimed, "Have they been assimilated into evil creatures?" The adventurer with the spear urgently said, "Is there no hope in this situation? To completely kill the goblin shadow assassins, we must kill these people too, right?" "No, we can't kill Lena, she's my fiancée," a male adventurer objected. "If we don't kill them now, more people will die later." Listening to the argument, the young cleric remembered something and turned to look at the goblin killer. He remained silent, gripping his sword tightly, gazing at the agonized adventurers being purified by the holy magic, and then turning his gaze to the surroundings of the hall entrance. Mr. Killer seemed to be looking for some pattern. The goblin shadow assassins were only recorded in relevant literature, and the last sighting was a century ago. All the adventurers here were dealing with this kind of mysteriously powerful enemy for the first time. The young cleric instinctively clenched his fists. What would Mr. Killer do? After a moment, the goblin killer finally spoke up and requested, "Everyone, please stop using holy magic immediately. Use torches for illumination." The noisy adventurers fell silent. Someone questioned, "Didn't you tell us earlier that if shadow assassins appeared, we should use holy magic to illuminate the area and force them out of the shadows? Now, do you understand the consequences of your actions? I understand you, no one wants to see their comrades sacrifice. But if we don't kill these infected adventurers immediately, what will happen if more people die later because of your decision? Please trust me. I am willing to take full responsibility," the goblin killer said without hesitation. At this point, several adventurers had already curled up on the ground, continuously exposed to the holy light, their skin severely decayed, and even their bones visible. They were in so much pain that they had no strength to scream, only heavy gasps remained. The other adventurers looked at each other and ultimately decided to follow the goblin killer's seemingly outrageous request, one by one chanting spells to stop the holy magic. The hall suddenly darkened. Only the torches in the adventurers' hands burned brightly. The adventurers on the ground remained motionless. The goblin killer sheathed his sword and slowly walked over, approaching and observing these abnormal adventurers. The young cleric anxiously shouted, "Mr. Killer, it's fine." The goblin killer squatted down and took out a tightly sealed glass bottle. Inside the bottle was a sleeping milky white worm, almost identical to the one on the female swordsman Yar's body. When the bottle was taken out, the worm sensed something and turned its head towards the adventurers on the ground, crawling towards the bottle opening. The goblin killer held the cork that had been enchanted at the bottle opening and said in a deep voice, "Will you come out on your own, or should I release the worm? You should understand that it will make you wish you were dead." In an instant, a hoarse voice came from the adventurers on the ground. "This isn't like you, goblin killer. Shouldn't you have released the worm without saying a word and killed me? The worm will also cause some damage to their bodies. If you come out, I will let you die without pain." Another adventurer lying down let out a relieved voice, "Fine. I want to know, how did you figure it out?" The goblin slayer said, "I noticed earlier that there were stitched marks on your neck and the skin color was inconsistent. I thought you had hidden your real head near the temple gate, waiting for an opportunity to attack. But if that were the case, the all-around holy light just now would have forced your head to appear, and that's not what happened. You only left some dark liquid containing your consciousness near the temple gate, and your real body died in our recent battle. It is very inefficient for you to completely transform the bodies of these adventurers without a body for the liquid." After a moment of silence, the black stripes on the adventurers' bodies disappeared. Their pants or skirts bulged slightly, and a sticky black gelatinous bug crawled out slowly from each of their buttocks. They gathered together and merged into a thicker black bug. The milky white bugs in the bottle became even more excited and started to frantically move inside the cork. The black bug said slowly, "I admit defeat in both strength and intelligence. After my head was taken by the king, I borrowed a head from a fellow member of my clan. The king is already dead, and I can't get my original head back. So, the body on the throne is indeed my true form. If you don't stop your people from using holy magic to attack these adventurers while I am parasitic, they will be seen as evil creatures and purified to death, becoming my burial companions. That is my final plan. If I had the will to survive, I would have escaped with my clan a long time ago. Kill me." The black bug raised its head, waiting for the goblin slayer's final blow. The goblin king had once said to them that the trait goblins lacked the most was gratitude, which is why it valued Zack so much and even treated him as its own son. At that time, it didn't understand and even felt dissatisfied with the king's favoritism, but Zack proved his abilities and gradually gained its recognition. Now, Zack, who embodies the trait of gratitude, may have already escaped long ago. Even after the king's control was released, he still stayed in the goblin's nest until the very end. It proved through its actions that it was the most loyal and willing to repay the favor, but the king couldn't see it anymore. Well, it had become the king for half an hour, even without any subjects. The black bug remained motionless, staring as a sacred white light bloomed in the palm of the goblin slayer's hand, instantly evaporating its body. After the adventurers joined forces with the third wave of the assault force, they completely occupied the entire ruins of the ancient city, including the goblin's nest, and began to chase them along the escape route of the remaining goblins. Thus, the operation to exterminate the goblins in the Black Volcano Range was finally declared a victory. However, the punitive force also paid a heavy price. The 5th Legion of the human side, including the Count, was completely wiped out, and both the Western tribe and the adventurers suffered heavy casualties. The Lizard Lord of the superior race sacrificed himself, and the dwarf leader Harden and the elf lord Mel were seriously injured. This result shocked the entire kingdom. While others were treating the wounded and clearing supplies on the ground or cleaning the goblin's nest underground, silver-ranked adventurer and mage Lanner was an exception. After waking up, she immediately collected almost all of the goblin's new weapons, whether damaged or usable, and moved them onto her airship, almost overloading it. Of course, the Western tribe's forces were also scrambling to collect these weapons, leading to a fierce argument between her and the Western tribe commander. Underground, the Goblin Slayer team continued to search carefully, preventing any goblins from being overlooked. Inadvertently, the elven archer stumbled upon a hidden bedroom. She saw a silver-haired half-elf wearing tattered clothes, with a dog leash tied around her neck, lying motionless on the central bed. The face of the elven archer was filled with sympathy. Judging from the luxurious decoration of the room, this should be the daily living place of the Goblin King. This half-elf, who looked miserable, must have experienced unimaginable pain and suffering. "We've come to save you, sister," she tried to say as gently as possible. "You're safe now. Everything will be all right." The half-elf slowly raised her body and turned her face towards her. At that moment, the elven archer almost stopped breathing. It was a face that was breathtakingly beautiful even by elven standards. The tattered clothes and dirty marks couldn't hide the enchanting beauty of the half-elf, but instead accentuated the melancholy like mud, making this rose even more tragic. Perhaps the queen and daughter of the Elven King, who were hailed as the most beautiful in the world, were no match for her. The elven archer even felt a slight regret for being a woman herself, regretting that she lacked something. But she quickly snapped out of it and calmly said, "The Goblin King has been overthrown. Sister, you are free now." The silver-haired half-elf looked at her blankly, seemingly not understanding what she said. This made the elven archer subconsciously feel that she had a naturally innocent quality, and the more she looked at her, the more adorable she seemed. She quickly shook her head to dispel these strange thoughts and patiently repeated herself. She couldn't help but understand the term femme fatale now. The silver-haired half-elf held her collar and murmured, "He's dead." There was no joy or sorrow in her eyes anymore. "Yes, it won't force you anymore, your revenge has been taken." The elven archer reached out and took off the collar with a dog chain from the half-elf's neck. Accidentally touching the silky silver hair made her heart beat faster. "Let's go together." The half-elf's face remained calm as she nodded slowly, "Thank you, sister." As they left the room with the elven archer, the half-elf opened a drawer of the dressing table and took out a delicately packaged black box. Inside lay a mithril ring set with a ruby. The elven archer tentatively asked, "What is this?" "It's the wedding token my husband gave me." The elven archer felt her blood pressure rising. "That Goblin King is such a damn beast." She cursed indignantly, "It's too cheap for it to die like that." The half-elf looked a bit absent-minded, looking at the round bed in the center of the room, as if recalling the past. Indeed. After they met up with the Goblin Assassin team, the little priestess escorted the half-elf to the surface, while the others continued to search the ruins of the ancient city. The Goblin Assassin observed the general structure of the ancient city and analyzed, the approximate construction period of this ancient city is during the Third Era. Based on the location and mural paintings, it should be the work of the Soros dynasty. The lizard monk glanced at the densely written ancient text on the wall. The Soros dynasty in the Third Era? That's before the divine cataclysm. In other words, this ancient city was not submerged underground during the violent crustal changes caused by the fall of the Earth God, but was intentionally built underground near a volcano from the beginning. Yes, it has a well-developed drainage and water supply system, and the city layout conforms to the characteristics of the Soros dynasty's urban construction. It can accommodate thousands of residents living inside. The Goblin Assassin nodded. All of this is consistent with the legend of the City of Shadows in Soros records. According to the records, the City of Shadows was a scaled replica of the surface royal city, with burial chambers built as the resting place for the Soros Emperor after death.
Naturally, to prevent disturbance by later generations, the burial chambers are generally sealed and hidden near the palace in the center of the ancient city. The lizard monk narrowed his eyes. So you mean? The goblin assassin looked towards the main hall. Yes, before we can fully relax, we need to put in some extra work. Inside the secret chamber of the ancient city, Zack stood up after a short rest surrounded by children and Rita. He looked at the sleeping people and found nothing unusual. He then turned his gaze to the magnificent coffin in the center of the secret room. He couldn't help but scoff. In his previous life, when he read tomb-raiding novels to pass the time, he was always confused by the scenes where the protagonists would sleep in ancient tombs and unexpected events would occur. Who in their right mind would sleep with dead people? That's just asking for trouble. Now, after experiencing a similar situation, he realized that the dead were the most reliable and least worrisome. The living were much scarier. He focused his attention on the sounds outside. Since the explosion and the subsequent vibrations, he hadn't heard any other noises. He didn't know if they were still in the midst of war or if it had already ended. I do hope that humans win, and that Rita and the children can be safely rescued. But, he sighed, if humans were to win, he, as a goblin, would be in a dire situation. He shouldn't care about it. He could let Rita and the others return to their normal lives, end his short and miserable life as a goblin, and even have a chance to start anew. Isn't that a double stroke of good luck? Isn't that what he had initially hoped for? Zack hesitated as he looked at the sleeping Rita. In their time together, he had developed a faint attachment to his elven birth mother. Subconsciously, he didn't want to be completely separated from her. On the other hand, Zack didn't want to see the Goblin King die either, considering how good it had been to him. But he understood that it was an inevitable situation. This is really difficult, Zack muttered to himself. Suddenly, his body trembled. He sensed someone approaching the secret room, and it wasn't the Goblin King. Zack's heart tightened. Only the Goblin King knew about the existence of this secret room, which meant the intruder could only be a punitive force. He suddenly felt dizzy. If humans had reached this place, it meant that the goblins had been completely defeated. And the proud Goblin King couldn't have escaped. The king who had treated him like a son, who had taught him with all his heart, was dead. Zack thought he had mentally prepared himself, but when he truly realized this fact, his heart was racked with pain. It was like receiving news of his teacher's death in his previous life. Now is not the time to think about these things. Zack slapped himself on the face, helping himself regain his composure. The enemy has probably discovered the secret room. I need to think about how to respond. I can send Rita and the children out now, but I'm a goblin. The enemy won't spare me, and they won't just stand by and watch me fight the enemy. If that happens, there's a high chance they will get caught up in the battle. So, should I surrender and offer myself up to be killed? That's even less possible. Zack stood up, speaking softly but firmly. He couldn't agree with the actions of the goblin beasts, fighting for the so-called glory of the goblin race, but he remembered the Goblin King's guidance and teachings along the way. A true warrior dies for his comrades. That reason was enough. Zack decided to proactively distance himself from the tomb where Rita and the children were, and go out to meet the enemy. Even if he died in battle, Rita and the children wouldn't be affected. They might feel sad for a while, and Rita might have an unhealable scar in her heart, but Zack believed that this was the best outcome for her, for himself, and for everyone. After all, he was just an ugly and evil goblin. He didn't deserve to be the adorable child that Rita dreamed of. Let Rita's nightmare come to a complete end with the destruction of the goblins. She and the children deserve a better new life. Although Zack has made up his mind, there is still a lingering pain in his heart. He understands that this may be the last time he sees his elf mother. He took a deep look at Rita and the children's sleeping faces, trying to remember each person's appearance, and walked out without hesitation. In a side hall, a group of goblin slayers were feeling their way along the walls, searching for possible hidden chambers, when a female voice appeared behind them. Mr. Goblin Slayer, it's been a while. You still have so much enthusiasm for cleaning up goblins. Did you use your brother's worm? The Goblin Slayer turned around and saw a black-haired female swordsman smiling nearby, with the mark of a silver-ranked adventurer on her clothes. He politely greeted her. Hello, Miss Yar. I indeed did not use the parasites. He threw a small glass bottle containing a milky white worm into the air, and the swordsman Yar caught it effortlessly. She smoothly removed the cork, poured the worm into her own ear, and hummed in satisfaction. She beckoned. Let me show you something good, my newly adopted puppet. A black-cloaked goblin jumped out of the darkness and stood respectfully by her side. The elf archer and others were startled and instinctively assumed an attacking posture. The Goblin Slayer calmly said, Congratulations. Aren't you searching for any surviving goblin remnants? The goblin shadow assassins can sense the positions of their kin, and I used this method to eliminate all the goblins fleeing in one direction, Yer said excitedly, then narrowed her eyes. Looks like there's a fool who doesn't know any better. She beckoned again, and the black-cloaked goblin jumped back into the darkness. The goblin slayer and his companions also sensed that something was wrong and looked cautiously towards the stone wall ahead. The bricks moved, gradually opening like a fan, making the sound of gears turning.
A seemingly ordinary goblin walked out. It was Zack. Zack quickly glanced at the adventurers present. A golden-haired elf with a bow, a lizard man dressed as a priest, a dwarf dressed as a warlock. He locked his gaze on two of the adventurers. One was a swordswoman with short hair, dressed in a professional manner, with well-defined muscles on her exposed abdomen, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. The other was completely wrapped in iron armor stained with a lot of dark red blood, wearing a helmet that obscured his face. The former gave Zack the feeling of a superior race, making him understand that this was probably a strong opponent on the same level as the Goblin King, although the latter didn't seem to have reached the same level of strength as the former. The aura emanating from him was even stronger, giving Zack a stronger sense of oppression. As a goblin, he could feel this terrifying, suffocating feeling. Neither side made a move easily. Yer looked at Zack with interest and said, "Am I seeing things? This guy has the talent of the Goblin King. Goblin Slayer, can you do me a favor and not kill him? I'm in need of a puppet with the potential of a superior race." The Goblin Slayer shook his head slowly. "Your parasites probably can't control a superior race, not even a potential one." Parasites? Zack remembered something. The black-cloaked goblin had mentioned it when he was just born, speculating whether his actions were being controlled by parasites. The Goblin King had also introduced him to parasites, but even it hadn't encountered them much, so it didn't go into much detail. He narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he was really lucky to encounter such a strange and inexperienced strong enemy right from the start. It seems to be the case. That's a pity. Fortunately, I sealed off this side hall earlier. Yar sighed with regret and smiled at Zack, "Then go die." As soon as she finished speaking, the torches in the entire side hall extinguished without any wind. The environment quickly darkened, and Zack's figure disappeared as if erased by an eraser. Dark magic and shadow magic? So even goblin assassins other than shadow assassins can do this? Yar said casually, suddenly drawing her sword and swinging it casually. At the same time, the goblin killer also took action. He stepped forward forcefully, steadily thrusting his sword forward. Poochie, both swords hit something and pierced through it. The dwarf warlock summoned a ball of holy magic, illuminating the side hall once again. Everyone clearly saw that the two swords had indeed pierced through Zack's body. The two Zacks fell down, their figures dissipating into the air. Shadow magic has reached this level? It seems like it has touched the line of the superior races. Not bad. Yer looked towards a dark corner that was not illuminated by the ball of light. Unfortunately, they are not truly superior races. Your true form is here. She suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Plop, the sound of physical separation came from the corner, followed by a head being thrown out. This head was the head of the black-cloaked goblin, and from a cross-section view, it contained not only pitch-black liquid and wriggling white worms, but also an orange fireball. The fireball suddenly grew larger, instantly turning the entire head into ashes. I just mentioned the goblin shadow assassin. Yar screamed, "Brother, don't sleep." At the same time, the goblin killer finished chanting and threw out a scroll, releasing multiple balls of light, illuminating the side hall brighter than noon. Zack's figure stood out in the air, and the agile elven archer seized the opportunity and shot an arrow. Zack couldn't avoid it and was accurately hit in the chest by the arrow. However, it didn't turn out as the elven archer had expected. He was shot through the heart. Instead, the arrow, enhanced by protection, bounced off. A layer of reflective crystals appeared on Zack's chest, seemingly embedded in his skin and growing out from his body. It was a hardening magic. The lizard monk moved forward in unison, blocking the area where Zack would land. At the same time, the goblin killer threw out a scroll, and a door appeared out of thin air behind Zack, splitting open. A jet of water shot out. This was a fixed-position teleportation scroll, and the corresponding magic circle for the door was located in the deep-sea trench. The high water pressure instantly turned the water into a high-pressure water blade. This time, Zack's hardened magic couldn't withstand it, and his body was cleanly cut into two vertical halves, falling down, but there was no blood or organs spilling out. The cross-section of flesh and bones on his body was covered with a layer of black film, and as it fell to the ground, it stretched and connected the separated body parts firmly together. At the same time, Zack clenched his fists, and an ice ball appeared on his left hand, while a fireball appeared on his right hand.
Maintaining the gradually healing state, he fully opened his hands, and the orange fireball shot out, rapidly expanding and smashing towards the approaching goblin killer and others. The ice ball hit the ground and instantly grew into a thick ice wall, enclosing himself inside. The goblin killer calmly changed the direction of the door, and the water blade shot towards the fireball. The fireball exploded with a loud bang, evaporating into a large cloud of mist. But this short amount of time was enough for Zack to react. The stone bricks under the adventurer's feet suddenly broke, and numerous multi-segmented stone arms quickly reached up. The lizard monk chanted a spell, and a claw-shaped scimitar appeared in his hand. He flew close to the ground, slashing and cutting off most of the arms. The remaining few arms flew out, breaking the door. "Grant me the power to be invincible." He chanted again, his figure expanding, and he slashed at the ice wall, cutting it horizontally into two halves. But Zack was no longer inside the ice wall. He can teleport instantly. The dwarf warlock raised his flask and said, "But running to the other side is exactly what I wanted." As Zack moved to the other side of the side hall, he suddenly felt a momentary drowsiness. Of course, he understood that this was the dwarf's precast ability and immediately snapped out of it, but it was too late. An angry figure had already appeared behind him. "Purify him to ashes." Yael raised a massive platinum flame and pressed it hard against Zack's body. However, something unexpected happened again. Zack didn't instantly evaporate under the powerful strike of a silver-level adventurer. Instead, there were only a few corrosive marks. This was a display of extremely high divine resistance. But why did a goblin, an evil creature, have divine resistance? Taking advantage of Yael's momentary distraction, Zack quickly charged forward and transformed into a crystal blade, intercepting the sword of the goblin slayer. The lizard monk was prepared. He closely watched Zack's movements and, seeing the situation, quickly chanted, "Take this as a burial offering." Zack's crystal blade suddenly disintegrated, while the goblin slayer's sword effortlessly severed his head. As the dark liquid in his body tried to reconnect his head and body, several mouths opened on Yael's exposed skin behind him. Strands of blood burst forth, piercing through Zack's body and absorbing the dark liquid inside him. Zack was left hanging in the air, impaled by the strands of blood. This was bad. Just as Zack was about to snap his fingers and unleash his trump card, the goblin slayer and the lizard monk simultaneously teleported and sliced off both of his arms. Yael stomped on his torso, pulled out the sword, and the platinum color of divine magic was replaced by a mysterious black-purple color. Zack had never seen anything like it. He no longer had resistance this time. "You have indeed surprised me," Yael said coldly. "I won't underestimate you again. This is the end for you." Her sword swung down, emitting a purple light. "Is this the end? There won't be a goblin king coming to the rescue this time." Zack stared at the descending sword and closed his eyes. The process was quick, and he didn't have time to think too much. The only image that appeared in his mind was Rita's smiling face. A scream shattered the silence. "Don't kill my child." Everyone froze. With disheveled light gray hair, Rita stood panting at the entrance of the secret passage, anxiously looking at Zack lying on the ground, split into 5 pieces. Tears fell from her eyes onto the ground. Yael only paused briefly and said coldly, "It's fine. Once we kill the goblin, this unlucky elf will probably wake up." She didn't identify Rita and subconsciously assumed that she was still under control. "I'm wearing a bond ring. If you kill Zack, I will die too." Rita raised her right hand and pointed to the silver ring on her finger, shouting loudly, "If you want to kill him, then kill us both." "Ha!" Zack was instantly stunned. He wanted to speak and persuade his mother not to do anything foolish, but with his neck severed, he couldn't say anything. The elven archer wore an expression of disbelief. "She doesn't seem to be controlled? She's telling the truth." The goblin slayer stared intently at the silver ring on Rita's arm and suddenly grabbed Zack's arm, trying to forcefully remove the ring. Despite the skin tearing and the flesh splitting, the silver ring remained unmoved. If one of the wearers refused to take off the bond ring, then neither of them could remove it. "Then let's crush this guy's arm." Yael decisively drew her sword and quickly struck several times, pulverizing Zack's arm. But the silver ring was nowhere to be found. Everyone looked closely and saw that the silver ring had automatically increased in size and was now worn on Zack's head. The goblin slayer created an ice wall to prevent the frenzied Rita from rushing over this ring. Seems to have a special effect on rules. Among the adventurers present, the elven archer was the oldest and had some impression of similar ancient artifacts. This ring can only be voluntarily removed by the wearer who is not in a controlled state. If we kill this goblin now, the elf wearing the other ring will also die. It is an unavoidable fate. The adventurers looked at Zack, who couldn't move on the ground, and Rita, who could only desperately pound the wall because she didn't know any magic and couldn't help but fall silent. They had never encountered such a situation in their years of goblin hunting. How could there be a victim willing to live and die with goblins? The elven archer tried to persuade gently, "Sister, you have indeed suffered. But goblins are the ones who persecuted you, the beasts that caused you pain. How could they be your children?" It was incomprehensible to her as a fellow woman. This poor elf must have been in hell for a long time, already mentally broken, raising the despicable goblin as her own child. The elven archer thought of this and felt even more hatred towards goblins.
No, I know goblins should all die, but Zack is not that kind of beastly goblin. He is an exception, he is a good child.
Rita's voice trembled, and she forcefully scratched multiple white marks on the ice with her small hands.
Zack has never harmed anyone good.
The goblin slayer looked at Rita's broken nails and bloodied fingers, exchanged a glance with the elven archer. The other party understood and unexpectedly threw out a rope, gently tying Rita to a nearby column. Seeing all this, Zack's heart was breaking. He could only desperately move his eyes, signaling to Rita, "Mom, don't worry about me." But Rita seemed to misunderstand his meaning. She struggled even harder. "Sorry, sister, please calm down," the elven archer said apologetically.
Rita's mental state was not stable. They couldn't just watch her self-harm.
She turned to the others and said, "Everyone, for now, we can only try to calm down this elven sister and gradually restore her rationality, so that she is willing to take off the ring of shared fate before we proceed." The lizard monk thought for a moment and said, "Let me help.
I happen to have a calming ointment."
It gently applied the ointment to Rita's temples, and the refreshing and cool scent penetrated her skin, reaching her brain, gradually calming down the agitated Rita. Yara chanted a spell, and the healing radiance of divine magic enveloped Rita's hands, helping her wounds gradually heal. The elven archer breathed a sigh of relief and said, "How about it, sister?
Can you think clearly now?" Rita's expression was calm.
She looked at the elven archer and all the adventurers, and clearly and distinctly said, "I have thought it through very clearly, and I have explained it clearly.
Zack is not the kind of beastly goblin you all think he is.
Although he has the appearance of a goblin, his heart is kinder than most self-proclaimed righteous people. In this nest, he not only saved me, but also protected many children from the persecution of goblins. They are all in the secret room behind me, you can go and bring them out. Zack has never been a beast. He is my child, the most adorable child in my heart," Rita calmly explained, allowing the crystal-clear tears to slide from the corners of her eyes, melting the scattered ice fragments on the ground. Zack felt like he had been struck by lightning, something solid in his heart shattered, and the cracks reached deep into his soul. He stared blankly at his ordinary elven mother. Even though he had been with Rita day and night, and they were familiar with each other, with a bond as strong as blood, there was always a thorn, a bloody thorn, deep in his heart. He thought that as a goblin like him, he could never be the cute child Rita hoped for. Zack subconsciously recalled the day when Rita taught him the only magic he knew, the only forget-me-not flower he conjured. The magically created small blue flower lacked details, and everyone could tell at a glance that it was fake. But he vaguely remembered the language of forget-me-nots. It represented true and eternal love. Zack's lips trembled uncontrollably, and he had never felt such a strong urge to speak. The strong thorn that had always been embedded in his heart unknowingly shattered and withered completely. He knew very well that he couldn't survive. He just wanted to sincerely say to Rita before he died, "Mom, this goblin is actually crying," Yara said in surprise, holding her sword to Zack's head. The goblin slayer looked at Zack, then at Rita, and whispered, "Someone once encountered a crying and begging goblin, took pity on it and spared its life, only to be cruelly betrayed and killed."
Don't believe the gentle disguise of goblins. Kindness towards goblins is cruelty towards all victims. It seems that the repressed underground is not suitable for this elf. She needs a better and more relaxing resting environment. He looked up at everyone. "Let the elf sleep for a while, take this goblin with us, we'll go to Blackfire Town. No, we have to go to the capital, and let the most experienced doctor there comfort her." Everyone thought this plan was the best for now and nodded in agreement. The dwarf warlock thought for a moment and said, It seems like the elf mentioned that there are still many children after the secret passage. I'll go get them." Thump, thump, thump. The sound of running footsteps came from the secret passage, and a bunch of children rushed out, crawling and rolling. The leader was the anxious-looking Red Bean. When she saw Zack on the ground and Rita tied to the pillar, her tail stood on end. She angrily cursed, "Let go of Mom. Don't touch Dad. You beasts. You're all bad people. Get out. Leave Grandma." Some children followed Red Bean in condemning these adventurers loudly, while more children started crying at the scene. Yara had to summon a transparent wall to completely separate the children from the outside. Rita urgently shouted, "Didn't I tell you to stay still and not move?" She had prepared herself to die with Zack, but she was really afraid that it would affect these children.
The elf archer's expression became colder and colder, using children as a threat. It seems that this elf is also.
There's no threat. We volunteered.
Red Bean put her hands on her hips, pointing angrily at the elf archer's nose. I know you're here to kill bad people, but Dad is a good person. He saved us from the bad guys, protected us, treated us. If you kill Dad, then you're no different from the bad guys.
Yes.
Many children crowded behind the transparent wall, their faces filled with indignation or tears, closely pressed against the wall, watching the adventurers echo their words.
Obviously, Red Bean, the oldest among them, was the backbone of these children and the one who led them out. This was completely different from what the adventurers had in mind.
It could be said that what happened today shattered everyone's understanding.
If it was possible for an elf to plead for a goblin out of confusion, giving motherly love to the wrong object, then what about these children?
The dwarf warlock was about to use his abilities to put these children to sleep with Rita, but Yara stopped him with her eyes. She exchanged glances with everyone and closed her eyes.
Multiple almost transparent, milky white threads extended from her ears, invisible to Rita, who had almost no magic power, and the still immature children almost invisible threads extended towards them, quietly entering everyone's ears. In an instant, the threads emerged again, retracting into Yara's head.
She pondered, I just did a divination and briefly skimmed through their memories. They didn't lie, this goblin indeed has been protecting them from harm by their own kind. If this goblin is truly a rare individual with consciousness, even if the misunderstanding is resolved, its ultimate fate would be execution by the kingdom and the church, and even the Elven Mother and these children are unlikely to be spared.
The existence of goblins itself is blasphemy, and those who have dealings with goblins are also guilty. There is only one way for blasphemy, death.
The expressions of the crowd hesitated.
They couldn't help but look at the goblin killer, seemingly wanting to hear his opinion.
However, no one knew what expression he had because he was wearing a helmet.
Regardless, we cannot let a goblin with the talent of a goblin king live, otherwise it will undoubtedly become a calamity, the goblin killer said in a deep voice, pronouncing Zack's death sentence.
Rita's head drooped silently. You don't need to trouble yourselves. I am also guilty. No, Zack is not at fault. It's my sin for giving birth to him. All of this is my wrongdoing. Come at me, she weakly and hoarsely wailed, tears streaming into her mouth and mixing with saliva, dripping onto the ground. I also beg you, don't harm the children, don't tell the outside world that they once spoke for the goblins. They are still young and ignorant, I beg you.
Mother.
The children fell silent as well.
The goblin killer stared at Rita, who was desperately protecting her children.
In her mediocrity, she couldn't do anything, only pleading in the most humble manner. He noticed her nails deeply digging into her own flesh, blood dripping onto the ground, rippling in the tears, and finally seeping into the cracks of the stone bricks, disappearing. Ironically, he subconsciously recalled his sister's experience of dying to protect him.
He wouldn't let this guy off.
His sister, the countless innocent people who were raped or killed by goblins, he shouldn't let them down, shouldn't let himself down. I have an idea, Yara's voice broke the silence. She took out another glass bottle, inside was a sleeping pink insect. This is also a bug, but unlike the mass-produced bugs of my brother, this bug is rarer and requires extremely harsh conditions to refine. The reason I didn't use it before is that this bug cannot control the host, it can only monitor the host's every move. However, it can evade the perception of higher races and silver-ranked adventurers. Even gold-ranked adventurers would find it difficult to notice unless they specifically pay attention.
Mr. Goblin Killer, in the current situation, I can completely integrate this bug into this goblin. Zack's essence.
Once this goblin wants to harm others or come into contact with other goblins, I will quickly sense it and instantly kill this guy.
It can only be said that this is a compromise.
Otherwise, even if we go up and use all means to successfully remove the sane life ring, kill the goblin, this elven lady would probably commit suicide immediately. The goblin killer's helmet turned towards Zack on the ground again. This time, he didn't speak, seemingly contemplating some possibility.
Yara continued, I think we should maintain the state of magic suppression and restore its ability to speak appropriately.
Let's see what this goblin thinks, why it wants to protect these children and its elven mother, why it actively came out to fight us. Zack, who had integrated the pink goo worms into his body and regained his complete form, lowered his head and said, I came out voluntarily because I didn't want to involve them. I fought with you guys because, firstly, no one would listen to a goblin's negotiation, and secondly, at that time, I just wanted to fight and seek death, so that they could truly return to a normal life.
It's better to endure a short pain than a long one.
It was as if a criminal was confessing his crimes, as Zack recounted his past to the adventurers in great detail, with many details being confirmed by Rita and others. Of course, he concealed his identity as a time traveler and appropriately hid his relationship with the Goblin King. Zack understood that he owed a great debt to the king and knew that he would never be able to repay his kindness in his lifetime.
You're a human soul wearing goblin skin.
Yael listened with great interest, saying, "Interesting, interesting." She was truly regretful now that her white goo worms couldn't control or influence beings of higher races or those with innate talents of higher races. Otherwise, she would have eagerly delved into Zack's memories to see just how interesting he was.
The elven archer pondered, from ancient times to the present, is this the first case?
At least, in my impression, there has never been a goblin like you. Every goblin we've encountered without exception has been damned.
Yael laughed. Perhaps some god wanted to bring new changes to this world?
Or maybe not. After all, things are always evolving, and new things will always appear.
They, without coordination, looked once again at the Goblin Slayer.
The Goblin Slayer stared at Zack and slowly said, "If you harm others and return to your goblin nature, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Zack felt his gaze filled with killing intent, like a nail piercing deep into his soul. But he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
"You don't need to trouble yourself.
I will immediately deal with him to prevent a tragedy from happening," Yael said with a smile. "It's truly an extraordinary experience to be able to control the life of a being of a higher race at any time in the future.
However, you can't go with us. Just because we can spare you doesn't mean that the church and the major clans will be willing to spare you. I suggest you better hide with your elven mother and avoid contact with others. After all, there's a saying that goes, only a goblin who never appears in people's sight for a lifetime has the possibility of being a good goblin. Also, you've damaged my goblin shadow assassin puppet and consumed one of my expensive pink goo worms. That's not free, you know. I will contact you through the goo worms in the future." Zack watched as the adventurers packed up and led the children away. Although many of the children, including Hongdo, were reluctant to leave them, Zack and Rita still refused.
The children were still young, with unlimited potential for growth. They should live a life that is adapted to the habits of their own race and be provided with mature educational opportunities by reliable elders of the same race.
This was something that Zack and Rita couldn't provide.
In other words, they would have more choices to decide their own future. When Hongdo was taken away by the lizard monk, she shouted loudly, "Goodbye, Dad."
"Goodbye, Mom."
She seemed unaware that this might be her last meeting with Zack and Rita. Everyone left, and after the side hall returned to calm, Zack looked at Rita, and Rita was also looking at him. They ran towards each other.
"Mom!"
Zack tightly embraced his elven mother, tears flowing like a spring. In this world, it was the first time he had completely let go of his concerns and truly shouted out this word. Rita was his most adorable mother, the best mother. The transport carriage creaked and groaned. The elven archer hummed a tune, driving the carriage with a horse, while inside the carriage sat the rescued women, one of whom was a silver-haired half-elf. She was wrapped in tattered robes, hiding her face in the shadows, looking at the flowers, birds, and trees outside the carriage. The half-elf noticed a withered rose. She looked at the ruby ring on her hand and murmured, "Even in death, we cannot be separated." As the transport vehicle crossed a narrow bridge over a rushing river, she suddenly stood up and jumped off without hesitation.
"Oh no!"
exclaimed the elven archer, quickly shooting a rope that hit the half-elf's body, but only retrieved a torn robe. The half-elf, with her silver hair flowing and her naked body exposed, fell backwards, exuding a breathtaking beauty that shocked the people in the cars. She plunged into the rushing waters below, swallowed up by the current, leaving no trace. Zack and Rita finally emerged from the cave and stood under the sunlight. Holding hands, they looked at the colorful clouds in the sky, the towering mountains, and everything in this vast world. "This is the outside world," Zack murmured.
Rita smiled and said, "Yes.
This is the end, but also a new beginning." After coming out of the black volcano range, the rushing water gradually became calm, flowing into a lush forest of giant trees. The towering trees blocked the sky, and the sunlight broke through the gaps between the layers of green leaves, leaving fragmented shadows on the ground. Suddenly, a graceful figure leaped out of the water and crawled onto the shore, dripping wet. It was the silver-haired half-elf who had jumped into the water earlier. Stepping on the soft ground, she glanced around, smelling the moss and dew on the stones, and said with satisfaction, "Very good, this place should be fine." She raised her left hand, and the ruby ring on her ring finger began to emit a faint glow. The king had given it to her as a wedding token, and it was not just a decoration.
It was the most precious and unique ancient artifact in the Goblin King's collection.
In addition to creating a large number of magic arrays at the bottom of the volcano to ensure the successful merging of its consciousness with the volcano, the Goblin King also had a magical array system that collected all consciousness at the very bottom. The magic arrays that filled the entire volcano were like a funnel, gradually collecting and transferring the king's dissipating consciousness layer by layer, finally converging into the collected magic array.
And this ruby ring corresponded to that magic array.
Although the Goblin King's consciousness could not be stored for a long time, it was enough for the half-elf. She whispered, "Fortunately, the laws of the world only prevent the container from retrieving the dissipating consciousness, but allow the remaining consciousness to match a new container."
Every step is within Zack's plan.
A calm wind blew in the peaceful forest of giant trees, gently brushing the half-elf's silver hair into the air.
She gazed at the ring and said, "We can't keep Zack waiting too long." The half-elf began to recite the incantation fluently.
This ancient spell was longer than any known super-level magic because it had to cross the distance between life and death. As she recited the spell, tiny points of light silently emerged from the void, spreading around her body, making the half-elf feel as if she were in a starry sky. One by one, brilliant red amaryllis flowers bloomed on the ground, with the one in the center of the flower sea being white among the red. After a while, the points of light gradually converged towards the half-elf's ring, gathering and making the ruby ring incredibly dazzling. She gained a constellation. The half-elf continued to recite earnestly, her skin becoming paler, and fine beads of sweat appearing on her body. Her heart began to beat frantically. Despite the magic array at the bottom of the volcano providing magical energy, her body still consumed a great deal. All things begin with light and return to dust.
This moment is the beginning.
With a wave of the silver-haired half-elf's left hand, the concentrated points of light in the ring scattered into the air, forming a humanoid figure. The petals of the amaryllis rose up towards the brilliant stars. The petals spin and scatter again, and in the center is no longer a light spot, but the body of the Goblin King standing with a pen in hand. He closes his eyes. "Zack!" The half-elf softly calls his true name, and finally unable to support himself any longer, he falls forward weakly, caught by Zack in his arms.
He asks with some confusion, "Why aren't you wearing clothes?"
There was a little incident during the fake death escape. The silver-haired half-elf smiles and whispers, tears of joy hanging from the corners of his eyes.
"And you're not wearing any either, Your Majesty."
The two of them were once at the pinnacle of power in a kingdom, but now they can't even put together a complete set of clothes.
"You don't have to call me Your Majesty anymore," Zack says calmly. "The identity of the Goblin King died in battle in the volcano. I have fulfilled my obligations to the Goblin tribe and done everything I could."
"You've worked hard, Leia, enduring so much pain," the half-elf Leia nods.
"I am indeed exhausted. I can't even walk anymore."
"So, you must carry me on your back," Zack smiles.
"Of course. But I think it's more appropriate to hold you. Don't let my rough back rub you raw."
Leia doesn't refuse, naturally allowing Zack to lift her horizontally. Her arms wrap around his neck, and suddenly she remembers something and asks, "By the way, what will happen to Zack, who you've been thinking about?" Zack says in a deep voice, "That kid will be fine for sure. I've long seen through it. This guy doesn't have the characteristics of a goblin at all. He's called a harem collector, but in reality, he's just saving people.
But I do admire him."
So in the end, I told him that he'd better be like what I imagined, willing to continue this unique persistence.
Leia is somewhat surprised. "So you still expect him to establish a new kingdom?" Zack naturally answers, "Why not? In my entire life, I never solved the problem of the Goblin tribe's survival and development.
In the end, I reluctantly chose the original path and carried the endless sins on my back. But this kid's mind has unique insights that surpass mine, and he also possesses the rare kindness that goblins lack, which makes me perceive a possibility of changing the rules. I hope, and I'm willing to believe that he can bring a completely new change to this world under the rule of the gods, a world without hope, stagnant like a dead pond.
I have taught him everything I can. Now it's up to him.
As for the rest of my life, it's just fulfilling the promise I made to you." Zack holds Leia in his arms, stepping on the layers of soft fallen leaves. "We have to find a more remote place, where the hands of the gods can't reach, to live in seclusion. It will be a long journey, and it will tire you."
Leia smiles lightly, "I don't mind.
I just want to say that the bed in the wooden house should be big, and there should be a study.
Oh, and we should have a loom too." Zack listens to the half-elf's chatter, looks at her nameless finger, and sees that the ruby ring is already broken. "It seems that I need to make you a new wedding token."
"Then I'll look forward to it." Leia raises her head and kisses his lips with a smile. As the sun sets, the two of them walk deeper into the forest, gradually moving further away. On the small road in the field, two gentle old horses pull a carriage with a closed compartment, driven by Rita. She is wearing a neat adventurer's outfit, driving the horses and happily humming an off-key tune. The carriage is loaded with a lot of supplies. Zack wears a hood and sits on a small stool, looking out at the outside world through the gap in the curtain, scanning over one green field after another. After coming out of the lair, they dare not pass through military strongholds like Blackfire Town, so they can only choose unmanned mountain roads as much as possible. When the rations brought from the cave were finished, they ate wild fruits from the forest to satisfy their hunger. They arrived at a town with signs of human activity. Rita took the lead and spent some money to buy a carriage and essential supplies, finally starting to enjoy life outside. In addition to the children, the Goblin King had generously rewarded Zack with a lot of gold coins and jewelry. The money that couldn't be spent in the lair now became their starting capital for the journey. As Zack gazed at the scenery, feeling drowsy, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear, young man. Ha! He woke up abruptly, almost falling to the ground and knocking over the pots and pans nearby. Rita immediately stuck her head in and asked with concern, Zack, what happened?
Mom, nothing happened.
He rubbed his butt and instantly became clear-headed. It must be the worm coming out to chat with me. I've told you so many times, young man.
Add the word senior.
A pink little bug crawled on his arm, bouncing energetically. Rita smiled lightly and politely said, hello, senior. See, this little girl has good eyes. The worm held its head high and twisted around in Zack's palm. Young man, I have to remind you that after crossing the river ahead, remember to turn right onto the small road, otherwise you will end up in the military checkpoint. Zack raised his palm, his eyes level with the pink bug. He said, okay, thank you, senior. I was just negligent after waking up, so I forgot my manners for a moment and troubled you. The pink bug was quite pleased with his compliment.
Not bad.
You know your mistakes and correct them, knowledgeable and reasonable, much better than that idiot, you're.
No, even a pig is better than her. She's not a human, just a beast in human skin.
She began to fiercely criticize her former owner. The pink bug was a monitoring worm planted in Zack's body by the female swordsmanure, connected to his source of magic and drawing nutrients from it. After a long period of communication, Zack gradually understood the origin of this mysterious worm. Unlike Yara's brother, a pile of white worms, she was refined from ancient elemental creatures in nature, while the mass-produced white worms were mainly made from stolen human bones dug up from graves. Yara originally captured elemental creatures and put in a lot of effort to refine them, thinking that the pink worm would be very useful, but the result was disappointing. After testing, she found that the pink worm's combat functionality was even worse than those mass-produced white worms. It only had a hidden attribute that could conceal even from higher races due to the characteristics of the ancient elemental creatures. Similarly, the pink worm retained the memories of the ancient elemental creatures and had rich experiences and knowledge. But Yair despised this knowledge. It was not what she had in mind, unknown and even forbidden knowledge that could quickly enhance her own strength. Most of the content could be found in the books in the capital's library. Naturally, for Yair, the pink worm became an expensive vase that she had to nourish with her own source. In the end, she seized the opportunity and handed this burden to Zack, killing two birds with one stone. The pink worm naturally also happily left Yair. In her words, although her appearance was glamorous, the smell of Yair's source had already rotted to the core and should have been buried in the graveyard with maggots.
Young man, your scent is indeed quite good, very rich.
She looked at Zack's appearance and commented, unfortunately, your appearance is too ugly.
Try to improve it in the future.
Senior, Zack is very cute. You'll understand once you interact with him more, Rita retorted, dissatisfied. A mother doesn't find her child ugly. The pink bug shrugged, unfazed. Of course, her friendly attitude did not mean she would give up her duty to monitor Zack's words and actions. This is not only a request from Yair, but also from the Goblin Slayer and others. If Zack returns to his goblin nature and does something outrageous, she will not hesitate to kill him. However, this is much better than what Zack expected. When he ambushed the goblin shadow assassin, he saw a white worm devouring the assassin's brain, twisting and turning inside as if it were its own brain, giving him goosebumps all over his body. How could there be such a disgusting thing? Zack looked at the U-shaped crawling pink worm wandering around the carriage and asked, Senior, where should we go after the right turn? The pink worm immediately raised its body and quietly sensed the outside world. Due to the natural affinity of elemental creatures, she seemed to be able to read the information from the wind and various smells on the roadside. It was thanks to her that Zack and Rita successfully bypassed the human army's blockade of the goblin nest and avoided one trouble after another at the checkpoints. After a moment, the pink worm lay down again. After the right turn, just keep going straight. There is a small town where we can rest. She wagged her tail. The journey is indeed too long. But young one, you must understand that all our efforts are worth it. You need to learn shapeshifting first, and then go to school. This is your mother's earnest hope, and it is also what you want in your heart, right? Rita's voice came from the front of the carriage, although the adventurers suggest that we retire and avoid contact with people as much as possible.
The pink worm refuted, "That's not true. As long as others can't tell that you are a goblin, then there won't be any problems, right? Since we are going to school, we can't just find any school to get by. Let's not talk about the capital, at least it should be a big city that matches the quality of education for young ones. With your high talent, it would be a pity if you don't polish it well." At first, Zack and Rita didn't have any expectations of going to school. As goblins who were hated by everyone, being able to barely survive and see different scenery in the world was already enough. But after the pink worm sensed the emotions hidden in Zack's heart, she immediately shouted, "How can a young one like you never go to school in your lifetime? Which great figures in history, from various races, haven't studied in academies?" Zack immediately explained that it wasn't that he didn't want to go, but it was simply too far-fetched for his goblin identity. He did want to have a more detailed understanding of this world and quickly increase his abilities and knowledge, and the most convenient way was naturally through school. But he also knew very well that goblins could never enter the halls and study alongside other students, walking in the sunlight. The best thing for a mouse in the shadows was to hide there for a lifetime. As a result, the pink worm got angry. "As a senior, I will solve this problem and show you." After thinking for a long time, she finally decided to refer to the disguise technique of the higher demons and create a unique shapeshifting technique based on Zack's physique. Zack didn't have much confidence in this so-called shapeshifting technique. "Senior, if there really is a spell that can disguise oneself, then goblins should have used it in history. Why bother to live as a despised mouse?" He sighed. If such a possibility existed, the Goblin King, who devoted himself to the tribe, would definitely not let it go. The pink worm slapped his palm with its tail. "Young one, if you were a goblin in the usual sense, then there would indeed be no way. But don't forget, you are very special. When Yara attacked you with holy magic before, you were able to withstand it because of your high resistance to holy magic, right? You may not feel it, but with my rich experience, I can tell you that this situation precisely proves your uniqueness, since I can remember, all evil creatures, without exception, have never had any resistance to divine magic. This is one of the natural rules of this world. As far as I know, the only beings that can violate these rules are those that do not belong to this world. Of course, the appearance of this strange goblin has certainly challenged my understanding. Perhaps, as Yara said, things are always changing and evolving." Zack's heart skipped a beat. He was indeed not a native of this world. Beings that do not belong to this world? He quickly realized that the fairy had not noticed this, so he asked quietly and curiously. The pink creature pouted. "Oh, silly. I mean gods, foreign gods. You should know that unless it's necessary to mention them in an incantation, or if you are a follower of that particular being, you should never casually talk about these taboo words in conversation. Remember, when you have to mention them, use words like existence instead." Foreign gods? Gods that do not belong to this world? Zack immediately thought of the 3 rules related to gods that the Goblin King had mentioned to him, particularly the one that said, "Speak too much, and you will be known." The Goblin King was willing to risk being watched by the gods in order to tell him something important. As he thought about this, his nose suddenly felt a bit sour. The Goblin King had already died in battle. It had fervently hoped to establish a second Goblin Kingdom and completely change the fate of the Goblin tribe. But Zack currently had no plans in that regard. The only thing that mattered now was how to become stronger as soon as possible, to be able to fully protect Rita and himself in a world where goblins were universally despised. In this world, there were many powerful beings, and the influence of the gods was uncertain. It was not an exaggeration to say that he, who was not even a superior race, would be crushed like a bug. Moreover, despite his rapid growth and his strength approaching that of a superior race, he had recently felt a bottleneck that he couldn't break through no matter what. This was one of the main reasons why Zack wanted to go to school or find a reliable teacher. With this in mind, he asked tentatively, "Senior, do I have any way to become a true Goblin King now? That way, I can better protect my own life. I will keep my promise not to expose or harm others unless I am attacked first. But if the enemy strikes first, I should at least have the ability to defend myself, right?" The pink creature remained motionless, apparently lost in thought. "Young one, I am indeed not sure how goblins break through, but I can tell you that all superior races and even higher-level strong beings usually start by studying in major academies or in their own tribes' forbidden places, ancestral lands, and so on. It's also possible that I haven't done enough research, but I haven't heard of any superior race or silver-ranked adventurer who has purely relied on their own efforts to become strong, except for the Goblin Slayer who earned his title by killing goblins. You can't enter the secret places of other major clans for study, right? And you won't have access to the abundant resources provided by any particular group. So, it is necessary to learn illusion magic and study in an academy. It is one of the few paths to becoming stronger that you have available. Good, we're back to the topic of illusion magic. Zack nodded and said, I understand your guidance, Senior. However, there is one thing I'm still unclear about. Since you are so confident, Senior, you must have a rough idea about illusion magic, right?
The pink creature suddenly tensed up, and her already pink body turned even redder.
Young one, I do, sort of, understand it. Once I have a better understanding of the mysteries of your body, then it will be enough.
Her body dispersed with a pop and turned into a pink mist, merging into Zack's chest. Got it. It's still early days. Perhaps with his extensive knowledge and experience, the pink worm, once an ancient elemental creature, could come up with some unique transformation techniques that suit his abilities.
However, Zack doesn't put all his hopes on this.
He knows very well that as a goblin, the Goblin King, as a superior race, does not fit the example given by the worm. When he asked the Goblin King how to break through, the king gave him a definite answer. To be born as a king, to bear the weight of the king, is to inevitably become a king.
Zack lowered his head and began to ponder.
In the capital city, in the adventurer headquarters reception room.
You want to destroy them all? Are you crazy?
If your brain is broken, go get it fixed. Laner, a silver-ranked adventurer with pink curly hair, was arguing fiercely with the church people over the treasures she had snatched from the goblin nest.
She couldn't understand why the church wanted to completely destroy these new weapons like cannons, firearms, and goblin rockets. Aren't they much more convenient than cold weapons and pure magic?
The church personnel explained, Miss Laner, including the human race, the Western army that participated in this goblin extermination has already destroyed all the weapons, and now only you are left. This is not my will, nor is it the will of the church, but the will of the gods.
Ha! Not only that, but the memories of all personnel involved in this extermination operation will also be checked. The Pope has personally given instructions.
The Pope is the spokesperson of the gods in the world and often issues divine decrees on their behalf.
Laner felt a chill. Damn it, they're not going to erase the related memories, are they? Do not disrespect the gods. The church personnel reminded her calmly. Laner immediately fell silent.
A clergyman kindly comforted her. This is also the mercy of the gods, not wanting to see the world fall into deeper suffering from war. These weapons have great destructive power, but they don't require much skill from the user. Once they are mass-produced and used in war, they will greatly intensify the conflict. At the same time, if cultists get their hands on these weapons, the scale of the terrorist attacks they can cause will increase significantly.
Laner asked in a low voice, can't these secret weapons be used only against the demon army? Don't make baseless assumptions.
The clergyman was a little annoyed. Don't think that just because you're a silver-ranked adventurer, you can do whatever you want. Before the bishop of the church arrives to deal with you, you must not leave the adventurer headquarters without permission. Laner shrugged and helplessly watched as the church personnel moved all the weapons she had painstakingly collected.
After they left, she cursed angrily, what the hell is going on?
In the capital city, at the Wolfgang Cathedral.
This is the center of the church and the actual political power center of the entire kingdom.
With the existence of the gods, the divine authority completely surpasses the royal authority. The king and the civil and military officials are like puppets on strings, dancing on the stage under the control of the church's threads. At this moment, the Pope, dressed in simple clothes, stood in front of a large stained glass window, gazing at the huge painting on the ceiling. The exquisite painting tells not only the story of a deity, but also depicts the magnificent deeds of the gods in the chaotic void, raising the earth, plucking a star from the sky to become the sun, and excavating a giant stone from the underground to become the moon. The Pope's gaze turned to the center of the ceiling. The leader of the gods, the god of light, stood tall in the middle, with 13 pairs of pure white wings unfolding on his back, but his face was blurred by the holy light. At his feet was a shadow of an inverted god, also with 13 pairs of overlapping black wings, with its face shrouded in black mist. This deity is the god of darkness, also known as the god of destruction, the main deity of belief for demonic creatures and other evil beings. Its body is bound by thick chains, and the other end of the chains turns into a snake tail with intricate patterns, entwined in the palm of the god of light. The Pope stared expressionlessly and suddenly said, "Come in." A clergyman dressed as a bishop silently walked to the side of the Pope along the red carpet from the other side of the church.
"Have you found out?"
"Reporting to your holiness, we have found out." The bishop respectfully replied, "The detailed report has been delivered to your room."
"Was it made by goblins?"
"Yes, it was made by goblins.
However, some of the cannons have the numbers of the church's Holy Crusade."
"This has also been confirmed. It is the batch that was previously lost. I speculate that this is likely related to the half-elf robbery case from years ago."
The Pope nodded slightly. "Very well.
But there is no need to worry about this matter, the Lord has already decreed, there is no need to investigate further, the relevant pawns have already left the game. The bishop trembled. Praise the Lord for his mercy. He silently prayed. The Pope continued expressionlessly, however, new pawns have joined the game. The bishop trembled again. He tentatively asked, new pawns? New pawns, the Pope nodded. The ones who created those new weapons, are they the new pawns? After excluding the pawns related to the half-elf robbery case, this is the only result left. The bishop said uncertainly, the report shows that all the fleeing goblins have been confirmed to be eliminated during the punitive action. The Pope did not answer and continued to look up at the ceiling painting. The bishop understood, I will not disappoint your holiness's trust. This investigation report is invalidated. The investigation will be restarted. He disappeared silently once again on the other side of the church. The Pope still gazed at the painting, raising his hands above his head, palms facing upwards. It was as if there were countless invisible threads hanging down from the ceiling painting of the gods, binding his hands. Rita drove the carriage into a small town at dusk. As usual, she paid the adventurers' guild in the town, parked the carriage in the empty space next to the guild, and then went to buy some food locally. Inside the guild, the scattered adventurers looked at her curiously. Hey, a new elf adventurer? Rare sight. Miss Beautiful Elf, have you considered joining my team? If you're afraid, we can take you on a quest to clear slimes. Rita politely smiled. Rather than calling myself an adventurer, I'm more like a traveler. I won't trouble everyone. A fat man raised his beer and gave a thumbs up. Oh, not bad. Traveling alone at such a young age? How did you get drunk again? Don't be fooled by her appearance. She might be old enough to be your great-grandmother, ha. The fat man laughed heartily. Alright, dear elf great-grandmother. This guy is really drunk. Ha ha ha. Rita's face turned slightly red. She quickly paid the guild to supervise the carriage and then fled. In a corner of the guild, a few people dressed as adventurers stood up. Confirmed, no companions. Seems like there's no magic either. I noticed her when she came to town. So, is she a fat sheep? With that face and figure, she can fetch a good price. They whispered quietly, hurriedly passing through the crowd of adventurers gathered around the drunk fat man, and followed Rita out. Inside the carriage, Zack was huddled in his robe, hiding among the supplies, listening to the chattering of the insects. Back in the day, 1,000 years ago, when I was still an ancient elemental creature, I had the opportunity to hide on a human's canoe and cross the ocean to a mysterious island. That island was filled with gold, and those people were fighting over it. Eventually, one person raised a butcher knife against another. Young one, can you guess what happened next? All those people died. The island opened its giant mouth and swallowed all the bodies of the human race, then spat out gold to restore the island to its original state. In the end, I had to paddle the canoe back myself. Ugh. An old and worn-out fable. But the image of the senior paddling back with resentment in the end should be quite amusing, especially if it was done using the body of this pink worm. Zack silently gave his evaluation in his heart. The pink worm was still not satisfied and prepared to tell another story. Suddenly, she stood up and felt the breeze. She said seriously, there are a few unpleasant guys following behind your mother. They have a disgusting smell, probably from illegal slave traders. How many times is this now? Zack's spirits were lifted. I've been holding back all this way, senior. According to reason, I can attack those who try to harm Rita, right? The pink worm shook its head. Of course, of course. These guys in the gutter, just like goblins, are objects that everyone wants to get rid of and be happy. You're not doing something unreasonable, but making a contribution to nature and the whole world. I'm relieved as long as the senior guarantees it. Zack decisively flipped over and jumped into the shadow under the carriage, without any adventurer noticing. The sun had already set, the oil lamps were lit, and it was now the perfect hiding environment for Zack. He leaped in the dim shadows, guided by the pink worm, chasing after Rita and the slave traders. Soon, Zack arrived near Rita. He flew onto the roof and watched as Rita ran to the bustling commercial street, starting to pick out food and other supplies. Kid, over there, those people are hiding over there. The pink worm popped out again, standing in the palm of Zack's hand, wagging its tail towards the narrow alley between two houses. Zack quickly noticed a few guys dressed as adventurers chatting at the entrance of the alley. They were just like ordinary adventurers, talking enthusiastically about their adventures, such as killing a giant worm. Occasionally, one of them would casually glance in the direction of Rita, who was casually selecting goods at the grocery store, before immersing themselves back into their conversation. If one didn't know their true identities in advance, no one would suspect these seemingly normal guys. Zack whispered, looking at their skilled disguises, they must have committed quite a few crimes. He sensed the magic power of a few of them.
Only one of them had a faint magical aura.
It seemed that this person was the leader of the group.
Kid, this is normal. The followers of the dark existence are usually pure evil and commit many wrongdoings. The pink worm stretched lazily along Zack's finger.
The dark existence referred to the dark god.
Zack was stunned. How do you know that they believe in the dark existence? Could the worm smell it through a special scent? Isn't it obvious?
Those who believe in the bright existence are good, those who believe in the dark existence are evil, and those who believe in other existences depend on the specific situation. Your situation, as a goblin without belief, is actually a minority, the pink worm said naturally, as if it was nothing strange. Your race is defined as an evil creature, so you are actually classified as part of the evil faction.
Think about it, during your days in the nest, weren't all the other goblins you saw nothing but beasts?
If you don't believe me, after killing these guys later, I will help you find evidence of their belief in the dark existence.
Zack was somewhat surprised. Senior, then if someone's belief is in the bright existence, but they have done many evil deeds, aren't they evil? The little pink bug pouted again. Why don't you understand?
At this point, his faith will become a dark existence, not a bright one.
This process is called falling.
You could also say that those who have faith in the light won't do bad things.
Do you get it? Are the rules of the world black and white? Can someone's faith be forcibly distorted? Zack decided to temporarily stop thinking about this question.
He focused on monitoring several slave traders, waiting for the right moment to strike. When Rita carefully selected and finally purchased several bags of vegetables and meat, and walked into another narrow and deserted alley, they quickly followed.
The opportunity has come.
Following closely behind, Zack, who was sneaking in the darkness, heard one of them whisper. Unfortunately, his opportunity had also arrived.
The group hurriedly followed Rita, silently and getting closer. Rita was petite.
When she passed under a beam, she effortlessly walked past without lowering her head.
The slave traders, on the other hand, were much taller.
They quickly lowered their heads and one by one, orderly crawled through. When the last person bent down to pass under the beam, two hands suddenly reached down from above the beam, instantly gripping his neck, and with a twist, his head silently drooped. Those hands didn't let the body fall to the ground, but carefully lifted it up.
This process didn't make any noise, so much so that the several people who were closely following Rita in front didn't notice.
After a moment, the one who had become the second to last in the line, completely unaware, another slave trader, suddenly stepped on a puddle of water, and the splashes turned into a sticky liquid column, accurately entering his nostrils, mouth, and ears. His eyes rolled back, and he fell backwards, caught by a pair of hands and gently placed into a nearby pile of debris. When the slave trader, who seemed to be the leader and possessed a bit of magic, was only a few steps away from Rita, she finally sensed something and turned around in panic.
Ah!
She let out a short, muffled scream, quickly covering her mouth with her hands.
This secluded alley hardly has anyone passing through.
You foolish elf from out of town, no matter how loud you scream, it's useless. The slave trader said excitedly, pulling out a long rope from his right hand, suddenly realizing something. Why did his target become so aware and automatically cover her own mouth? He quickly turned his head, and the several companions who should have been following him were long gone, replaced by a strange figure wearing a hood and wrapped in a tightly sealed robe.
No, where are my teammates? Since you say so, then I can rest assured.
Zack, with his face hidden under the hood, casually put his hands in his pockets.
It just so happens that I have some questions for you. The slave trader's eyes widened, seemingly stunned.
He suddenly raised his left hand and threw a large amount of dust towards Zack, completely obscuring his vision, then quickly rushed towards Rita with the rope in hand. He realized that he had walked into a trap. The top priority was to capture this elf girl as a hostage and turn the situation around. Before his rope could touch Rita's body, Zack had already sprung out, delivering a knee strike to the slave trader's waist, forcefully knocking him to the ground. The slave trader let out a cry of pain. Zack then knelt on his neck, snatched the rope away, and securely bound his body.
Sir, please spare me, I can't breathe. The slave trader struggled to squeeze out his words from his throat. Ah, it seems like I've tightened it a bit too much,
Zack said leisurely, slightly lifting his knee to make the slave trader more comfortable. Before he could continue speaking, he saw something pink in Zack's right hand, which he then forcefully shoved into his own mouth. As soon as that soft thing touched the mucous membrane in his mouth, it smoothly dissolved.
What did you make me eat? Attitude should be more respectful, after all, he is an elder, Zack joked. You must have heard of the goo worms, right?
The slave trader's brown face instantly turned as pale as a liver.
Please, sir, have mercy and spare me. I have a family to support, and I'm willing to do anything to stay alive. Please don't eat my brain, I beg you, he pleaded, sweating profusely. Zack couldn't be bothered with his ramblings.
He snorted, I want to know where your slave-holding base is.
Lead the way.
If you take me there, I'll give you the goo worms, the slave trader said with a troubled expression.
Sir, you can eat his brain, he added. Lead the way, I said.
He shouted anxiously, trembling uncontrollably. Rita, who had been watching the whole time, now had stars in her eyes.
Zack was so cool just now, he looked like a legendary shadow elf assassin. What's a shadow elf assassin? It doesn't sound like a good term.
Zack resisted the urge to comment and praised her instead. Mom, when did you realize we were being followed and led us into this alley where I could take action?
Mom?
The slave trader on the ground looked at the petite and youthful elf girl, feeling the weight of the tall figure pressing down on him, his brain completely short-circuited. Rita stood with her hands on her hips, proudly saying, Humph, I didn't notice at all. I just took a shortcut back and thought it would be safe if no one was following, but if there were bad guys following, it would give dear Zack a chance. Because Zack, being a goblin, couldn't expose himself to the public, Rita had been acting alone all this time. She knew very well that Zack would be lurking in the shadows of the Western Week, silently protecting her.
This was a tacit understanding between the two of them. All right. Zack stood up, lifted the slave trader, and untied the ropes on him.
You should know better than to have any extra thoughts, otherwise, the goo worms will eat your brain before you have a chance to react. You're right, sir, the slave trader said, his face covered in cold sweat, nodding repeatedly. When the slave trader led Zack to an ordinary house and stopped in front of a wooden door with a peephole, he whispered, the password is 5 knocks in a row. Pause for a moment, then one more knock.
Have you led me to the right place? Can I take the goo worms back now and let me go? Zack smiled, dear elder, welcome back.
A pink little bug crawled out of the slave trader's ear and jumped onto Zack's sleeve.
The slave trader breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for sparing my life, sir. He bowed and turned to run. A flash of a blade, and his head flew high into the air, landing perfectly in Zack's hand.
The headless body of the slave trader slowly fell to the ground. Unfortunately, I didn't promise to spare you. Zack sensed a faint trace of magic inside the house and said calmly, I'll borrow your head for a moment. He knocked 5 times in a row, paused, and knocked once more, and a muffled and weak voice came from inside. Did you succeed? Zack held the head of the slave trader, whose facial expression was relaxed, up to the peephole, and the head nodded.
Very well. The voice came again, I'll open the door. Put.
A spear suddenly broke through the door and charged towards Zack's body. Zack dodged to the side, grabbed the spear, and pulled it back, causing the person behind the door to crash into it. Zack kicked the door, knocking it down, and stepped on it, pinning the person underneath. He took the spear and stabbed it backhandedly, and there was no movement from under the door. Behind the door was a spacious living room, with many people lying in ambush. They held weapons and gripped magic circles, preparing to attack, but were suddenly intimidated by the chaotic aura emanating from Zack's body. Zack scanned the situation of everyone in the room and commented, You all seem well prepared for unexpected situations. It looks like you've accumulated quite a bit of experience. Let's go together. I'm in a hurry. Please spare me, sir, I promise I won't do this kind of thing again. In the basement where several slaves were held captive, a young boy kept bowing and begging for mercy in front of Zack. His face still had a hint of innocence, crying like a child, I'm only 10 years old, not yet an adult. I used to be a slave too, forced to do these things by them. According to the juvenile law, please hand me over to the church for punishment, sir. Otherwise, killing me will cause you trouble.
Zack nodded, indeed, according to the laws of the kingdom, I cannot kill you. The young boy looked up with some hope. Really? Sir, I'm willing to do anything.
A dagger plunged deep into his throat. Zack watched as the boy convulsed, his face filled with fear, and lazily said, Unfortunately, I am a goblin and don't have to abide by any juvenile law.
Child, don't commit such crimes in your next life, okay? A pink bug poked its head out of Zack's sleeve.
Young one, although this person is underage, he has the foulest smell. This half-grown child has probably done many disgusting things.
That's normal.
Based on Zack's past experience, the most cruel and brutal individuals in criminal organizations were often underage.
Zack reached for the boy's lifeless body and searched through his clothes. He first pulled out a bamboo stick, then took out something from his pants, holding it up in the air, furrowing his brow. I didn't expect this guy to have an inverted cross too. It was a small wooden cross, roughly made, with one end sharpened, so it could only stand upside down on the ground. The inverted cross was a symbol of worship for the dark god. The pink bug happily wriggled inside Zack's sleeve. See? Young one, do you understand now? Zack nodded silently. He looked towards the room where the slaves were held and said, The slave trader in this hideout is already dead. This young boy must have been responsible for the captured slaves' lives. He grabbed the tightly locked chain on the door and tore it off. A nauseating smell hit him. Zack stood still at the doorway, looking at the barely alive people inside. They had bamboo sticks inserted into their bodies, with all their joints completely broken. The bamboo sticks varied in length, and by nailing one hand to one leg, their forms were completely fixed, forming twisted and somewhat absurd works of art. Wooden inverted crosses were inserted underneath them, with the tips penetrating inside, representing the sacrifices offered to the dark god. This was a sacrificial ritual performed to seek the dark god's blessing for the smooth slave trade. Zack looked at the bamboo sticks and inverted crosses in his hands and cursed angrily, this is how cheaply they died. Fucking animals! The news of the complete annihilation of the underground illegal slave organization spread throughout the town the next day. Early in the morning, the Adventurers Association was buzzing with voices. TSK, did you see those victims? It's so tragic. This is how the followers of the dark exist. The villains all died overnight, not sparing even the children. That unknown expert must be a ruthless person. It's strange, the prominent adventurers in town haven't said anything. I'm afraid that expert came from outside. The adventurers discussed fervently, unaware that Rita was weaving through them, a smile on her face that couldn't be suppressed. She walked lightly to the counter and smiled at the receptionist. Hello, please show me the bill for overnight parking of the carriage. When she came out again and started feeding the two horses with hay, Zack and the pink bug had been waiting in the carriage for a long time. Zack was devouring the long, hard bread with fresh milk, while the pink little bug watched with its mouth wide open. With milk in his mouth, softening the hardened bread, Zack turned to the pink bug and kindly reminded, Senior, you're drooling. The pink bug immediately closed its mouth. Annoyed, she said, Junior, that's morning dew, morning dew. All right. Zack broke off a small piece of bread and handed it to her. Senior, want a piece? The pink bug shook its head slightly. Insects like me can't digest this kind of food. She lowered her head and whispered, Junior, I appreciate your kindness. Zack didn't say anything else. He quickly finished his breakfast and waited for Rita to get on the carriage, then he whipped the reins and they left the town, embarking on their journey once again. Inside the carriage, the pink bug was lying in a small basket, with 2 layers of handkerchiefs carefully folded at the bottom by Rita. Through the gap in the curtain, Zack gazed at the endless wilderness and casually said, Senior, we've passed through many towns already. The pink bug wrapped its body in the handkerchief, leaving only a small head exposed. There's something I want to ask you, Senior. Zack took out 2 green apples from the pile of goods. He handed one to Rita, who was driving the carriage, and he bit into the other one, saying, I've noticed that almost every town has some dark forces lurking, and they're definitely up to no good. They're either thieves, cultists, or slave organizations this time. He took a big bite, and the sweet juice flowed down his throat. What's strange is that the strength of these villains in each town seems to be proportional to the size of the town, as if it's all calculated. The more people there are, the higher the proportion of villains. Is my guess correct? The pink bug remained motionless in the handkerchief, as if falling asleep in this soft environment. After a while, she stretched lazily and yawned, well, yes and no. It's true that your guess matches the situation in most settlements, but it's not always the case. Sometimes, the villains suddenly gain the upper hand and wipe out all the residents of a town, turning it into a territory of darkness. Other times, the villains are completely eliminated, and the town returns to peace, just like what you did last night. Zack felt a hint of surprise in his heart. He suddenly seemed to understand something. Senior, territories of darkness may return to normal after a certain period of time due to some event. And is it possible for a town that has completely eliminated the villains to breed new ones after a certain period of time? The pink bug lazily nodded. You're catching on, Junior. Under my guidance, you're no longer a goblin with narrow vision and a simple mind in the cave. You have a deeper understanding of the hidden rules of this world. You've surpassed most humans by thinking on this level. Zack's guess was correct, but he didn't show a happy expression despite the pink bug's praise. I'm afraid this isn't a good thing, he muttered to himself. The pink bug turned over comfortably in the makeshift bed formed by the handkerchief and smacked its lips. Isn't it always like this? Zack looked through the gap and gazed at the cloudless sky. As a traveler, he sensed that this situation was very abnormal. It gave him a strange feeling. It was like a program, where a certain number of villains were mixed among a group of people. Depending on certain conditions, it could either result in a complete victory over the villains or a complete victory for the villains afterwards. After certain conditions, it returns to its initial state and repeats the cycle. The above is just a simple model of a small town. It is speculated that in the entire world, it is very likely that this world is running on a set of underlying logic nested with small models. Thinking about the definition of good and evil in this world, it seems to be a simple and crude dualism, which furrows Zach's brow. The key point is the selection of conditions. The screening conditions seem to have no obvious common points. It can't just be luck, right? The pink bug didn't answer his question again. She had already entered dreamland and was fast asleep.
1 month later, it was the scorching summer season. Under the scorching sun, in order to prevent the old horse from getting heatstroke, Rita had to significantly shorten the daytime travel time and parked the carriage in a shady place to escape the heat. Zach made a large amount of ice and piled it up in several basins to prevent the carriage from turning into a steamer. Rita and the pink bug were already wishing they could live on ice cubes for all 3 meals.
What should we do? Mom has become completely dependent on Zach.
Rita once again covered herself with ice cubes and rested her head on the ice pillow made by Zach. So comfortable I want to take off my clothes. Being completely naked would definitely be even more comfortable.
It's better not to do that, Zach said impatiently.
In order to keep the ice from melting, his hands never stopped.
He looked at the pink bug frozen in the ice. Senior, although it is indeed scorching hot at this time of year, is the area we are passing through too hot? Of course, after all, I took a shortcut when navigating.
This area is the nesting ground of the fire dragon group. Since her entire body was hidden in a lump of intact ice, the pink bug's voice sounded particularly small.
Ha!
Why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier?
Zach was dumbfounded.
He quickly looked outside through the gap and saw a giant dragon with a completely red body hovering above the carriage. Its temperature was extremely high, and even the air seemed to distort slightly when looked at. Just by looking at it, Zach felt that the temperature inside the carriage had risen by several degrees, causing him to wipe away some sweat.
Oh, youngster, don't worry.
Although the fire dragon belongs to the upper race of demonic dragons and is considered an evil creature, they won't attack travelers passing by their nesting grounds.
Fire dragons only actively attack enemies they consider worth fighting.
If they don't like the look of a traveler, at most they will create high temperatures to make you run away on your own. Listening to the pink bug's explanation, Zach inexplicably felt the urge to smash it along with the ice cubes. After all, the bug wouldn't be killed by smashing.
You're right, so do you want to see what it's doing?
Zach picked up the ice block containing the bug and made her look at the fire dragon in the sky. At this moment, the fire dragon was hovering above the carriage, flapping its wings, and a large number of sparks fell from its wings, blowing towards the carriage along with the high-temperature wind. The pink bug calmly said, it's even using the burning wind move. This proves that the fire dragon really dislikes us.
You just need to increase the intensity of the ice magic.
As the surrounding temperature continued to rise, the air began to fluctuate, and Zach had to increase the power of the ice magic. His expression almost lost control. I want to throw you to the fire dragon as an apology.
Suddenly, the pink bug said, yes, that's it. Can you increase the power even more? Ha! Increase the power even more?
Zach suddenly realized something and his facial expression calmed down. He continued to increase the intensity of the ice magic until his whole body turned into a mobile and efficient cooling machine.
Yes, that's it. All the magic power in your body has been mobilized, yes.
The pink bug seemed to be sensing the usage of magic power in Zach's body.
Very good, she exclaimed with surprise. Indeed, the magic of these key nodes is consistent with my speculation. Young one, after months of research, I finally understand the peculiarities of your body.
I can now help you design shape-shifting spells. Faced with the motionless carriage, the dragon in the sky eventually grew bored and flapped its wings to leave. Following the pink bug's request, Zach, who had maintained ice magic at a high intensity for a long time, lay down exhausted, resting his head on Rita's soft legs, squinting his eyes.
Rita fanned him with a small fan and eagerly asked, Senior, are you saying that Zach can disguise himself in front of others?
The pink bug replied nonchalantly, twisting in a U shape and crawling onto Zach's legs, lying down horizontally.
Yes. Let's start with the easiest to understand.
Young one, your body not only possesses the talent of the Goblin King but also hides another one. If it weren't for me, who was searching for clues and finally discovered it, you probably would have never found out on your own.
More than that? Zach's attitude instantly became respectful. May I ask what the senior means?
The pink bug casually replied, I'm not sure what the effect of the other talent is either, because compared to the obvious talent of the Goblin King, it is very concealed and vague. The few characteristics that have been shown are also unfamiliar to me, someone who has seen a lot.
One important point is that it provides sporadic light source. Zach was a little stunned. Light source?
Yes. As I said, as an evil race, the talent of the Goblin King dominates your body, and it also provides a dark source. To help you understand, I'll set a concept called the origin universe, which is the ultimate manifestation of everyone's magical source. The origin universe in your body is mainly composed of the dark source.
The dark source cannot provide resistance to divine magic.
Only the light source, defined as the good race's source, such as humans, elves, can provide resistance to divine magic.
At first, I didn't think in the direction of you having a light source.
Because according to the rules of the world, the dark source and the light source cannot coexist, they annihilate each other and cannot harmoniously coexist within an individual's body.
Zack pondered, are you saying that they coexist peacefully within my body?
The pink bug proudly raised its head.
That's right. Thanks to my discovery, this is precisely your uniqueness.
In your origin universe, the power of the light source is very weak, but it does exist. And the dark source did not devour or annihilate it, but allowed it to hide in the magic channels throughout your body.
To find this, I had a sudden inspiration just now, to completely activate the immense magic within your body, making it flow rapidly, and only then did I find their presence at the key nodes.
If you can guide and enhance the light source, gradually increasing its presence, it will eventually occupy half of your origin universe. No, it should coexist with the dark source, each occupying half of your body. The pink bug grew more excited as it spoke. When the dark source of the Goblin King dominates, your race is a goblin, and your appearance is also that of a goblin.
But if the light source dominates, what will happen? Rita stopped fanning. She had unknowingly fallen asleep.
Zack sat up and tucked Rita in, carefully holding the pink bug in his hands. It might completely change the nature of my entire body, right?
Exactly.
You are very likely to transform into a good race. Because light defines good and darkness defines evil, when the positions of light and darkness are reversed, the races that have the distinction between good and evil will also change.
Zack's expression became more excited than ever. Then what will I become?
Pink Bug Teacher replied, I don't know, because I haven't figured out what your other talent is. However, it is very likely that your race in the good direction is not expressed through talent, but rather related to your bloodline, that is, elves.
Elves. Zack's breath almost stopped. He looked at Rita's sleeping face and suddenly had an urge to cry.
Seeing this, Pink Bug quickly shouted, Young one, don't worry.
Let me finish.
The reason I don't recommend letting the light source completely replace the dark source, but rather have them occupy half each, is because of certain considerations. Due to the uniqueness of your body, you can achieve a perfect balance with light and darkness each occupying half of your body. In this way, with just a little effort, enhancing a tiny bit of the dark source, you can become a goblin, and vice versa, you can change back at any time.
This is for your consideration. If the light source completely dominates, I cannot guarantee that irreversible changes will not occur, which could harm your body.
The belief in the existence of light is the most tolerant, and all followers of light can also believe in other existences, but the power of light is the most dominant. Zack immediately grasped the key point in Pink Bug's words. Whether it is the dark source or the light source, whether it is the talent of the Goblin King or the unknown talent of the good camp, he can have it all.
Moreover, Zack himself does not want to completely give up the talent of the Goblin King and completely transform into a good race.
When he was first reincarnated into this world, especially after witnessing the beastly behavior of many goblins, he truly hated goblins and despised himself for hurting his mother at birth. Zack helped the Goblin tribe create new weapons, mainly to accumulate merits and exchange rewards from the Goblin King, to save those children who were in hell and suffering. But he has received the favor of the Goblin King and witnessed the contradictory situation of the Goblin tribe, which is a real thing. Personally, Zack can no longer repay the deceased king. He has not forgotten the king's entrustment to him. He must change the fate of the Goblin tribe as the new king. Publicly, after gaining a clearer understanding of the absurd and abstract logic of this world, Zack couldn't help but start to ponder whether the Goblin tribe's logic of reproduction without females was also a distorted product of malice.
Simply eliminating evildoers will not bring salvation to a town.
Without fundamentally solving the problem and completely changing the distorted hidden rules of the world, evildoers will breed again after a period of time, and a new cycle will begin. The tragedy has no beginning or end. Zack once again looked up to the sky, to the infinite heights where the gods stood in legend, and murmured, Now I understand even more why the king told me not to believe in any existence.
Pink Bug was still immersed in excitement and was taken aback when he heard his words.
Senior, it's nothing, Zack waved his hand. According to what you said, I currently only have a weak light source in my body, and I still have a long way to go to achieve an equal balance between the dark source and the light source.
This process will take a long time, right? Pink Bug nodded. Young one, this will indeed be an extremely difficult process.
Before you, no one has ever ventured into this unknown territory. After you, no one will fall into a similar predicament as you.
As for specific measures, I do have a small speculation. When you use holy magic on yourself, can't you slightly increase your resistance to holy magic?
This process should be able to enhance your light source. When you completely acquire immunity to divine magic, your source of light should increase slightly, but it should not reach half.
After that, I can't think of any other way for now. Zack furrowed his brow.
He instinctively looked at the pink worm, but his mind was elsewhere. Even the experienced senior worms have said so. It seems that it will take a while to reach the threshold. Without being able to occupy half of the source of light, it is impossible to transform the race, and any other ideas based on this are just empty talk.
So-called schooling, isn't it still a lonely experience?
Seeing Zack's gloomy and somewhat frightening expression, the pink worm thought he was angry at its boastful self and timidly hid behind the water bottle. Seeing no reaction from Zack, it cautiously poked out half of its head and said, "Young one, that's why I said, we should focus on illusion magic instead of race transformation. I was thinking, when your source of light reaches a certain concentration, can you use the power of the source of light to temporarily transform your appearance towards the good race?
Let me give you an analogy.
Your source of light is currently filled with the dark source, right?
Think of it as a dark-hearted egg.
As long as the source of light can completely cover the surface of the egg, forming a thin shell, it will do. This way, it can deceive the rules of the world, or at least those who are not at the level of a brave hero or a demon king, most likely won't see through your true nature. Besides, most people won't even consider the possibility of the coexistence of the source of light and the dark source within an individual.
It's absurd to them.
When they see a round white egg, before cracking it open, who knows if it has a dark heart, a yellow heart, or no heart at all?
It must be said that the pink worm is indeed a good teacher, explaining things in a simple and understandable way. Zack nodded and thanked. Thank you for your guidance, senior.
So, what I need to do now is to continue using divine magic to burn myself, until I completely acquire immunity to divine magic, and then try to guide the enhanced source of light during this process, to see if it can meet the minimum requirements for activating illusion magic?
Exactly.
The pink worm suddenly regained its momentum, jumped out, and raised its head proudly, saying, "This is the method I came up with after tirelessly contemplating your source."
Say it again. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Zack sincerely bowed.
The pink worm stood up excitedly, as if its entire body was about to fly. Again, say it again.
Thank you, senior.
It was so carried away that even Rita, who had a good quality of sleep, was awakened by the commotion. When she opened her eyes, she saw a goblin bowing and thanking a small worm that was standing upright and shouting.
Zack, senior, what kind of novel performance are you two playing?
She asked with some confusion.
The pink worm deflated like a punctured pufferfish.
Zack smiled and said, "Mom, the senior told me that she found a way for your son to disguise himself as a true person who was not easily discovered and go to school to live a normal life."
Thank you, senior.
Rita also began to excitedly thank the pink worm. After the sun was finally covered by thick clouds and they set off on their journey again, Zack said to the pink worm, who seemed to still be immersed in the atmosphere just now, "Senior, actually, there is one more thing I would like to ask."
The pink worm shrunk into a handkerchief in the basket, its tail sticking out, swaying with the rhythm of the carriage, and asked, "What is it?"
Zack said sincerely, "I don't know how to address you, senior. In the days to come, I will rely on your knowledge and guidance.
If I know your name, I can show better respect. I don't have a name."
Zack was stunned for a moment, looking at the tail of the little bug that stopped swinging and completely retracted into the handkerchief. Her tone suddenly became very calm. "Zack, as long as you remember to call me senior, I will be satisfied. I was too careless just now and caused you trouble. I'm sorry.
Let's end it here today. I'm going to sleep."
The senior's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. He might have stepped on a landmine just now. Zack withdrew his gaze and looked outside the carriage curtain, staring at the several fire dragons hovering in the distant sky.
The senior, who was once an ancient elemental creature, didn't even have a name.
Now, Zack's daily goal is to burn himself with holy magic, then receive treatment, burn himself again, and repeat this process. His resistance to holy magic has now reached a very high level, requiring a high amount of magic power to cast holy magic in order to harm himself, thereby slightly increasing his resistance to holy magic.
In simple terms, Zack feels like a welder, hiding in the carriage every day, welding his own body with sparks.
If it weren't for the bug senior in his origin constantly monitoring the situation of the light origin and encouraging him, saying, "Come on,
young man, there is indeed a slight increase,"
Zack would probably not be able to determine whether his efforts were all in vain.
Unknowingly, their journey has lasted for half a year, and winter has arrived.
Zack and Rita have put on thick fur coats, and even the little pink bug has received a beautiful sweater. Rita cut off the thumb of a glove as her exclusive winter clothing for the bug. Bugs don't feel cold, so they don't need clothes.
Although she said so, the little pink bug still sincerely accepted the sweater and happily twisted and turned in front of the mirror after putting it on. Then she found out that she couldn't walk. Her chubby little legs were all inside the sweater, with only a small head sticking out. It was more like a sleeping bag than a sweater. But the little pink bug was still very happy. When the ice and snow weather arrived and the blizzard completely cut off the road, Zack combined earth magic with ice magic, found a secluded place, and built 5 interconnected domed ice houses by the frozen river. The carriage and 2 old horses occupied one of the ice houses, and the other rooms were respectively a dining room, kitchen, Zack's bedroom, and Rita's bedroom, with 2 toilets attached. Rita spent several gold coins and purchased a large amount of supplies in advance. They were going to spend the winter and celebrate the new year here before setting off again when the ice and snow melted. Thanks to the water supply pipeline system designed and built by Zack, they could obtain filtered water from the river under the ice, so they could live a normal life without leaving the house. The real problem was bathing. Although Rita thought that boiling water and using hot water for a quick wash would be enough, Zack still felt that something was missing. In his previous life, when he was traveling for business all over the country, he liked to spend half a day soaking in the local hot springs. When a person soaks in warm pool water, the tense nerves gradually relax, and the whole body is completely relieved of fatigue. After soaking in the hot spring, taking a simple shower, and lying on the bed, one can have a deep sleep. The next morning, one wakes up refreshed. Not to mention that some hot springs in certain places also add medicinal herbs, making the soaking experience even more comfortable. Some hot springs have small fish swimming in the water, and when a person enters, the fish swarm up and start massaging the skin all over the body, making it feel tingly. It's time to bring a little hot spring shock to this different world. When building the house, Zack deliberately left a vacant space in the middle of the 5 interconnected ice houses. He dug down 1 meter and filled the bottom of the pool with warm stones. Every day, he would take out the warm stones on time, heat them up with fire magic to store the heat, and then put them back in to ensure a continuous and stable release of heat. Then it was simple. Just bring in the water and heat it to a certain temperature. For the first time soaking in the hot spring, Zack decided to try it himself first, and if it was really comfortable, he would recommend it to Rita. As soon as his feet touched the water surface, he knew it was stable. The warm current spread from the soles of his feet, stimulating his exposed body in the air to quickly enter the water. Zack completely submerged himself in the warm pool and let out a satisfied sigh. It was not in vain that he put in so much effort. He found the meaning of life again, which was to enjoy life. In the future, I can refer to the experiences of my past life and strive to make life enjoyable again. Zack comfortably lay at the bottom of the pool, only exposing his head, watching the pink bug swimming doggy-style on the water surface nearby. She noticed Zack's gaze, dived down, and then bounced back after hitting his thigh. The pink bug paddled its short legs and stopped on the water surface, asking, "Young man, aren't you shy being naked?" Who would be shy in front of a little bug? Zack smiled slightly. "Senior, have you ever seen a goblin being shy? This is like a large bathtub. Naturally no one wears clothes when taking a bath. But young man, I don't quite understand, can 2 people bathe together naked?" The pink bug retorted. "Senior, you are an exception. I didn't say it was me." Zack suddenly froze. The door of the hot spring room was opened, and after the steaming water vapor, a blurry figure also entered. Ah, it is indeed warm. This figure squatted down, poked the pool water with a finger, and smiled towards Zack. "Zack, you're amazing. I feel like I will also enjoy soaking here." Zack was dumbfounded. "No, Mom, how did you?" I had a sudden inspiration just now. This big pool can accommodate both you and me bathing together." Rita put one fair foot into the water, and it didn't reach her knee. "This way we can save half the time, and dear Zack won't have to spend more magic power to maintain the warm stones. Zack already uses a certain amount of sacred magic every day. It would be too hard if he had to consume even more." Then, she jumped into the warm water, exclaiming, "Wow!" Rita's ash-gray hair scattered, like a white fish swimming excitedly in the hot spring. "Zack, why did you turn around and shrink into the corner?" She stood up from the water, her wet hair clinging to her beautifully curved body, and said with some confusion. The pink bug's belly was facing up, lying on the water surface, and the ripples caused by Rita's movements undulated with the flow. She lazily commented, "Who said goblins wouldn't be shy just now?" The final solution was for Zack to divide the hot spring pool in half, using a smooth pen-shaped stone wall as the dividing line. Rita didn't mind at all. "You are my son, I've seen you pee and poop countless times when you were little. What other thoughts could there be?" This is probably the difference in educational concepts in this different world. Zack thought helplessly. As the days went by, the decorations in the ice house became more and more colorful. Bunches of pine branches were hung on the walls,
with colorful ribbons interspersed among them, extending up to the ceiling and naturally hanging down, forming a colorful ball in the center of the dome. From the ball hung a hollow silver wire ball, in which a crystal-clear and sharply defined stone was suspended, emitting enough soft white light to illuminate the entire house without dazzling. This is a luminous magic stone crafted by elven artisans purely for decorative purposes. Although it is more expensive than an oil lamp, Rita didn't hesitate to buy it. When a typical family celebrates the new year, they use luminous magic stones instead of oil lamps for lighting, she explained seriously to Zach.
Zach and I finally have our own little nest, so we should celebrate properly.
Not only did she buy luminous magic stones, but also all the things needed for a traditional family New Year celebration in the other world when she went shopping on the street.
Although Rita didn't explain, Zach understood why she did this. It was Zach's first real New Year celebration since he was born. In terms of daily life, Rita wanted Zach to enjoy the same warm and happy family life as other children.
She worked hard to give Zach a complete and unforgettable holiday experience.
Naturally, understanding Rita's intentions, Zach also helped with the New Year preparations in the ice house.
He was the type of person who tried to enjoy life as much as possible in his spare time. Even in his previous life, Zach would often clean and decorate his house after work, carefully arranging it.
Resting in his room would bring him a dual redemption of mind and body.
When your home becomes more exquisite and closer to your ideal room through your accumulated decorations, it becomes easier to accumulate a sense of satisfaction and a deep sense of belonging from the depths of your soul. However, to Zach's surprise, the pink fairy bug, who considered herself a senior, did not stand idly by, but also helped with her chubby body. For example, the colorful balls formed in the center of the icehouse dome were her efforts to wrap ribbons around and form a colorful bunch. Of course, the clumsy pink bug almost locked itself inside the ball and had to be pulled out by Zach, grabbing its back half. The wind and snow grew stronger, and the outside world was already covered in a vast expanse of white. The branches of the coniferous forest by the river were also piled with snow, and the heavy snow caused the branches of the pine trees to droop. When the branches bent to a certain extent, they would suddenly spring up, shaking off a thick pile of snow onto the ground. When the thick layer of snow on the ground was already knee-deep for Zach, the calendar turned to a new year. On the last night of the old year, the two of them sat at the dining table with the pink bug, and the table was filled with dishes prepared by Zach and Rita. Rita made roasted chicken, smoked sausages, jam cheese, apple pie, vegetable salad, pork chops, and other Western-style dishes, while Zach made steamed river fish, garlic bok choy, braised beef with potatoes, and other Chinese dishes based on the ingredients from the other world that he remembered from his previous life. The two completely different styles of cuisine were distributed on the table, with knives and forks alongside chopsticks, which Zach made himself, giving it a magical and mysterious touch. Rita had clearly never seen Zach cook these dishes before. She picked up a pair of chopsticks curiously, holding one in each hand, and asked, "Zach, is this how you eat?" She skewered a piece of beef with one chopstick and a piece of potato with the other, then brought them both to her mouth and said, delicious." Rita's expression was quite comical, and Zach almost couldn't help but laugh out loud, while the pink bug beside them was already rolling with laughter.
"Isn't it right?"
Rita looked a bit confused, looking at the chopsticks in her hands. Zach leaned over and taught her how to use chopsticks, guiding her hand by hand, saying, "Like this." "Very good, I've learned," Rita exclaimed with joy as she tried to pick up a piece of cabbage, but before she could put it in her mouth, it fell down.
Zach smiled and encouraged her, saying, "Take your time."
Before the dinner was over, Rita finally managed to learn how to use chopsticks and successfully picked up a slippery piece of potato. She asked curiously, "Dear Zach, how did you come up with these dishes and chopsticks?" The pink little creature twisted on the dining table and said indifferently, "I remember this seems to be something from the Eastern continent. It should be one of the random knowledge gifted by the Goblin King to the younger generation."
Zach nodded in agreement, but he quickly noticed an unusual word, Eastern continent. There is also an Eastern continent with chopsticks and Chinese cuisine?
The pink little creature recalled, "Young one, that was 1,000 years ago. Since the divine cataclysm triggered the crustal changes, the current main continent has completely split from the Eastern continent. The Eastern continent slid into the endless sea, towards where the sun rises, and no one has been able to find it again. My former master, Yara, is a mixed-blood descendant of the few people left on the main continent after the split from the Eastern continent. No wonder the silver-ranked adventurer Yara has black hair and facial features leaning towards the east. There is such a reason."
Zach pondered and asked again, "Is the art of insect manipulation also related to the former Eastern continent?"
The pink little creature played with its tail again and said, "Yes, as far as I know, it did originate from the Eastern continent. However, after thousands of years of evolution, the art of insect manipulation has developed into a characteristic of the main continent. In the future, he should take the initiative to learn more about the art of insect manipulation, as there is still a possibility of dealing with Yara. Zack kept it in mind and looked at the pink little creature again. Senior, based on your rich experience, how do you feel about this meal? The pink little creature wagged its tail. Rita's cooking has already reached the standard of an average household. Plus the dishes made by the young one. My evaluation is that you two can open a specialty restaurant on the street. I am already satisfied with the senior's approval. Rita joyfully placed a piece of meat in front of the pink little creature. Thank you, senior. The pink little creature looked at the plate in front of her, which was already piled high with food, feeling somewhat speechless. Although she had already informed Rita in advance that she couldn't eat normal food, Rita still had a sincere attitude. Even if you can't eat, the food that should be served during important festivals must be served. This is table etiquette and also a sign of respect for the senior. So, the pink little creature looked at the delicious food with all its colors, flavors, and aromas, but couldn't eat any of it. In addition, there were 2 small candles next to her, creating an atmosphere, making it look like a grand offering. Zack openly used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of sausage from under her nose and put it in his mouth. I'll help the senior with your troubles. The pink little creature stood up in anger. Be careful, I'll suck you dry later. Dinner ended in a cheerful atmosphere. Everyone was happy, except for the uneaten pink creature. After saying, I'll turn you into dried goblin. In frustration, the annoyed pink creature turned into pink mist and returned to Zack's source of magic. Zack and Rita smiled at each other and tidied up the dining table together. They put the unfinished food in the freezer, a freezer made of ice, to continue eating on the first day of the new year. Zack, this steamed fish you made is too big. It won't taste as good after being left overnight, Rita said, touching her round belly with a hint of regret. It's okay, I intentionally left it. Not finishing the fish during the new year symbolizes having surplus every year. Rita looked a bit puzzled. I see. Senior insect, you're not really being troubled, right? She tiptoed and leaned her head against Zack's chest, trying to listen to the sound of his heart. Zack smiled. The senior may be harsh with words, but in reality, he is very gentle. His heart immediately made a huffing sound. Say that again, and I'll really start eating. I don't care what you'll turn into. I eat, eat, eat. In the end, this little bug only absorbed 1/3 more of the original magic power than usual. As the night approached, the wind and snow outside became more and more fierce. The raging blizzard swept across the land, burying the bodies and dreams of countless creatures. Some areas of the kingdom experienced a once-in-a-century ice disaster this year. Many small villages disappeared in the vast ice and snow, completely erased without a trace. Churches and administrative institutions in various regions actively organized rescue efforts, devoutly praying to the gods for help and offering the most abundant sacrifices in order to reduce the casualties caused by the ice disaster. But the gods in the heavens did not respond, nor did they issue any decree guiding the lives of mortals. Compared to games and chess pieces, they didn't care about the life or death of insignificant ants. In a temple on a snowy mountain, members of the Goblin Slayer squad huddled in a room with a statue of a god, staring blankly at the pile of goblin corpses in the corner. As the new year approached, after the Goblin Slayer squad completed a mission to eliminate goblins in the snowy mountains, the sudden increase in snow and the closure of the road down the mountain forced them to spend the new year on the mountain. We're still taking goblin-related missions even though it's almost New Year. Now my holiday plans are ruined, and I was considering visiting the ancestral land of the elves for a while. The elven archer sighed while sitting on a cushion. Congratulations, we're going to celebrate the new year with dead goblins. My life can't do without goblins anymore. In another sense, the dwarf sorcerer joked. At least this time, everyone is safe from the mission, right? He poured himself a mouthful of fine wine. You're happy. I don't understand why there's a wine cellar hidden underground in this temple. Who would be so bored as to hide wine in a broken temple? This is an extra reward for us for eliminating goblins, the lizard monk said with a smile, holding a cup of wine heated by the bonfire. Life is always like this, there are gains and losses. Thank you, but I still prefer to lie comfortably in bed, roast by the fireplace, and have some snacks. The dwarf sorcerer stuffed a bowl of fragrant hot wine into the elf's mouth. Taste it. It's a fine aged wine. You don't see much of this kind of old wine on the market, ha ha ha. On the other side of the bonfire, a tired little priest who had used several spells leaned his head on the shoulder of the Goblin Slayer and dozed off gently. The Goblin Slayer controlled the fire of the bonfire by arranging firewood and cooked a pot of vegetable and meat soup in the center of the bonfire. He timed it and added seasoning appropriately. Soon, the aroma of the meat gradually spread, filling the entire temple. The lizard monk exclaimed. Outside, the blizzard is blowing fiercely, but we are lucky to gather in this shelter, enjoying warmth and delicious food.
This is indeed a special New Year experience. The elf archer's face was already red, and she said drunkenly, yeah, it's really fortunate. It smells so good.
She collapsed onto the cushion, but her eyes were still fixed on the meat soup in the center of the bonfire. Later, when it's New Year's Eve, everyone has to make a New Year's wish.
Don't fall asleep like this, elf.
The dwarf sorcerer took a sip of wine and savored it, intoxicated.
Goblin Slayer, what are you thinking about?
The Goblin Slayer had been maintaining a sitting position for a long time without moving, as the little priest rested on his shoulder. After adjusting the fire for the meat soup, he stared at the various statues in the temple.
Nothing.
Without exception, these statues had majestic figures, with their heads almost touching the beams of the temple. They lowered their heads and looked at the adventurers trapped in the mountain temple, their eyes filled with compassion. When this place was still the old lair of the goblins, they also looked at the goblins, who were notorious for their evil deeds, with the same eyes. After experiencing countless similar scenes, the Goblin Slayer had a faint feeling about something.
But he ultimately didn't say anything, just quietly greeted everyone. It's ready. We can eat now.
The lizard priest helped the heavily intoxicated elf archer, who was murmuring incomprehensible words like "eh," to her feet and helped her sober up. The Goblin Slayer woke up the young priestess, and everyone began to eat together. In the piercing sound of the cold wind, the warm and smooth hot soup, along with the tender stewed meat and vegetables, slid into their stomachs, completely dispelling the cold from their bodies and truly warming them up.
Absolutely delicious.
The elf archer shed tears of emotion.
Such amazing cooking, it makes me want to get married,
the dwarf sorcerer teased.
The elf's already blushing face turned even redder.
And so, the two of them, fully revitalized, resumed their usual banter. The young priestess sipped the warm soup that warmed her to the core and couldn't help but watch everyone happily laughing. She noticed that the Goblin Slayer next to her, since taking off his helmet, had been drinking his soup while surveying the towering statues of the gods with a somewhat foolish expression. She reminded him, Mr.
Goblin Slayer, when you're resting, don't use such a scary gaze. Those aren't goblins, he replied. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter.
The handsome face of the Goblin Slayer turned back. In his eyes, reflected in the bonfire, was a burning flame. They truly weren't goblins.
But they might be even more damnation-worthy than goblins.
Zack, stop staring, Rita gently reminded him. It's almost New Year's, we need to prepare our New Year's wishes.
Zack's gaze moved away from the cross hanging on the wall.
The cross symbolized the supreme god of all gods, the god of light. The wreath on top symbolized his blessings to the world, and it was a decoration that every family would put up during the new year. It was just an ordinary cross, with no other meaning besides its religious and festive symbolism.
When Rita bought it, Zack had already asked the senior insects to verify its safety. It was fundamentally different from the inverted crosses used by non-regular slave organizations for sacrificial rituals. Mom, do we need to say our wishes out loud?
Rita laughed. Of course not. At the moment of New Year's, the wishes we make have magic, and saying them out loud would make them ineffective. But after New Year's, we can exchange our wishes with each other.
A murmuring sound came from the pink insect on Zack's chest. It's okay to say them out loud. It's just psychological comfort anyway.
What a killjoy, Senior. Zack shook his head helplessly. The pink insect probably still had some resentment from the scene at the dining table just now.
Well, it wasn't very ethical to eat and drink in front of someone who couldn't partake. Zack and Rita looked at the clockwork gear clock on the table, watching the rhythmic movement of the second hand. This intricately crafted clock was the work of a dwarf craftsman.
At this moment, only half of the snow was still falling outside the icehouse, while the other half remained perpetually white. The snow had already accumulated to the height of the snowhouse's windows.
Just half a minute left.
The heating was steaming, and the warm room made Rita stare at the clock and say, Zack, it's your turn to speak.
Zack couldn't help but smile as he looked at the corner of her mouth. He nodded and cleared his throat. I wish that my dearest, most lovely mother can continue to live happily, in good health, forever.
This is his heartfelt wish. Zack knows that compared to the long lifespan of elves, as a goblin with a shorter lifespan, he won't be able to accompany Rita for long. His life is just a brief moment in Rita's long life.
Zack accepted this reality from the beginning.
He simply hopes that his elven mother can continue to live life with confidence and happiness after he dies. When he heard his wish, Rita's face turned slightly red.
So Zack also thinks this way? She said.
I hope my dearest Zack can grow up healthy and enjoy every day of his life, living to a ripe old age.
Zack remained calm.
Rita's wish was within his expectations. Before they exchanged their wishes, they already had a rough idea of what the other was thinking. The soft voice of the pink creature sounded muffled. Life won't reach that point unless you truly become the Goblin King. But even if you evolve into the Goblin King, you will only have a lifespan of less than 200 years. Even if you say that, I am satisfied. Rita gently bowed to Zack's chest. As Zack's mother, I must ask you to take care of him. Trust me, Zack is a truly trustworthy good child. After a moment of silence, the pink creature spoke slowly. All right, I will do my best to help the younger generation evolve into the Goblin King. After making their wishes, it was time to sleep. After Zack and Rita bid each other goodnight, he returned to his room and lay down on the soft fur bed in the shape of the letter. Elder, Zack suddenly spoke. Yes, I'm here. Your initial task was just to monitor me, right? Why did you help me? Zack finally took this opportunity to ask the question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. I'm just a goblin who narrowly escaped death. The voice of the pink creature echoed softly in his mind. Yes, why? Maybe it was because when I first tasted your essence, I was convinced that you were not an irredeemable beastly goblin, so I started trying to communicate with you? Or maybe it was because the ordinary affection between you and your elven mother radiated a brilliance that made me subconsciously want to get closer. In the long years, I have witnessed countless deeply moving family bonds, but I have never seen such behavior between two different species. Or perhaps it was because you were like a refreshing breeze, bringing new vitality to this old and decaying world. The voice of the pink creature became lower and lower, as if lost in memories. I haven't seen vitality for a long time. Vitality. Zack placed his right hand on his left chest and listened to his own heartbeat. Elder, I am not worthy of such high praise from you. Young one, you are worthy. The murmurs of the pink creature came closer to his ear. If all goblins could be like you, grateful and conscious of their conscience, the world would suffer much less. Since the first one who didn't conform to the rules appeared, there will surely be a second kind-hearted goblin, and more will follow, gathering enough power to change this world. That's why I am willing to help you become the Goblin King. If you become king and can guide the goblins to change, that is what I would most like to see. This has nothing to do with Yar, it is all my personal expectation. From her words, Zack keenly felt the weight of time. It was like an old farmer who had forgotten about time, no longer holding any hope for the decaying and dying earth, encountering a fresh and green sprout and treasuring it like a precious gem. Zack remembered something and whispered softly, but I was told not to have contact with goblins. Raiding and slaughtering with goblins, harming women, and continuing to rot and stink in the lower levels are completely different from guiding them to change, the pink creature patiently explained. Is this also your idea? Yes. But your master, Yer, doesn't think so, right? The words of the pink little bug suddenly sounded strange. She didn't save you from the goblin killer out of pity, but for another purpose. Her voice became gradually painful, even with a faint sob. Zack hurriedly interrupted. Senior, don't think about it. This situation is likely related to Yer's control over the insects. It's okay. Yer didn't notice, it's just the shackles taking effect. The voice of the pink little bug sounded weak. There's one more thing I must tell you. Before the Goblin King fought against the three superior races and triggered the volcano, Yer had already arrived. But she didn't rescue them immediately. She waited until the lizard chieftain in true dragon form fell, and the other two superior races were on the verge of death, before she made a move. I suspect she took advantage of the opportunity to do something to those two superior races. Despite the warmth in the room, Zack's whole body was covered in goosebumps. Yar! Is she really not a follower of the dark existence? The pink little bug said lightly, no. She is a follower of the light existence, and devout to the point of being famous for it. So far, everything she has done conforms to the definition of good in this world. This also conforms to the definition of good, but it's really twisted. Zack thought of another doubt and asked, her white insects are ineffective against the superior races, right? Did she use the pink insects on those two superior races? What are you talking about? I am a unique existence, there is only one pink little bug like me. The voice of the pink little bug suddenly became excited. Alright, I understand. Then why did she send you, Senior, to control me instead of dealing with me like she did with the other two superior races? Zack said, suddenly realizing something. At that time, his situation was witnessed by the Goblin Killer Squad, and Yer's methods of dealing with the other two superior races were likely not something to be seen. Let me ask you, Senior, if evil deeds are not discovered and only known to oneself, does it still conform to the definition of good? No, it doesn't. Engaging in deceitful behavior is not acceptable, the pink little bug pondered, but there is indeed one exception. If one's own evil deeds are done with the deep belief that it is a necessary sacrifice,
only to achieve another greater purpose. If it is not self-deception, the world's rules will judge it as good. Zack fell silent.
After all, one must consider the situation of sacrificing the small for the greater good, the pink little bug added. I have lived for so many years, and although I dare not say much, I have a pretty good understanding of the nature of the world's rules.
Do you believe that Yara is sacrificing the small for the greater good?
I don't believe so. The greater good in her mind is probably not what is commonly defined. I have followed her for so many years, endured eating her essence with disgust, and been despised by her to the point of death.
I understand her quite well. If you understand her so well, would she be willing to let you come into my body and inform me of her information?
The pink little bug said somewhat pitifully, this bastard has never looked at me with respect.
How should I put it?
I think everything I'm telling you now about her, including my friendly attitude towards you, should all be within her expectations.
Zack couldn't help but frown. He had a very bad feeling once again. If all of this was what Yara wanted to see, then what exactly did she want to do?
Thank you for being willing to tell me so much, Senior, Zack sighed. Good night.
I wish you a pleasant dream. Good night. By the way, young one, I have one last sincere statement.
The reason I want to help you is because your essence is very delicious and suits my taste, the pink little creature mischievously said. I can't bear for you to die too early. I want to mooch off you for several decades or even centuries. In addition, because your essence of light has reached a certain concentration, I will help tonight, attempting to gather the essence of light from your original universe. Your essence of light seems to be different from ordinary people's. If it gathers to a certain degree, I can't guarantee what might happen.
Just don't wake me up halfway. Zack closed his eyes and fell into endless darkness. Light. A dazzling white light.
Zack opened his eyes and was surprised to find himself not lying in bed, but standing on soft grass. The grass only reached his calves, tinged with a yellowish color that represented withering, gently brushing against his exposed skin with the breeze blowing from an unknown direction.
Zack felt a bit itchy.
He reached out to touch his calves and suddenly froze. These were not the deep green hands and feet of a goblin, but normal, human hands and feet.
Zack was stunned. He looked at his right arm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, a total of 9 moles.
He quickly touched his face, grabbed his ears, pulled his hair.
Yi Chen. Zack finally confirmed, calling out this familiar yet unfamiliar name.
This is indeed the human body I had before I crossed over.
Why is it this body? Zack looked around to the west. He was in an endless wasteland. The overall color of the grassland was yellow, composed of countless almost withered grass. The sky was filled with thick clouds. The altitude of the clouds was extremely high, giving him a sense of the vastness of this world. There was no sun, but there was light coming from an unknown source, casting a light yellow hue over everything. It felt like the gentle sunset about to descend. Wasteland, Zack heard his mouth say. He was very certain.
This space, and even this world, was called the wasteland.
Zack walked aimlessly. There were no new sights, only endless yellowish withered grass.
He turned his body without much thought and suddenly stood still. In front of his eyes, a railway paved with fine gravel appeared. It had wooden sleepers and silver metallic rails, not much different from the railways in Zack's previous life memories. Besides that, there were no other signs on this railway. He didn't know where this railway came from or where it was going.
Let's walk and see, he heard his mouth say again. Zack chose a direction along the railway and began to walk slowly.
The fine gravel did not hurt his feet, but instead made him feel comfortable.
He didn't know where he would eventually go. Zack trudged on the endless railway tracks. The vast grassland rolled in layers of waves.
The edges of each blade of grass gradually melted into a soft halo, converging into a golden ocean of surging waves. The gentle breeze brushed against his back, blowing past his ears, bringing fragmented murmurs or shallow singing.
It was unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar. Zack didn't stop his footsteps. He walked tirelessly, completely losing the concept of time. Every road should have an end.
As soon as this thought emerged in his mind, Zack noticed that at the farthest point within his field of vision, a blurry city appeared on the horizon.
It was a pure white city, seemingly adorned with countless pavilions and towers. It was located at the end of the railway beneath his feet. Faint white lines extended from the city, piercing deep into the clouds and disappearing. Previously calm and composed, Zack's innermost desires erupted. White city. White city.
This time, it wasn't just his mouth, his ears, eyes, nose. All the organs of his body were speaking.
The name of that city is White City.
Zack's inner desire became more intense. His footsteps became faster and he started to jog, then he ran with all his might.
No matter what, he had to reach White City.
However, as he ran, the city became smaller and eventually disappeared from his sight.
No! Zack shouted hoarsely. He was overwhelmed by a sense of loss and despair, completely collapsing. His vision went black, his body went limp, and he fell abruptly into the nearby weeds. The soft grass gently embraced him, like falling onto a bed. No, this seemed to be a bed. Hey, sleepyhead! Sleepyhead! Zack opened his eyes again. He saw the familiar ceiling of the ice house and the big head of a pink bug. He sat up in confusion, looking at his deep green skin and feeling a sense of inexplicable loss. I told you not to wake you up halfway, but you almost didn't wake up. The pink bug jumped off his nose and landed skillfully in the palm of his hand. You slept like a log, couldn't wake you up no matter how hard I tried. Zack gradually regained all his memories and sat on the edge of the bed, feeling somewhat lost. Where's my mom? Rita is still sleeping, even though the sun is already shining. They really are a mother and son. The pink bug shook its head dissatisfiedly. Ah, the source of light has already brought you together, feel it. Fortunately, there were no side effects during the process. Zack closed his eyes slightly, sensing the magic power throughout his body. He quickly noticed something different from before. There was a small cluster of magic source in the position of his heart, about the size of a pigeon egg. This made Zack's skin and flesh all feel stimulated, even with a tendency to stay away from this source. So this is the source of light, he said to himself. The pink bug wriggled its body in his palm, its chubby little feet making Zack's hand itch. Of course, with this amount, you can start to control it properly. But at the current level, it is not enough to cover and envelop your massive dark source. You still need to enhance the source of light. Zack nodded silently. He looked at his exposed deep green skin and said, Senior, actually, something did happen last night. Zack told the pink bug about the dreamlike content, but omitted the part where he turned back into a human. The pink bug stood up straight and listened attentively, then shook its head slowly. Young one, I don't know where you dreamed of. There are features that resemble the boundless wilderness, the Moira Plateau, and several grasslands. But you said there should be a completely white city? That simply doesn't exist. Zack asked somewhat unwillingly, what about the eastern continent before the split? After waking up, that strong sense of loss still lingered in his heart, reminding him that he had missed something important. No, the pink bug said firmly, during that time thousands of years ago, although I didn't go to the eastern continent much, I still knew about some famous countries and cities. White City is impossible. Young one, don't worry. You probably just had a strange dream. In dreams, anything can happen and it's not surprising to see anything. If only I could dream, I would want to have a feast in my dreams. Humph. Zack was curious, don't bugs dream when they sleep? No, they don't. Even when I was an elemental creature, I didn't dream. But I've heard many people describe all sorts of bizarre dreams. The pink bug seemed quite envious. It's great, when you sleep, you can embark on all sorts of wonderful adventures, without getting hurt, and even restore your energy in reality. I'm so tired of these days that end as soon as I close my eyes and open them. Zack got up and took care of all the household chores, and after preparing breakfast, Rita stumbled out of the room with sleepy eyes. There's a wonderful smell. She scattered her light gray hair and sat on a tall armchair, her toes barely touching the ground, giving off a feeling of a well-behaved daughter. Zack walked behind her, picked up a comb, and skillfully smoothed her hair, tying it into a low ponytail. Rita half closed her eyes, humming an off-key nursery rhyme, enjoying Zack's attentive service. When he finished, she smiled at Zack and said, Dear Zack, on the first day of the new year, I have a gift for you. Rita took out a pure white knitted knot. It looked a bit like a Chinese knot, but with a more complex design. This is a talisman, usually a New Year's gift that a mother knits for her son. I kind of forgot how to tie this part, so I just knitted it based on my feelings. It seems a bit ugly, doesn't it? She said somewhat embarrassedly. It looks great, thank you, dear mom. Zack's face was filled with an uncontrollable smile. He carefully placed it in an exquisite brown box with a necklace hanging on it. He hung the necklace around his neck, with the box against his heart. Mom, I also have a gift for you. Zack presented another larger brown gift box to his mother. Rita couldn't wait to open it and exclaimed in surprise, Oh my goodness! Inside lay a bracelet made of many equally sized brown wooden beads. Each wooden bead was engraved with a beautiful letter, spelling out for my dearest mom. Zack made it himself. Rita carefully put the bracelet on her right hand and read the letters over and over again, unintentionally revealing a silly smile. The pink creature lay on the dining table, gazing at everything, and calmly said, So, are you not going to eat breakfast? The food is getting cold. Ah, Senior, I also made a gift for you. Rita's words startled the pink creature. She took out a small black knitted magic hat and walked over to the pink creature, carefully placing the hat on its head. The magic hat even had a pink bow tied to it.
Senior, I hope you like it, Zack politely greeted. By the way, the bow was my idea.
It really matches your color. Rita brought a small mirror and let the still stunned pink creature see its reflection wearing the magic hat.
Very good, you're now a full-fledged magical girl, Senior. Zack circled around the pink creature's body, nodding in satisfaction.
Rita blinked her eyes and asked, Zack, what is a magical girl? Ah, that is. Thank you both.
Zack was about to explain to his mother when he suddenly heard crying. He quickly looked at the creature. The pink creature stared blankly at the mirror, tears the size of pen tips welled up in its eyes, falling onto the table and gradually forming a bean-sized dewdrop.
No one has ever given me a gift before. It stammered while sobbing. Thank you both. Zack comforted, it's okay. From now on, we'll always give you gifts.
As a result, the pink creature cried even louder. After the arrival of the new year, as winter turned to spring and the snow melted away, the roads became clear again. The two of them, along with the creature, packed up all their belongings onto the carriage, and as they watched the 5 ice houses gradually melt away, Rita waved goodbye, saying, Goodbye, temporary home. Goodbye, hot springs. Zack, the senior, and I will all miss you.
Zack laughed, no need to be so dramatic. We'll be able to come back to this home next winter.
Rita corrected seriously, although what dear Zack said is not wrong, but in this temporary home, we have created many beautiful memories, so I can't help but feel a bit nostalgic. Zack shrugged, the meaning of the journey is not just to reminisce about the past, but to move forward and witness more wonderful moments. Of course, it is a pity that we may not see the adorable look of the senior shedding tears again. A pink little bug jumped high from his palm and fiercely headbutted Zack's cheek, making him exclaim, ouch. She was all red, almost ripe, and said, Forget about these beautiful memories.
Forget about them. Rita chuckled, the senior was indeed adorable back then, and of course, still likable now. Oh.
She also received a hit on her face.
They set off in this cheerful atmosphere. Senior, where is the end of the journey?
Zack asked casually while burning himself with sacred magic. The pink little bug, covered with a small blanket, curled up in a small basket and said, The seaside, Port Punas.
We have to cross the sea too? Zack was curious.
The pink little bug patiently explained, No need.
What I mean is that Port Punas is our destination. I had already considered it when we left the Black Volcano.
Young one, with your talent, the better the school, the greater the help for you. But on the other hand, there shouldn't be too many strong individuals nearby, especially avoiding monsters at the demigod level, like heroes. Also, try to avoid the dominant territories of the church as much as possible and choose a place with complex forces.
The capital city is definitely ruled out.
Overall, I have finally decided on the Noble Magic Academy in Port Punas for you.
Zack asked in confusion, Noble Magic Academy? Can't non-nobles attend? They can, but they won't be placed in the noble class.
The management of this academy has always been open-minded and will extend olive branches to students with outstanding magical potential but relatively low status. Basically, commoner students who enter the academy, as long as nothing unexpected happens, will become elites in the upper class of society after graduation and then give back to their alma mater. Every year during the enrollment season, the entrance of Port Punas Noble Magic Academy is bustling. The majority of them are candidates who want to change their family's destiny and belong to the lower middle class of society. Of course, there are also poor children from lower class families who want to pursue their dreams, but unless they have genius level potential, it is basically impossible. Because of this, the entrance exam for Port Punas Noble Magic Academy is very difficult. After all, they only accept a small number of candidates from such a large number of applicants. But young one, with your talent and abilities, it will be a piece of cake for you. The real difficulty for you lies in whether you can activate the transformation magic. Without transformation magic, let alone participating in the exam, it would be a luxury to even enter Port Punas.
Your current level can't even pass the test of the city defense formation. Why is there a city defense formation? Zack felt something was off. Why does it sound so similar to the city defense array in the fantasy novels he read in his previous life?
Ah, the city defense formation is only used to test evil creatures. The pink little bug seemed to see through Zack's thoughts and said lightly, If you're thinking about continuous defense capabilities, you're thinking too much. To cover such a huge defense formation over an entire city and maintain it year-round, it would require a terrifying amount of magic power. You would probably have to stuff a hero in there as the energy core.
Heroes are that strong? Zack interjected.
The pink little bug glanced at him and said, Heroes also have a nickname, Darlings of Existence.
This is no joke.
Originally just an ordinary rural girl, overnight she suddenly gained the talent of a hero and obtained a position on par with the Pope. I haven't seen her, but I've heard of her terrifying power. With a casual swing of her sword, the hero can destroy a small city, reducing everything within 10 miles to ashes. The hero is a true platinum-level adventurer, the strongest of the present day who stands shoulder to shoulder with the Demon Lord. You better pray you never encounter her in your lifetime. Zack immediately formed his initial impression of the hero, someone with a protagonist template, an incredibly powerful individual. Don't worry, she and her teammates are currently confronting the Demon Lord. They wouldn't suddenly run off to the distant port of Punis. The pink insect tapped his palm with its tail and said, "Is there anything else you want to ask about Punis Noble Academy, young one?" After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "I think my primary goal should still be to enhance the power of the light source. As you said, everything is just wishful thinking without the ability to use transformation magic." "Very well," the pink insect said with satisfaction. "During our conversation just now, it seems that your holy resistance has increased again. Increase the intensity of holy magic." While the light source within him steadily grew, Zack no longer dreamed of the wasteland or the white city that haunted him. He was well aware that it wasn't just a meaningless dream, as the pink insect had said. In that endless wilderness, Zack had briefly returned to his previous life as a human. Did it mean that when the light source reached a certain level, he could change his appearance to that of a human? Or was the soul that appeared in the wasteland his own as a human? With so little information, he knew nothing about it. "The only thing I can be sure of is the trigger for the wasteland dream. That night, the senior helped me gather the light source for the first time." As Zack analyzed, he continued to burn himself with holy magic. That special dream is obviously related to the concentration of the light source within the origin universe, and it is very likely connected to the hidden talent that the senior speculated about. When the concentration increases to a certain level again, I may be able to return to the wasteland once more. The pink insect, tied with a thread, leaped down from the ceiling of the carriage and dropped in front of Zack. Just as she was about to fall onto the cargo box, only a few centimeters away from the surface of the wooden box, the thread suddenly tightened, causing the pink insect's plump body to bounce several times in the air. She untied the thread and elegantly landed on the solid wooden board. "Young one, that sport you recommended. Bungee jumping, feels pretty good." The pink insect's expression was satisfied. "Although the insects won't be killed by the fall, my heart did race when my face was closest to the box." "Oh, I don't have a heart, hee. Anyway, your heart is now considered mine. Were you worried about me just now?" Zack calmly said, "Senior, I was thinking about something just now and didn't pay attention to you. You should know that my face almost got squashed. The length of the thread was measured, so nothing could have happened." The pink insect's small face puffed up again. At that moment, her body began to emit a faint purple light, and a blurry purple halo enveloped her. The pink insect's torso gradually became transparent. "It's time to contact Yar." She turned her head and looked at her glowing tail, her emotions gradually stabilizing. "Young one, bring me that soundproof black box." "All right." Zack took down the black box stacked on top of the cargo box and let the pink insect crawl into it along his arm. "Senior, please be careful." In a secret room beneath the royal capital, the black-haired silver-ranked adventurer, Yar, paced back and forth in the dimly lit room. "Dwarf Chieftain Harden, no problem. Elf Lord Mel, no problem." "Good." She looked towards the corner of the wall. The corner was filled with messy skeletons. Countless white worms wriggled on the pale bones, occasionally raising their heads to meet her gaze. Only the situation with that little pink worm remains. She cupped her hands. On the ground, some white worms crawled up Yara's boots, wriggling along her exposed legs and burrowing into her skirt. Soon, these worms emerged from the cuffs of her clothes, forming a cluster in Yara's palm. A standard smile appeared on Yara's face. She gently blew air towards the small white worms. The worms bit onto the tails of other worms, connecting one after another, forming a circle. Each worm emitted a purple light on one side of the circle, gradually filling the hollow circle with solid purple. Before long, the image of the pink worm appeared at the center of the purple circle. "You found a good place." Yara gazed satisfactorily at the timid pink worm. "Report on the current situation of that goblin and his elf mother." The pink worm spoke slowly. "Everything is normal. They are currently traveling, preparing to find a suitable place to settle down. Of course, before that, he plans to break through and become a true goblin king to protect his mother." Yara raised an eyebrow. "Hasn't that goblin shown any signs of trying to contact his own kind?" "Not at the moment. That won't do." Yara lowered her head. Although she was smiling, her pitch-black pupils had no brilliance, causing the body of the pink worm to tense up. Having the talent of a goblin king but willingly playing house with an ordinary elf for a lifetime?
As an evil goblin, one should recognize reality and do what goblins should do. Don't you think so?
The pink worm cautiously replied, I have already told him not to give up the talent of a goblin king and to lead other goblins when he encounters them in the future.
Other goblins? Other goblin?
In this era where the trend is to eliminate goblins, sparked by goblin killers, where will the king who is about to retreat find its own kind?
Yara's smile disappeared. It seems like you still haven't understood what I mean, old woman.
As someone who has lived for thousands of years, you should understand the biggest characteristic of goblins better than me. As long as this goblin forcibly takes other females, he can continuously create a unique tribe of his own.
Since you've said that, why don't you go yourself? The pink worm wanted to retort, but ultimately chose to remain silent.
Yara held the white worms in her hands and elegantly circled the secret room. The great divine being urgently wants to see the development and growth of promising seeds, to achieve something great. But just last night, he expressed his dissatisfaction to me, his most devout follower.
It's too slow, he's somewhat dissatisfied.
The candle flame began to flicker unstably, and a sound of wind emerged from the underground secret room. On the skeletons, all the white worms stood upright and gathered towards each other, forming several identical patterns. White crosses. Yara's deep and emotionless pupils stared at the pink worm, forcing her to instinctively curl up.
Yara once again blossomed a sweet smile. Don't be nervous, and don't panic. After all, you're just a pitiful worm. To goblins, you're nothing more than a damn worm that constantly monitors him. Even if you appear to get along well on the surface, it's all just an illusion. How could you truly enter his heart and occupy a place like his elf mother? The pink worm lowered its head, remaining silent.
No intelligent being would truly fall in love with an ugly worm. After all these years, you should have recognized your attitude, old woman.
Well, let's get back to the point. Actually, one word is enough to summarize it. Woman, woman, woman.
Yara said 3 times with a smile on her face but no laughter in her eyes.
With each repetition, she emphasized it more. Let this goblin regain his primal desires instead of self-castration. That's your task from now on. But then, his noble and kind elven mother will definitely oppose it, right?
The pink bug trembled violently. Yara nonchalantly shook her head from side to side, and a white bug flew out of her ear, landing on the ground with a thud. She immediately stepped on it, crushing it into a bloody mess. It seems that my brother doesn't like this guy. It's good that the annoying thing is gone.
You understand what I mean, right, old woman?
The pink bug hurriedly said, There's no need, I have another way, a way that the elf can accept.
What way?
The pink bug blushed but couldn't say a word.
Yara pondered for a moment and said, Well, maybe it could be useful.
If we consider her as an ordinary elf, just one of many expendable items, then she can be discarded at any time. But at the same time, she is the future mother of the Goblin King, and the Goblin King happens to have feelings for her.
Is bloodline really that important?
Yara stopped in her tracks and muttered to herself, in any case, there shouldn't be any obstacles before the pawn can officially join the game. Old woman, either find a way to make that goblin and his elven mother willingly accept it,
or we'll have to make some necessary sacrifices.
The pink bug remained silent for a moment before nodding slowly.
Yara said with satisfaction, All right, let's end it here.
The image disappeared. The white worms in the palm of her hand scattered and burrowed back into her sleeve. Yara closed her palm, crossed her fingers into a fist, and placed it on her chest. She lowered her head, her chin almost touching her curled fingers. She whispered a prayer. A few days later, inside the carriage, the pink bug, as always, watched as Zack burned his own body using holy magic. She praised, Your resistance to holy magic on your body is nearing its limit. I'm sure soon you'll achieve holy immunity.
That's not good news at all. Zack clenched his teeth, sweat dripping down his face.
To counter his extremely high resistance to holy magic, the amount of mana he consumed when using holy magic had reached an astonishing level. Even though Zack had a high mana limit, his training time each day was getting shorter. He couldn't exhaust his entire mana supply to enhance the light source, he had to leave some for unexpected events. If his body gained holy immunity before the concentration of the light source reached the minimum requirement for transmutation, it would be the worst-case scenario.
Zack would have to spend more time searching for other ways to increase the light source.
The pink bug hesitated for a moment. Actually, if you just want to cover the surface of the dark source and form a white egg, the concentration is already at the minimum requirement. The eggshell will be thin and unstable, with a chance of breaking due to accidental factors. What you're doing now is increasing the thickness of the eggshell and reinforcing transmutation.
So it was already possible to transform? Zack was somewhat surprised as he looked up at the pink bug. What will happen if it breaks? It could disrupt the balance between the darkness and light inside your body. Backlash, death. TSK.
It seemed that he really had to burn himself until he gained holy immunity, squeezing out every last drop. Seeing Zack continue to focus on burning, the pink bug sighed softly.
Young one, are you interested in your connection to your body? Did the senior eat something wrong? Is this something that should come out of a bug's mouth?
Zack silently complained in his heart, while maintaining a calm expression on his face. He glanced at the pink bug out of the corner of his eye.
Look what I'm doing.
The face of the pink bug instantly turned red. I was just curious. They say goblins have the strongest reproductive desires, but it's been so long and I've only seen you taking care of yourself.
Shoo, shoo.
Zack hurriedly stopped, pointing his finger forward, signaling the pink bug to be quiet. Rita was driving the carriage, with only a curtain separating them.
He whispered, as a senior, you must have seen and experienced a lot, so you shouldn't engage in such shameless behavior, right?
Where did I peep?
Just because I don't speak in your presence doesn't mean I'm asleep.
The pink bug's words were intense. You didn't avoid me when you were bathing, as if anyone really cares about the ugly goblin's body, really.
Respected senior, let's drop this topic and leave me with a little dignity. Zack couldn't help but laugh and cry.
The pink bug forcefully changed the subject. Let's get back to the original topic.
Young one, if you had the chance, would you engage in a connection?
It seems that this little bug, who has always been mysterious and unfathomable, has a lot of nonsense in her head. Zack pondered and said, it depends on the situation. After all, I am a functioning male creature. If in my lifetime I meet a girl who I love and who loves me, and we have an equal relationship, and she doesn't reject this kind of behavior, then yes, I would. With one condition, it has to be after marriage.
So many conditions. The pink bug's face twisted into a knot. Young one, are you still not awake? Do you expect anyone other than your mother to truly fall in love with you, a goblin?
Zack shook his head. I don't expect it.
But isn't there a chance now?
I can change my appearance.
So, are you planning to tell the other person the truth that you're actually a goblin? She hit the nail on the head.
Zack fell into deep thought. I won't hide it from her, but I will tell her in advance that I can be with her using a non-goblin body.
Illusion magic can't change your essence, you know. Then I'll consider it when the light source reaches halfway. The pink bug's face once again became embarrassed. You never even thought about finding a partner in this lifetime, did you?
Zack replied seriously, respected senior, you can't say that. I am a pure love warrior, so there are bound to be many conditions.
I imagine it is spending the rest of my life with the other person. If I can't find it, then so be it. Fate is indeed an unstable thing.
Besides, my true form is a goblin. Being with someone else would inevitably bring them a lot of trouble.
I can't harm others, can I?
In the previous life, he was a pure love warrior, so he remained single and unaffected by various temptations until death.
Is there anything else you want to ask, respected senior?
Zack heard a faint sigh coming from the direction of the pink bug.
No, there isn't.
The pink bug retreated into the basket and did not come out for the rest of the day. The muddy road was filled with trenches and the lowest points were filled with dirty water.
This road condition was not suitable for the carriage to gallop.
Rita allowed the old horse to walk slowly, carefully driving the carriage loaded with numerous goods. If one of the wooden wheels got stuck in the soft wet mud, the horse alone would not be able to pull it out, and Rita would have to ask Zack, who was resting in the carriage, to help lift the carriage. She was now a true traveling merchant. Since leaving the Black Volcano Range, they had spent nearly a year on the road. Although the Goblin King's wealth was more than enough, the pink bug reminded Rita that it would be best for her to have a legitimate profession to make a living. Otherwise, when she arrived at the port of Punis, she would easily be suspected by the guards, despite having a considerable amount of wealth as a low-level adventurer. So, Rita bought 2 more horses and replaced her carriage with a larger one. She would buy a large quantity of affordable goods in small towns and sell them at a fair price to villagers in need when passing through villages. With the experience and protection of the pink bug and bodyguard Zack, Rita surprisingly made a lot of money through trading. During their journey, there were often bandit groups eyeing Rita, who was traveling alone.
Of course, with Zack's influence, they willingly gave up their money.
These people are quite generous, Zack whispered as he counted the coins in the bag. No wonder the villagers are crazy about buying goods.
I guess no other traders dared to come near this area because of the rampant bandits, right?
At this moment, the pink bug was already lying in a custom-made silk bed and calmly responded to his words. That's great. With the money I've earned, I can buy a detached villa with a small garden in the middle-class district of Punis. They lay on a blanket, with a pile of coins as high as a small hill underneath.
Zack glanced at the stacks of goods piled up like the Western Zhou dynasty and sighed. The ruling authorities of the kingdom almost ignore the enemies that even I can easily defeat. The pink bug poked her head out of the blanket and said, "Not exactly. This kind of security issue is generally handled by the Adventurer Association. They issue missions and wait for suitable adventurers to take them. It's just that the waiting time can be a bit long. During this period, there's not much that can be done even if the criminals continue to commit crimes. In this world, adventurers are like firefighters in their previous lives, going wherever they are needed. This social security system solely managed by adventurers is not perfect and has serious lagging issues, making it difficult to address problems in a timely manner." Zack shook his head lightly. "Anyway, the church and even those high-ranking beings don't care about the lives of ordinary people, right? Young one, although your last sentence is correct, it's not entirely true," the pink bug corrected. "In cities, the police, gendarmerie, and church personnel are responsible for social security, and the power of the Adventurer Association is correspondingly weakened. Only in sparsely populated rural areas are adventurers the main players. Of course, in large cities like Punis, where the population is dense, the higher races and silver-ranked adventurers stationed there will occasionally participate in maintaining social security." While the goblin and the bug were having an intense conversation, Rita had already arrived at an orc settlement with her carriage. As usual, as soon as her carriage passed the security check of the guards, she was immediately surrounded by the local residents. "Don't worry, children." One by one, Rita stood at the edge of the carriage, her face filled with a smile, carrying a basket full of colorful candies and collecting copper coins. She distributed candy after candy to the little orcs. Every now and then, she would secretly touch their furry ears and rub their soft fur. Zack, who was hiding in the pile of goods, watched Rita's not-so-dignified behavior and said with a touch of emotion, "We once saved a little guy when we were in the goblin's lair. He willingly let her touch his fur." The pink bug reminisced, "Was it the cat-like orc who called you dad?" "Yes, her name is Hongdo." Zack gazed at the children eagerly devouring the candies, saying with some nostalgia, "I hope she is doing well in the orc settlement that accepted her." "That's hard to say." Zack's smile disappeared. "Senior, what do you mean?" The pink creature said lightly, "Young one, change your perspective. Have you ever considered whether women who have been defiled by evil creatures like goblins can be accepted by society? But it's not their fault." "Yes, indeed it is not. But having any relations with goblins is considered blasphemous, regardless of whether it was voluntary or not." Zack felt his blood pressure rising. The pink creature comforted him. "Of course, the severity of punishment varies. If it was voluntary, they would undoubtedly be publicly judged and executed as a deterrent. As for the victims, people around them won't make things too difficult for them. It's just that as unwilling blasphemers, they can never marry or have a normal family. No one will accept women who have been violated by goblins. Furthermore, blasphemers are seen as outcasts by their own kind. I have seen similar victims who were lucky enough not to die at the hands of goblins, but they could never return to a normal life due to societal pressure. Coupled with incurable psychological illnesses, under the influence of multiple pressures, she eventually took her own life. Ironically, she became famous after her death. The church built a statue for her, claiming that she believed she had defiled the gods after being violated by goblins and chose death as an act of honor and martyrdom. Under the guidance of the church, the believers began to praise such behavior. Before long, other rescued victims, due to pressure, either voluntarily or forcibly committed suicide and became so-called martyrs. After the pink creature finished speaking, absolute silence filled the carriage. The laughter and joy of the children echoed in Zack's mind, forcefully penetrating his thoughts. Is this good? Is this justice? Zack's facial expression became extremely stiff. He felt his tongue, like a rusty gear, awkwardly turning. Is there a big difference between the church and goblins? The pink creature wagged its tail helplessly. That doesn't depend on your subjective attitude. The rules of the world have long established that the church is closest to the gods of goodness and is the greatest good. As for the status of goblins, I don't need to describe it again. Zack didn't respond immediately. His mind was filled with the innocent smiles of Red Bean and the children. The thought of the tragic fate they might face in the future, and even the possibility of dying due to foolish martyrdom, caused his heart to ache. He thought it would have been better to keep the children with him and Rita. Zack's voice trembled. What will happen to those children in the nest we found before? The pink creature simply shook its head slowly, as an answer to his question. Although the air in the carriage was well ventilated, Zack felt a strong sense of suffocation, once again recalling the feeling of helplessness in the face of tragedy. The pink creature patted his palm. Stabilize your emotions, don't expose yourself. It's not your fault. Then whose fault is it? This world has always been like this. Zack whispered, if it has always been like this, then it should be taken for granted? The pink creature glanced at him. Do you want to change these rules? With your current strength, you can't even protect yourself, let alone your mother.
There is only one situation where the rules can be ignored, when external beings have power that surpasses the world's rules. You need to think carefully. If you embark on this path, your peaceful life with your mother will cease to exist.
You will completely drag Rita into the abyss.
Zack suddenly said coldly, Senior, don't make your guidance too obvious in your words.
The pink creature was immediately silenced.
Rita had already gotten off the train with some of the goods and was engaged in lively trade and conversation with the enthusiastic orcs in the settlement, which was expected to last a long time.
The carriage once again became desolate.
Zack stared at her and said coldly, You did manage to stir up my emotions just now, but you were too hasty. I think the real task that Yar entrusted to you is not just surveillance, but more importantly, to help me become stronger and establish a second goblin lair.
Am I right?
The pink creature's body became shorter and collapsed on the ground. She stammered, young one, that's right, but what I said, it's all true.
I am indeed helping you. As long as you become the Goblin King, you can protect your elf mother.
And also gain the qualification to truly enter the game. Zack coldly stared at the little pink creature and said, The black box does indeed have good sound insulation due to the magic.
But what I didn't tell you earlier is that the sound insulation is one way.
The pink creature curled up and buried her head in her soft body. Zack continued, I did trust the senior, and after hearing the conversation between the senior and Yar, I naively thought that the senior was pretending, but in reality, before, you were eager to ask me about desires, trying to indirectly make me interested in women.
Of course, this is understandable. After all, Yar didn't give you much time.
But if I didn't continue to develop the desire of the goblin tribe, you would have been forced to go after my mother.
Isn't that right, senior?
You should know in your heart that Rita truly likes you. She actively makes clothes for you, gives you New Year gifts, and treats you as a member of our family.
She has never mistreated you. Are you going to betray her goodwill? It's not easy to find someone who genuinely likes you, who doesn't mind your insect body, and yet you want to kill her. The pink creature's body trembled uncontrollably.
At this moment, Zack sighed appropriately. I was harsh just now. I hope you can understand. After all, Rita is indeed my Achilles heel.
Senior, if I really hated you, I wouldn't have chosen to confront you just now. After all, I can't kill you at the moment.
If I consider you an enemy, I should hide myself well, bide my time, and strike back at the right moment. In our long association, I admit that I do have a favorable impression of you, Senior.
An important point is that you are fundamentally different from Yar. You truly adhere to the principles of kindness.
More importantly, you haven't revealed to Yar the information about my unique source of light and the true destination of the journey.
Based on this, I am willing to believe that you are actually on Rita's and my side.
However, I cannot ignore the threat to Yar and the inducement in your words. After much thought, I still think it is more appropriate to have a heart-to-heart conversation with you. Zack looked at the stunned pink creature and said calmly, Senior, let me tell you my true thoughts. Even without your guidance, I have no intention of giving up the talent of the Goblin King. I will fulfill Yar's and even her beliefs' expectations, gather new goblins, and break through to become a true Goblin King. Similarly, I also have many ideas about changing the twisted and absurd rules of this world.
Let me think.
His sharp eyes stared at the pink creature and he said deliberately, that existence wants me to lead the goblins to rise again and have enough strength to enter the game. The most reasonable explanation for this so-called game is that the world is the chessboard and all living beings are the pieces or consumables of the existence above the heavens.
However, there is one doubt that cannot be explained.
Senior, logically speaking, if it's just to make me the Goblin King, only reaching the level of a chess piece, you wouldn't have been hinting at me for so long. Just like before, I once again feel dissatisfied with the rules of this world. Only foreign beings have the qualification to disregard the rules. Zack narrowed his eyes. That was last year when you said that when I first had doubts about the definition of good and evil.
So, does that mean non-foreign beings must obey the rules? It shouldn't be such a shallow understanding.
I think the greater possibility is that non-foreign beings are the source of the world's rules themselves. Zack paused for a moment, giving the pink bug some time to rest, and continued, so, according to the guidance of the predecessors, the only possibility to have the power to change the rules is to become a new existence.
Different from ordinary goblins, as a special existence that symbolizes new things, I must become a new existence through this game. Am I right? This is Yara's true purpose, and the desire of the existence she believes in?
The pink bug trembled with fear. She seemed to have reacquainted herself with the junior who always asked her questions and showed kindness. Junior, no, Zack, you guessed it right.
She hesitated, not knowing what to say next. Zack sighed again. I'll go clear my mind. Senior, you think it over. He disappeared into the shadows, leaving the pink bug alone to contemplate. Zack hid in the shadow of the eaves, peering through the slits of the blinds at Rita inside the house. After the enthusiastic orcs finished their trade with her, they insisted on treating Rita to a meal, following the orcs' way of hospitality. Zack smiled as he watched Rita, who was somewhat bewildered by the residents' excessive warmth, and also sensed every move of the pink bug inside the carriage. The pink bug didn't move. She seemed to have buried her head in her own body. Zack gave the pink bug enough time to think. He believed that the senior would eventually make the right choice. To unite all the forces that can be united, this phrase is also applicable in another world. Zack pondered, let's see if this time, I can completely turn the senior bug into one of us. He first reminded the pink bug of Rita's sincere goodwill towards her, emphasizing the fact that she felt guilty about the task entrusted by Yara, and completely resisted it. Then he affirmed the pink bug's kindness, telling her that he still believed in her and treated her as an equal, extending an olive branch to her. This was Zack's usual method of having heart-to-heart conversations with his subordinates, a combination of kindness and authority. Of course, the premise of this method was that the treatment must be sufficient, otherwise it would only cause stronger resentment from the employees. Just like the pink bug, if Zack and Rita hadn't been good enough to her before, treating her as a true family member, the current Zack wouldn't be able to completely sway the wavering pink bug to his side. As for Yara's hidden purpose of hoping to support herself to become a god, Zack didn't have much confidence in the beginning. He only noticed that the senior bug had been subtly hinting at him for a long time, guiding his attitude towards dissatisfaction with the rules and changing them. Coupled with the senior's mention of only foreign beings can disregard the rules, he could deduce that only god-level beings could influence the rules of the world. Therefore, Zack boldly assumed and deceived her a little. Under the previous barrage of words, the mentally and psychologically unstable pink bug fell for it, confirming Zack's speculation. From this, it could be inferred that the god behind Yara probably knew that he was a transmigrator, and there might even be a direct connection between Zack's reincarnation and the god. This could also explain why Yara happened to appear near the Goblin killer squad in the Goblin lair and willingly provided the pink bug with a life-saving opportunity. The Goblin killer, who has always been relentless against goblins, has inexplicably spared himself. It is difficult to explain this solely through the use of the same life ring and goo worms. It cannot be ruled out that the Goblin killer has been influenced by external forces. Perhaps all the coincidences are actually planned and destined fate. Zack thought to himself, his expression complex as he looked up at the vast sky. It is very likely that he has been involved in this since he was born in the Goblin nest. The other party is much stronger than me, and they are still in the shadows. Zack chuckled self-deprecatingly. The worst part is, I currently have no way of knowing why that deity wants me to become a god. Could it be because of my uniqueness, the balance between the source of light and the source of darkness within me? Thinking about the dualistic nature of the world, where everything is either black or white, and the absurd logic of good and evil being incompatible, Zack pondered. As Rita and the orcs' feast was coming to an end, he silently slipped down from the eaves and disappeared into the shadows. Inside the carriage, although lying on a silk bed, the softness did not make the pink creature feel comfortable, but rather uneasy. What was I thinking? The pink creature asked herself countless times, still unable to find an answer. She has never been good at lying, which is why Yara merged her into Zack's essence. Yara's task for her was to interact with Zack sincerely and assist him, to gain the complete trust and acceptance of the goblin and his elven mother. Sincerity and kindness are the most efficient ways. Without worrying about backlash, Yara smiled. This is what will make the goblin and his elven mother trust and accept you completely. You actually envy the ordinary family, that ordinary yet dazzling bond, right? Now, I'm giving you this opportunity, it's up to you to seize it. She brought her face close to the trembling pink creature surrounded by white goo worms in her palm and softly said, let me give you one last piece of advice, you insecure old woman. You can try introducing yourself as an elder in front of them. Nothing is easier for people to let their guard down than an experienced, respected elder who genuinely cares for them. The pink creature instinctively buried her head deeper. The role of a dutiful elder is just a role-playing, a mere lie. And this lie was mercilessly exposed by Zack. In fact, the identity of the so-called ancient elemental creature is also false. Before being refined into a goo worm by Yara, the pink creature was just a lowly nameless flesh bug, but due to a chance event, it luckily gained its own consciousness and extended its lifespan, surviving for thousands of years. It was once attracted by the warmth between parents and children and involuntarily approached the light, only to be almost crushed by the father whose face turned pale, barely escaping with its life.
It also tried to make friends with people, trying to tell them that it could think and communicate, but it was only seen as an ominous sign, a mutated evil creature. The devil can transform into any possible creature to tempt you, even if it's just a talking bug. This was what the pink creature discovered when it later read religious scriptures. Clumsy as it was, it finally understood one thing: no one welcomes an ugly, talking bug. With this thought in mind, the pink creature only revealed its true identity as an ancient elemental creature captured by the evil Yara when introducing itself to Zack and Rita, forced into this situation against its will. As long as Zack continues his studies at the academy, he will know that she has told a terribly poor lie. Ancient elemental creatures are extremely rare in the world, often taking a very long time to develop their own consciousness. Coupled with their high affinity for natural magical energy, after a long accumulation, which one of them is not a powerful being? Which one can fit into the small body of a goo worm? The pink little bug had to admit that her role-playing was indeed successful. For the first time in 1,000 years, she finally experienced that ordinary yet beautiful feeling. Although it was likely because she was connected to Zack at a fundamental level, and her existence was intertwined with his life, that Rita and Zack treated her so well. Even if it was just false warmth, the pink little bug was satisfied. Unconsciously, her heart leaned more and more towards Zack and Rita, using her 1,000 years of experience to help as much as possible and keep more and more secrets from Yar. She knew that this was what Yar expected to see. "You should be reserved when contacting me, don't tell me all the crucial information," Yar patiently taught her. "You not only have to make them see you as a companion, but also truly consider yourself as their companion. Learn to brainwash yourself. This is what the Divine Lord expects." The pink little bug felt like a puppet in Yar's hands, every move and action predicted and planned. What's more important is that her true heart couldn't refuse. Now, this farce probably won't end. The pink little bug sighed. She knew that after Zack came back, it was likely that he would continue to maintain the false warmth and accept her as family. Not because he truly had feelings for her, but because he had no better choice. The puppet knew that she was just a puppet, but still danced freely in the hands of the puppeteer. Zack and the pink little bug sat in the carriage, looking at each other without speaking. Rita deliberately left a lot of food at the banquet. She made an excuse to go back and enjoy it slowly, packed it up, and brought it to Zack. Unaware of the game between Zack and the pink little bug, she drove the carriage again and left the settlement amidst the farewell cheers of the orcs. Zack glanced at the food on the ground, the strong fragrance entering his nostrils. He had no intention of eating now. Zack raised his hand and cast a soundproofing spell on the carriage curtain, preventing Rita from hearing the conversation inside the carriage. The pink little bug raised her head slightly. Zack wasn't staring at her. He casually picked up a book and flipped through it, saying, "Senior, I have a question. In the future, you don't have to call me Senior anymore." The pink little bug's voice was as soft as a mosquito. "Why?" Zack seemed to be engrossed in reading the words in the book, his head slightly swaying with his gaze. That was just my selfish request." "I don't think so, Senior. You have a wealth of experience that is not exaggerated, and you have indeed helped me and Rita a lot. At the same time, you are also my mentor, guiding me to discover the potential of the light source hidden within me and giving me direction to move forward," Zack said lightly. "I don't think the term senior is unworthy of you." The pink little bug just shrunk her body and didn't respond. Zack turned a page of the book and calmly said, "Please let me continue with my previous question. Senior, if I can't develop and strengthen the goblin tribe as Yar expects, would you take action against Rita as Yar requested?" I won't." Just as Zack said, she had long accepted Rita's tenderness invisibly and cherished it like a treasure. That's why the pink little bug hesitated so much when she heard Yar's task. She couldn't face the guilt in her heart. With this promise, the junior can rest assured. The junior can give a suggestion to the senior. "Next time you can tell Yar that I will take on the responsibility of revitalizing the goblin tribe, but this matter cannot be rushed. I need to have enough experience and ability to improve. Killing Rita will allow me to actively occupy the continuation of the female race? Let her understand that it's not Rita who stopped me, but myself who didn't want to." Zack knew very well that since they were expecting him to become a god, it meant that he had gained a significant position in Yar's and that Divine Lord's hearts. Then it's a good opportunity to take advantage of her expectations of herself and the gods and make more demands. Besides, even without the deliberate guidance of the senior gooworms, after witnessing more tragedies in the world, she will eventually develop the desire to change the absurd and abstract world rules and embark on this path. It must be said that his demands coincide with those of the gods, so it is reasonable for him to make requests and even seek help from the gods now. The pink little bug lowered its head. "I will inform Yar. However, I deceived you. Before being refined into a gooworm, I was just a
The pink little bug revealed its true identity. To her surprise, Zack did not show any disgust. Is that so? Am I not just a goblin despised by the world?
There is probably no difference in status between goblins and bugs.
The pink little bug stammered. In the past, even ordinary goblins would dislike me. But that doesn't represent me.
I am not a real goblin, Zack interrupted her words cleanly, nor does it represent Rita's attitude.
We both think you're cute.
This is definitely not a lie, but the truth.
These genuine feelings could not be disguised.
Just like during the New Year, when Rita gave the little bug a magic hat as a gift, the pink little bug's body trembled slightly again.
I also deceived you, guiding you. I never thought your guidance was wrong.
Zack put down the book and looked at the pink little bug with a calm expression. This is what I sincerely expected from the bottom of my heart. Even without the senior and the expectations of that existence, I would definitely embark on the path of resisting those existences and rules.
Senior, you were just a guide by chance. The pink little bug let out a brief sob. Zack's gaze softened. I think Rita and I will still not change our attitude towards the senior. We have promised you, and I will continue to fulfill it. For example, I will still give you gifts in the future, rain or shine. However, I would like to ask you for one thing.
The pink little bug made a muffled sound. Go ahead.
Would you like to truly join our family, me and Rita? The carriage fell into silence once again.
The squeaking of the wheels, the clanging of the carriage connections, Rita's off-key singing, the sound of the West Pima horse's hooves, and the sound of flowing water by the roadside all clearly reached the carriage. Inside and outside the carriage felt like two different worlds.
After a long time, the pink little bug asked slowly, even if I'm just a goo worm monitoring you? Even if I'm just an ugly bug? First of all, you're not ugly. Secondly, we don't care about your appearance.
The pink little bug raised its head, tears mingling on its face, shining particularly brightly under the natural light that seeped in through the cracks.
I would like to.
What neither she nor Zack said out loud was that even if this was what the gods expected, even if it was a predetermined fate, even if it was all built on falsehood, this emotion was irreplaceable, a true thing. One day, as usual, when Zack was using his intense divine magic to burn his own body, he suddenly realized that his skin no longer felt burned.
Resistance has increased again, TSK. Zack complained, temporarily relaxing his body.
This meant that he would have to further enhance the power of his divine magic in the future, but the current level was already his limit. Similarly, the limit of the power of the divine magic he used had also been raised many times. Zack couldn't help but joke to himself, at this rate, I'll become a master of divine magic before completely gaining divine immunity. Youngster on the side, the pink little bug suddenly raised its head when it sensed the situation inside him, and solemnly said, I have to tell you, from now on, it's useless for you to further enhance the intensity of divine magic.
Ha!
The serious pink little bug suddenly grinned, because there's no need for it anymore. Congratulations, you have truly achieved divine immunity. To her surprise, Zack's face remained unchanged.
In other words, as far as we know, the only means of enhancing the holy source has now become ineffective, right? We'll have to find another way. The pink little bug drooped its head. Can't you be happy about gaining divine immunity?
And, at the moment when your holy resistance completely transformed into divine immunity, a significant amount of holy source quietly increased in the magical tunnels throughout your body. Gather them together with the core in your heart, and you'll have more than enough power to perform transfiguration.
You can transform into a good race. Once again, to her surprise, Zack showed no signs of joy.
He calmly said, Senior, it's better not to have too high expectations. After all, it's just a theoretical speculation. The actual appearance of a race may not change due to the so-called transfiguration and the alternation of good and evil.
The pink little bug pouted its chubby face in annoyance. You have so little confidence in your senior? It has reached a safe concentration, so why not give it a try? You won't lose anything.
So, after Rita found a secluded place, Zack was dragged off the carriage by the pink little bug. Rita hid behind a big tree and waved at them eagerly. Dear Zack, Mom has already prepared a box of clothes for you in advance. But don't feel too pressured, you're always the cutest child in Mom's heart. So, Senior, Zack, good luck. Zack nodded with a smile, then turned his head and stared expressionlessly at the pink little bug in his palm. I await Senior's guidance. The pink little bug felt uneasy under his emotionless gaze. Young one, relax, don't look so serious, you're making me nervous. For the first time, I will guide the transformation of your holy source within your magical core. Remember this feeling, as you will have to learn to control it yourself in the future. Zack closed his eyes, nodded slightly, and allowed the pink little bug to enter his body. She transformed into a mist and spread along his blood vessels, bringing back the scattered holy source to his heart. merging it with the original source into a whole. Then, she slowly activated the holy source, causing it to expand, flatten, and widen until it resembled a pancake. The pink little bug held a corner of the pancake and began to surround and cover Zack's enormous dark source, which almost filled the entire source universe. With her movements, Zack's heartbeat became more intense.
He wasn't truly pessimistic.
On the contrary, because he had enough confidence, he habitually poured cold water on himself when approaching a critical moment. Even if he failed, he could quickly calm down and find a solution. This was his experience from his past life. Never get too complacent, always be prepared for the worst, and face unexpected situations with the best response. If the transfiguration failed, he would postpone his trip to Puna's port and find other ways to increase his chances of defeating the Goblin King.
For example, he could try something with Yara.
Lost in thought, the pancake made of holy source completely enveloped the dark source. The voice of the pink little bug echoed in Zack's mind, activate the holy source and release its magic. He followed her instructions suddenly. Zack felt like his whole body was no longer under his control. His nerves and senses seemed to have been completely disconnected, unable to perceive his own body.
"Senior, what is this? Don't stop!"
the pink creature in his mind exclaimed excitedly.
"It's really changing, keep going." Zack's spirits were lifted.
He carefully continued to activate the source of light, and soon his senses began to function again, allowing him to receive information from his body and the outside world. "That's enough," the pink creature proudly said. With a slightly nervous and expectant heart, Zack opened his eyes. He saw Rita standing in front of him, her face completely stunned.
"Mom?"
Her tears suddenly flowed silently from the corners of her eyes.
"I'm sorry, Mom. I'm just so happy. It feels like a dream."
Rita couldn't help but reach out and touch his cheek, gently rubbing it, while holding a small mirror in her other hand. Through the mirror, Zack saw his current appearance. He had the same light gray hair, eyes the color of Rita's, and a distinct and handsome facial contour, like that of an adult male elf. A breeze brushed against his cheek, causing Zack to instinctively touch his own face. The sensation was completely different.
This wasn't an illusion. Why didn't you turn into a cute little elf boy? According to your age, shouldn't you be a little boy?
The pink creature was a bit confused at this point. Obviously, Zack's actual appearance as a good race was quite different from the image she had previously guaranteed.
Zack didn't respond to her.
He hugged Rita tightly as she rushed into his arms.
The two embraced each other, feeling their hearts pounding with excitement.
All the ups and downs they had experienced along the way, all the complex emotions, were now gathered in this embrace, beyond words. Zack stroked Rita's silky hair and softly said, "Mom, now I can walk with you in the sunlight.
I can finally proudly call you Mom in front of others." "Yes, I know." Rita's tears wet his back.
"I'm sorry, dear Zack. Let your useless mom cry for a while." Zack had never felt the colors of this world so vibrant. After Zack and Rita had completely calmed down, the pink creature appeared triumphantly in the palm of his hand. "I'm sorry for interrupting your touching mother-son moment, but I must remind you that there is still room for illusion magic."
"It's not over yet?" Zack was genuinely surprised this time. "Well, let me teach you again. Pay attention."
The pink creature turned into a pink mist once again and merged into his source of light. Before, it was just a cover, but not a complete transformation.
This time it will take a bit longer.
There are many details to consider. The pink creature almost turned the shell formed by the source of light inside out, adjusting the concentration on the surface.
"Now, activate the source of light again." Zack lost all his senses once again.
When he regained control of his body, he immediately noticed that something was different. Something was missing below, and at the same time, two heavy objects hung from his chest.
Zack had a bad feeling in his heart. "This can't be." She choked.
She realized that her voice had also changed to a female tone. The pink creature was ecstatic.
"That's right. Congratulations, you've become a girl." "Ha!"
Zack opened his eyes wide and took the small mirror from Rita's stunned hands.
She looked into the mirror.
Apart from the unchanged hair color and eye color, she had completely transformed into a different, enchanting elf girl. Zack Jian couldn't believe that this face was his own. This face was meticulously crafted like a doll, surpassing his previous knowledge of beauty, yet it had no trace of unnaturalness or discordance, making it feel genuine. Faced with this situation, Rita's brain completely shut down. Despite being mentally prepared, what was happening now still exceeded her threshold of shock.
"Senior, how did you change back into a goblin?" Zack had to ask.
When maintaining the state of a female elf, she could feel her magical power being rapidly depleted at an exaggerated rate. The normal appearance of the good race should be the male appearance from earlier. That state wouldn't consume magical power to such a large extent and could be maintained for a long time.
It's simple. Gather the source of light back together and activate the source of darkness. Since the concentration of darkness within your body is much greater than that of the source of light, and it doesn't require any additional fine manipulation, it's relatively easy. If the pink bug wasn't in mist form right now, she would definitely be dancing on Zack's palm. Zack did it again. In a short amount of time, he returned to his goblin form. The female elf form consumes a lot of magical power and cannot be maintained for a long time. In the future, I can only briefly change into it for entertainment purposes. So, the male elf form is my second identity, my main identity in front of others. While Zack was analyzing, the pink bug appeared eagerly in his hand, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. She exuded an atmosphere that demanded Zack to praise and thank her. Seeing this familiar scene, Zack skillfully bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior." "Say it again." "Thank you, Senior." When the carriage passed through a small town again, Zack transformed into his male elf form and got off the carriage with Rita. "Senior, it's a bit strange for me to have the face of an adult male elf and call Rita Mom, right?" Zack quietly asked the pink bug tucked in his shirt pocket. "Not strange." The pink bug peeked out of the pocket with a small eye and observed the pedestrians around them. "It may be unreasonable for other races, but that's how it is for the elves. I've even seen an old man calling a little girl great-grandmother." Zack was somewhat surprised. Can the appearance of elves change? Not entirely. The appearance of elves naturally changes slowly with their long lifespan, but they have a characteristic. As long as you are satisfied with your current appearance and don't want to age, you can use a certain method to freeze your appearance at a certain age. As for the specific method, it's a secret of the elven community that I don't know. It's only when they reach the higher ranks of the elven hierarchy that they can truly rejuvenate themselves and change their appearance at will. Of course, it's far from the illusion magic I taught you. The voice of the pink bug suddenly became confident. You can change not only your appearance but also your gender. Zack nodded in agreement. Just then, his arm was held by Rita. "Come on, let's pick your favorite to eat." Rita, with a happy expression, pulled him towards the street selling various foods. "Mom is a bit worried that the food she bought before might not suit your taste. Today, I'll leave the task to you." Zack softly responded with an mm. The two of them walked towards the aroma-filled snack stall. After a while, Zack returned to the carriage with Rita, carrying bags of various sizes. Rita had bought a lot this time, not only daily necessities but also many beautiful clothes with a feminine style, including several dresses with different designs. "I must be the luckiest and happiest mother in the world, with a handsome son and a beautiful daughter," she said with a radiant smile on her face all day long. As they took a moment to rest before heading to other neighborhoods to buy supplies, they passed by a noisy gambling den. Inside, a few people were engaged in a fierce fight. As one of them was thrown out of the establishment, a six-sided dice slipped from his hand and rolled all the way to Zack's feet. He didn't pay much attention to the dice and quickly got up, joining the other gamblers in the brawl. "I'll pick it up and return it to the casino owner," Zack whispered to Rita, bending down to pick up the dice. In the moment his fingertips touched the dice, he suddenly felt a sense of surprise. Zack realized that he had a strange familiarity with this dice. Strange, I shouldn't feel this way. In his previous life, he had indeed come into contact with dice in mahjong during the Chinese New Year visits to relatives, but this eerie sense of familiarity had nothing to do with those mahjong dice. Zack picked up the dice and examined it closely in front of his eyes. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary bone dice. The number facing him was 6. Suddenly, Zack froze in place, gripping the dice tightly, staring at the pattern of the 6 dots. "West." He seemed to hear a somewhat neutral voice, or rather, a voice he had heard before, emotionlessly announcing the number on the dice. This voice was both in his mind and coming from the void of the Western Zhou dynasty, tracing back to the infinite heights above. "Senior, what did you hear?" Zack tried to ask, but was surprised to find that he couldn't open his mouth or move. His eyes couldn't blink or move either, temporarily only able to look at everything in front of him. The smile on Rita's face, along with her light gray hair fluttering in the wind, froze in place. The fists of the gamblers stopped on each other's faces, and the concave marks on their facial skin from the impact remained like still ripples. A white dove in the distance spread its wings, frozen in place at the edge of a child's outstretched hand holding food. In the town, all pedestrians and moving objects were frozen in this moment. Even the sun and clouds in the distant vast sky were frozen in place, like a lifeless landscape photograph. Time and the whole world came to a halt. In Zack's field of vision, with this frozen world as the negative, a new world rose slowly, overlapping indistinctly on this negative, forming a holographic image. And the time in the new world was flowing. Zack saw an adventurer team entering a monster's cave.
They encountered no unexpected situations and successfully completed their mission to eliminate the monsters according to the original plan.
Zack suddenly realized that he could move a few fingers that were holding the dice.
He tried to exert force through these fingers to break free from the predicament, but his fingers did not follow the instructions from his brain. The fingers moved slightly, and the dice began to spin rapidly, gradually coming to a stop after a while. It now showed 6 dots facing Zack.
6. The emotionless voice sounded again.
In front of Zack's eyes, a holographic image quickly switched scenes.
This time, it seemed to be a team of adventurers exploring a sewer. When the image became clearer, Zack was stunned. This team of adventurers was none other than the Goblin Slayer squad.
Their voices could be heard clearly in his mind. I didn't expect all the goblins to be dead when we arrived.
This mission was lucky.
I have no doubt that we received the blessings of the gods.
The lizard priest glanced around.
It's a plague, came the muffled voice from inside the Goblin Slayer's helmet. The face of the young priest blossomed with a smile. We can rest for a long time before the scheduled departure date for the attack on the large maze. The Goblin Slayer whispered, let's go to the Adventurers Guild again. We should be able to take on a few more small quests to clear out goblins. You never cease to amaze us, everyone sighed in unison. This time, Zack didn't need to lift a finger, his hand automatically started rolling the dice.
It landed on a 2.
2, he said. As the familiar voice announced the result, the scene before them changed once again. It was a battlefield covered in yellow sand, with a group of soldiers about to engage in battle with the demon army.
May every brother return safely. Don't worry, my fiancé is waiting for me back home. I won't die. I'll go back and get married after this battle. Let's do this.
The soldiers charged into battle, forming a massive formation and attacking the demon's stronghold. Kill every single one of these pig-headed and bull-headed creatures.
Kill! The battle cry shook the heavens, and the demon's lackeys were quickly defeated, abandoning their positions and fleeing. The soldiers pursued them relentlessly.
Suddenly, one after another, the lackeys exploded, turning into a spray of blood and flesh, raining down on them like arrows.
Oh no! It's a high-ranking demon! Didn't the general say that the high-ranking demons wouldn't come here?
The soldiers quickly raised their shields and orderly retreated, but their path back was blocked by holy barriers set up by the church.
Sacrificial circles appeared beneath their feet.
Before they could react, their bodies melted and turned into a pool of flesh, flowing into the circles. The circles emitted a dazzling light, all attacking the high-ranking demons at once. The scene disappeared completely, and the holographic image in front of Zack gradually collapsed.
Was it over?
He inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the dice in his hand started spinning mysteriously again, and this time his fingers didn't even move. Zack's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on the dice as its rotation slowed down. Finally, the dice came to a stop, facing Zack directly. It had only one large, blood-like dot engraved on it. One dot. It resembled a blood-red eye or a bloody black hole. The spiral pattern reflected in Zack's pupils, as if it wanted to suck him and everything around him in. Zack, why did you suddenly crush the dice? Zack suddenly woke up, realizing that he was still standing on the street, with Rita looking at him with concern and a hint of unease.
You're sweating,
Rita said softly, taking out a handkerchief and tiptoeing to wipe his forehead. Zack stared blankly at his right hand. The dice had turned into a pile of powdered fragments, scattered on the ground.
He had just had an incredibly realistic dream.
But the dizziness, despair, and fear from the dream still lingered in his body, reminding him that this might not be just a dream.
I know you're strong, but do you have to show it off like this?
Or do you have a grudge against the dice? The pink bug in his pocket muttered.
Mom, Senior.
Zack held his forehead and said with some effort, I just spaced out for a moment, feeling a bit uncomfortable.
No need to rest. I want to go to the casino and see other dice.
They headed straight to the owner, a balding middle-aged man dressed in ordinary clothes.
No need to compensate, no need.
There are plenty of dice like this.
If you really want compensation, why don't you play a game?
He smiled at Rita and Zack, just be careful not to get addicted.
Zack said seriously, can I see your other dice?
The man was taken aback, sensing that something was off. His face became serious. Sure, please have a look. Zack roughly separated the gamblers crowding around the table and picked up the dice box that was left unused in one corner of the table. His eyes widened as he stared at the identical dice inside. That faint sense of familiarity came back. After hesitating for a moment, Zack picked up one of the dice with his right hand and examined it closely.
Nothing happened. I must have been mistaken.
He explained to the boss, put the dice back in the dice box, and casually shook it.
The bald uncle laughed. That's why there couldn't be a problem. I've been using it for so long. Zack apologized calmly, slapped a silver coin into the boss's hand, and led Riedel away. It seems that the problem is not with a specific dice. The feeling these dice give him is exactly the same, no different from that broken dice. After the two left, the casino returned to its lively state. The bald uncle raised the silver coin and examined it, saying with some confusion, "A dice is not worth a silver coin. Is this the habit of the elves? Who cares, let's just say they played a game with a silver coin." The bald uncle glanced at the dice box that Zack had shaken, feeling amused, and opened the box on the spot, freezing in place. All the dice had one red, neatly arranged like drops of blood. The bald uncle murmured, "Maybe I should give him a gold coin. This elf is pretty lucky." After finishing everything, that night, Zack and Rita checked into a local hotel. The receptionist politely said, "Sir Elf, are you and your daughter staying in a double room with 2 beds?" Zack said coldly, "Sorry, this is my mother." Rita covered her mouth and tried to hold back her laughter, while the receptionist's face instantly turned red. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry for the trouble." She quickly bowed. "Sir Elf, can you and your mother stay in a double room with a double bed?" "Yes." Zack picked up his luggage, leading the giggling Rita, and walked away. His hearing range was wide. As soon as they went upstairs, Zack heard the receptionist say to a staff member, "That male elf is so handsome. And he seems so young, he's my favorite cold type. If my future partner is half as handsome as him, I'll be satisfied." Sigh. The pink bug poked its head out of the pocket and said, "Youngster, how many times have you been praised?" Zack opened the door with the key. "I can't remember." It grumbled, "I helped you train the light source pretty well. Don't forget to thank your senior." "Thank you, senior." Late at night, after taking a shower, Rita and the pink bug had already fallen asleep, while Zack lay motionless, absent-mindedly staring at the wooden ceiling. He was very concerned about the dream where time stood still during the day. In the dream, he rolled the dice 6 times in total. 4, 6, 2, and finally 1. Each time, the number on the dice seems to correspond to a corresponding image, related to the outcome. Based on the outcome of each image, the protagonist's ending, 4 is normal, nothing extra happened. 6 is extremely lucky, hardly any effort is needed, and everything that needs to be done is already done. 2, unexpected dangers appear, and the soldiers are powerless to deal with them, resulting in a death ending. 1. I seem to have not had time to see the corresponding image and ending, and then I woke up. Zack couldn't help but frown. The larger the number, the luckier, and vice versa, the more unfortunate. Thinking about my previous speculation about the logic of this world's operation, a repetitive program, the cycle of fate, the key condition for making choices. Luck? Dice? Could it be that the outcome of events is determined by dice? Zack shivered. The gods roll the dice and decide everything? That could explain some things. But I'm not a god. Why would I dream of rolling dice? Zack choked up. He remembered how he barely survived from the hands of the goblin killer and why he was given hope by Yara and the god she believed in. Did I survive just because I rolled a 6, even if it doesn't make sense? Zack felt something was off. It wasn't necessary for Yar to personally come and save him. With this stroke of luck, he shouldn't have encountered the Goblin Slayer. What if the dice roll didn't affect the Goblin Slayer? No, the 6 in the image did have an effect. It couldn't be that the Goblin Slayer was only influenced by good luck and didn't accept bad rolls. Combined with Yar's and the deity's attitude towards him, Zack felt that the truth was becoming more elusive. The more he knew, the more he felt trapped in a labyrinth. In my past life, I was a model citizen in the city of magic, not some unruly deity of this world. Zack comforted himself, but then suddenly realized something was wrong. He remembered another strange dream, a dream about the wasteland. The White City at the end of the railway, the White City he yearned for in his dreams. But the knowledgeable insect elder knew nothing about the White City and the wasteland, proving that they shouldn't exist in this world. He couldn't help but think that there were foreign deities in this world. Could it be that the White City is related to the deities? Zack looked up at the ceiling and muttered. The turning point must be related to Yar. If I break through and become the Goblin King, ascending to a higher race, truly entering the so-called game, there will probably be additional variables. At the very least, I can try to break through as an elf? The most important task is definitely to study at the Prunus Noble Magic Academy. Many silver-ranked adventurers and higher races have come from that academy. Zack smiled bitterly. At the beginning of the journey, the pink insect told him to go to school. He found it strange at the time, but now, reviewing these details, he understood a lot. His life trajectory was probably predetermined. So, who will be the tragic outcome of the last roll in my dream? Zack couldn't resist the sleepiness any longer and fell into a deep sleep. He had dreamless night.
The next morning, after the two of them and the insect had breakfast, they set off on their journey again, leaving the small town behind. Zack, in his male elf form, drove the car while Rita lazily slept in the carriage. The pink insect lay in his pocket, sensing the outside world's information, and said, "The density of pedestrians and vehicles is increasing, and the roads are becoming wider and smoother. The main road is mostly paved with bricks. We're almost at the seaside. We're very close to the port of Prunus. The economy in this area is indeed very developed." Zack looked at the vast plantations and exquisite villas along the roadside and nodded. The pink insect hummed, "Young man, once you see the port of Prunus, you'll understand that these are nothing." The port of Prunus is the most prosperous and wealthy port city in the kingdom. Although its urban area is smaller than the capital, it is much more advanced overall, not to mention compared to the City of Water. It has developed rapidly in the past century, to the point where many people think that the port of Prunus is the real capital, and the capital is just a political center. Zack listened carefully and suddenly asked, "Are the citizens of the port of Prunus xenophobic?" The pink insect was taken aback. "Huh? How is that possible? If you mean hating goblins, then yes, that's for sure. I would say there's no place that doesn't hate goblins, right?" Zack laughed and didn't comment. At that moment, he noticed many figures in the plantations. They were working hard under the sun, wearing collars around their necks. "Slaves?" The pink insect exclaimed. "Yes, these are slaves purchased by the estate owners through legal channels. I almost forgot to mention it. After you enroll, you'll have to buy a slave to be your servant at the Prunus Noble Magic Academy. It's the custom there." Zack couldn't help but complain, "I didn't expect that the port of Prunus, the most developed and advanced in the economy, would still have this whole slavery system." The pink bug muttered, "Because it's actually effective. Why is the port of Prunus so developed and able to attract outsiders? It's largely supported by the slaves underneath." Zack nodded, gazing at the rows of laboring figures. "So, in order to conform to the so-called trend, people buy slaves?" After carefully observing the slaves on the roadside, who were mostly males and of different races including humans and orcs, and seemingly no different from ordinary people in appearance, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Senior, are the slaves all purchased from legitimate slave organizations?" "Not entirely. Nowadays, most estates breed and cultivate their own slaves." The pink bug, with its many soft and fleshy little feet scratching Zack's skin through his clothes, making him feel itchy and uncomfortable, had to poke her with his finger, feeling her soft and pleasant body, and said, "Senior, stop messing around." He quickly grasped the key point in her words. "Are you saying that the descendants of slaves are also slaves?" "Of course. In reality, there won't be a story where a slave falls in love with their master and the mixed-blood children eventually become free people," the pink bug said lightly. "Slaves are born to be slaves, and this has already been defined by the rules of the world." Zack was stunned. Like the distinction between good and evil? Can't slaves become free people? Impossible. "Even if the master is willing," she said lazily. "Ha!" Despite having seen a lot, Zack once again felt the absurdity of this world. For the rules of the world, slaves seem to be more than just a status, but a curse engraved in their bloodline that could not be changed for generations. The pink bug lazily said, "Young one, are you wondering why these slaves, who appear no different from others in appearance, receive such treatment?" Before Zack could reply, she continued, "These slaves are not true citizens of the kingdom. Their ancestors were faithless. At first, when you all existed and walked the earth, the church quickly expanded and controlled the entire continent. Some people did not want to be forced to believe in those existences, to become followers, and raised the flag of rebellion against the heavens. The result was clear: these people failed. According to the church's scriptures, the merciful existences did not choose to completely eliminate them, but punished these people and their descendants to be eternal slaves until the end of the world. The above is the religious explanation for the origin of slaves. From my own observation, their bloodlines have been marked with indelible imprints, passed down from generation to generation with reproduction. Faithless. Just like me. Zack said lightly, "I also don't believe in those existences, but I don't have the mark symbolizing slavery in my body, so I'm not a slave." The pink bug nodded, "Of course. Similarly, even if a slave with the mark believes in a certain existence, they cannot escape their slave status." Zack once again glanced deeply at these slaves, who were sweating profusely and had darkened skin. Under this kind of work intensity, the lifespan of slaves shouldn't be long, right? Yes. Very few can live past 50 years old, and most of them contract diseases by their 20s. Even if there are occasional ones who live to old age, once their work efficiency declines significantly, the masters usually consider killing them first. What about female slaves? They don't have to do this kind of high-intensity work, right?
The pink bug chuckled unusually, indeed not, because they simply can't bear it. Forcing them to work would only cause them to die prematurely. So, they generally engage in lighter work like being maids. But that doesn't mean they have it easier than male slaves. On the contrary, in order to ensure a stable increase in the number of slaves, many female slaves actually live a more miserable life. After all, the more slaves there are, the more wealth the slave owners have. Zach's eyes widened suddenly. Senior, are you saying? Yes, most of them are pure breeding machines. Once they can no longer bear children, female slaves lose their value and will be killed by their owners, the pink creature said sarcastically. Does it remind you of the way goblins treat women? Zach was speechless for a moment. This behavior is indeed no different from that of goblins. The only difference is that this is allowed by the gods and recognized as justice by the church. He couldn't help but sigh. Is this also good and justice? Yes. Compared to slaves, even the rats that believe in the existence of darkness have some rights, at least the right to be judged by the church. The pink creature flicked its tail and adjusted its position in the pocket. If a slave is killed on the road, the killer only needs to compensate the slave owner with money. If a slave is unowned but has a mark, the first person to catch them can forcefully claim ownership, and with approval, become their new owner. What's ridiculous is that the situation of slaves in the upper-class society is actually much better. The nobles care about their reputation, so they try to ensure good treatment of their slaves to prove the strength of their family. They even dress their dogs better than the commoners in the slums. This has also given rise to some pathetic social phenomena, where poor families try to sell their children to the nobles, begging them to treat them as slaves. What's even more pathetic is that nobles usually don't accept slaves without bloodline marks, because the church prohibits treating ordinary people as slaves. Zach listened attentively to the pink creature's rambling. That's why the Pernus Noble Magic Academy has had a tradition of having servant slaves since ancient times. She naturally leaned her head out and pressed it against his chest, watching as the horse ran steadily. My suggestion is to buy a female slave with a mark and completely control her through the slave recognition ceremony. You can't let your mother pretend to be a slave, right? A female slave? After all, she will be responsible for your daily life at the academy. You can think of her as a personal maid. If a man handles it. The pink creature thoughtfully glanced at Zach's handsome face. Two big men constantly together and even sleeping together, he would have to help you wash your underwear and such. Don't you think it would be strange? But it would also be strange for a non-couple man and woman to do that, right? Zach weakly retorted. And why must they sleep together? They can't. The pink creature chuckled. Indeed, it's just as you think. The academy uses this method to reduce the possibility of students falling in love with each other, to timely release their desires, and ensure that they focus more on studying. As for slaves, who would truly fall in love with a slave destined to be lowly? Even if it is true love, who would accept that the child born from it can only be a slave? Even if they can accept it, who can resist societal pressure? And you can never truly marry her. In addition, in most people's minds, slaves are just property, like pet dogs. So being a toy loved by their owners is the best outcome for a slave. Zach's expression gradually became serious. The pink creature added, of course, it's best not to let your slave get pregnant during your time at the academy. Otherwise, according to the academy's rules, you must replace her in a timely manner. Zach said coldly, Senior, don't compare me to a beast. He couldn't do such a thing. After a careful conversation with the pink creature, Zach understood that it was indeed necessary to purchase a slave. According to the senior's description, not only his performance, but also the performance of his academy slave is an important factor in the evaluation of grades. This is a key evaluation indicator in the noble etiquette and decorum column of student performance, accounting for a significant portion of the score. If he gives up his slave, it means that he will lose this part of the score, wasting the great advantage brought by his talent. Not only oneself, but also the education of the slave is important in order to become a qualified noble or elite. Zach couldn't help but comment, with so many rules and regulations, this academy might as well only admit aristocratic children and not pretend to allow commoners to enroll. As long as they can graduate from the academy successfully, commoners are no longer commoners, the pink insect kindly reminded. They will rise to become elite members of the upper class, and some may even be granted the title of newly minted nobles. But these newly minted nobles have no family background, relying solely on themselves. Once they enter high society, their only connection is the Puna's Noble Magic Academy. The two mutually promote and complement each other. High society is deep, and graduates who are new to the circle can seek refuge from their alma mater. At this time, the reputation of their alma mater is their face. Similarly, graduates who have become big shots in their respective fields will also turn back and support their alma mater, enhancing its prestige and social recognition. Zack pondered. In short, nobles from commoner backgrounds are actually easier to control and become one of their own due to the lack of a family background.
The pink insect nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. You understand it very thoroughly.
Young one, why do you have such a strange expression?
It's nothing, just reminded me of some unpleasant memories. Zack's face returned to calm as he spoke lightly.
Could the goblin nest also have such a complex social pattern?
The pink insect was a bit confused. You guess, Zack said, leaving 2 words and then closing his mouth, no longer paying attention to the frustrated pink insect bouncing around him. As for the matter of buying a slave, he would definitely have to discuss it with Rita.
This is a good thing.
After listening to Zack and the pink insect's description, Rita did not show any opposition, but rather said with some joy, "It seems that Zack is going to save another person."
The pink insect's face showed a strange expression. Save?
She didn't quite understand Rita's train of thought.
Isn't it saving?
The girl's future could be very bleak, but Zack will change her fate. With Zack's personality, the girl will definitely not be mistreated by his side, Rita said with a smile, and Zack is a gentleman. Even if he has feelings, he won't act against her will.
What if the young one falls in love with his slave? The pink insect asked skeptically. Senior, wouldn't that be even better? Love that is mutual, why would I oppose it?
Wait, there is one downside. Rita suddenly thought of something and her expression became serious. I haven't mentally prepared myself to be a proper grandmother. The pink insect was speechless.
Zack just smiled at Rita's words. Let's plan when we arrive at Puna's port. It's too early to consider this now. When the peak of summer arrived, they finally caught a glimpse of the outline of Puna's port from afar.
At this moment, Zack finally understood why Puna's port had the reputation of being the most developed city in the words of the senior insect. The inner city of Puna's port is a huge fan shape. Half of it stands against a continuous mountain range, while the other half hangs over the sea, resembling giant stone pillars formed by miracles, extending deep into the sea.
The center of the fan shape is the top of the mountain. The mountaintop is lush and green, with numerous noble castles and estates with a long history.
The Puna's Noble Magic Academy and the administrative center of Puna's port are naturally located here. The part on the sea surface occupies the majority of the fan-shaped area. The terrain is extremely complex, with layers upon layers of cities of varying heights pile up, to the extent that it gives Zack the illusion that it doesn't belong to this world at all. The level of fantasy is even more impressive than the cyberpunk city known as the Mountain City in the previous life. There is an obvious transition area between the part around the mountaintop and the part on the sea surface, with several giant elevated bridges being the most prominent feature, extending from the mountaintop to the depths of the urban forest on the sea surface. Ships of different sizes, driven by magic, shuttle between the giant pillars below, approaching the docks built on the pillars and handling cargo. Similarly, airships shuttle above the city, occasionally landing for trade, unloading or loading goods, and then leisurely flying in different directions.
Zack observed that there were dozens of airships flying simultaneously on average in the entire inner city. Truly breathtaking. So this is magic. Zack sincerely praised, driving the carriage and following the endless procession, his gaze shifting towards the outer city of Puna's port. Compared to the stunning inner city, the outer city of Puna's port is relatively ordinary. A large number of houses are scattered unevenly on the beaches of the western circumference of the fan-shaped inner city and the plains surrounding the mountains, with only a few eye-catching buildings mixed in. The outermost part of the outer city is barely surrounded by a winding low wall, while the average elevation of the fan-shaped inner city is much higher than this wall. Senior, it seems that the outer city of Puna's port is in expansion. Zack analyzed, is it still expanding outward? The pink creature nodded and said, the outermost wall is moving. When I came here last time, this wall hadn't reached the river, but now it has enveloped the river. Zack looked at several well-maintained roads radiating from the outer city area of Puna's port, leading in different directions. They happened to be walking on one of the main roads, surrounded by a constant stream of people. Many people were accompanied by their families, their faces filled with hope as they rushed towards this bustling metropolis. There were also many people who looked desolate and exhausted, walking along the road back to their hometowns. Puna's port has 2 other names. The pink creature seemed to see through Zack's thoughts and said lightly, one is the City of Hope. The other title is the City of Buried Hope. Zack smiled and said, indeed, it brings back familiar feelings. Is it still related to the Goblin's lair? You guess.